This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. For years BC. The Kingdom of Liestage. The royal capital. It was clearly the center of the country, but apart from the main street, the ground was gray. The gray stone bricks paved with them were covered with tiny cracks and corrosion-damaged gaps. The surrounding houses were mostly single or double-story European-style structures, exuding a sense of age. But the closer you got to the center of the royal capital, the neater and cleaner the streets and houses became. The air was fresh. But the surrounding atmosphere told Tang Zheng that this was another world. Ding ding ding, dang dang. The constant sound was the metallic clang of the adventurers' weapons clashing against their armor on the streets. The clamor of vendors hawked from the shops on both sides, and the various signs reflected the sun's rays. This added to the bustling atmosphere. The luxurious carriages trudged through the streets with some difficulty, but they never stopped, and most people willingly made way for them. Many wore armor, and a few wore wizard robes, standing out from the crowd. Others wore brightly colored, exotic clothing. In short, the atmosphere felt diverse and varied. The entire capital of the Kingdom of Liestage had been flooded with people from all over the country for the past few days. In such a lively atmosphere, the emotions of most people were naturally high. But someone didn't. Clad in a shoddy long-sleeved shirt and plain gray pants, Tang Zheng blended in unnoticeably among the crowd. His current mood matched the color of his clothes. Beyond the sense of bewilderment, a lingering sense of dread pervaded his heart. The bustle belonged to them. Tang Zheng had only transmigrated to this world yesterday, but he had already largely grasped the situation. This was the world of the undead king, or more precisely, the alternate world descended from the great underground tomb of Nazarick in the future. So, Tang Zheng was panicking. Others transmigrated to the real world of Overlord, constantly grinding and spending money on the game Yggdrasil to acquire a wealth of world items and special classes. Then, they descended into the world with invincible strength, or simply joined the great underground tomb. But he had transmigrated directly to another world. If he had been like them, Tang Zheng wouldn't have been as panicked as he was now. The only thing that gave him some peace of mind at the moment. At this point in time, there are still more than 4 years until the great underground tomb of Nazarick descends. Why can this time be determined? Because of the royal tournament. The Imperial trial. It was in this tournament that Gazef, the future strongest man in the kingdom, won the championship and was awarded the title of warrior captain. And today, the future warrior captain Gazef and Nail Clipper Brain will face off. It can be said that this competition has attracted the attention of every adventurer and civilian in the kingdom, which is why the streets are bustling with people and bustle. Although I was just an ordinary person before crossing over, reading too many novels has its benefits. At least it helps me calm down quickly. After hearing the information from Gazef, Brain, and the Imperial court, Tang Zheng finally confirmed the world and time he had traveled to. For years, before the new calendar, this, of course, wasn't the year calculation used in this world, but rather the time Tang Zheng had calculated based on the time settings of the TikTokers from his previous life. After all, according to Bone King's plot, the Great Tomb would eventually rule the world, so the new calendar calculations were clearly flawless. As for being able to understand this world's language, it was because this other world had a certain language translation principle. Not only between different nations, but even between different races, people could understand each other. As Bone King quipped, it was as if the entire world had eaten translation konjac. Of course, he could understand the language, but he clearly couldn't recognize the text. The rough material of his clothes, rubbing against his skin, caused an itchy sensation that made Tang Zheng feel a little uncomfortable, but compared to his current situation, it was nothing. He didn't know why he had traveled through time. He had simply been lying on his bed in his rental apartment when he had arrived here in a trance. What a cliched way to travel through time. Tang Zheng internally grumbled, yet also felt a touch of self-mockery. After all, as an orphan, I always been alone. Even if I suddenly disappeared, no one would care. Luckily, because this peak showdown between civilians had attracted a large influx of adventurers and civilians. Compared to the racy, even bizarrely, outfits of the other adventurers, Tang Zheng's pajama shorts weren't particularly striking. It seemed that due to the diversity of races, beliefs, and nationalities, this world's clothing wasn't particularly rigid. After determining the situation in this world and calming down, Tang Zheng immediately found a shop selling items, and sold the only thing he had brought into this world, the enameled gold pendant around his neck, besides his clothes. He received 3 gold coins. This was about 2 months' salary, which he had intended to give to his previous girlfriend, but they broke up before he could give it to her. So he just kept it with him. 169 copper coins equals 13 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. P.S. The money system in the alternate world where Bone King resides is probably not decimal. In the anime, Sebastian once bought a magic scroll for 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. If it were decimal, he would have paid 2 gold coins. An online commenter analyzed 2 different calculation methods, one based on base 13 and the other based on base 20. I personally think base 13 is more appropriate. Beyond the gold coins, there are also platinum coins, gem coins, mithril coins, and so on. Compared to his gold pendant, which weighed only about 10 grams, the price of 3 gold coins was significantly higher in value. The price the shop owner was willing to pay wasn't simply for the gold, but for the enamel workmanship. In this other world, where craftsmanship was extremely backward and mostly relied on magic, the other party could resell it to a noble lady or someone else and reap dozens, even hundreds, of times the profit. Tang Zheng knew this, but he also knew his situation wasn't conducive to bargaining. Then he spent 5 copper coins on a cheap outfit and 1 silver coin on a dagger. He now had 2 gold coins, 11 silver coins, and 3 copper coins left. He used the extra 5 copper coins to buy some rye bread. There's still more than 4 years left, and peace of mind. Bullshit! Tang Zheng's left leg slammed down on the ground, his mouth twitching as he cursed inwardly. Before crossing over, his only hobbies were novels and anime, so he naturally read all the novels of the anime Overlord. So he understood perfectly well, what difference would 4 years make between that and tomorrow's arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazarick? Tang Zheng felt none. In the Riestai's kingdom before him, everyone, including himself, was destined for destruction. The future seemed to have only 2 paths to choose from. Either die in the aftermath of the war between the Sorceress Kingdom and the Riestai's kingdom, if a crushing defeat could be considered war, or survive by some chance and become a citizen of the Sorceress Kingdom. But Tang Zheng looked up and saw the magnificent, ancient royal city perched atop the hill in the distance, his fear growing. Could his identity, as a time traveler, really be hidden from the people in the great underground tomb of Nazarick? Chapter 2. When watching anime, from the perspective of the great tomb of Nazarick, it's pure glee, a constant crushing victory. From the perspective of the humans in the other world, however, it's filled with endless despair. The people in the great tomb are nothing more than demons, world-destroying beings. Of course, Tang Zheng felt no sense of belonging to either side. He worried about the situation he would face if his identity, as a time traveler, was revealed after joining the Sorceress Kingdom. The Sorceress Kingdom is ultimately a tool for the Bone King to rule the world. Both the Bone King and the various guardians of the Great Tomb care only about the Great Tomb. The Bone King, in particular, will destroy anyone or anything that threatens the Great Tomb of Nazarick without hesitation. Even if Tang Zheng poses no threat, once his identity, as a time traveler, is revealed, he becomes a threat in the eyes of the Bone King, and he will ruthlessly eliminate him. And in this process, Tang Zheng was certain that the Bone King would subject him to a terrifying interrogation. Before his time travel, he was just an ordinary wage earner. Even the slightest torture, let alone the terrifying one, would have been too much for Tang Zheng. Furthermore, the more likely scenario was that the Bone King would first perform a memory search spell on him, turning him into an idiot before killing him. Tang Zheng rubbed his cheeks vigorously, as if trying to use the pain to convince himself he was dreaming, but nothing changed before him. Poor thing. Following the bustling crowd, Tang Zheng found a corner of a shop and sat down against the wall. He wasn't tired. In fact, his energy and stamina far surpassed his suboptimal state before his time travel. Looking at his arms, he could even see the muscular lines. Tang Zheng had already confirmed that this was his body, and it was still in the state of a 16 or 17-year-old, even though he was only 25 before the time he traveled through time. This situation was likely related to his cheat, or more precisely, his innate supernatural power. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a property panel, visible only to him, immediately appeared in his field of vision. The entire panel was divided into 2 parts. Attributes player, Tang Zheng. Justice, 0 neutral HP, 13, 1%, MP, 13, 1%, physical attack, 13, 1%, physical defense, 13, 1%, agility, 13, 1%, magic attack, 13, 1%, magic defense, 13, 1%, combined resistance, 0% speciality, 0% total, 7%. Ability innate abilities. Player combined level, 0, No class. Experience slots, 0 out of 100. Class, none. Skill points, 0. Passive skill, item box. Active skill, none. Tang Zheng focused on the innate abilities on his ability sheet. Innate abilities, player. Gain player characteristics. Unobservable, unrecoverable, the information provided is quite limited. The attribute panel in front of him should be the result of the player characteristics. As the saying goes, the fewer words, the greater the meaning. Tang Zheng was, after all, a veteran player, so he could roughly guess the abilities inherent in the player trait. So-called innate abilities didn't exist in the game Overlord. They were special abilities possessed by humans from this other world. The chance of innate abilities being born was extremely high, occurring in an average of 1 in every 200 people. However, most of these abilities were quite weak and provided no combat benefit at all. In the game's parlance, it's a special skill inherent to the human race in this world. Let's not discuss anything else for now. The player trait only grants a level boost, freeing one from the constraints of human race and talent. However, even knowing he possesses this innate ability, Tang Zheng's bewilderment remained undimmed. This is, after all, another world, not an Overlord game. Even if he relied on his natural abilities to reach level 100 before the Great Tomb descended, he would still be no match for Bone King and his companions. How could a level 100 like him, a blank slate, defeat Bone King, who is decked out in artifact-level gear, paid items, and world-class items in the Great Tomb? What's more, Bone King isn't the only level 100 player in the Great Tomb. Precisely because Tang Zheng understands the Great Tomb's terror better than anyone else in this world, he deeply understands the chasm between their powers. Are all the basic attributes 13 points? Although I haven't taken up any profession yet, based on pure numbers, I should already surpass the average person in this world. Tang Zheng looked at the various values on the attribute table, feeling the strength and exuberant energy brought by his current physique, and thought silently. These aren't just simple numbers in the game, but values that fully reflect the body. Tang Zheng could even sense a unique energy within him, which must be magic. According to the sayings of this other world, he possessed the talent of a magic chanter. The percentages following each value are a calculation method unique to the game Overlord. If Tang Zheng's memory is correct, Bone King's combined stats are 683.6% plus. The question mark at the end is because Bone King's magic power has reached its upper limit. The Bunko version mentions that the average magic power of a level 100 player is 1,300 points, while Bone King's is 1.5 times the maximum. That's how powerful Kryptonians are. Tang Zheng has studied some of the settings in the game Yggdrasil within the Overlord universe. He speculates that, excluding the stats added by equipment, the average stats of players of all races should be the same. After all, only by having the same upper limit can the game be balanced and fair. P.S. The maximum percentage for each stat is set to 1300. This is a personal setting, made to facilitate comparison with the stat tables of various characters in the Bunko version, and to avoid confusion in the novel stats. So, theoretically, each level increases all stats by 13 points. At level 100, all stats are exactly 1,300 points. But that's just in theory. In reality, it's not calculated that way at all. This is because each class increases different stats. For example, a warrior class only increases HP, attack, defense, and agility, while a spellcaster class only increases MP, magic attack, magic defense, and specialty. Also, among the races available to players, besides human, subhuman, and alien have their own separate racial classes. For example, the most obvious example is the dragon race, the strongest in the alternate world. They have 6 racial classes: child, teenager, young adult, elder, and ancient dragon. Maxing all 6 racial classes requires level 50, meaning that only at level 50 can class construction be performed. The human race, however, lacks racial classes, which is both a disadvantage and an advantage. For example, a full 100 levels are available for class construction. This allows them to catch up with the subhumans and aliens. At the final level of 100, the gap between the 3 major races will not be noticeable. Therefore, even the Bone King only raised the MP and speciality stats to 100%. Tang Zheng raised his head slightly, glancing at the crowds on the street. Seeing no one was paying attention, he reached into the pocket of his coarse clothes and pulled out a palm-sized piece of rye bread. It was rye bread, but it was a dark brown. Aside from being a little hard and rough, it wasn't bad at all. 1 copper coin could buy 2 pieces. Judging by this alone, The price of basic supplies in this world wasn't high. With limited money on hand, every penny counted. The piece of black bread wasn't in his pocket, but rather from his item box. His original clothes and the gold coins he earned were placed inside. The item box was called that, and it was essentially the in-game backpack. According to Tang Jing's observation, the space inside the item box was quite large, but it still had a limit. Otherwise, there wouldn't be magical items like the infinite backpack in the game Yggdrasil. Of course, despite the infinite in the name, it actually had a storage limit, serving as a supplement for when the item box ran out of space. Tang Jing stuffed the black bread into his mouth, bit off a piece with force, and began to eat with a crunching sound, puffing out his cheeks. Last night's dinner was a piece of black bread, and he was indeed a little hungry now. This hunger made Tang Jing realize that being a player was just his innate ability. This was the real world. He would get hungry, tired, and even die. Chapter 3. The game Yggdrasil is completely different from traditional games. The death penalty is extremely high. Upon death, you will immediately drop 5 levels. If your level is not high enough, your account will be cancelled. To reduce the cost, you can either cast resurrection magic or carry resurrection items, such as resurrection rings and resurrection staffs. Tang Jing does not have these resurrection items, and he doubts that even if he possesses the innate abilities of a player, he will not be automatically resurrected after death. After all, this is a real other world, not a game. He cannot help but be cautious. Tang Jing munched on hardened black bread as he reached for his waist. There was the dagger he had purchased with silver coins. Without a spell like item appraisal, he naturally could not obtain information about the dagger in his hand. However, even without this spell, Tang Jing knew that the dagger in his hand was an ordinary weapon, without any attribute bonuses. He bought this weapon not only for self-defense, but also because, upon touching it, he learned how to activate a class. Buzz. Touching the weapon, the dagger revealed basic class information, Warrior. Join the class? Tang Jing held the dagger in front of him, and waited a moment before the information appeared on the attribute panel. No! Tang Jing muttered to himself. The information about the job disappeared from the attribute panel. This was clearly not the first time it had appeared. It had already appeared when he purchased the sword. Including this time, Tang Jing had denied it twice in a row. He had discovered that by touching the corresponding weapon for a period of time, he could trigger the corresponding class prompt. He had touched a special shield in the weapon shop before. The result was a mid-level class called Black Guardian, but it couldn't be assigned. To obtain it, one needed to have the basic class called Guardian. This excited Tang Jing so much that, under his boss's murderous gaze, he touched every weapon within reach. Unfortunately, except for the shield, all other classes could only activate the basic class Warrior. In the game Overlord, classes are divided into 3 levels: Basic Class, Level 15, Intermediate Class, Level 10, Advanced/Special Class, Level 5. Classes in these 3 levels can only be upgraded to the corresponding level. In Yggdrasil, however, there are over 2,000 classes in total, making it a vast class system. Unless it's intentional, it's almost impossible for players to duplicate each other. When Tang Jing was buying a dagger, he discovered that he could assign a class, but he hadn't assigned one until now because he was very clear about one thing. Level 100? That's the upper limit. All basic classes are limited to level 15. To deal with the creatures in the Great Tomb, purely warrior or spellcaster classes are clearly ineffective and easily targeted. In other words, if Tang Jing wants to have no obvious weaknesses, he needs at least 1 basic warrior and 1 basic spellcaster. These 2 basic classes combined already have 30 levels, significantly reducing the remaining 70 levels of options. Ultimate caution is essential. If a class build goes wrong, the trial and error rate is too low, so Tang Jing can't afford to be careless. Chewing dryly on black bread, Tang Jing frowned slightly, sitting on the ground with his head half lowered, a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. He currently had no idea about choosing a basic class, or rather, he was hesitant to make up his mind. If there were no threat from the Great Tomb, and he were only facing the natives of another world, he wouldn't have to worry so much. The only real threats in this world were the true Dragon Kings. Even then, if Tang Jing wanted to reach level 100 quickly, there were some tricks. The class system in the game Yggdrasil didn't require any class to be maxed out. If you took on all 100 classes, you'd reach level 100 directly. However, such a level 100 would be very weak and of little value. Ever since Tang Jing learned about the world he traveled to yesterday, he'd been thinking about how to narrow the gap between the two if he became enemies with the great underground tomb of Nazareth? After much thought, there are only two key points. 1. Utilize techniques unique to the other world, and not found in the Overlord game. For example, martial arts, the razor blade, the national treasure of the kingdom of Riestais, the origin ring, etc. 2. Must possess a special class. Special classes are more powerful than high-level classes, and they all possess powerful special skills or effects, even surpassing the power of super-level magic. Only by possessing a special class. Tang Zheng felt that at least he would have the conditions to fight one-on-one with the class guardians of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Tada. Footsteps emerged from the crowd on the street, approaching Tang Zheng, who was crouching in a corner, head bowed in thought, seemingly troubled by something. Shadows blocked the sweltering sunlight. A hint of coolness lingered. Tang Zheng was the first to regain consciousness. He stared at the shadow on the ground, his heart tensing. Trying his best to keep a straight face, he looked up at the figure before him. It was a young man. He had short blonde hair, bangs that almost covered his eyes, giving him a mushroom-like look. His first impression was that of a rather delicate character. He wasn't very old. His clothes were rather ordinary, but the material was much better than the few coin-worth clothes Tang Zheng was wearing. Looking at the blonde boy before him, Tang Zheng froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise in his dark brown eyes. Imperial? He would be known as the genius alchemist in the future, one of the few humans even the Bone King valued. While the other person's current appearance differed slightly from the beginning of the story, the overall difference wasn't significant. Therefore, recognition wasn't difficult. Hello, are you having any difficulties? Imperial asked shyly, her tone sincere. Difficulties? The question stunned Tang Zheng. Looking at the half-eaten rye bread in his hand, his posture as he hunched in the corner, and the dejected air emanating from him, Tang Zheng began to understand. Nuts! I'm being pitted? Tang Zheng's mouth twitched, and he said expressionlessly, No? What are you doing, Imperial? At that moment, a cold voice came from behind. A seemingly unremarkable old woman, only about 1.5 meters tall, her pale hair tucked into a green headscarf, approached with a cold expression. Hearing the old woman address the blonde, mushroom-haired boy by his name, it's Imperial indeed, Tang Zheng thought silently. If he had been a little unsure before, now it was almost certain. Tang Zheng subconsciously glanced at Imperial again. This is a true talent. Possessing the dual variant classes of Alchemist, Genius, and Pharmacist, Genius. This is a unique class variant in the other world, a kind of innate talent or natural gift. Possessing the class marked Genius increases the number of skills learned, allowing one to learn related skills beyond their level, including increased skill power and strength. In just a few years, Imperial used local herbs to create the legendary Blood of God, a low-level red potion in the game. Potions of this caliber are plentiful in the Great Tomb, but no matter how many there are, they will eventually be used up. It's no wonder that Imperial is able to create one, so it's no wonder the Bone King is interested in him. Besides that, Imperial possesses an innate ability, unlimited item use. This ability allows Imperial to use any item, including magic scrolls incompatible with his class, weapons, and items specific to his race. Even guild weapons, which are only available to guild members, can be equipped and used normally. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng took a deep breath. Such talent could be considered a high-quality human from another world. To a certain extent, Imperial could even pose a threat to the Great Tomb. Chapter 4. Imperial turned to look at the approaching old woman, an embarrassed expression on his face. Grandma, this isn't the place for you to be kind. While we're at the Imperial trial, the right thing to do is buy and gather medicinal herbs. Lizzie, hands clasped behind her back, a look of impatience on her wrinkled cheeks, spoke with a slightly angry tone. Yes, Grandma. Imperial reached out and ruffled her short golden hair, whispering. After hearing their brief exchange, Tang Zheng finally understood why this pair of grandparents, who were supposed to be in the border city of E-Rantel, were in the royal capital. This thought flashed through his mind. Tang Zheng tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Don't be fooled by Imperial's grandmother, Lizzie, who looks like a small, unremarkable old woman. Even in the anime, she barely has a presence. But this person was E-Rantel's most renowned pharmacist, a true third-tier magic caster. Based on his level, he was probably above level 15, making him a formidable figure even among humans. At least, Tang Zheng was someone he couldn't afford to offend right now. Lizzie's gaze fell on Tang Zheng, first glancing at the dagger hanging from his waist, then glancing at his slightly muscular arms. Let's go, Imperial. Sally withdrew her gaze expressionlessly, hands behind her back, and turned away. Okay, grandmother. Faria quickly agreed, turning and taking a step toward the street. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she turned back and looked at Tang Zheng. You're probably here to watch Mr. Gazef and Mr. Brain fight. I heard the arena seats are quite expensive. Hey, take this water bag. It's easy to choke if you don't soak the right bread in water. Faria spoke as he unhooked a water bag from his waist and handed it to Tang Zheng. This guy is a bit annoying. Tang Zheng's cheeks twitched. If he didn't know Faria's character well, such sudden kindness from a stranger would easily make him wary. What's more, as an orphan, Tang Zheng never really liked such inexplicable kindness. No. Tang Zheng was about to refuse when Faria forced the water bag into his hands. The sudden movement. Tang Zheng's face changed slightly. It wasn't Faria's forced push of the water bag, but the fact that the moment they made contact, the attribute panel suddenly displayed information. Buzz. Contact with a special dual basic profession. Alchemist, genius, pharmacist, genius, triggering the conditions for acquiring a general profession. I've obtained a general class genius. Do you want to take it? Attention! This class is a general class, and does not provide any attribute bonuses. Tang Zheng's arm trembled, as he saw the information displayed on the panel. In the game Yggdrasil, combat classes are categorized as basic, mid-level, and advanced/special classes. In addition, there are also non-combat general classes. These can also be considered production classes. For example, pharmacists, alchemists, blacksmiths, farmers, merchants, and other classes are not particularly useful in direct combat and are considered logistics personnel. In this other world, general classes don't just include production classes, they also include many classes that don't even exist in the game, such as slaves, maids, nobles, princes, kings, princesses, and so on. These general classes aren't even as good as production classes. Classes like prince and noble are innate, while slave and the like are automatically acquired later in the game. This is the fundamental difference between people in the other world and players. Players can actively choose whether to take a class, but people in the other world, due to their different life experiences, automatically acquire relevant classes, even if they don't want to. Take a class. With almost no hesitation, Tang Zheng quickly muttered to himself. Just moments ago, Tang Zheng, struggling over whether to choose a warrior or spellcaster basic class, chose a general class that offered no combat benefits. Tang Zheng's excitement was palpable at this moment. General classes certainly don't directly contribute to strength improvement, but that doesn't mean that in the other world, these general classes, which don't even exist in the game, are all garbage. Job success. Genius, level 1. Genius, general. This class can replace any basic or general class, allowing you to switch to a different class as needed. Note, due to the unique nature of this class, leveling up does not increase base stats, and switching classes does not grant class features. Tang Zheng looked at the message, suppressing his inner excitement. Are you okay? Faria looked at Tang Zheng, whose grip on her hand was tightly locked, his mood suddenly changing, and spoke with a mixture of confusion and concern. Sorry, thank you. Tang Zheng, snapping back to his senses upon hearing the question, quickly released his grip and took the water bag, speaking earnestly. This thank you was genuine. It's okay. Faria, oblivious to the situation, nodded at Tang Zheng and quickly walked away. Watching Faria leave, Tang Zheng took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He hadn't expected to unexpectedly obtain this incredibly rare general class. With a genius class, Tang Zheng no longer had to worry about choosing a base class, saving him a major headache in class construction. Most importantly, the class's tolerance for error was greatly increased. As far as Tang Zheng knew, besides himself, there was only one other person in this world who possessed the genius class, Lana, the golden princess of the kingdom of Riestais. She could even be called the princess of destruction. Her princess, general, class was a transformation from genius, general. This incredibly rare and precious general class would be somewhat wasted in the hands of a golden princess, or even a human from another world. Only in the hands of a player could this class truly unleash its power. At that moment, Tang Zheng suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if a taut string had been untied. The despair he'd been feeling had faded considerably. Although he only landed a standard job, Tang Zheng suddenly felt less uncertain about the future. I've gained another piece of important information. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Contacting Faria had actually triggered the requirements for a standard job, which surprised Tang Zheng. Adding to the fact that touching weapons could also activate a job, he had already learned two important pieces of information about the player job, born with special abilities. However, Given that he only landed a standard job, and not the alchemist or pharmacist, normal contact with others shouldn't have triggered a job. Is it purely because Faria possesses both the alchemist, genius, and pharmacist, genius, traits, the dual genius traits, that the standard genius skill was accidentally triggered? Tang Zheng pondered. Chapter 5. Suppressing his excitement, Tang Zheng looked at the ability panel in the attributes panel. Ability table natural abilities. Player overall level, 1. Experience slots, 0 out of 100. Class, basic class, genius 1. Skill points 3. Passive skill, item box. Active skill, none. Having assumed the genius class, his overall level had risen from 0 to level 1. In addition, he had gained 3 more skill points. This gave Tang Zheng a sudden shock. As expected, his player with natural abilities was somewhat different from the players in Yggdrasil. In the game, players can select 3 skills from the skill table for the corresponding class each level. After reaching level 100, a typical player possesses around 300 skills. Of course, a monster like the Bone King, possessing 718 skills, is a rare sight even in the game. Furthermore, due to the special skill Dark Wisdom, theoretically, the Bone King can continuously learn new magic. Only gaining skill points, but no skill list? That's bad news. In other words, acquiring skills should be done through other means. Tang Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he pondered silently. His next thought became much clearer. Crack! Tang Zheng's teeth made a crisp sound as they made contact with the rye bread. He ate heartily, devouring most of the bread in less than half a minute. Cough! His throat was a little dry. Eating this quickly was indeed easy to choke on. Tang Zheng picked up the black water bottle Faria had just given him, tilted his head back, took a large swig, and sighed softly, a look of relief on his face. If this water bag had been given to him by someone else, Tang Zheng wouldn't drink the water inside. Stand up! Tang Zheng hung the black water bag around his waist, stood up, and walked into the street, following the flow of people towards the center of the royal capital. There were so many people around now, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to put the water bag back into his item box. Since we've met, let's see this ultimate showdown. Tang Zheng showed a hint of anticipation. The Great Tomb still had more than 4 years to go before it descended. Time was a bit tight, but it wasn't completely impossible. Sharpening the knife didn't delay the chopping of wood. Though the 2 men weren't as powerful as they would be 4 years later, they were probably at level 20 or above now. This was considered the threshold for becoming a powerful human in this world. Through their match, they could also gain some intelligence. Before obtaining the genius class, Tang Zheng had indeed been feeling rather uninspired. But now, he already had some ideas about his future career. The duel between the warrior captain and the nail clipper would be talked about with relish by many powerful individuals from various nations, even in the future. Moreover, this battle had attracted the attention of more than just the people of the kingdom of Liestais. Gazef and Brian had already been renowned as geniuses long before this match. If Tang Zheng remembered correctly, Brian also possessed the warrior genius talent. Amidst the crowd, various discussions about the match rang out from all directions. Most of them were speculations about who would ultimately emerge victorious. Such heated discussions and excitement suddenly brightened Tang Zheng's eyes. Others didn't know who would ultimately win this match, but he did. Tang Zheng felt certain there would be gambling involved in this kind of competition, one that attracted the entire kingdom. If he had placed a bet on Gazef in advance, even if the odds were lower, he should have been able to make some money. He was currently very poor, and everything from food to lodging required money. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng looked towards a young man walking past him, dressed in light leather armor and resembling an adventurer. "Hello, could I ask where the nearest gambling site is?" Tang Zheng asked, keeping his voice calm and direct. From experience gained in his previous life, Tang Zheng knew that in such a lively atmosphere, direct questions between strangers were often preferable. A polite and drawn-out approach would only annoy people. The young man in leather armor, suddenly addressed, turned his head in surprise at Tang Zheng's question. He first looked him up and down. A hint of disdain flashed in the leather-armored youth's eyes. A foreigner? Tang Zheng, now dressed in gray and black, with a dagger hanging from his left waist and a waterskin from his right, looked almost like a local. But his facial features and short black hair clearly weren't the norm in the kingdom. "Yes, I just arrived yesterday." Tang Zheng didn't show any disapproval at this somewhat superior response, continuing his quiet tone. "Oh, so it seems. There's no betting at all," the leather-armored youth said, waving his hand and raising his head slightly. "No." Tang Zheng was a little surprised. With such a grand event, and so many people flocking to the capital, setting up gambling is a sure win for the bookmakers behind the scenes. Not to mention, for those ever-greedy nobles. Of course, it's because of Princess Lana's foresight. Seeing the surprise on Tang Jing's face, the leather-armored young man boasted, his tone filled with undisguised admiration. Even if you're a foreigner, you've probably heard of Princess Lana, right? She's known as the Pearl of the Kingdom, possessing the splendor of a jewel. At the beginning of the Imperial trial, Princess Lana proposed to His Majesty the King that gambling on such a competition, which represents the nation's image, be prohibited. This dishonors the kingdom's reputation and is disrespectful to the powerful individuals participating in it. The leather-armored young man's voice grew a little excited, his arms folded across his chest. Although this proposal was refuted by some nobles, it was ultimately accepted by His Majesty the King. Princess Lana is both far-sighted and gentle in kind. Tang Jing, observing the leather-armored young man, who had caused him to become overly excited, took a step back expressionlessly, then quickly left with the crowd. He had a general idea of what was going on. Princess Lana? Tang Jing was speechless, recalling the obsession of the leather-armored youth. It seemed the Golden Princess held a high reputation among the common people. Banning gambling? Tang Jing believed that while the proposal might have been approved on paper, it couldn't be stopped behind the scenes, and some nobles would undoubtedly continue to operate. It was just that ordinary people couldn't participate. So, the plan to get rich was shattered. Gentle and kind? That's how I describe this Golden Princess, truly. Tang Jing shook his head slightly. On the surface, Princess Lana appeared gentle, kind, and innocent, always considering the country and the people, possessing a golden character. In reality, she was a monster beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even Albedo described her as a spiritually alien species. She was the woman the Blood Emperor hated the most. Even the Dragon Kingdom's queen, a centuries-old dragon princess who liked to act like a Lolita, was only second in the Blood Emperor's eyes. Chapter 6. The Royal City of Rolent. Located deep within the capital, the city was built on a hill. From afar, its walls, connected by over 20 massive circular towers, could be seen. This separation from the capital's inhabitants, coupled with the hill's height, gave the city a prestige that transcended all others. To the west of the hill below where the city stood a massive arena. The annual Imperial trial took place in this arena. Such competitions were not merely grand events, they were also a way for the Kingdom of Liestage to demonstrate its military might to outsiders. Clatter! Clatter! Following the noisy crowd, Tang Jing, somewhat reluctantly, entered the arena and took a seat at the outermost edge. He gazed at the massive arena in the center. From his vantage point, he could only see the figures on the stage. Just this spot cost him 5 silver coins. What a lucrative business! Tang Jing glanced at the densely packed seats around him, and sighed inwardly. Being a witness to a historical event certainly satisfies a certain curiosity. But if he had known the price was so high, he wouldn't have come. After all, he already knew the outcome. Tang Jing thought with some resignation. The warrior captain and the nail clipper hadn't appeared yet, but several figures were visible on the stage below, seemingly conducting inspections. And directly north of the stage was the only tower-like stand in the entire arena that rose significantly higher than the others. It was obvious. That was probably a viewing stand reserved for the kingdom's nobles and royal family. Compared to the bustling atmosphere in other areas, the round tower's stand was eerily quiet. This situation gradually spread to other areas, like a bucket of cold water poured on the heated atmosphere. Even the surrounding chatter gradually faded. Tang Jing tugged at the collar of his linen shirt, shrugged his shoulders with boredom, and observed the scene calmly. Others might not understand the reason for this slightly eerie atmosphere, but he knew something. On the surface, this level of competition was intended to recruit powerful warriors for the nation and to showcase its strength. But in reality, from the very beginning, the Imperial trial was a stage for the nobles to show off their subordinates and demonstrate their own martial prowess. All the civilian participants were merely stepping stones for these nobles. This involves the kingdom's own aristocratic system. Except for the eldest son, the second sons of the nobles could not inherit the title. This gave rise to another title within the aristocratic system, Knight. This title came without fiefdom, and was limited to the noble generation, yet it was still a goal that the second sons of the nobility scrambled to obtain. This was not only for the noble status, but also because once a knight title was obtained, the royal family would pay a high salary, meaning there was virtually no need to worry about living expenses. Of course, this was also a royal strategy, allowing the descendants of these nobles to form a new generation of king-loving people. The Imperial trial came into being for this very reason, a legitimate strategy. Therefore, outstanding noble sons, who distinguished themselves in the competition would be awarded the title of knight. However, starting a few years ago, participating nobles or their subordinates were gradually defeated by commoner adventurers, causing dissatisfaction among the nobles. And now, Gazef and Brain had appeared, sweeping the place with overwhelming force. The Imperial trial had become a stage for a duel between two commoners. Heh. Tang Jing smiled. He could fully imagine the faces of the nobles at this moment. After Gazef's victory, he should have received the title of knight, but the position of warrior captain was redesignated. This was the context for this. The reason this duel was known among the commoners as a legendary battle was because the Imperial trial was cancelled after this competition. Clearly, no noble wanted another warrior captain to emerge. However, this had nothing to do with Tang Jing. Compared to the future Great Tomb, these matters were ultimately mere trifles. No matter how disgruntled the nobles were, this competition could neither be stopped nor halted. About 10 minutes passed. Tang Jing's expression straightened, his gaze becoming serious as he looked at the future warrior leader and the nail clipper, who were simultaneously approaching the ring. After they stepped onto the stage, they shook hands and seemed to exchange some words. However, from the audience seat where Tang Jing was currently seated, he could only clearly see the two figures. Naturally, he could not hear their conversation. Soon, the two separated again, turning to put some distance between them before standing face to face. At this moment, the entire audience's noisy voices died down, and everyone's gazes were fixed on the two men on the ring, fearing to disrupt their clash. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost instantly, Gazef and Brain moved simultaneously. Though they were separated by approximately 20 meters, a mere brief charge had them colliding. Dang! 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 The two sword-shaped weapons collided instantly, sending out a fierce burst of sparks. So fast! Tang Jing's eyes were filled with astonishment. He could barely make out the two figures. The swords they wielded were especially indistinct. All he could see were the sparks that continuously formed around them. Tang Jing tilted his head back. They were simply not the same creatures as ordinary people. The ferocity displayed in their collision was something you couldn't even imagine watching anime. Witnessing this level of combat firsthand, Tang Jing truly grasped the unbridgeable gap between ordinary people and these powerful warriors. And they were only around level 20. For some reason, Tang Jing suddenly felt a glimpse of the despair Nail Clipper had felt when facing Shoutier. The nickname Nail Clipper wasn't meant to be derogatory. Whoosh! On the ring, a flash of light blue light suddenly flashed across Brian's body. The next moment, Brian appeared behind Gazef as if teleporting. But? Gazef seemed to have anticipated this, rolling over and regaining distance. Is this a martial art? Tang Ning's eyes widened. Martial arts are unique to this other world, not found in the game Yggdrasil. They can be thought of as warrior magic. Using them requires something called concentration, which simply means mental focus. The more you use a martial art, the more fatigue your brain experiences. It's a statistic that doesn't exist in the game, but it's more realistic. Whether in anime or in the bunko novels, the power displayed by martial arts is actually quite impressive. It's just that the human level limit makes them appear less powerful. Suddenly, buzz! Tang Jing's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. I discovered that the skill flow acceleration requires a basic warrior class, which I currently don't meet. The genius class has been activated. The transformation has been successful, and the learning requirements are met. Do I need to spend one skill point to learn it? Tang Jing saw the information on the attribute panel, his eyes filled with surprise and enlightenment, and he muttered to himself, so this is how skill points are used. Chapter 7. On the ring. The battle between Gazef and Brain intensified, and flashes of light constantly appeared on both of them, as their martial arts skills activated. At the same time, information on Tang Jing's attribute panel also continued to appear. Discovered skill weakness perception requires a basic warrior class, but the current requirements are not met. Genius class activated, conversion has been successful, and the learning requirements are met. Do you want to spend one skill point to learn it? Discovered skill instant reflection requires a basic warrior class, but the current requirements are not met. Genius class activated, conversion has been successful, and the learning requirements are met. Do you want to spend one skill point to learn it? Discovered skill ability upgrade requires a basic warrior class, but the current requirements are not met. Genius class activated, conversion has been successful, and the learning requirements are met. Do you want to spend one skill point to learn it? Bang! Bang! The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the venue. Amazing. So strong, no wonder they easily defeated all those opponents. To be able to fight the genius swordsman brain like this, that guy named Gazef is so strong. Hey, I can't even see the fight between those two anymore. The previously quiet stands became completely heated with the spectacular attack and defense of Gazef and the other two. Tang Zheng was also somewhat excited, but he wasn't watching the arena, but the information appearing on the attribute panel. Learning skills by watching others use skills, and then spending skill points is truly unexpected. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. He had originally assumed that, like the people from another world, he would need to learn skills through self-study. At this moment, what truly excited Tang Zheng was the general class genius. It was just as he expected, and even more outstanding than he initially suspected. Looking at the information on the attribute panel, Tang Zheng considered which skills to acquire, considering he only had 3 skill points. Suddenly, Tang Zheng noticed a note on the attribute panel. The skill Quick Slash has been discovered. It requires the intermediate class Sword Master. The current requirements are not met. You already have the prerequisite class Genius Warrior. Do you want to spend 3 skill points to learn it? Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing this message. Intermediate class Sword Master? Tang Zheng subconsciously glanced at the arena. This skill seemed to come from Brian, who was gaining the upper hand. If he remembered correctly, Brian had 3 classes: Warrior, Basic, Sword Expert, Intermediate, and Sword Master, Intermediate. This information on the attribute panel must have been provided by Brian. Tang Zheng wasn't pondering the intermediate class Sword Master right now. Instead, he remembered something else he had overlooked. In the game Yggdrasil, players must first acquire the relevant class before learning its skills. In the other world, the situation is exactly the opposite. In this world, people must first learn the skills of a class before acquiring the relevant class, meaning there are no prerequisites. For example, the high-level class Ninja, which requires level 60 or above in the game, has no level requirement in the other world. As long as one learns the skills of the Ninja class, they can obtain that class. This is the case with the Ninja Sisters of the Adamantium rank adventurer Blue Rose. If he now learns the skill Quick Slash, could he indirectly obtain the intermediate class Sword Saint? If successful, Tang Zheng would then have learned another method for obtaining a class. Furthermore, compared to simply touching the equipment and weapons of different classes, obtaining a class by acquiring skills is far more advantageous and accurate. This is especially true when it comes to building a class. Intermediate classes are fine, but obtaining high-level classes suddenly becomes much easier. As for special classes? The thought flashed through Tang Ding's mind, and he shook his head slightly. Forget special classes. Among those in the other world, mastering high-level classes is probably rare. While special classes are also considered high-level classes, they are completely different from high-level, intermediate, and basic classes. In Yggdrasil, they require prerequisites to be met before they can be obtained. There's practically no way to cheat at this. In the game, all level 100 players might be able to obtain multiple high-level classes, but most can only obtain one special class. This shows how demanding the requirements are. Oh! Go for it, Brian. The cheers intensified again, bringing Tang Zheng back to his senses. He glanced down at the arena below. Unconsciously, under Brian's relentless onslaught, Gazef was already losing ground. It looked like Brian was about to win. Tang Zheng's breath caught, his gaze fixed on the ring. He also wanted to see if the outcome of this match would be the same as he remembered. Amidst this high-frequency fighting, Gazef's retreating steps seemed unsteady, and he suddenly stumbled. Just then, Brian took a quick step forward, as if intending to end the fight in that instant. However, the next moment, Brian's body suddenly froze, and he flew backward uncontrollably, collapsing on the ring. The excited cheers from the crowd suddenly stopped. Whatever happened in that brief moment, Tang Zheng couldn't see clearly with his current strength, and there were certainly few people in the audience who could actually see the whole process. However, Tang Zheng's gaze flickered to the attribute panel. He discovered that the skill for light slashes required a warrior class, which he didn't currently meet. The genius class had been activated, and the transformation had been successful, meeting the learning requirements. Should he spend 1 skill point to learn it? Tang Zheng's gaze softened. It seemed exactly as he knew the history. In the Imperial trial competition, Gazef achieved victory with his newly developed skill for light slashes. Wow! Bang bang bang. After a brief silence, the entire venue was filled with enthusiastic cheers and applause. Gazef! Calls echoed through the air. Tang Zheng glanced at the flustered figures around him, their faces flushed with emotion. He exhaled slightly, glanced at the stat panel, and thought to himself, learn the skill quick slash. He wanted to see if he could indirectly acquire a class through class skills. Also, because the standard genius class didn't provide attribute bonuses, he currently needed to acquire a combat type class. With the genius ability, which allowed him to switch to a basic class, he could still achieve the margin of error of a mid-level class. Chapter 8. Learn quick slash for 3 skill points. Successfully acquired the intermediate class Sword Saint. Tang Zheng looked at the information on the attribute panel, a hint of surprise and understanding crossing his face. Sure enough, the job acquisition method in this other world is different from the game one, and I can do it too. But? Tang Zheng lowered his head, his eyes flickering. Directly acquire a class, without a whether to acquire option? The current conditions for acquiring combat classes can be categorized into 2 methods. 1. Touch the weapon or equipment of the relevant class to acquire that class. Advantages. Basic classes are relatively easy to acquire. Disadvantages. Mid and high-level classes are relatively difficult to acquire. 2. Indirectly acquire the relevant class by spending skill points to acquire a skill. Advantages. Wide range of options. As long as you have a target and skill points, you can acquire a class by having the opponent use a skill. Disadvantages. The class is automatically acquired after learning a skill, with no option to decline, so caution is advised. Tang Zheng pondered the pros and cons of the 2 job requirements. Compared to the second, possessing the common genius class made the first one less useful. He looked back at his stat panel. After acquiring Sword Saint, his overall level had risen to level 2, and he had gained 3 more skill points. With such a rapid leveling rate, it's no wonder some players in the game have already mastered 100 classes. Tang Zheng sighed softly. The mere fact that he could level up by mastering different classes gave Tang Zheng, a usually steady character, a fleeting thought. The 3 skill points gained per level increase remain unchanged. Look at it this way. Theoretically, I can earn a maximum of 300 skill points. If I lose a level after death, and then level up again, can I earn the same skill points? This thought suddenly flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. This wouldn't work in the game Overlord, but in this other world, Tang Zheng wondered if there was a bug. He shook his head. For the moment, he suppressed this thought. It wasn't something he should be considering right now. While the information on the panel lasted, Tang Zheng used 2 more skill points, learning Instant Reflection and 4 Light Slash respectively. He planned to save the remaining skill point for a rainy day. At this moment, his attribute panel had undergone a completely new transformation. Attributes Player, Tang Zheng. Justice, 0 Neutral HP, 23, 1.7%, MP, 13, 1%, Physical Attack, 23, 1.7%, Physical Defense, 13, 1%, Agility, 23, 1.7%, Magic Attack, 13, 1%, Magic Defense, 13, 1%, Combined Resistance, 0, 0%, Speciality, 0, 0%, Total, 9.1%. Ability Innate Abilities, Player Combined Level, 2. Experience, 0 out of 100. Class, Basic Class, Genius First Level, Warrior, Intermediate Class, Sword Master First Level. Skill Points, 1. Passive Skills, Item Box, /damage, 1%, Active Skills, Warrior, Instant Reflection, for Light Slash, Rapid Slash. Tang Zheng quickly glanced at the information on the attribute panel. Class, Sword Master. Level, Intermediate. Description, using slashing weapons such as knives, swords, axes, and claws increases slashing damage by 1% per level, up to a maximum of 10%. Note, each level increases the 3 attributes, HP, Physical Attack, and Agility, by 10 points. Skill, Instant Reflection. Cost, none. Description, after attacking, the body is forced back to the previous attacking stance. Skill, 4 Light Slash. Cost, none. Description, perform 4 simultaneous slashing attacks, with a chance of distributing the attack power and reducing the chance of success. Skill, Quick Slash. Cost, none. Description, Class Skill. A quick forward slash, dealing 110% physical damage, 10's cooldown. Only increases HP, Physical Attack, and Agility. Different classes, as expected, have different stat increases. Furthermore, mid-level classes only provide a 10-point bonus, and basic classes are likely to have even less. Thank goodness, there's a genius who eliminates the need for basic classes. But mid-level classes actually provide a passive? Tang Zheng looked at the added passive effect under passive skills. Up to 10% damage. How can I describe this passive, SOSO? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. The most surprising thing is the skills. The difference between otherworldly martial arts and class skills is so stark. Quick Slash has a clear damage and cooldown. Instant Reflection and Light Slash don't have this information, only basic descriptions. No wonder Bone King is so focused on martial arts. They're completely different from the warrior skills in the game Overlord. Tang Zheng pondered this somewhat. In the game Yggdrasil, warrior skills differ slightly from the magic system. Most spells cast by magic casters have no cooldown, requiring only mana, hence the saying MP is the true lifeline of a magic caster. Of course, high-level spells and skills also have cooldowns and requirements. Warrior skills don't require mana, so they have cooldowns. Some special skills even require a certain amount of MP or other restrictions. Martial arts in the other world consume concentration, but Tang Zheng's stat panel doesn't display this stat. He probably need to research this. Clatter? Clatter? Everyone in the audience suddenly stood up, the sudden movement startling Tang Zheng. Then, Tang Zheng sensed that several figures in the audience seats beside him were looking at him in surprise, still seated in their chairs. Ahem. Tang Zheng coughed lightly, his expressionless face as he stood up with the others. Although he didn't fully grasp the situation, he felt it was always a good idea to do the same thing as everyone else. Perhaps due to the suddenness of his rise, Tang Zheng's body involuntarily leaned forward, falling forward. Tang Zheng quickly reached out to grasp the shoulder of the spectator in front of him, only then did he regain his balance. Sitting in front of Tang Zheng was a middle-aged man with brown hair and a full beard, giving him a menacing look. The sudden tap on his shoulder, especially the forceful one, gave him the impression of being intentional. "What's up, kid?" The brown-haired man looked displeased, clenching his fists and turning to look at Tang Zheng. I was a little careless just now." Tang Zheng's face etched with apology, and he withdrew his hand. "Humph." The brown-haired man glared at Tang Zheng fiercely, as if he wanted to remember his appearance and looked like he was going to cause trouble later. Tang Zheng's brows furrowed slightly. In his current situation, he adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile, and naturally didn't want to be approached by anyone. The reason he had been a little unsteady just now was that Tang Zheng had discovered that his strength had increased significantly, which was a bit uncomfortable. But it was only for a moment. Tang Zheng clenched his fists lightly, feeling the stronger power. The increase in basic stats is fully reflected in my body. It's a sudden increase, but it feels like I've been training for a long time. He raised his head. Tang Zheng's gaze passed over the crowd and looked at the arena below. While he was checking the attribute panel, Gazef and Brain had already left the arena. Everyone stood up because the nobles and royals in the original tower stands had left first, and ordinary people naturally had to show respect. After understanding the reason, Tang Zheng simply stood with the others. Now was not the time to stand out. At least these nobles weren't giving speeches. Tang Zheng glanced at the round tower stands again, feeling a little disappointed. I had thought I'd see the Golden Princess, but the round tower stands obscured my view, making it impossible to see anything. Standing there for a full half hour. Tang Zheng's mouth twitched slightly, and he took a deep breath. The privileged class was truly annoying. As the nobles left in sequence, the solemn meeting room erupted in activity again. Most of the discussion was about the outcome of the battle between the warrior captain and the nail clipper, and even more was envy. After all, regardless of victory or loss, both had been invited into the palace by the king. At that moment, the brown-haired man spun around with a clenched fist and a snarling grin, ready to give the black-haired boy behind him a good beating. However, the area behind him was already empty. "You're running so fast! Don't let me catch you!" The brown-haired man was startled and couldn't help but curse. Chapter 9. Tang Zheng wasn't about to wait around foolishly. Sitting in the outermost area of the arena, he didn't know how long he'd have to wait until his turn to leave. Even so, leaving the vast, ancient arena still took about 20 minutes. The just concluded duel between Gazef and Brain had truly been an eye-opener for the spectators. Even now, the excitement of the discussion hadn't diminished in the slightest, but instead grew even more heated as people left the arena. Tang Zheng had thought he could breathe a sigh of relief after leaving the crowded arena, but upon exiting, he discovered that even more people had gathered outside. Clearly, these were the people who couldn't afford to enter the arena, but were equally eager to see the outcome. Both Gazef and Brain had enormous supporters. After all, this was the first time since the establishment of the Imperial trial that no nobles, only two commoners, had participated in the final battle. This might have been a humiliating battle in the eyes of the nobles, but in the eyes of the common people, it was quite the opposite. Look! It's Crimson Dewdrops! Suddenly, exclamations echoed from the crowd. The next moment, the relatively spacious area around Tangjung suddenly became crowded, and everyone voluntarily made way for a group of people to make a wide path. Crimson Dewdrops? Tangjung raised his eyebrows slightly, looking up at the figure walking in front of him on the path cleared by the crowd. A figure with semi-long light blonde hair, a striking streak of red on her forehead, was the first to come into view. The man wore a black jacket, a red shirt underneath, a casual outfit resembling aristocratic formal attire, and silver-black trousers. He exuded an aristocratic elegance and composure, occasionally waving to the people on either side, immediately drawing a wave of cheers from the women. He seemed quite conspicuous. Aziz Iandala. The name surfaced in Tangjung's mind, and a serious look darkened his eyes. He was the captain of the Vermilion Dewdrops, one of the only two almighty steel-rank adventurer teams in the Kingdom of Liestage. He was also a nobleman of the kingdom, holding the title of knight. Tangjung looked at the four figures behind Aziz Iandala. They were likely members of the Vermilion Dewdrops. A middle-aged man in silver armor had a cold expression on his face, carrying a large, broad sword on his back. The other man was dressed as a magician, wearing a light blue robe. His staff was not visible, and his entire figure was obscured by the robes, revealing only that he was also a man. The other two were also men. One carried a longbow with a faint gray glow, while the other was shorter in stature. Both his appearance and attire were very ordinary, and it was impossible to tell what their profession was. Compared to the others, they were quite insignificant. However, common sense dictated that the more such individuals were, the more dangerous they were. Tangjung suspected they were likely thieves, but he wasn't sure if these individuals were the entire team. Scarlet Dewdrops, in both the anime and the novel, were a rather mysterious team. Aside from their captain, Aziz Iandala, the remaining members had never appeared before. Unexpectedly, I see a member of the other team here. Tangjung was more concerned about the captain, Aziz Iandora, than the others. While he didn't know the other team members' power levels, he could guess that none of them had reached the hero realm, meaning level 29 or above. The only real danger was Aziz Iandora. He wasn't very strong. To be more precise, he was the weakest of the entire team, yet he was the true core of the entire Scarlet Dewdrop. Because this team existed because of him. This wasn't due to his noble status. It was because Aziz Iandora possessed a set of power armor around level 51. It was also because of this armor that Aziz Iandora, despite his modest strength, was forcibly elevated to the top tier of human combat power. Power armor was something that could never be created by humans in this world. It must have been a legacy of players. I just don't know if it's the legacy of the 6 great gods, the 8 Desire Kings, or the captain of the 13 heroes. Tangjung's eyelids drooped, thinking silently. Perhaps only Aziz Iandora knows the truth about this matter. Besides Aziz Iandora, the only other person to possess a power Kai is the Platinum Dragon King. He possesses a set of power Kai around level 85, and according to the Bunko novel, he seems to have more than one. The Platinum Dragon King possesses more than just this little player legacy. There are also several other true Dragon Kings, all of whom are aware of the existence of players and the Yggdrasil game. In short, this world is a murky place. If it weren't for the immense power of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, it's very possible they would have suffered several serious setbacks. The player, the leader of the 13 heroes, clearly named Riku, was utterly annihilated. Not only did the Platinum Dragon King completely extract all information about the player and Yggdrasil, but he even claimed that the captain of the 13 heroes, traumatized by the accidental killing of a companion, died young and refused to be resurrected. People in the other world would believe this. But Tangjung, a time traveler, knew all too well the character of players. Refusing to be resurrected? That was a joke. The Platinum Dragon King was clearly lying, a complete scoundrel. Scarlet Dewdrop passed through the path cleared by the crowd, followed closely by several teams of adventurers, causing another round of exclamations from the crowd. Tangjung had expected to encounter another adamantium-level adventurer team, the Blue Rose, but that wasn't the case. Tangjung didn't recognize any of the adventurer teams that appeared, but judging by their popularity, they were likely to be Orichalcum or Mithril-level teams. Clearly, the duel between Gazef and Brain had attracted quite a few powerful experts. It's time to leave. The next step is leveling up and building my class. Tangjung retracted his gaze, thinking silently as he turned to leave. As Tangjung turned around, he caught sight of the last adventurer team. There were only 4 of them, but they were quite impressive. 2 men and 2 women. The 2 women walking in front caught the most attention. One was dressed in full armor, with long black hair, blue eyes, and a cold, striking expression. The other had long pink hair and wore a priest's garb. Though their attire was supposed to be sacred, their lower bodies were split open at the sides like a cheongsam, revealing black boots and thighs clad in stockings. The appearance of these 2 instantly captured the attention of most of the men present. He recognized this adventurer group. If I remember correctly, it's called the 4 Weapons. I almost didn't recognize them. Tangjung recalled, then couldn't help but glance at the pink-haired priest. His eye twitched, especially at her attire. The clothing in this world is indeed a bit confusing. But it's definitely related to the 6 great gods, or the 8 desire kings. At least the player's influence on this world, when it comes to clothing, is significant. The thought flashed through Tangjung's mind. This adventurer team will be a Mithra-level team in the future, but it seems they aren't yet. Long black hair. No wonder I didn't recognize her at first. Tangjung looked at the dark-haired woman in full armor, with a stern expression. In the future. The other person's hair is white, not for any special reason, but deliberately dyed. If you look closely, you can see a faint golden hue at the roots beneath the black hair. Yes, she is actually blonde. The Riestai's kingdom is primarily blonde. They dye their hair black, because it attracts more attention and increases the visibility of the adventurer team. The future dyeing of her hair white is related to the Bone King. To gather intelligence, the Bone King created a jet black team. After becoming an adamantium-level adventurer team, the 4 weapons were used, partly to avoid taboos and partly because people would associate the word jet black with the Bone King's team. So, the other person dyed their hair white again. Tangjung doubted whether their claim to a Mithra-ranked adventurer team was entirely due to some ambiguity. However, since they were able to battle a Death Knight in the future, they should still be quite capable among adventurers. In short, neither the pink-haired one nor the blonde one who liked to dye their hair were serious individuals. As for the other 2 male members, I had no impression of them at all. Chapter 10. Just then. Koya! A woman's panicked cry echoed from the crowd. The appearance of these adventurer teams had caused a significant crowd to gather on either side, and a young boy, seemingly only 5 or 6 years old, was squeezed out of the crowd. He suddenly stood in front of the 4 weapons adventurer team. The boy lost his balance and fell to the ground, his arm smacking the ground, breaking the skin and bleeding. Wow! The pain in his arm, coupled with the panic of being squeezed out of the crowd, and without his mother, caused the boy to burst into tears. A sudden change had occurred. The eyes of the stern-faced, black-haired Captain Sukuma, who was walking in the front, lit up. This was a great opportunity. For most adventurer teams, raising their visibility was a crucial issue. Lilynet. Captain Sukuma turned away, his expression calm, ready to ask the pink-haired Lilynet for help. But, before she could even speak, Lilynet had already taken the lead, swiftly stepping forward. The long skirts of her pristine white clergy vestments slid at the sides, swung with her long strides. Her fair thighs, tightly wrapped in large grid fishnet stockings, were exposed to the crowd. A gulping sound echoed through the crowd. Little brother, it's okay. I take a look at you. Lilynet crouched down with a gentle smile, raised her hand, and pointed it at the boy's bruised arm. Heal this minor injury. A soft white light emanated from Lilynet's palm, and within its enveloping glow, the wound on the boy's arm healed in the blink of an eye. Noticing the pain subside, the little boy finally stopped crying. Tears welled up at the sides of his eyes, as he looked up at Lilynet, who was smiling at him. Thank you, sister. The little boy began softly, but before he could finish his words, he shrank back, a look of fear on his face. He didn't know why. Even though his sister was smiling at him, the little boy found that smile somewhat frightening. Crack! Crack! The soft clinking of armor rang out. Captain Sukuma, clad in full armor, approached, bent down, and looked at the little boy. To the surrounding crowd, he appeared to be checking the boy's injuries. But in reality, Captain Sukuma was whispering to Lilynet in a venomous tone, "You pervert, take away that murderous look in your eyes. I don't want this newly reputable team to be stigmatized as a Shotokan because of you." Hearing the captain's warning, Lilynet extended her rosy tongue to lick the glistening saliva escaping from the corner of her mouth. Then, somewhat disappointedly, she whispered, "Unripe fruit is what makes you salivate." The little boy shrank back again. He couldn't understand the conversation between the 2 beautiful women, but it only made them seem even more terrifying. Standing in the back, The other two male members of the four weapons exchanged glances and sighed in unison. In the crowd, a middle-aged woman hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, her face nervous, and hurried over. Upon seeing the boy's condition, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged woman bowed and spoke nervously, her face filled with gratitude. The adventurer team wasn't exactly well received among the nobility, but it still enjoyed considerable fame and prestige among the common people. Sukuma and Lilinet also stood up at this point, their faces regaining their previous expressions, and waved their hands righteously, saying, "You're welcome." Tang Jing's attention was no longer on this little farce. When Lilinet cast her healing spell, her stat panel naturally registered a change. The skill Heal Light Wounds, level 1, was discovered. It requires a basic priest class, level 1 to 7. The current requirements are not met. The Genius class has been activated. The transformation has been successful. The learning requirements are met. Do you want to spend 1 skill point to learn it? Priestess? Tang Zheng looked at the notification on the stat panel, a little surprised, but his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. He had no intention of continuing to watch the show. Tang Zheng turned and quickly left the place. He planned to find a quiet place to refresh himself. It was now noon. The sun was scorching. According to Tang Zheng's previous inquiries, it should be around May, yet the temperature was already similar to June or July in his previous life. The great underground tomb of Nazarick should arrive in the other world around mid-July 4 years from now, so Tang Zheng still had a little over 4 years. Time was certainly tight. But Tang Zheng knew better than to rush into class build selection. The arena was located near the royal city, beneath the hills, so the surrounding area was densely covered with vegetation, separating it from the densely populated civilian areas outside the royal city. From above, it looked like a green barrier. Tang Zheng found a shady spot and sat down, bringing up his stats panel. Ability chart: innate ability, player combined level 2. Experience gauge 0 out of 100. Class: basic class, Genius LV1, warrior, priestess/priest, intermediate class, swordmaster LV1. Skill points 0. Passive skill, item box, increase/attack 1%, active skill, warrior. Instant reflection, for light/rapid/. Magic: Heal Light Wounds, level 1, skill Heal Light Wounds. Cost: 5 MP. Description: consumes mana to treat injuries, restoring 10 HP. Since Tang Zheng mastered the Heal Light Wounds spell, the general class Genius now has 2 new basic classes that can be transformed into priestess/priest. At this moment, Tang Zheng was truly surprised and concerned about the basic spellcasting class priestess. The name of the class made it clear. This is a profession exclusively for women. In the game Overlord, there are subtle differences between the priestess and priest classes. Simply put, the priestess class is more inclined towards magic, while the high priestess class above it offers a certain bonus in healing. Of course, that's not what Tang Zheng was concerned about. The fact that a genius could even transform into a profession only available to women was somewhat beyond Tang Zheng's expectations. The emergence of this female class, does it mean that he now has an additional female character buff, allowing him to take on professions only available to female characters? Because this involves a special class. From the anime and the Bunko novel, the only special classes Tang Zheng knew of were Bone King's Eclipse, Cocytus's Ashura, Shalter's Valkyrie, Mare's Apostle of Disaster, Demiurge's Origin of Evil, Victim's Martyr. Albedo also has a special class, though neither the anime nor the Bunko novels detail its name. Tang Zheng only knew that Albedo's special class allowed her to transfer death onto her armor, and that this transfer could be done 3 times, if combined with a resurrection item. Theoretically, to kill Albedo, one would need to kill her 4 times. Of course, in addition to these special classes, there are also World Champion, World Disaster, and other special classes, which Tang Zheng didn't need to consider at the moment. In the game Overlord, there are obviously more than just these special classes, but in this other world, Tang Zheng didn't even have the resources to explore them. Therefore, when choosing a special class, one can only select from these few. Of these 6 special classes, Tang Zheng first ruled out Eclipse, Origin of Evil, and Martyr. Eclipse, as the special class possessed by the Bone King, has very clear requirements for employment. One only needs to learn all the classes in the Necromancer system and reach level 95 to obtain it. It is a special class that can only be obtained by an extreme class structure. Precisely because of his clear understanding of its class structure, Tang Zheng immediately ruled it out. Given the same class structure, Tang Zheng did not believe he would be a match for the Bone King. What's more, he was alone, while the Bone King had the assistance of several level 100 class guardians. Such an extreme class structure would be too easy to be targeted. Origin of Evil, needless to say, was clearly a special class that could only be employed by the demon race. The Martyr class is similar, a special class available only to the angel race. The remaining Azura, Valkyrie, and Apostle of Disaster don't have such stringent requirements. Chapter 11. Azura, Valkyrie, Disaster Apostle. Of these three special classes, Taming initially set his sights on Disaster Apostle. Mare is a dark elf, a subspecies of human, so he has no racial classes, consisting entirely of level 100 classes. This also means that this special class has no racial prerequisites. Taming has learned quite a bit about Mare's classes. Combined with the margin of error provided by the Genius class, perhaps by wasting one or two mid-level classes, he could deduce the special class Disaster Apostle. The other two. Azura is the special class mastered by Cocytus. Taming has specifically researched these special classes. Based on the limited information on Cocytus's attribute chart, the Azura class doesn't seem to have a clear connection to the other class's structure. He suspects this special class was acquired through some special item. And Valkyrie. In the anime and the novels, there are currently two people who hold this class, Shaltir and Zetsus. Both of them are women. Taming had to speculate that this was a special class available only to women. Clearing this information, Taming could only focus on the Disaster Apostle. However, now that the priestess has appeared, it's very possible that he gain a female character buff. So, he might be able to take on the special class of Valkyrie. Shaltir's Valkyrie class structure is much clearer than Mare's Disaster Apostle. Taming took a deep breath, recalling the information about Shaltir in his mind, and raised his finger to sketch on the ground. Besides Bone King, these two characters appear the most frequently in both the anime and the novel, so naturally, they reveal the most information. Shaltir's level structure is race level 20 plus class level 80 equals overall level 100. The classes revealed on her attribute chart are Valkyrie/Lance 5, Cursed Knight 5, and Priest 10. In addition to these three classes, the novel also reveals two others, Bloodthirster and Cursed Mage. Taming is absolutely certain that these two classes are high level. The reason for this certainty is that the Bloodthirster possesses a unique skill called Blood Pool, which is demonstrated in Shaltir's battle with Bone King. As for the Cursed Mage, the novel mentions a negative effect, causing Shaltir to go berserk upon contact with blood. In the anime, Shaltir's sudden madness after attacking the humans after their first encounter with the nail clippers is due to this class. The anime doesn't specifically mention this. In the game Overlord, classes with negative effects are typically powerful, high-level classes, using them to impose certain limitations. So, Valkyrie/Lance 5 LV, Cursed Knight 5 LV, Priest 10 LV, Bloodthirster 5 LV, Cursed Mage 5 LV. This is all the classes Taming has learned about Shaltir, totaling 25 levels, with a 55th level still available. It seems there's still relatively little information, and it seems a clear deduction is still impossible. But? I'm a science student, Taming grinned, his entire body swirling in a state of excitement, as if he returned to playing puzzle games in his past life. He quickly reached out and circled the two classes written on the ground. First, let's put the special class Valkyrie aside. Priest is a basic class and doesn't require much attention. Next, Taming didn't know much about Bloodthirster, so he could put that aside for now. Then the remaining two high-level classes should have their own prerequisite classes. Using mathematical problem-solving techniques, factoring in the unknown can forcefully derive the known. Basic Warrior, Unknown, LV 15, Intermediate Warrior, Unknown, LV 10, Cursed Knight LV 5 equals 30 LV. Basic Spellcaster, Unknown, LV 15, Intermediate Spellcaster, Unknown, LV 10, Cursed Mage LV 5 equals 30 LV. So, a combined 60 LV, Valkyrie/Lance LV 5, Bloodthirster LV 5, and Priest LV 10 equals 80 LV. That's exactly class level 80. Shaltir's information suddenly became completely clear. The high-level class Bloodthirster is a high-level class unique to the vampire race. And among these classes, the only one that stands out is the basic Priest. Another character who possesses the Valkyrie is Juacy Jueming of the Theocracy. Among the currently known powerful characters, Juacy Jueming is the only one with a completely clear class build: Warrior, level 10. Berserker, level 10. Advanced Warrior, level 10. Low-level Valkyrie/All-Arounder, Level 5. Weapon Expert, Level 7. Rogue, Level 1. Assassin, Level 5. Executioner, Level 10. Priest, Level 10. High Priest, Level 10. Inquisitor, Level 10. There are 11 classes, with a combined level of 88. Judging solely by level, Juesi Jueming has reached the top tier of the Otherworld, but his class build is incredibly chaotic. With a class build comprised of 3 major classes, Warrior, Rogue, and Faith Magic Chanter, Juesi Jueming's overall strength is actually far below that of other players of this level. Juesi Jueming's special class, low-level Valkyrie, can be considered a degraded version of the true Valkyrie. This occurs because Juesi Jueming doesn't meet the true prerequisites for Valkyrie, resulting in the incompleteness unique to this Otherworld. For example, high-level classes like Ninja, which require reaching level 60 or higher, can be acquired by those in the Otherworld simply by learning the skills. However, special classes are different. These classes have extremely strict prerequisites. Tang Zheng speculated that Juesi Jueming indirectly acquired this class through his innate abilities, but due to the strict prerequisites for special classes, Juesi Jueming could only obtain the degraded version. The only class Shaltir and Zetsujiming shared was Priest. As the Theocracy's ace, it was natural for Zetsujiming to hold the Priest class, but Shaltir was an undead. Even though she was an undead vampire, she possessed the incongruous holy class of Priest, and she hadn't even upgraded it to the maximum level. The only possibility for this was to fulfill a certain condition. Tang Zheng's eyes gleamed, a hint of excitement on his face. He pressed his palm heavily to the ground. I've got you, Valkyrie. The game Yggdrasil is actually based on Norse mythology. In the early days of mythology, the concept of Valkyrie didn't exist. Instead, it was called Valkyrie, meaning a glutton for corpses, in short, a symbol of evil. Later, the term evolved into women who select the dead in battle, becoming sacred, and the legendary Hall of Valor is somewhat related to the Valkyrie. Let's put that aside for now. The requirements for becoming a Valkyrie are likely female, a basic class of priest, and a high-level class of cursed knight. The reason it's a cursed knight, not a cursed mage, is because the Valkyrie is a warrior specialized class, not a spellcaster specialized class. Huh? Tang Zheng dusted his hands, exhaled heavily, and lifted his foot to wipe away the seemingly chaotic Chinese characters on the ground. Although no one in this world can read Chinese characters, it's always better to be cautious. According to the game settings, obtaining the high-level Cursed Knight class requires not only reaching level 60 or above, but also meeting the prerequisite class requirements. However, according to the job requirements in the Otherworld, it's possible to directly obtain a high-level class by first learning the skills. Tang Zheng supported his knees with his hands, then stood up, dusted off his butt, and muttered to himself with a smile, if my memory serves me correctly, there's someone in the Bahar's Empire who possesses the Cursed Knight class. Knowing the requirements for a special class, while still not completely certain, at least there's a chance to try. Tang Zheng felt a slight sense of relief. The person in the Bahar's Empire wouldn't disappear. So, the first thing to do is level up, then travel to the Bahar's Empire, and obtain the high-level Cursed Knight class. With a clear goal in mind, Tang Zheng no longer hesitated and headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 12. For a player, the most important thing is to kill monsters and level up. But that's just playing games. In this real Otherworld, especially when one's level is very low and weak, safety is the most important thing for Tang Zheng. The Imperial trial has concluded, and the people, adventurers, and others attracted by the battle will begin to leave one after another. Tang Zheng has no status in the royal capital. It was only because of the battle between Gazef and the other man that he hadn't been checked. Once the royal capital returns to its normal state, an outsider like him will easily attract attention. Furthermore, there are no suitable places in the royal capital to kill monsters and level up. For his next plan, Tang Zheng intends to travel to the border city of E-Rantel, on the border of the kingdom of Riestais. However, he knows very little about the other world itself. Tang Zheng is likely to encounter danger along the way. So, Tang Zheng went to the Adventurers Guild to find a team of adventurers also heading to E-Rantel. In the royal capital, aside from the luxurious buildings of the nobles near the center of the royal capital, the remaining larger structures were the Adventurers Guild and the Magicians Guild, located in the civilian areas. So, finding the location of the Adventurers Guild wasn't difficult. The locations of the two guilds clearly indicate that neither the Adventurers Guild nor the Magicians Guild is highly regarded by the kingdom's high command. The national conditions of the kingdom of Riestais and the Bahar's Empire differed significantly. The Bahar's Empire placed great emphasis on the use of magic, while the Kingdom of Riestais, in contrast, valued valiant warriors. This completely contradictory situation was largely due to Flutter Paradine, known as the chief court magician and national ace of the Baharis Empire, one of only 4 humans to reach the age of 18. He lived for over 260 years, mentoring and assisting the first emperor of the Baharis Empire, all the way to the current Blood Emperor. This influence inevitably led to the Baharis Empire's emphasis on magic. Tang Zheng remembered that Flutter possessed the high-level class Sage, and through this class, he achieved immortality through magical rituals. I have another high-level class to consider when I travel to the Baharis Empire, Tang Zheng thought silently. The location of the Adventurers Guild. Located in the outer civilian area, it was a conspicuous 4-story square tower. When Tang Zheng arrived, he could clearly see people coming and going at the Adventurers Guild's main entrance. Tang Zheng paused briefly before stepping inside. Instantly, a bustling atmosphere washed over him. The guild's interior was surprisingly spacious. Although quite a few people were present, it didn't seem crowded, as the hall was completely bare of unnecessary furnishings or furniture. The entire Adventurers Guild floor was paved entirely with wood, and a massive chandelier hung from the ceiling overhead. Directly opposite the entrance was a large reception desk, where staff were conversing with several teams of adventurers. As Tang Zheng entered the Adventurers Guild, he noticed several glances directed his way, but after a moment's observation, they simultaneously turned their gazes away. Regarding this situation, Tang Zheng could guess some of the reasons. Given his shabby attire, he looked neither like a formidable adventurer nor the kind of client who could afford to pay. It would be strange if anyone paid attention to him. This was also the reason why Tang Zheng had been dressing this way from the beginning, to avoid conspicuousness. How about this commission? The reward is too low. The Adventurers Guild will take a 20% cut, and with just a few of us splitting the difference, there's not much left. Why not choose this commission? Hey, this is a mission only for gold-level adventurer teams. We're probably not qualified, are we? No, this commission isn't very dangerous. It's an escort mission, just a bit longer. Hey, the reward for this commission is relatively low for a team of this level. With the number of missions we've accumulated so far, if we can complete this one, we should be able to become a gold-level adventurer team. A series of clamorous voices echoed continuously from the walls of the guild, beneath the commissions hanging on the walls. Tang Zheng walked to the front desk. Since other adventurer teams were waiting ahead, he had no choice but to join the queue. While observing his surroundings, Tang Zheng recalled some information about the adventurers. The Adventurers Guild divides adventurer teams into 8 levels: Bronze, Iron, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Mithril, Orichalcum, and Steel. These 8 levels of teams don't actually have a clear hierarchy. Once you join the Adventurers Guild, no matter how strong you are, you start at Bronze. Of course. As long as you're not deliberately hiding your strength or attempting to upgrade your team's level, the level of your adventurer team can still reveal a team's basic capabilities. It didn't take long. It was Tang Zheng's turn. The receptionist before him didn't look very old, a young girl with slightly curly brown hair and brown eyes. She looked about the same age as Tang Zheng, only about 16 or 17. Hello, what's the name of your adventurer team? The brown-haired girl asked politely, not showing any strange expression at Tang Zheng's attire or his unfamiliar appearance. I don't have an adventurer team, I just have something I'd like to consult you about, Tang Zheng said softly. Oh, do you want to register for an adventurer team? Thinking she understood Tang Zheng's needs, the brown-haired girl quickly leaned over and pulled out a rough, slightly yellowed paper form. I'm not planning on signing up for an adventurers group. I just wanted to inquire if there are any caravans or adventurer groups heading to E-Rantel. Tang Zheng waved his hand and began to explain. Huh? The brown-haired girl paused, holding the form, then looked back at him. She noticed the dagger and water pouch hanging from Tang Zheng's waist, a hint of realization in her eyes. You're here to watch the Imperial trial, right? I mean, from the border city? That's impressive, traveling this far by yourself. 5 copper coins. The brown-haired girl raised her rough hand and placed it in front of Tang Zheng, thinking to herself. 5 copper coins? Tang Zheng was stunned, a little puzzled. If he truly didn't know the characters of this world, he wouldn't have come to ask the Adventurers Guild's receptionist. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years of schooling in his previous life, he'd still be illiterate. Of course, this is the Adventurers Guild. For non-adventurer members, any consultation will be charged. There's no such thing as free here. A serious expression crossed the brown-haired girl's face. As a large, transnational organization unbound by any nationality, the Adventurers Guild's strength lies not simply in its powerful adventurers. It's the invisible intelligence network constructed by its vast number of adventurer members. Outsiders seeking access to this intelligence naturally have to pay a fee, and even much of this valuable information is priceless. This is why the Adventurers Guild is disliked by the leaders of various countries, yet at the same time, they secretly collaborate with them. Tang Zheng remembered that the Adventurers Guild seemed to be influenced by the Celian theocracy. Chapter 13. The brown-haired girl seemed to notice Tang Geng's hesitation, and her lips curled slightly as she suggested, "If you register as an adventurer, questions like this will be free." The brown-haired girl glanced at him expectantly. Tang Geng's eyes twitched. Can one person register as an adventurer? Adventuring is a relatively dangerous job. Anyone can register. There's no specific number of people required, but for safety reasons, a minimum of 2 people is required. Of course, there's no specific number. The brown-haired girl finished, lowering her voice. How much does it cost to register as an adventurer? Tang Zheng said expressionlessly. 1 silver coin. The brown-haired girl raised a finger and waved it. Tang Zheng reached into his pocket as a cover, pulled a silver coin from his toolbox, and placed it on the counter. I get it done for you right away. The brown-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she spoke quickly. No, it's about the 5 copper coins. Tang Zheng reached out and held the silver coin, his face still expressionless. He only had 2 gold, 6 silver, and 3 bronze coins left. He inevitably needed to spend money when he reached the border city of E-Rantel, so he naturally wouldn't spend the extra to register as an adventurer. He didn't have time for quests for the Adventurers Guild. There's an escort request to E-Rantel over there. It's such a long distance, but the reward is only the minimum for a gold-level request. How stingy. The brown-haired girl's expression fell, and she pointed disinterestedly at a nearby wall displaying various requests. She grumbled, hinting, it should be accepted by that silver-level adventurer team. Since you're clueless, let me remind you, if you want to join this group, you need not only the client's consent, but also the consent of the adventurer team that accepted the commission. Hearing this, Tang Zheng looked in the direction the brown-haired girl pointed, and saw a small group of 4 adventurers. A flash of realization crossed his eyes. It was there that he had overheard these people discussing their plans to challenge the gold-level adventurer team. Tang Zheng released his hand from the silver coin and pushed it toward the brown-haired girl. The brown-haired girl picked up the silver coin, gently rubbing it with her fingers before placing it in the box below. She then selected 8 copper coins and placed them on the table. Thank you. Tang Zheng nodded, pocketed the copper coins, and turned to leave. Thank you? The brown-haired girl was stunned. A complex, quizzical expression crossed her face as she watched Tang Zheng walk away. Ever since she started working at the Adventurers Guild, she never heard anyone say thank you. After all, most adventurers are rude. And even less so, a lowly receptionist like herself. He looks poor. Well, simple, yet surprisingly polite, the brown-haired girl muttered to herself. Now that I think about it, he was quite handsome, especially with his black hair and dark brown eyes, a hair color quite rare. Is he a foreigner? Or from another country? The brown-haired girl blushed slightly. Tang Zheng walked to a corner of the hall, leaned against the wall, and sighed. Things were more complicated than he imagined, or perhaps he initially assumed it was too simple. It requires consent from both parties, which is practically impossible. Since the client has entrusted the adventurer team with protection, they wouldn't want outsiders joining, and the adventurer team wouldn't cause them any trouble. But heading to the border city of E-Rantel is necessary. Both the Tall Great Forest to the north and the Cat's Plains to the south are excellent places for leveling up. After all, the other world isn't a game. Monsters don't spawn. If Tang Zheng wants to level up, he must go to a place with a large number of monsters. Also, E-Rantel, as the border between the Kingdom of Riestais and the Bahar's Empire, makes certain activities more convenient. If it's simply for safety. Within the Kingdom of Riestais, even if there are dangers, they're not that high. Most importantly, Tang Zheng's lack of understanding of the kingdom's conditions, combined with the presence of the adventurer team, can prevent unnecessary trouble. Tang Zheng has a lot of information about the other world, but it's too advanced, and too little basic information about it. If he were strong, that would be fine. His current level is too low, so he needs to be more mindful of these avoidable troubles. Tang Zheng lowered his head in thought. From what the brown-haired girl had just said, traveling such a long distance from the capital to E-Rantel would be a gold-level commission. With the money he had, he couldn't afford to hire a team of adventurers. But perhaps a compromise could be found. E-Rantel is located at the easternmost edge of the kingdom's borders, and between them lies the large city of Erebel, the domain of Marquis Raven, one of the kingdom's 6 most powerful nobles. If we go to Yerbol first and then to E-Rantel, the commission price should be significantly lower. However, the process would likely take some time, and time is what Tangjung lacks the most right now. Suddenly, Ms. Dia, has anyone claimed the commission we posted yesterday? A familiar, slightly nervous voice came from the reception desk. Oh, it's you. You arrived just in time. Your commission has just been accepted. It's for a silver rank adventurer team. I wonder if you're satisfied. If not, we can change it for you. The calm voice of the brown-haired girl echoed. No. We don't have any special requirements, the familiar, slightly nervous voice said quickly. Tangjung looked up in surprise, his gaze directed in the direction of the familiar voice. Firia? Tangjung was startled. He didn't expect to run into someone he knew here. Was that commission to E-Rantel issued by Firia? The other party's grandmother is a magic caster capable of using third-tier magic, yet she's also looking to hire a team of adventurers? While he was stunned, Firia had already contacted the team of silver-rank adventurers. It looked like the commission had been officially accepted by them. Seeing this, Tangjung pondered briefly, then stood up and walked towards Firia. This way. Then I trouble you on the journey. It might be a bit arduous. Firia spoke quietly to the 4 adventurers before him. One of the 4, who seemed to be the leader, patted his chest against his light black armor and said cheerfully, "Don't worry. We've handled commissions like this several times before. We can absolutely guarantee your safety." Firia, who was naturally reserved, felt a faint tinge of embarrassment on his face at these words. He seemed to want to say something, but he held back. That wasn't what he meant. Hello. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Chapter 14. Firia turned around bewilderedly at the sound coming from behind. The 4 nearby adventurers had already noticed Tangjung approaching, but initially ignored him, thinking he was just passing by. To their surprise, Tangjung came right up to them. The 4 of them fixed their gazes on Tangjung, observing him. They had just accepted a commission, and while attacks on clients were unlikely in the Adventurers Guild, they still needed to be vigilant. Is it you? Firia's bright blue eyes shone in surprise at Tangjung, clearly recognizing the man they had met on the street. Black hair was so rare, it was hard not to recognize him. Thank you for the water bag, Tangjung said softly with a smile. You're welcome. I'm glad I could help you. Firia also noticed the water bag hanging from Tangjung's waist, and scratched her hair sheepishly. Tangjung addressed Firia, glancing at the 4 adventurers nearby. Excuse me, I just overheard your conversation. You're heading to E-Rantel, right? I wonder if you can come along. At this, everyone was stunned. Firia's face showed hesitation. He didn't mind, but he needed his grandmother's approval. The other 4 adventurers showed no emotion. Their blank expressions themselves were a response. Tangjung had anticipated this situation. He had previously noticed that the team of 4 adventurers had a problem with their team's roles. What I said just now was a bit abrupt. But, Tangjung paused, then raised his palm and whispered, "Heal minor injuries." A soft white light emerged from his palm, emitting a warm glow. The 4 adventurers, whose faces had been expressionless, suddenly lit up their eyes, staring at Tangjung with surprise. A faith-based magic caster? One of them even let out a small cry of surprise. The healing magic Tangjung suddenly unleashed immediately attracted the attention of many in the Adventurers Guild Hall. In Overlord and other worlds, classes are generally divided into 2 categories, warriors and spellcasters. Warriors can be further divided into combat, defense, marksmanship, and thieves. Spellcasters, on the other hand, are further divided into 4 categories, magic faith, spirituality, and other. Generally, spellcasters with healing abilities are considered faith-based magic casters in the minds of people in other worlds. Being an adventurer is a dangerous profession. Combat is a common occurrence during commissions. If an injury, even a minor one, goes untreated, it can result in death or even amputation. This is why adventurers, regardless of financial resources, often carry their own healing potions, even though they are extremely expensive. Of course, having a spellcaster capable of healing magic in a team not only saves money but also significantly increases the team's survival rate. But faith-based magic casters are far fewer in number than mana-based magic casters. In the game, different magic casters are the same. They all consume a certain amount of mana, which is a certain MP. In the other world, some of the game's backgrounds become real, just as the use of martial arts requires concentration, and the same applies to faith-based magic casters. Therefore, whenever a faith-based magic caster appears, they are invited by powerful adventurer teams, while weaker teams don't even qualify for an invitation. Tang Zheng didn't seem to notice the surprised glances of the 4 adventurers. After casting his magic, he unceremoniously drew the dagger from his waist. I've also mastered some swordsmanship, so I won't be a burden to you all. As Tang Zheng spoke, his fingers twitched around the dagger. The dagger twirled nimbly in Tang Zheng's palm, seemingly undergoing specialized training. In fact, before watching the Imperial trial, Tang Zheng's wielding of the dagger was quite clumsy. After all, he had never practiced it in his previous life. However, after obtaining the Sword Saint class, Tang Zheng felt an indescribable familiarity with sword weapons, as if he had practiced for a long time. The others present, observing his deft movements with the dagger, understood that Tang Zheng had also mastered certain combat techniques. After completing all this, Tang Zheng's fingers deftly tucked the dagger back onto his waist before turning to Firia and the others. Especially noticing the surprised and satisfied looks on the 4 adventurers' faces, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the adventurer team was safe. Amazing! Faria's eyes widened in surprise, as he gazed at Tang Zheng with bright blue eyes. He hadn't imagined that someone he just casually helped would turn out to be a faith-based magic caster with healing magic. And he seemed to possess impressive swordsmanship. Is this a genius? Just judging Tang Zheng's appearance and attire alone, it was truly unexpected. Grandmother was right. Just like herbs, you can't judge a herb by its appearance alone. At this moment, the blonde leader of the 4 adventurers approached. He looked to be around 24 or 25, with a slightly curly beard framing his mouth and chin. He looked very cheerful. He wore a layer of armor on his upper body, the kind found in the lightest kind. His lower body was unprotected, and he carried a long sword on either side of his waist. Tang Zheng guessed that he held the rank of light warrior. My name is Dosari. These 3 are my good friends, and we're also members of the adventurer team, Captain Dosari introduced with a beaming smile. My name is Bask. I'm Lure. Rand. The other 3 introduced themselves. Tang Zheng looked at them one by one. They were all about the same age. Although none of them mentioned their professions, judging by their attire, he could guess that this adventurer team had no healers or even spellcasters. Lure and Rand looked somewhat similar, with the same light blonde hair. They must be twins. They each had a silver shield strapped to their arm. The other, Bask, was an archer. Our adventurer team is called Rock. As the name suggests, we excel at defensive warfare. Captain Dosari not only introduced the members to each other, but also took the initiative to share his team's strengths with Tang Zheng. This level of enthusiasm wasn't even apparent in Firia, the client. Tang Zheng naturally understood the reason for his enthusiasm. My name is Tang. Tang Zheng simply nodded without saying anything else. No problem on our side, Captain Dosari said, still smiling, glancing at Firia. Obviously, as long as the client agreed, everything would be fine. Chapter 15. Firia didn't hesitate, seeming quite interested in Tang Zheng, appear not much older than him. I need to discuss this with my grandmother. You can all come with me. At this point, Firia turned and quickly ran toward the Adventurers Guild's main entrance. Let's go too. It's a good opportunity to meet the client, Captain Dosari said to the other 3 members, then looked at Tang Zheng and said with a bright smile. Together? Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Captain Dosari walked side by side with Tang Zheng out of the hall, the other 3 members following closely behind, vaguely as if protecting Tang Zheng. After Tang Zheng unleashed his healing magic, many adventurer teams had already begun to stir. At this moment, the actions of the Rock team caused many of the surrounding adventurer teams to silently curse. Reception desk. The brown-haired girl, Dia, watched Tang Zheng leave with the Rock team, her brown eyes tinged with envy and sadness. Remarkably impressive. You wouldn't be able to tell from his appearance that he's actually a faith-based magic caster. If it were my brother. Dia muttered quietly to herself, but soon her professional smile returned as she greeted the other adventurers. Outside the Adventurers Guild gates, a horse-drawn cart was parked. The old wooden trailer was piled high with cargo. The bottom shelf held wooden boxes of various sizes, and a layer of dried plants, resembling straw, lay on top. As soon as one approached the cart, a strong, pungent aroma of herbs could be smelled. At the front of the cart sat an old woman, whip in hand, and a light green headscarf wrapped around her head. It was Faria's grandmother, Lizzie. Tang Zheng and the members of Team Rock walked out of the gate and saw Firia talking to her grandmother, Lizzie. Clearly, they were telling each other about what had just happened in the Adventurers' Hall. Tang Zheng and the others didn't go over immediately, but waited near the back of the carriage. The wait didn't last long. Firia approached with a somewhat happy look on her face. Grandmother has agreed. Tang, you can come along. But Grandmother wants you to demonstrate your healing magic in front of her again, Faria said with a smile. No problem, Tang Zheng said softly. Compared to following any caravan or adventurer group to E-Rantel, following Faria, a pair of grandparents who knew each other well, was much more reassuring. What's more, Faria's grandmother, Lizzie, was a third-tier magic caster. Tang Zheng followed Faria and arrived before her grandmother, Lizzie. Her wrinkled face and whitish hair gave her an air of age. Her expressionless face and slightly protruding jawline made grandmother Lizzie seem difficult to get along with. In reality, anyone who could cultivate a gentle personality like Faria's was likely to have a rather unpleasant character themselves. Where are you from? Black hair and dark brown eyes are rare in the entire kingdom. Grandmother Lizzie looked at Tang Zheng expressionlessly. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was startled. This was not an easy response. Never mind, it's a trivial matter. Use your healing magic on this horse of mine. Grandmother Lizzie narrowed her eyes slightly and pointed at the black horse pulling the carriage. The horse looked quite old. A visible dent had formed on its neck and back, seemingly from years of pulling the carriage. The horse's buttocks had even less hair, and a few faint red marks could be seen. Okay. Tang Zheng didn't waste any words. Raising his palm towards the black horse, heal minor wounds. The mana he could clearly feel was immediately drained of most of it. A soft white light emanated, enveloping the black horse. The red marks on its rear end were quickly healed and vanished. Puff! The black horse shook its head and snorted, appearing to be quite pleased. Huh? Tang Zheng exhaled. Although he didn't feel tired, his mana was almost completely depleted. The first level of Heal Minor Wounds requires 5 mana points, and with the one he had just used in the Adventurers Guild Hall, he had already used it twice. He only had 13 mana points, so even if he were to use it again, he wouldn't be able to use any more. Tang Zheng glanced at the MP value on the attribute panel. Since the first time he used Heal Minor Wounds, he hadn't recovered a single point of MP. The speed at which magic power automatically regenerates is much slower than Tang Zheng had expected. It might also be because he currently doesn't have a magic class. Although the genius class can be converted into any basic class, it obviously doesn't come with the attribute bonuses or effects provided by other classes. Grandmother Lizzie finally nodded, forcing a smile across her wrinkled cheeks. It looks like we can speed up the return to E-Rantel. Let's set off. With that, Grandmother Lizzie stopped paying attention to Tang Zheng and called out to Faria. After Faria climbed into the carriage and sat next to Grandmother Lizzie, snap! The sound of whips cracking against horses echoed. The wooden wheels creaked against the stone bricks, and the carriage began to set off. Tang Zheng and the members of Team Rock could only follow closely behind, apparently not invited aboard. Luckily, the carriage, already loaded with cargo, couldn't move very fast. May 17th for BC. Tang Zheng left the capital the next day after his journey. The kingdom of Riestais is mostly plains, while the north and west are coastal, boasting 2 large port cities. The kingdom is primarily populated by humans, with subhumans being extremely rare, a reflection of the kingdom's common aversion to other races. It is said that in recent years, the southern silent theocracy is at war with the even further south elf kingdom, and forest elves are occasionally sold to both Riestais and Bahars. The price was quite high, generally over 300 gold coins. This was for ordinary forest elves. Some with professional skills could fetch over 1,000 gold coins. It was said that these forest elves were being sold as living magic tools. 3 days had passed since their group left the capital. This information was shared by Tang Zheng and the members of the Rock team. The members of the Rock team seemed interested in building a closer relationship with Tang Zheng, answering almost every simple question. Thus, Tang Zheng indirectly learned some basic common sense and information about the world. No danger occurred along the way, perhaps due to being in the heart of the kingdom. After a few days of contact, besides gaining a basic familiarity with each other, Tang Zheng finally understood why his grandmother, Lizzie, who could wield third-tier magic, would hire adventurers. Because they were supposed to be laborers. The medicinal herbs on the other horse-drawn carriage needed some time each day to be dried. The task of moving the goods up and down naturally fell to the Rock team, a task for which Captain Dosari secretly complained to Tang Zheng several times. As for Tang Zheng, he was naturally not idle either. During the time the herbs were drying and the nightly rest period, he would use healing magic on the horses. It wasn't just for treating the shallow wounds from the whip. According to Grandma Liji, healing magic not only heals injuries, but also restores some of the patient's energy. This situation made Tang Zheng realize that the performance of skills in the game is somewhat different from that in the real world. At the same time, the continuous consumption of magic power. Tang Jing also observed the recovery of his own magic power, which was approximately 1 point every hour. Chapter 16. It was night. A starry night. The night sky, dotted with stars and moonlight, was unexpectedly bright. This was a sight Tang Jing hadn't been able to see even in the countryside in his previous life. Crackle, crackle. The firewood in the bonfire ignited, crackling as the flames danced. Nephiria sat by the bonfire, examining several herbs, occasionally sniffing them, and even taking a bite. Grandmother Lizzie stood in front of a carriage not far away, inspecting the herbs. Of the rock team, except for Captain Dosari and the twin brother, Rand, who stood guard outside, the remaining two had already gone to explore the surrounding area. They were now camping in the wilderness. Captain Dosari had reminded them that there was a village not far from where they were, where they could stay. However, Grandmother Sage had refused, as she didn't want to take a long detour. Because the carriage contained a box of precious herbs purchased from the royal capital, which needed to be quickly returned to E-Rantel for extraction, they chose the fastest route. As a result, they skipped several towns along the route. The client's choice undoubtedly increased the danger along the way, and under normal circumstances, this would naturally cause dissatisfaction among the adventurers. After all, the relationship between the client and the adventurer team was merely a cooperative one. If the client did anything unacceptable during the mission, the adventurers could naturally terminate the commission midway. However, this would require a substantial compensation to the Adventurers Guild. In this situation, where the client was being forced to perform labor while completely refusing to follow a safe route, the adventurers would normally have clashed with the client. However, after the rock team learned that Grandmother Lizzie was the owner of the E-Rantel pharmacy, and known as the best pharmacist in E-Rantel, their initial discontent completely vanished, and they even became more attentive throughout the journey. This made Tang Jing sigh at how incredibly pragmatic the rock adventurer team was. Tang Jing sat by the campfire, observing Nephiria intently studying the herbs. Nephiria was holding a thumb-length, slender, root-like plant in his hand, taking a small bite. The next moment, Nephiria spat out the bit he had bitten off. So it's bitter root? You can't tell the difference from the outside. After saying this, Nephiria finally noticed Tang Jing, who was watching him from the side. This herb is called bitterroot, and it's identical to Megan. You can't tell the difference from the outside. You can only tell by tasting it. Their effects are also different. Bitterroot is suitable for brewing wine, and has a certain detoxifying effect, making it a base ingredient for antidotes. Megan, while also having a bitter taste, has a hint of sweetness, making it suitable as a base ingredient for healing potions. Nephiria, always somewhat shy, brightened up when he spoke of herbs, and even his voice became more confident. I see. Tang Jing nodded, appearing to listen intently. In reality, he just wanted to see if he could obtain the pharmacist's profession by learning about herbs. Currently, there were no hints on the attribute panel. Tang, are you interested in herbs? Nephiria's bright blue eyes darted towards Tang Jing. Indeed I am. Tang Jing nodded. Humph. Just as Nephiria was about to say something, a soft snort echoed. Grandmother Lizzie approached, hands behind her back. Nephiria, stop flaunting your limited knowledge. Tasting with your mouth is the most basic and lowest level of identification. Your nose is not incapable of smelling. A stern, somewhat reprimanding voice echoed. I understand, Grandmother. Nephiria lowered his head, speaking with a touch of shame. Tang Jing averted his gaze. He wondered if Grandmother Lizzie's reprimand was meant as a warning. In this alien world, where the dissemination of knowledge is clearly limited, his recent questioning of Nephiria about herbal knowledge was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Don't be nervous. Although I may be a bit stingy, I won't get angry over such a small matter. Grandmother Lizzie looked at Tang Jing and spoke calmly. I call myself stingy, and that's true. But Tang Jing, an outsider, knew that anything he said at this moment would be inappropriate. Just knowing the properties of a few herbs, and thinking you can create a healing potion? Don't even think about it. Since you have some talent for faith magic, don't waste your energy on other things. Whether it's martial arts or herbal knowledge, it's a waste of time. Grandmother Lizzie spoke slowly. Tang Jing was startled, realizing she was being kind. Coming to his senses, he quickly said, Thank you, Mrs. Barar. Hearing Tang Jing's address, the wrinkles on Grandmother Lizzie's face suddenly relaxed considerably, seemingly quite pleased with the name. Barar was the other person's surname. Tang Jing had learned it during his conversation with Nephiria, though he already knew it. Tram. 2 footsteps echoed from the wilderness. They were the twin brother Lele and the archer Basque, who had recently left to explore the surroundings. As they returned, the expressions on the faces of the other 2 members of the rock team relaxed slightly. Hum. A weak groan came from behind Lele. Just then, Lur, carrying a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, looked remarkably relaxed. Lucky. We caught a wild boar. We've got dinner for tonight. An arrow through the forehead? He's still alive. Hey, Basque, your archery has improved again. Rand, clutching his waist, looked at the wild boar his brother carried, especially at the visible bloody hole in its forehead. Just a wild boar, Basque chuckled. Bang! Lur walked to the campfire and dropped the wild boar on his back to the ground, a dull thud. Tang, there's still a breath left. Lur said to Tang Zheng with a grin, then pointed to a spot on the boar's neck. Strike here, and you can kill it with 1 strike. Thank you. Tang Zheng stood up from the campfire and walked towards the wild boar, which lay on the ground, barely breathing. Since Grandmother Lizzie had to rush back to E-Rantel as soon as possible, although the route she chose was faster, she couldn't rest in the town. Grandma Liji had naturally planned the route long ago, so she was prepared. There was no shortage of food, but obviously not for the rock team and Tang Zheng. So, in addition to conserving their own food, the rock team also hunted for food and supplies, which was clearly not a problem for adventurers. During this process, Tang Zheng mentioned that, if possible, he would be the one to deliver the finishing blow to any prey he caught. The public statement was that he had ambitions to become an adventurer, but had never seen bloodshed, so he wanted to acclimate himself beforehand. As for this statement, the rock team had no doubts. After all, Tang Zheng certainly didn't look like an adventurer. Even the lowest level adventurers would carry some tools when traveling far, but Tang Zheng had no such awareness. While they might doubt their strength, they could still see through their experience. So, the rock team didn't hesitate at all. During this time, whenever they caught a beast, they would hold it alive, allowing Tang Zheng to finish it off. Swish! Tang Zheng drew his dagger from his waist and walked over to the wild boar, which lay on the ground, still twitching slightly. Without hesitation, he raised his dagger and stabbed the wild boar in the spot Lur had mentioned. Chapter 17. Puff! Tang Zheng thrust the tip of his sword into the wild boar, twisting it gently, and the boar's last remaining breath vanished. Blood flowed from the tough wound, but it didn't spray. This was why Lur had reminded him to stab in that spot. 15 experience points gained. A message flashed across the stat panel. Ability chart: innate ability. Player combined level, 2nd level. Experience gauges, 95 out of 100. Class: Basic class, Genius 1st level, Warrior, Priestess/Priest, Intermediate class, Sword Master 1st level. Skill points 0. Passive skill, Item box, increase/attack, 1%, active skill, Warrior. Instant reflection, for light/rapid/. Magic. Heal light wounds, level 1. Tang Zheng glanced at the stat panel, which only he could see. He was only 5 experience points away from leveling up. The progress was much faster than he had expected. He had only killed a few beasts. But that's understandable. After all, his level is too low. As he levels up, leveling up will likely become increasingly difficult. Humph. The satisfied expression on Grandma Liji's face had vanished. She had initially thought Tang Zheng had taken her words to heart, but now it seemed he hadn't taken them seriously at all. Tang Zheng pretended to be completely oblivious. In the other world, humans who reached level 29 enter the realm of heroes, becoming considered the strongest among all human nations. However, even with greater talent and unwavering effort, the human race can only reach level 40, the level of the so-called abnormal. This isn't a question of talent or effort, but rather the limits of race. Even the 4 elders among humans, who all have some inhuman tendencies, are able to achieve such feats. And for Tang Zheng, reaching level 40 is just the beginning. This is inevitable. In the future, when he faces the great underground tomb of Nazarick, no human will be his companion. When Tang Zheng first crossed over to the royal capital, he struggled with whether to pursue the magic class or the warrior class first, rather than focusing on a single class. This was partly due to this. Without companions, a pure magic or warrior class would easily be targeted by those within the great underground tomb. You're much more skilled than when you started. But let me remind you, there's a difference between monsters and ordinary beasts. Lur grinned at Tang Zheng's quick movements, picked up the lifeless boar, and quickly dealt with it. It takes a while to get used to it. Tang Zheng smiled faintly, picked up the porcelain pitcher he borrowed from Thyria, and poured all the water from the water bag into it. Then, he placed the pitcher on the campfire. The pitcher had originally been used to store herbs, but it had been left unused for a while, so Taming took it and used it as a kettle. You seem to really enjoy hot water. Faria observed Taming's movements, and, remembering how he'd been boiling clear river water in the pitcher for days, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Oh, not that I'm a big drinker. Faced Faria's curious question, Taming sat down cross-legged again and said with a smile, "Actually, it's a tradition back home." Faria seemed somewhat bewildered, but didn't press the issue further. In this world, different places have different beliefs and customs. Asking about other people's customs and beliefs is something to be avoided. Currently, the mainstream faith in each country is the 6 great gods. The humans of this world truly need to be grateful to these first players who arrived. The plots depicted in the anime and the bunko novels essentially all take place within the human territories. The human territories appear large, but in reality, this continent is vast. Humanity is merely huddled in its northwest corner. The central region of the continent is occupied by subhumans and xenomorphs, where humans are little more than slaves or even food. In this other world, both subhumans and xenomorphs have lifespans and level caps far exceeding those of humans, a short-lived species with limited potential. Logically speaking, a weak race like humanity should have long since become extinct over time. It would have been impossible for them to occupy the northwest corner of the continent, or even survive there. And indeed, this was indeed the case. 600 years ago, humanity was indeed on the verge of extinction. But at this moment, the first group of players, known as the 6 great gods, arrived. With their overwhelming and unrivaled power, the 6 great gods rescued humanity and moved them to the northwest corner of the continent to survive. This is also the reason why the mainstream faith of all human nations is the 6 great gods. But alas, of the 6 great gods, aside from the one known as the god of death, the other 5 are all human, with short lifespans, dying one after another over the course of 100 years. The sole surviving god of death was slain 500 years ago, during the battle between the 8 Desire Kings after their arrival. Compared to the 6 great gods, the 8 Desire Kings are more like players. This title reveals just how much the 8 Desire Kings have wreaked havoc on the entire continent. According to records from various races, although most of the 8 Desire Kings are subhuman, and some even possess a certain alien form, they surprisingly have a favorable impression of humanity. As a result, even now, even for such evil beings, there are surprisingly few legends within human society about their evil. 600 years ago, the 6 great gods descended. 500 years ago, the 8 Desire Kings descended. 200 years ago, a large number of demons appeared, the 13 heroes emerged, and there are other unknown players suspected to have descended upon the central continent. Add to that the future arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Several thoughts flashed through Taming's mind. Almost every 100 years, a player descended upon this other world. Based on this information, the true Dragon Kings likely knew a player was about to descend. Compared to the suddenness of the previous events, and with limited information, this time, the true Dragon Kings should have been prepared, but compared to the 6 great gods, the 8 Desire Kings, and the lone player among the 13 heroes, the combined strength of the great underground tomb of Nazareth far surpasses the previous 3 groups of players. Taming pondered, and a thought surfaced. If we could get the true Dragon Kings to fight the great underground tomb beforehand, perhaps we could reap the benefits. Even if the true Dragon Kings ultimately lost, it would only benefit Taming, not harm him. Furthermore, it would also deplete the great tomb's reserves and most of its power. Chapter 18. A wild boar weighing approximately 200 kilograms was quickly processed by the skilled hands of the brothers Lele and Rand. All the entrails were removed and buried in a small pit. This seemed rather wasteful to Taming. The Rock team, and the Faria family, seemed completely uninterested in the offal. They clearly had no habit of eating offal. Naturally, Taming didn't comment on it. Although these people appear to be lower-class people in the anime, neither the adventurers nor the Faria family, who owned a pharmacy, were among the poor. The clean boar meat was placed over the bonfire, and began to grill. Layers of fat soon dripped off, raising the flames even higher. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Captain Dosari came over, sat down next to Taming, and began to talk in a cheerful tone. Taming listened intently, nodding and responding occasionally, but the other party did most of the talking. Faria was similarly fascinated by the adventurer's experiences. Although Captain Dosari's recountings were mostly anecdotes from his past adventures, even tinged with bragging, Taming was still able to glean some useful information from them. The next day, at dawn, the group set out again. The journey began to become more challenging, especially as they approached the border. The towering immensity of the Angelica Mountains loomed large. The previously relaxed atmosphere became more serious. Along the way, monster attacks gradually increased, though most were relatively weak. Tang Zheng successfully gained a lot of experience. The Angelica Mountains separated the Kingdom of Liestage and the Baja's Empire, serving as a natural barrier. According to Captain Dosari, 400 years ago, the two countries were actually one nation. However, for unknown reasons, the once vast nation was destroyed and split into the two nations of today. Suddenly, be on guard. Archer Basque, guarding the rear of the carriage, suddenly warned. His ears twitched slightly, and a serious expression crossed his face. A big one is coming. At these words, the expressions of the other members of the rock team changed slightly. Grandmother Lizzie, expressionless, pulled the reins, bringing the carriage to a stop. Firia, seated aboard, nervously grasped the wooden railings. Tang Zheng noticed the change in expression on the faces of the members of the rock team, and his gaze tightened. After this period of contact, Tang Zheng learned that the archer named Bari possessed a natural ability of hearing far superior to that of an average person. Besides being a long-range firepower dealer, he also served as an intelligence officer in this adventurer group. For him to be so nervous, he must have heard something terrifying. However, Tang Zheng remained calm. The true leader of this group wasn't the adventurer group, but Grandma Lizzie, driving the carriage. Wow! 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 A series of piercing screams, accompanied by a rustling sound in the grass at the edge of the road, rushed out. Less than a meter tall, with dark green skin and a frail appearance, goblins with white pupils and somewhat ferocious faces appeared before everyone's eyes. There were a full 10 of them. Tang Zheng glanced at the goblins. Most of them were armed with clubs and other weapons. While numerous, they weren't a real threat. Goblins are a weak species, but they reproduce rapidly and have a low IQ. An average adult, with a bit of caution, could easily kill a goblin in a one-on-one fight. Even more so than the rock team. Based on their levels, the average silver level adventurer team is between levels 7 and 10. Of course, there are several different goblin species. Is the real danger behind them? Tang Zheng looked past the rushing goblins toward the dense forest beyond the brush. Bang! Bang! Heavy footsteps echoed. Compared to the screaming goblins that had rushed out first, the presence of those behind them felt more oppressive. Everyone, attention! Captain Dosari drew the twin swords from his waist and shouted sternly. Roar! Following a beast-like roar, a figure over 2 meters tall, stout and muscular, with dark yellow skin and a back covered in a layer of short, thorny leather-like armor, strode out. One ogre? No! 2! Archer Bassick said with a grim expression. Wow wow wow! Wow wow wow! The 10 goblins, who had been somewhat hesitant to advance, suddenly took courage upon seeing the 2 ogres appear. Waving their clubs, they charged towards the carriage. Deal with these goblins first. Captain Dosari rushed out first, raising the long sword in his right hand and hurling it forward. With a sharp piercing sound, the long sword struck the goblin in front, its blade piercing the goblin's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The goblin screamed, and light green blood gushed out from the wound left by the blade, spilling onto the ground. Captain Dosari also rushed in front of the goblin, stomping hard on its chest. With his right hand, he grasped the hilt of his sword and pulled it upwards, sending blood spurting out again, mixed with shredded flesh. At the same time, Captain Dosari swung his left-handed sword and decapitated the goblin next to him. At the same time, the brothers Gore and Rand raised their arms, holding their strapped silver shields before them, and charged forward at a swift pace. They both knocked a goblin to the ground, then slammed their shields down, crushing it into a pulp. Compared to the bloody actions of the first 3, Archer Basque was much more graceful. He drew his arrow and released it with a steady movement, quickly dispatching 2 goblins. In just a few moments, Team Rock had eliminated 6 of the 10 goblins. Tang Zheng took a deep breath upon seeing this. He wasn't nervous, but rather a little nauseated by the bloody scene. He had encountered sporadic attacks from monsters along the way, so this wasn't his first experience. But as a modern person, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Smelling the pungent, bloody odor in the air, Tang Zheng saw goblin heads being chopped off and bodies being smashed by shields in the distance. He felt a growing sense of the reality of the world. At this moment, besides feeling a little nauseous, Tang Zheng also felt a subtle, inexplicable excitement. He suddenly understood the 8 Desire Kings, who had once plagued the entire continent. While Tang Zheng was stunned, the remaining 4 goblins were quickly dispatched by the rock team. At this moment, 2 massive ogres, roaring angrily, rushed out of the forest. Chapter 19. Bang! 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 The ground shook as the 2 ogres ran. Captain Dosari retreated, rapidly issuing orders. Le Rand, you 2 go stop the one on the left. Hold it while maintaining your strength. Basque? Let's take care of this one. Prioritize its eyes and throat. Captain Dosari shouted. Okay, Captain. No problem. Lur and Rand both raised their shields and charged toward the ogre on the left. I cover you. Bass drew his bow and arrow, aiming for the ogre's eyes on the right. Swoosh! The arrow shot forward. The ogre on the right immediately raised his broad, rough hand to shield his face. Poof! The arrow pierced the ogre's palm, but didn't even penetrate it. Human food. The intense pain successfully attracted the ogre's attention. Angrily, it ripped the arrow from its hand and threw it to the ground, roaring as it charged towards the archer, Basque. Excellent. Captain Dosari, seeing he had successfully attracted the ogre, nodded, but his expression remained unusually solemn. With Basque's skill, he couldn't even penetrate the ogre's palm, demonstrating its toughness. Snap! Captain Dosari paused in his retreat, stomping his legs hard against the ground, his knees bent. Crossing his swords, he aimed at the charging ogre. Speed up. A flash of pale blue light flashed across Captain Dosari's body. And then, Captain Dosari suddenly lunged forward, appearing before the ogre at a speed far exceeding his previous display. At that very moment, Captain Dosari swung his crossed swords hard across the ogre's chest. Puff! Puff! 2 deep sword wounds appeared. However, such a powerful blow, aside from a little blood spilling, was hardly a serious injury compared to the ogre's massive size. Auror! The ogre screamed in agony, his massive fist slamming down on Captain Dosari. Bang! Captain Dosari's face changed, and he quickly raised his swords to block the blow. But the heavy force still ripped through the blades, sending Captain Dosari's arms numbing and nearly losing his grip on the swords. At this critical moment, double shot. Archer Basque's steady voice echoed, accompanied by the sound of 2 arrows piercing the air. The ogre, preparing to press on with his victory, suddenly felt his vision go black, followed by an unnaturally intense pain that shot through his entire brain. Ah, roar! The ogre covered his blinded eye and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Captain Dosari quickly retreated, away from the struggling ogre, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Basque. Now's not the time to express gratitude. While it's blinded, let's take care of this ogre first. Brother Rand's side is almost at its limit. They're incredibly tough. Even with a bullet in the eye, they survived. Archer Basque muttered, cursing under his breath. Tang Zheng was looking at the stat panel, which displayed the martial arts used by the members of Team Rock. He hadn't wasted any skill points on them. These skills weren't particularly strong. The gap between subhumans and humans is truly stark. Tang Zheng observed the battle, thinking silently. Ogres are a subspecies of ogres. Compared to ogres with a quick recovery talent, ogres are at most a bit tougher. This talent, completely negligible in the game, combined with their size advantage in the other world, completely overwhelmed the entire Rock team. At the same level, it's nearly impossible for humans in the other world to defeat subhumans and aliens. No wonder humans in the other world were on the verge of extinction before the players arrived. In the game Yggdrasil, human players can gradually equalize the racial advantages of subhumans and aliens by building their classes and reaching level 50. But in the other world, the highest level humans can reach is only level 40. Huh? Captain Dosari exhaled, shook his numb arm, and looked sharply at the ogre writhing on the ground in intense pain. He zeroed in on the ogre's heart. Captain Dosari raised his left sword and thrust it in with all his might. Puff! Pale green-red blood spurted out, and the ogre's violently thrashing body froze, its massive arms slumping to the ground. Seeing the ogre defeated, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Dosari looked up at the Rand brothers' position, reached out, and yanked hard on the hilt, rising to help. But? Whoa! The ogre, who should have been stabbed to death in the heart, suddenly twitched, then let out a scream of struggle and raised its massive arms to grab Captain Dosari. Clearly a last-ditch counterattack. The sudden change startled everyone. Captain, get out of the way! Archer Basque shouted, his face drastically changed. The sudden change. Even Captain Dosari was slow to react. He hadn't expected his previous strike to fail to kill the ogre, but as an adventurer, he was always wary. Speed up. Captain Dosari's body flashed with blue light, and his speed suddenly increased. The ogre's initial move towards Captain Dosari's waist missed, but Captain Dosari's hand grasped his ankle and squeezed hard. Crack! Ah! The sound of bones breaking and Captain Dosari's scream echoed. Captain! Archer Basque's face paled. At the same time, Rand and Lure, the brothers fighting another ogre, were caught off guard by Captain Dosari's scream. For a moment, their previously coordinated movements were interrupted, and by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Bang! Lear was sent flying by the ogre's powerful kick. Already at a disadvantage, facing the ogre alone was an even greater danger. Seeing the previously stable situation suddenly change in the blink of an eye, Archer Basque could only anxiously shoot arrows to help the imperiled Rand. But, although the ogre's IQ was relatively low, it was far stronger than the goblins. With another of its companions blinded, the ogre naturally took precautions, shielding his eyes with one hand while continuing to fire with the other. Rand was about to collapse. Faced with this situation, Tang Zheng, though somewhat serious, showed no sign of moving forward. What a joke. With the boss around, why would he need to take such a risk? Grandmother Nfiria, sitting in the carriage, saw the plight of the rock team and turned palely to Grandmother Lizzie. With this level of skill, you're still planning on upgrading to a gold-level adventurer team? Grandmother Lizzie said expressionlessly. Though her words were harsh, she raised a finger, and a dazzling blue-white light emanated from her fingertip. Lightning strike. Crack. With astonishing power, a bolt of blue lightning condensed, shooting straight forward. The lightning strike first shattered the arm of the ogre that had grasped Captain Dosari's ankle, then, with undiminished force, struck the other ogre. Boom! As the blue lightning dissipated, a massive charred hole appeared in the other ogre's chest. Bang! The ogre's entire body, charred black, tilted backward, and fell face first to the ground with a muffled thud. Chapter 20. A burning smell wafted through the air. The two ogres, seemingly so dangerous that had cornered the rock team, were so easily defeated by a single lightning strike. The atmosphere grew quieter. Even Captain Dosari, howling in pain after his ankle was broken, fell silent. It was discovered that the third-tier spell, Lightning Strike, required the basic mage class and a level requirement of 15 to 21, which he currently did not meet. The information on the attribute panel appeared before Tang Zheng. The basic mage class could be transformed through genius, but he clearly did not meet the level requirement at the moment. What a pity, Tang Zheng thought to himself. Then, noticing the quiet atmosphere, Tang Zheng could guess at the complex emotions within the rock team. The ogres, which he had fought tooth and nail to defeat, were so easily dispatched by his client. It was hard not to feel such a complicated feeling. Not to mention, the ability to use third-tier magic puts one at platinum, or even mithril level, in the adventurer hierarchy. The rock team struggled to even reach gold, let alone these higher-tier adventurers. After a brief silence, Tang Zheng was the first to break the atmosphere, quickly rushing towards Captain Dosari. Looking at Captain Dosari, who lay on the ground, his expression contorted in intense pain, Tang Zheng squatted down, and saw the ogre's remaining hand still tightly gripping his ankle. Captain Dosari, I help you remove the ogre's hand. Captain Dosari nodded subconsciously, then his face flushed slightly. It wasn't clear if it was the pain from Tang Zheng forcibly prying the ogre's hand from his leg, or if it was due to something else. The rough, dark yellow ogre's hand, tossed carelessly after Tang Zheng pried it off, looked at Captain Dosari's calf. The entire calf was completely crushed, drooping in a twisted shape on the ground. Needless to say, the bones inside were comminuted fractures. An injury of this magnitude would have essentially left him disabled in his previous life. But in this world, while a bit serious, it wasn't a big deal, after all, with resurrection magic. Minor injury healed. Tang Zheng extended his hands towards the calf and whispered. A soft white light enveloped Captain Dosari's calf. Under the healing magic, the calf, once flat, slowly expanded as if inflated, and the distortion gradually healed. Captain Dosari's calf, which had previously lost sensation, began to feel a sharp pain again, causing him to gasp, but he managed not to cry out. As the light dissipated, the shape of his previously unrecognizable calf could now be barely discerned. Seeing this, Tang Zheng cast Heal Minor Injury again. By the time the second healing spell had ended, Captain Dosari's entire calf appeared to have returned to its original state. It's fine on the surface, but the bones inside are comminuted. 2 spells can only provide a simple repair. Full recovery will probably require several more. Wait until I regain some mana, and then I heal you. Tang Zheng exhaled and spoke softly. The rock squad had been very kind to him along the way, and since he could help them, Tangjing naturally wouldn't hesitate. Captain Dosari's face was covered in sweat, and his lips were pale. It was obvious that the pain from the healing of his calf was too intense. "Thank you, Tang." "No need to be so polite, Captain Dosari," Tangjing said. At this moment, Archer Basque arrived, supporting the injured brothers Rand and Lure. Seeing the captain's current condition, he breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Tangjing with gratitude. "Are you two okay?" Tangjing stood up and looked at the two brothers he was supporting. "Don't worry, you won't die." Lure grinned. Aside from his equally pale face, he had no obvious injuries. However, since he was being supported by the Archer Basque, even if he didn't appear to be injured, he probably had some internal injuries. Tangjing remembered that he had been kicked away by the other ogre. "A few broken ribs," Rand said, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "But he's not dead. I help you heal when my magic power returns." Tangjing nodded. Rand laughed heartily. "Okay." "Huh?" Archer Basque's ears twitched, and he turned sharply to look at the ogre lying on the ground, his arm severed by the lightning. "He's not dead yet?" At these words, the faces of the members of Team Rock turned cold. Tangjing's eyes lit up, and before the members of Team Rock could react, he took the lead and walked over to the ogre lying on the ground. The dagger swung. Following the wound left by the arrow in the ogre's eye, it pierced the ogre's brain, twisting it violently. The ogre, already on his last breath, was completely annihilated. The clean and efficient movement surprised the members of Team Rock. Perhaps even Tangjing himself hadn't noticed, but his movements had now unknowingly gained a touch of ruthlessness. 300 experience points gained. Tangjing's eyes flickered with surprise as he saw the information flash across his attribute panel. A surprising amount of experience points. This instantly boosted Tangjing's level. Combined with the experience points he had previously gained, his current level had reached level 5. "Are you all alright?" Firia leaped from the carriage and hurried over, a look of concern on his face. The members of Team Rock subconsciously exchanged glances, their faces respectful, as they looked at Firia, who had come before them. "Don't worry, we won't delay our next trip," Captain Dosari said quickly, standing on one leg with his hands on the ground. "That's not what I meant." Firia's cheeks flushed slightly at this, and he waved his arms. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly saw the members of Team Rock looking behind him, their faces filled with awe. "You should rest for a while." Grandmother Lizzie walked over with her hands behind her back, expressionless. "Yes, sir." Captain Dosari spoke solemnly, though his one-legged stance looked a bit comical. A magic caster capable of wielding a third-tier spell was not one a team like theirs could afford to offend, especially since he had just saved their lives. The other three members of Team Rock lowered their heads, their faces flushed. For adventurers, being saved by their client was truly humiliating. It was simply unimaginable. The other party possesses such formidable power, yet they'd actually entrust an adventurer team with their escort. No, perhaps from the very beginning, they were simply looking for labor. Grandma Lizzie ignored the Rock team and looked in the direction where the goblins and ogres had appeared. That was the top forest, south of the Angelica Mountains. It was not only immense, but also extremely dangerous. E-Rantel lay on its edge. "Looks like it's time to clear out the monsters again," Grandma Lizzie muttered to herself. Goblins are a type of monster that reproduces very quickly. Combined with the wild beasts and other monsters in the forest, they attack humans almost every year. For this reason, the Adventurers Guild in E-Rantel is constantly tasked with clearing out monsters. Chapter 21. Grandma Lizzie withdrew her gaze, then turned back toward the carriage, saying without looking back, "We leave in an hour." The members of Team Rock quickly responded, their bodies relaxed. It might have been okay if they hadn't known before. Now, knowing that Grandma Lizzie was a magic caster capable of wielding third-tier magic, they naturally felt a sense of pressure. "Captain Dosari, may I see your injuries?" Firia asked expectantly, not following her. "Of course." Captain Dosari paused for a moment, then nodded. Off to the side, the brothers Lure and Rand were helped to sit on the ground. Archer Basque quickly opened his backpack and pulled out 3 bottles of blue recovery potions. He then handed them to the rest of Team Rock. Observing the pained expressions on Captain Dosari and the other two's faces as they gulped down the recovery potions, Archer Basque shrugged helplessly. While the healing potion's effectiveness wasn't as strong as healing magic, it could still help stabilize injuries and slowly heal. He was the only one in the team still fully combat ready, so after administering the potions to the 3 men, Archer Basque stood up and headed back to the battlefield. He severed the ears of the 10 goblins and 2 ogres they had slain and placed them in the leather pouch at his waist. These served as proof of their monster slayings, and they could be exchanged for money at the Adventurers Guild. Here. After carefully examining Captain Dosari's calf, Faria's bright blue eyes shone with a mixture of curiosity and thought. What's wrong? Tang Zheng stood by, noticing the change in Faria's expression. Captain Dosari suddenly grew even more nervous. After all, the recovery of his calf injury was crucial to his future adventurer career. How could such a serious injury heal the skin and muscles without the bones? Sure enough, it's different from the healing effects of a healing potion. Faria looked up at Tang Zheng, excitedly speaking. Then, she quickly stood up and ran towards the carriage, saying, "Wait a moment. Is there a difference between healing magic and healing potions?" A thoughtful look crossed Tang Zheng's face. In the game, there shouldn't be any difference, since both restored health points. But in the other world, there might indeed be a difference. Also, he remembered that the healing potions in the other world were distinctly different from those in the game Yggdrasil. Quickly, Faria ran over, clutching a bunch of herbs. Seeing this, Tang Zheng instinctively glanced at his grandmother, Lizzie, who had returned to the carriage in the distance. He noticed she didn't seem concerned. Perhaps? In grandmother Lizzie's eyes, this unexpected situation wasn't a bad thing. Tang Zheng had heard Faria mention that he had been studying recovery potions for several years, but had never personally used one. This time, with the injuries sustained by Team Rock, it was a rare opportunity for Faria to practice. Faria trotted over, set the pile of herbs aside, and picked out a few, holding them in his palm. "Prepare medicine," Faria whispered, and a light green energy emerged, enveloping the herbs in his hand. Enshrouded in magical light, the herbs slowly began to disintegrate, transforming into granular powder. Next, Faria followed the same method, again creating powders from several different herbs, expertly mixing them according to the correct proportions. The entire process took about 10 minutes. "Tang, can you help me?" Faria looked up. "Okay." Tang Zheng nodded quickly. He had previously considered the production positions of pharmacist and alchemist, and now that the opportunity presented itself, Tang Zheng naturally wouldn't refuse. At Faria's prompt, Tang Zheng took the ceramic pot he had been using as a kettle. "Pour the water in," Faria said, holding the powders in both hands. He opened the water bag. Tang Zheng poured the water into the ceramic jar. In the process, Faria placed all the powder in his hand into the jar. Alchemy. Faria lifted the jar and shook it slightly, his hands radiating a faint glow. As Tang Zheng and the members of Team Rock watched, the liquid in the jar gradually transformed into a turbid, light green solution. "This is a recovery potion," Captain Dosari said, his eyes widening in shock. He believed that, aside from the pharmacists, few people in this world had witnessed the creation of a recovery potion. "No, this isn't a recovery potion. It's just an alchemical solution with healing properties. Creating a complete recovery potion requires a much more complex process." Hearing Captain Dosari's exclamation, Faria shook his head and spoke seriously. "Furthermore, the solution in the jar will deteriorate over time. Not only will it be unusable, it's even toxic. It can only be prepared and used on site. Captain Dosari, drink it. This is an alchemical solution that can relieve pain and has some healing properties. It should help with your injuries." Faria lifted the ceramic jar and handed it to Captain Dosari, smiling brightly. Captain Dosari and the Rand brothers, who were sitting on the ground watching nearby, suddenly began breathing faster, and expressions of pain once again crossed their faces. "I should have known better than to drink the recovery potion." Next, Faria prepared some more, and handed them to the two equally injured Rand brothers. After all this, Faria's face was clearly fatigued. It was clear that preparing 3 batches of alchemical solution was quite a burden. "What's wrong, Tang?" Faria rolled up his sleeves, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and noticed Tang Zheng, who was dazed beside him. At this moment, Tang Zheng's attention was focused on his attribute panel. Pharmaceutical preparation and alchemy were 2 skills Faria had used, causing the attribute panel to react. Tang Zheng spent 2 skill points to learn these 2 skills, and the attribute panel also changed. Attribute table player, Tang Zheng. Justice value, 0 in neutral HP, 53 for percent, MP, 13, 1%, physical attack, 53 for percent, physical defense, 13, 1%, agility, 53 for percent, magic attack, 13, 1%, magic defense, 13, 1%, comprehensive resistance, 0, 0%, speciality, 0, 0%, total, 16%. Ability table innate abilities. Player comprehensive level. Level 5. Experience gauges. 100 out of 400. Class: Basic Class, Genius Level 1, Warrior, Priestess/Priest, Apothecary, Alchemist, Intermediate Class, Swordmaster Level 4. Skill Points, 7. Passive Skills, Item Box, /increase, for percent, Active Skills, Warrior, Instant Reflection, for light/rapid/. Magic, Minor Wound Healing, Level 1, Class Skills, Medicine, Alchemy. The experience gained during this period, combined with the ogre slain earlier, has increased Tang Zheng's level by 3, bringing his overall level to level 5. Chapter 22. Skill, Medicine. Cost, 1 mana. Description: can transform herbs into powders, granules, etc., enhancing their effectiveness, increases with the apothecary level. Skill, Alchemy. Cost, 1 mana. Description: depending on the ingredients, can create alchemical solutions and materials with varying effects, increases with the alchemist level. Tang Zheng saw the additional row of professional skills below the ability chart, and a glimpse of understanding dawned on him. It seemed that the skills of the production class were a type of professional skills, somewhat similar to those of the special classes. Tang Zheng added all 3 levels he had gained to the Sword Master class. After all, at this point, he had only mastered this one mid-level class, which improved his basic attributes. Tang Zheng found this level-up process similar to that in the game Yggdrasil, where players could assign their level gains to any class of their choice. But the real world was different. Those in the other world who wished to advance in warrior classes must constantly hone their skills, refine their techniques, and train. Those who wish to advance in magic classes can only study, read spell books, meditate, and so on. In short, to advance in a particular class, one must first learn the abilities associated with that class. After hearing Faria's question, Tang Zheng averted his gaze from the attribute panel, pretending to come to his senses. This is the first time I've seen a potion made this way, and I'm a little surprised. Nothing. I'm not very good at it yet, Faria said modestly, then looked at Tang Zheng with a hint of excitement. Compared to recovery potions, healing magic is far more powerful. Recovery potions rely on herbs to heal injuries. Whether low quality or high grade, they simply speed up recovery. After hearing Faria's words, Tang Zheng, with a look of interest in his eyes, quietly discussed the matter with Faria. Faria didn't shy away from the topic, but rather happily engaged in conversation with Tang Zheng. As the grandson of Grandmother Lizzie, the greatest pharmacist in E-Rantel, and a future pharmacist known as a genius, even if it weren't 4 years later, Faria's understanding of recovery potions still surpassed that of most pharmacists in the world. In Yggdrasil, the conditions for winning player-to-player battles ultimately boiled down to 4 factors: intelligence, level, equipment, and resources. Intelligence comes first, its importance undeniable. The battle between Bone King and Shaltir perfectly exploited the advantages of intelligence. Shaltir, a combat-focused NPC with a class build that countered the Necromancer type, was effectively outmaneuvered by Bone King, leveraging his superior intelligence. He put on a powerful show in front of the other Guardians. Of course, if a skirmish ensued, Shaltir would most likely win. As for level and equipment, there's no need to elaborate. Tang Zheng could reach level 100 through the abilities of a player, but he currently had no other options for equipment. In this other world, it's impossible to craft artifact-level equipment. The only artifact-level equipment available was the legacy of the 6 great gods and the 8 Desire Kings, making it incredibly difficult to obtain. As for resources, they refer to consumable items such as recovery potions, magic scrolls, crystals, gems, ornaments, and various props. Tang Zheng couldn't even compare to the entire great underground tomb of Nazarick. The reason he kept discussing the recovery potion with Faria was because he wanted to make it himself. After a short rest, everyone set out again. Archer Bassett carried Captain Dosari, and the Rand brothers on his back. After taking the recovery potion and the alchemical solution Faria had created, they were able to walk independently. For the next few days, Faria continued to use herbs, mixing various powders, and healing alchemical solutions to speed up the recovery of the rock team. He also observed the recovery of several adventurers' injuries, to gauge the effectiveness of his own potions. Tang Zheng, after his magic power had recovered, used healing magic to heal Captain Dosari's shattered calf. For a moment, the rock team became a liability. 2 days later, a massive city appeared before Tang Zheng and his companions' eyes. E-Rantel. 3 thick walls gave the border city of E-Rantel the appearance of a military fortress. Or rather, as the central city on the border between the Kingdom of Riestais, the Bahar's Empire, and the Scion Theocracy, E-Rantel was built to fortress standards. Since entering the border, Tang Zheng and his companions had encountered few people along the way, perhaps due to their shortcut. Now that they were nearing E-Rantel, the number of caravans and adventurers on the road began to increase dramatically. Creak, creak. The wooden wheels of the carriage churned against the ground. Grandma Lizzie arrived at the city gate in her carriage. Soldiers immediately approached for inspection, but upon seeing it was Grandma Lizzie, their faces lit up with respect. It's Lord Barar. Let him pass. The soldiers guarding the city quickly turned and shouted to the rear. As a border city, anyone arriving from outside must be inspected to prevent intruders and unruly individuals from other countries, primarily the Baja's Empire. Snap! Grandma Lizzie nodded slightly to the soldiers guarding the city, then flicked her whip, cracking against the horse's rump. The carriage, laden with herbs and faria in the back, slowly drove into the city. Tang Zheng and the rock team, following behind, also allowed them through without inspection, but collected a 2 copper coin entrance fee from each person. That's right. E-Rantel charges an entrance fee. In the Kingdom of Riestais, E-Rantel is the most prosperous city in terms of trade, aside from the port cities and the Imperial capital. Due to its proximity to the top forest and the Katsa Plains, 2 extremely dangerous areas, the city is home to a large number of adventurers and mercenaries. This, in turn, has led to a flourishing business. Entering the city, one's eyes were met by the numerous carriages lining the streets, entering and leaving the city. Tang Zheng could clearly sense that adventurers comprised a significant proportion of the crowds. This was something he hadn't noticed even in the royal capital. Compared to the subtly oppressive and decadent atmosphere he had felt in the royal capital, Tang Zheng's first impression of E-Rantel was that the air exuded a sense of vitality. Chapter 23. After entering E-Rantel, the rock team's escort mission was complete. Next, they naturally needed to head to the Adventurers Guild, submit their commission, and receive their reward. However, under Tang Zheng's healing magic, Captain Dosari, now fully recovered, exchanged glances with the rest of the team. With a slightly ashamed look on their faces, they quickly approached the carriage. Lord Barar, thank you for your care along the way. We weren't of much help, so we won't accept the reward for this commission. Captain Dosari bowed deeply to Grandmother Lizzie, expressing his gratitude. If they hadn't taken care of the 2 ogres, given their current situation, the entire team would likely have perished there. Grandmother Lizzie glanced at Captain Dosari calmly, and for the first time, a smile crossed her wrinkled face towards the rock team. Okay, I understand. Clearly, saving a fortune made Grandmother Lizzie happy. Captain Dosari thanked Faria again, who was sitting in the carriage, before rejoining the group. Tang, remember to come find me. As the carriage departed, Faria waved in Tang Zheng's direction. Tang Zheng's intentional interactions had already made Faria consider him a good friend. I will. Tang Zheng smiled and waved back, his gaze calm. To be honest, Tang Zheng was filled with gratitude towards Faria. Not only had he gained the general profession of genius from her, but he had also gained the life professions of pharmacist and alchemist. That's why. The longer Tang Zheng spent with Faria, the more likely Faria would leak information about him in the future. If that were to happen. Tang Zheng's hand subconsciously rested on the dagger hanging from his waist, lightly pressing the hilt. Before realizing it, the cool touch of the dagger's hilt jolted Tang Zheng back to his senses. Is the pressure too great? Huh? Tang Zheng let out a breath, turned around and looked at the rock squad nearby. Everyone, it's time for me to say goodbye. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you for this journey, Tang. If you need anything, just let me know. Twin brother Ran patted his chest and spoke cheerfully. Tang Zheng quickly waved his hands. I should be the one saying thank you. I've learned a lot from you all. Ding, ding. This is for you. Captain Dosari suddenly pulled a black cloth bag from his arms. The sound of metal clashing emanated from the bag as he shook it. Before Tang Zheng could react, Captain Dosari had already thrust the bag into his hands. Feeling the familiar feel of the bag, Tang Zheng knew it contained gold coins. This is... Tang Zheng, puzzled, raised his hand to push the money back. I don't have much money on me. Please don't be so polite. If it weren't for you, my leg would be broken. Captain Dosari spoke seriously, lifting his leg and stomping hard on the ground. Given the damage to his leg from being completely crushed by the ogre, the healing potions they carried were of little use for this level of injury. Out in the wilderness, the distance to the nearby city was unknown. Even if they could make it back in time and find a faith-based magic caster who could cast healing magic, by then, even if his leg healed, there would still be residual effects. If it weren't for Tang Zheng's timely treatment, Captain Dosari felt he truly bid farewell to his adventurer career. Seeing Captain Dosari's unyielding attitude, Tang Zheng was silent for a moment, then, without further polite deception, said, "Okay, I take it." With that, Tang Zheng nodded to the members of the rock team and turned to leave. Watching Tang Zheng's back gradually disappear into the crowd, Captain Dosari's once cheerful expression faded to a bitterness of pain. "What a shame! This commission is a complete loss," Archer Bass complained. Rand and Lele looked at each other and sighed. They had remained friendly with Tang Zheng throughout the journey, hoping to invite him after completing the commission. Result? They were almost reaching E-Rantel when something unexpected happened. Not only were they nearly wiped out, but they were also saved by Tang Zheng. Under these circumstances, the members of Team Rock were clearly too embarrassed to ask Tang Zheng again. "Why are you hanging your head? Although we didn't invite Tang, we've gotten to know him for now. There's always a chance in the future. Keep working hard and strive to reach the gold rank adventurer team as quickly as possible." Captain Dosari patted his cheek, a bright smile returning to his face, and spoke loudly. "Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain." Rand and the other two followed suit with a smile. Even on the other side, the Barar grandparents drove away in a carriage. Grandmother Lizzie glanced at Firia, who looked somewhat lost after their separation, and shook her head slightly. Due to Firia's personality, her grandson had never had many friends. That kid named Tang looked only slightly older than her grandson, making them about the same age. Plus, he was a faith-class magic caster with some talent. A friendship between the two wouldn't be bad. "But, Firia," Grandmother Lizzie said calmly, driving the carriage. "Grandmother?" Firia looked up. "In the future, unless necessary, try to minimize contact with that kid named Tang," Grandmother Lizzie said. Firia was startled and was about to speak. "I know what you're going to say, but even an old woman like me can be quite discerning. Grandmother won't harm you." Grandmother Lizzie continued, knowing that at Firia's age, once someone made up their mind, they tended to be stubborn. "That kid looks gentle and approachable, but in reality, he's the exact opposite. I mean, there's probably a deep-seated barrier between him and outsiders. His friendly facade towards you is probably just an act. Add to that his wariness of outsiders, and this person either has a complicated background or is in serious trouble." Firia straightened up at this, his face flushing slightly. He opened his mouth to retort, "But, Grandmother..." "Ah." Grandmother Lizzie sighed, her whip cracking against the horse, interrupting Firia. "Firia, did you notice Team Rock's attitude after an old woman like me dealt with those two ogres?" Firia was startled. He naturally noticed, or perhaps it was obvious enough, that Team Rock treated Grandmother with great respect. Firia was no fool. He knew Grandmother wasn't referring to Team Rock's attitude, but to Tang Zheng. He couldn't help but recall Tang Zheng's attitude. He was just as respectful. But now that Firia thought about it, he felt there was something different about Tang Zheng's respect compared to Team Rock's, but he couldn't put his finger on it. "Your acting is terrible. I really despise an old woman like me," Grandmother Lizzie said flatly. Firia opened his mouth, then remained silent. Chapter 24. For years before the new calendar. Stroke month, May 30th. Tang Zheng followed the crowds along the main street. The cobblestones had become sunken in places, perhaps from the sheer volume of people walking on them. The surface remained perfectly clean, though the cracks on the sides of the street showed faint traces of moss. The surrounding buildings were scattered in a patchwork pattern, primarily light-colored, with darker roofs, European style. Tang Zheng walked along the street, observing his surroundings as he headed towards the Adventurers Guild in E-Rantel. He needed to find a place to rest. He had left the capital on May 17th, and by now, he had already spent 13 days on the road. Leveling up had to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The Great Top Forest and the Cat's Plains, located near E-Rantel, were two important locations for leveling up, in his opinion. Tang Zheng planned to head to the Great Top Forest first. Not only were there numerous beasts and monsters in the forest, but also the undead creatures of the Cat's Plains were ineffective against him with his current means. So, Tang Zheng needed to prepare some supplies, thanks to the wilderness survival techniques Team Rock had taught him. He wasn't heading to the Adventurers Guild, but to the inns nearby. It was said that these inns were businesses spun off from the Adventurers Guild. Some high-level adventurer teams didn't even have to pay to stay in these inns. He had been walking for over 10 days straight. In his previous life, Tang Zheng felt that his legs, if not completely broken, would have been nearly as bad. And now, after all this walking, Tang Zheng felt no discomfort, other than a bit of fatigue. He didn't even have a blister on his feet. This made Tang Zheng wonder if his level increase wasn't just about increasing his strength, but also about his physical fitness. Tang Zheng untied the water bag at his waist and took a sip. After walking a few blocks, he found a small inn across the street from the Adventurers Guild. This inn had two types of rooms. One was a multi-person room, accommodating 4 to 6 people, costing 1 copper coin per person per day. The other was a 2-person room, costing 5 copper coins per person per day. This inn was clearly designed for adventurer teams, but that was only so. After all, apart from adventurers and foreign caravans, local civilians didn't stay in inns. Naturally, Tang Zheng wouldn't stay in a multi-person room, so he simply booked a 2-person room for himself. Considering the time needed to prepare supplies, he booked it for 2 days, spending 20 copper coins. That's 1 silver coin for every 7 copper coins. Click! Pushing open the brown wooden door, the worn joints made a slight, sharp sound. Tang Zheng stepped inside, closing the door behind him and scanning the room. The room wasn't large, only about 11 or 12 square meters. 2 wooden beds sat in the center, with a simple bedside table between them. The rest of the room was bare of furniture, looking quite Spartan. The only thing that comforted Tang Zheng was the fact that this room had its own private bathroom. Overall, this other world was at a medieval level, but due to the presence of magic, it couldn't be considered entirely medieval. For example, both in the capital and the central streets of E-Rantel, there are similar streetlights. Of course, they aren't real streetlights, but rather magical streetlights that store eternal light. Although the journey was arduous, it wasn't a problem for Tang Zheng. The only thing that was a bit unbearable was the toilet. Paper does exist in the other world. However, the paper-making process is extremely backward, the output is extremely low, and no one is willing to waste time improving it. Because in the other world, there exists zero-level magic that doesn't exist in the game Yggdrasil. This type of magic is also called life magic. With just a small expenditure of magic power, large quantities of paper can be easily produced. Under such circumstances, there's naturally no need to improve paper-making technology. Luckily, the Rock team is, after all, a high-income group. When people have money, their living standards will always improve. Otherwise, ahem. Tang Zheng coughed lightly, interrupting the thought that was bubbling in his mind. Tang Zheng had heard about the existence of zero-tier magic from the Rock team, according to Captain Dosari. This type of magic was simply for convenience, and most magic casters didn't specifically learn it. Unless they had a specific need, they would simply purchase the corresponding magic scroll. This information also reminded Tang Zheng that his method of acquiring skills was to learn by consuming skill points after others cast their skills. If magic cast using scrolls could also be learned by consuming skill points, could it also be learned? Besides, there's also the issue of making money. Whether you want to admit it or not, the next purchases will cost money. Heading to the Great Top Forest, aside from other things, you need to buy at least 1 piece of armor, especially weapons. The dagger in his hand will probably be blunted after killing a few beasts. If you can't afford magic weapons, you definitely need a few more ordinary swords. Basic prices in this world aren't high, but items with magic attached can be frighteningly expensive. A cup with just a cooling effect can cost around 150 gold coins. And weapons with magical effects, regardless of their strength, are worth over 1,000 gold coins. These are things an ordinary person wouldn't be able to touch in their lifetime. With his current funds, he could only afford a few decent ordinary weapons. On his way to E-Rantel, Tang Zheng had already started thinking about making money. He had asked Firia for advice on making a recovery potion with this in mind. However, after figuring it out, Tang Zheng knew he couldn't spend a lot of time collecting herbs and learning about them. So, Tang Zheng then considered zero-level magic, or everyday magic. Fortunately, the money Captain Dosari gave me has temporarily solved our current predicament. Tang Zheng pulled a bag of gold coins from his pocket. He had just checked and found a full 20 gold coins. Adding the remaining money he now had 22 gold coins, 4 silver coins, and 4 copper coins. Tang Zheng placed the bag of coins in his item box and rubbed his temple. There were many things he needed to think about, but then, bang! Tang Zheng walked to a bed and fell onto it on his back. He had been sleeping outdoors, and his nerves had been tense. Now, finally, he could sleep in a bed. What he needed most now was to recharge his energy and rest. Tang Zheng lay in bed, glancing out the window. The sun was high outside, and it must have been just past noon. This inn wasn't far from the Adventurers Guild, and since it was daytime, he thought he could probably get some rest. This thought flashed through Tang Ning's mind, and he closed his eyes. Chapter 25. In the evening, a cool breeze blew in through the window. Tang Zheng, who had been sleeping in bed, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Huh? Was it a nightmare? Tang Jing raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, exhaled, and muttered softly to himself. He dreamed of the Bone King, standing before him, his crimson eyes glaring coldly at him. Tang Jing grinned and cursed under his breath. The Bone King is a time traveler, and so is Tang Jing. The Bone King is a player, and so is Tang Jing. So why should I be afraid of you? Tang Jing took a deep breath, patted his cheek to wake himself up, then stood up from the bed and looked out the window. It was already dark outside. Tang Jing walked to the guest room window and pushed it open. The cool breeze rushed into the room, dispelling much of his irritability. Unexpectedly, he slept until evening. This small inn was a two-story European-style building. He stayed on the second floor, and through the window, he could see the alley below and the neighboring streets. There were several wooden railings extending outward from the window, but they looked rather old and clearly not very sturdy. A thief with some skill could easily use the walls lining the alley to climb up to the second floor. Tang Jing observed it for a moment, shook his head slightly, and closed the window again. A small inn like this couldn't protect against thieves. Tang Jing washed his face, refreshed himself, and then left the room. On the street, compared to daytime, the crowds were noticeably smaller. Only groups dressed as adventurers, armed with weapons, strolled leisurely down the street. Tang Jing had already asked the innkeeper about nearby shops selling various goods. He headed first to a clothing store. Tang Jing had been wearing the same clothes for over 10 days, and they had already started to smell sour. He needed more clothes for his trip to the top forest. When he emerged from the shop, Tang Jing was holding a packed bag and wearing a black robe that covered his entire body. It had cost him 3 silver coins in total. The most expensive item was the black robe, costing 1 silver and 7 copper coins. The other clothes in the bag were the same cheap, coarse, linen clothes Tang Jing had previously worn. He had purchased this black robe, made of a finer material, because he was going to the Magician's Guild, and it would be inappropriate to wear something too shabby to buy things there. In the kingdom, each major city had branches of the Adventurers Guild and the Magician's Guild. However, unlike the Magician's Guild headquarters in the capital, branches in other cities don't have much of a role in training magic casters. Generally, when someone with talent as a magic caster emerges, the Magician's Guild branches in major cities send them to the headquarters in the capital for training. This situation stems, naturally, from a lack of funds. The traditional customs of the Kingdom of Riestais have led to a lack of attention from the nation's top brass, making it nearly impossible for the Magician's Guild to secure financial support from the upper echelons. Therefore, the Magician's Guild branches in various cities have become dedicated to crafting and selling magic items and scrolls. The Magician's Guild here was a 3-story, unremarkable building. If Tang Jing hadn't specifically asked passers-by, they probably wouldn't have guessed this was a branch of the Magician's Guild. Unlike the bustling Adventurers Guild, it was quite deserted. There were no guards at the entrance. Thinking back though, it made sense that few would dare to force their way into the Magician's Guild. Tang Jing arrived at the dark brown wooden door, and was about to push it open. Ding! A soft bell chimed from the upper left side of the door. Tang Jing looked up and noticed a fist-sized bell hanging above the dark brown door. A faint reddish glow could be seen occasionally glimmering from the bell. Magic item? The thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind. Click! The dark brown door swung open automatically. So that's it. A flash of realization crossed Tang Jing's eyes. It was truly convenient, but that magic bell item probably had more than just this simple function. Thinking this way, Tang Jing stepped into the Magician's Guild. A soft light streamed in through the crack in the door, making the interior of the guild unusually bright. Compared to the rugged, simple Adventurers Guild, the interior of the Magician's Guild was a world apart from its plain exterior. The entire hall was dominated by red and black. The walls were completely covered in redwood planks, with only the areas near the floor being stained black. The hall didn't look large, probably less than 100 square meters. From the outside, the building's area seemed much larger, as the interior was clearly divided by partitions. 6 hanging lamps hung on each wall, and overhead, a cylindrical chandelier emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire hall. At this moment, perhaps because it was late in the evening, the Magician's Guild was deserted. Only 2 middle-aged men in robes sat at the counter. One dozed off with his chin propped up, not opening his eyes at Tang Jing's arrival. The other was younger. When Tang Jing entered the Magician's Guild hall, he had already glanced over. "I'd like to buy some magic scrolls," Tang Jing said softly as he stepped forward. Unlike expensive magic items, which often cost around 1,000 gold coins, magic scrolls are consumables, and their craftsmanship is relatively refined, making them inexpensive. but precisely because they are consumables. That's why even moderately wealthy adventurers wouldn't easily purchase them. My name is Vala. What kind of magic scroll do you need? The younger magician, Vala, looked Tang Zheng up and down, his tone somewhat lazy. His pure black hair was quite rare. Is there an item I'd like to choose from? Tang Zheng said, bowing slightly and speaking somewhat awkwardly. Bang! As if he had expected this. Vala casually pulled a thin book from below and placed it on the table, then lost his focus. Faced with this attitude, Tang Zheng didn't care. Instead, he picked up the book on the table and began to flip through it with a slight embarrassment. He had forgotten that he didn't actually know the writing of this world. The first thing that caught his eye was the introduction to the zero-level magic scroll. Tang Zheng's initial embarrassment eased. There were patterns on it, and even without knowing the words, he could still tell what the scroll was used for. There are more zero-level spells than one might imagine. For example, scrolls for things like ignition, continuous light, and cleaning are purely for daily life, devoid of offensive power. These zero-level spells are essentially useless to adventurers. I heard someone from the Rock team mention this. Some caravans and nobles often carry a few zero-level magic scrolls when traveling, to improve their travels. Tang Zheng searched through the scrolls, and quickly found the zero-level spell for papermaking. However, he didn't immediately ask to buy it. Instead, he continued to flip through the book. Next came the first-level spells. The number was significantly reduced, but their practicality and effectiveness were greatly improved. Repair, first level, repairs damaged objects. Odorless, first level, eliminates one's own odor. Floating board, first level, creates a translucent floating board for carrying items. Magic arrow, first level, unleashes 3 magic arrows for attack. Tang Zheng looked at the information in the book. There were very few offensive magic scrolls, only 3 in total. The other scrolls were mostly for auxiliary purposes. Tang Zheng flipped to the last page and found that there were no more. Are there no second-tier magic scrolls? Tang Zheng was briefly stunned. If he remembered correctly, with the scroll-making technology mastered by humans in the other world, they should be able to create third-tier magic scrolls. And within the Celian Kingdom, there was the technology to create the extremely precious 4th-tier magic scrolls. Third-tier magic scrolls should be a relatively precious resource even for the Magician Guild, but second-tier scrolls probably weren't. So, it's not that they don't exist, but that they're not for sale? Or perhaps ordinary buyers aren't eligible to purchase them. Chapter 26. It seemed as if Tang Zheng had been flipping through the pages for too long. The magician named Vala had regained his composure, an impatient expression on his face as he looked at Tang Zheng. Have you made your choice yet? At the question, Tang Zheng finally averted his gaze from the book and raised his head. I've already made my choice. I have one more question. Go ahead. Vala's expression softened slightly, and he reached for the manual, speaking softly. I see 2 types of magic scrolls related to papermaking. I wonder what the difference is, Tang Zheng asked curiously. As he flipped through the book, he discovered that the magic of papermaking, unique to this other world, not only had zero-level scrolls, but also first-level ones. Because zero-level magic was unique to this other world, Tang Zheng had never seen such magic at different levels, and he was intrigued. Could someone from another world actually develop life magic to the first level? You know? In the game Yggdrasil, magic levels are fixed. Whether you're level 100 or 20, using first-level magic makes no difference. Of course, its power will vary depending on your magic attack stat, but the essence remains the same. There are some unique spells, like the 3rd-level Fireball. This spell increases its power and range based on the amount of magic consumed by the caster. But 3rd-level magic is 3rd-level magic. That's unchangeable. The lower-level magic negation skill possessed by Bone King and other guardians in the Nazarick Catacombs makes them completely immune to Fireball. Therefore, in Yggdrasil, hunting level 100 players requires at least 8th-tier magic. Not much of a difference. If I must say, the paper created by a first-tier papermaking magic scroll is whiter, finer, and superior, perfectly suitable for writing. Wallace spoke lazily, seemingly unwilling to discuss further. At the same time, his eyes looked over, as if to say, it's time to buy something. Hearing this, Tang Zheng suddenly had a shocking thought. Suppressing the thought, Tang Zheng briefly pondered and said, give me a 0-tier papermaking and a heating magic scroll. And a 1st-tier odorless and magic arrow magic scroll, respectively. After hearing the magic scrolls Tang Zheng wanted to purchase, Walla nodded and stood up, walking back. Behind the reception desk was a wall covered in murals. Vala slammed into it. Under Tang Zheng's gaze, Vala passed through the wall and disappeared. Is it a magic barrier? I can't even tell. Tang Zheng was stunned. Not a moment later, Vala approached with 4 magic scrolls in hand. 2 level 0 magic scrolls, 2 gold coins. Level 1 odorless magic scroll, 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. Magic arrow magic scroll, 3 gold coins and 10 silver coins. A total of 7 gold coins and 7 silver coins. Vala placed the magic scrolls in front of Tang Zheng. Hiss. Hearing the price, Tang Zheng's eyes twitched. After a brief hesitation, he pulled 8 gold coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. They were clearly all first-tier magic scrolls, but the price of an offensive spell like Magic Arrow was nearly 3 times that of Smellless. Vala glanced at Tang Zheng with some surprise, then without saying anything, collected the gold coins and found 6 silver coins. Currently, Tang Zheng had 14 gold, 7 silver, and 4 bronze coins remaining. While not much, it should be enough for future supplies. Tang Zheng collected the magic scrolls and coins and turned to leave. Outside the Magician's Guild, Tang Zheng had a thought and put all his magic scrolls into his item box, quickly returning to his inn. He needed to go back and test his previous hypothesis. The sun had already set. The sky had darkened completely. Although there were a few streetlights in the square, they were spaced far apart, barely enough to see the road clearly. Perhaps because it was a border town, the streets were deserted at this hour. Snap! Snap! Suddenly, a figure emerged from a small alley not far ahead, wielding a dagger and deliberately heavy footsteps. Tang Zheng frowned and slowed his pace. Not only had a figure appeared in front of him, but a figure had also appeared behind him. Little brother, would you like to buy us a drink? The figure in front emerged from the shadows. It was a man in black, wielding a dagger, wearing a mask and wearing black clothes. The figure behind him also stopped and stood in the middle of the road, blocking Tang Zheng's escape route. Tang Zheng glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. The man, like him, was wearing a black robe, even his head covered by a hood. The night air made it impossible to see his features clearly. It looks like I've been robbed, Tang Zheng said, pondering a countermeasure. No. We just want you to buy us a drink and borrow some money. The thief holding the dagger spread his arms and shrugged. The figure behind him didn't speak, which only made Tang Zheng feel more threatened. How did you know I had money? Tang Zheng half closed his eyes, drawing his dagger beneath the cover of his black robe. He continued, the Magician's Guild? No. There's no need for the Magician's Guild to do this. Besides, I just left. With the pride of the guild, even if they're short on cash, they wouldn't be concerned about this little money I have. And I only just arrived in E-Rantel today, so... At this point, Tang Zheng had guessed something and sneered. You've been targeting me since I entered the city, right? If his guess was correct, Rock Squad leader Dosari must have been spotted by these 2 men when he handed him the purse. In fact, these 2 men were actually targeting outsiders traveling to and from E-Rantel, looking for those who were alone. Oh, you're quite clever, boy. In that case, we won't waste any more time. Hand over all the magic scrolls and money you purchased, and we spare your life. Otherwise, the thief, wielding a dagger, chuckled, his voice turning cold. I wouldn't mind chopping off your legs, black-haired bastard, and selling you as a slave. I'm sure there would be many people who would like a slave of a black-haired faith-based magic chanter, who can perform low-level healing. Tang Zheng's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this. Has his information been leaked? Aside from the Rock team, the only people who knew he could use healing magic were the Barar grandchildren. But neither of those parties seemed to have any reason to betray him. First, the Barar grandchildren could be ruled out. As for the Rock team, not only did he save their captain's life, they had always wanted him to join them. They wouldn't have leaked his information. Did he accidentally leak it? That's even less likely. After all, the Rock team is a team of silver rank adventurers, and they have some professionalism. How could they have been easily tricked into giving him information? Thinking about it, it seems the Rock team is the only one. Wait. To be exact, these 2 weren't the only ones who knew he could use healing magic. At the King's Capital Adventurers Guild, he cast healing magic, and quite a few people had witnessed it. The thief with the dagger hadn't just said he wanted his money, he wanted to enslave him. Such behavior. 8 fingers. Tang Zheng suddenly uttered 2 words. The thief, fiddling with the dagger, paused. Chapter 27. With the words 8 fingers appearing, the air was briefly silent. I told you long ago, no nonsense. A silent, black-robed man, blocking the path behind, suddenly spoke in a low voice. I didn't say anything. The thief held his dagger in his hand, his eyes cold. Overhearing the brief exchange between the 2, Tang Zheng knew he had guessed correctly. Their ultimate goal wasn't money, but him. The so-called Eight Fingers was an underground organization with 8 criminal divisions, its influence encompassing almost the entire kingdom of Riestais. The shadowy presence of the kingdom's nobles loomed behind them. The kingdom of Riestais did not prohibit the slave trade, which gave rise to a series of criminal networks, such as child abduction, slave trade, brothels, bribery, and so on. Tang Zheng remembered that in a year or two, Golden Princess Lana would issue a decree prohibiting the slave trade, causing enormous losses to the Eight Fingers. This was also a calculated move by Golden Princess Lana. Of the many decrees proposed by Golden Princess Lana, this was one of the few that was passed. The fact that such a decree, so rife with entanglements, could pass was itself somewhat incredible. A princess who had never left the palace, never leaving it, and who had no followers, had somehow managed to garner the support of almost the entire populace. She had even leveraged the profits and advantages generated by the decree's passage to indirectly influence the Bahar's empire and compete with the Blood Emperor. It was no wonder she was called a monster. In the field, the dangerous situation made Tang Zheng tense. While gripping his dagger with his left hand, his right hand pulled out the magic scroll for the first-tier magic arrow he had just purchased from his item box. You're truly audacious. This place isn't far from the center of the square and the Adventurers Guild. Aren't you afraid that if I yell, none of you will be able to escape? Tang Zheng spoke loudly, deliberately trying to attract the attention of those nearby. You could be louder. But let me warn you, no matter how much you yell, it's useless. No one will hear what's happening here. A deep voice came from behind. Tang Ding's heart tightened, and he turned his head to look behind him. He saw the other person holding a small, about 10-centimeter long staff, similar to a magic wand. Almost instantly, the attribute panel in Tang Zheng's field of vision displayed information. Discovered skill silencer. Requirement, basic magician class, level 8 to 14. The current conditions are not met. The moment he saw this information, Tang Zheng knew what the black-robed man behind him was holding. A short staff. A type of magic item, it can be thought of as an enhanced version of a magic scroll. If a magic scroll is an item imbued with a single spell, then a short staff is an item imbued with the same spell multiple times. In the game Yggdrasil, a short staff is a more cost-effective magic item than a magic scroll. Its only drawback is class restrictions. For example, a short staff imbued with holy light can only be used by faith-based magic casters, while a broken staff imbued with fireball can only be used by mana-based magic casters. Magic scrolls, however, don't have this restriction. Of course, some high-level short staffs can bypass this restriction. In the other world, however, a short staff costs much more than a magic scroll. After all, it's a magical item. After confirming that the black-robed man was using a short staff, Tang Zheng was certain he was a magic caster specializing in magic. A thief, a magic caster. It was obvious which of the two would be dealt with first. Give up your resistance, little brat. The masked thief, holding his dagger in reverse, moved his feet, and swiftly charged towards Tang Zheng. Kill! Instantly, the thief's speed quickened, his entire figure becoming blurry. Seeing this, Tang Zheng knew he had no choice but to take a gamble. Without hesitation or regret, Tang Zheng immediately hurled the magic arrow's scroll at the thief. Instantly, the scroll flashed with light. Whoosh! 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 3 attributeless magic arrows gathered in midair, and swiftly shot towards the thief. At the same time, information appeared on the attribute panel. Discovered the skill magic arrow. Requirements, basic mage class, level 1 to 7. Current requirements not met. Activate the genius class. Basic class requirements met. Do you want to spend 1 skill point to learn it? After releasing the magic scroll, Tang Zheng didn't even bother to check the result. Instead, he quickly turned and rushed towards the magic caster behind him. As he saw the information on the attribute panel, Tang Zheng knew his gamble was right and quickly agreed. Skill, magic arrow, level 1, cost, 5 MP. Description, release magic, creating 3 attributeless arrows to attack the enemy. Each additional point of magic consumed creates 1 more arrow, up to a maximum of 10. Boy, you've chosen the wrong opponent. The black-robed magic caster saw Tang Zheng turning and charging towards him, and chuckled mockingly, strong acid. Magic arrow! Tang Zheng was even faster, and before the black-robed magic caster could even begin to speak, he had already unleashed his newly learned magic arrow technique. How could this be? A look of astonishment crossed the black-robed magic caster's face beneath his cloak. Isn't the opponent a magic caster of faith? Could he also possess mana-based magic? Swoosh! 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 3 magic arrows flew towards him. Without time to think, the black-robed magic caster quickly changed his spell. Shield Wall. Swish! A transparent barrier, invisible to the naked eye, appeared before him. Boom! 3 arrows simultaneously struck the barrier, their magical powers canceling each other out and dissipating. You've already angered me, little. The black-robed magic caster's face flashed with anger. He pulled a magic wand from within his robes, preparing to unleash his magic. But the next moment, his face paled as Tang Zheng had already rushed in front of him. How could he be so fast? As a magic caster, he knew he had to maintain distance from his opponent at all costs. This was a fact he knew all too well. The distance between them was at least 15 meters. A magic caster's physique couldn't possibly run that fast, unless the opponent was more than just a magic caster. The moment this thought occurred to him, Tang Zheng swung the dagger in his hand quickly. Quick strike. A flash of icy light flashed in the air. The dagger's blade slashed heavily at the neck of the black-robed magic chanter. But, at the moment of contact, a ray of white light emerged from the black-robed magic chanter's body. The blade made contact with the white light with a muffled sound, successfully blocking it. However, the white light suddenly dimmed. This is magic item. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. You didn't expect that. His face, hidden by the brim of his hat, was revealed. He looked younger than expected, only about 20 years old. However, the black-robed magic caster hadn't had time to rejoice yet. Tang Zheng's glare was fierce. He gripped the hilt of his sword with his backhand and pressed down hard. The white light that had blocked the dagger flickered briefly before quickly dissipating. Puff! The tip of the sword slashed across the black-robed magic caster's throat, sending a torrent of blood gushing out, spattering Tang Zheng. Experience gained, 350. Idiot! Tang Zheng. Knowing he had defensive magic items, he didn't continue casting spells, hoping to see his surprise. Under his attack, the defensive white light dimmed, clearly having a certain strength limit. Furthermore, as a magic caster, he actually allowed the enemy to get so close. It was clear that the black-robed man had little experience in close combat. You bastard! I'm going to chop off every limb you have. A cold roar came from behind. The thief, who had just been blocked by the magic scroll's magic arrow, was already charging forward. No footsteps were heard. Is it a thief class ability? Or a skill? Tang Zheng quickly adjusted his posture and turned to look behind him. The dark purple light emanating from the opponent's dagger was already before him. Another magic weapon. Critical moment. Dang! Tang Zheng instinctively swung his dagger, and the blade and dagger collided with a sharp, metallic clang. A hint of astonishment crossed the thief's eyes. After the collision, he stepped back a few steps, looking at Tang Zheng in surprise. Crack! Tang Zheng lowered his head to look at his dagger. A crack and a gap appeared at the point of the collision. But this time, the solemn expression on Tang Zheng's face slowly faded. I've noticed you're weaker than me. Tang Zheng's expression was odd, and he looked up at the thief across from him. Chapter 28. You're weaker than me? The unexpected, slightly surprised tone of the words reached the thief's ears, sending him into a rage and a state of uncertainty. There's something wrong with this black-haired kid. He's a magic caster, yet his skills are no less impressive than his. How could his attack be so easily blocked? A hint of disbelief crossed the thief's eyes. Bang! Tang Zheng stomped his foot on the ground and charged towards the thief. Now was no time for idle talk. Looking for death. The thief roared in shock and anger at Tang Zheng, who had taken the initiative to attack him. He raised his left hand to his waist, a short dagger appearing in his hand, which he flung towards Tang Zheng. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something piercing the air was heard. Tang Zheng glanced around, easily catching the dagger's trajectory. He swung his short sword, knocking it down. However, this also slowed his forward movement. Stealth. The thief growled, his body rapidly becoming blurry in the already dark night, as if blending into the darkness. Tang Zheng immediately became alert, but the next moment, a look of astonishment crossed his face. The thief not only didn't attack, but turned and ran. I can't let him escape. The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, and he raised his hand forward, magic arrows. Whoosh! 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 3 magic arrows gathered in midair, and shot rapidly towards the thief. The rapid sound behind him forced the fleeing thief to stop and roll to the side to avoid the attack. Taking advantage of this opening, Tang Zheng also caught up. For light slashes. The dagger in Tang Zheng's hand instantly transformed into 4 afterimages, piercing the thief. Puff! 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 For streams of blood burst forth from his chest, causing the thief to let out a shrill scream. However, due to the effects of the magic silencing, the man's screams could not be heard. You. The thief's eyes were bloodshot, and he lay on the ground covered in blood. How is it possible, Gazefs? Before he could finish his words, the thief was completely dead. Experience gained 380. Huh? Tang Zheng panted, looking at the corpse on the ground, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the blood staining his clothes and the blood dripping down the dagger's blade, Tang Zheng was silent for a moment. Kill two in one fell swoop. This was something Tang Zheng had never considered before. He had indeed anticipated that he would end up killing someone, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Disgusted? No. Guilty? No. On the contrary, it felt natural. What a horrible, disgusting world. Tang Zheng cursed under his breath. He looked up. He quickly scanned the street and saw no one was around. These two guys had definitely picked a good spot. Tang Zheng wiped the blood from his cheek and quickly walked over to the two bodies, placing them in the prop box. He even collected the blood-stained floor tiles. This prop box, similar to a space backpack, had no other restrictions except that it couldn't hold living things. After cleaning up the scene, Tang Zheng quickly left the area and headed back toward the inn. Passing through a small alley, Tang Zheng went inside, collected his blood-stained clothes, and changed into clean clothes. Fortunately, he had already bought a large amount of ordinary clothing, so he wouldn't be without a change of clothes. Inside the inn he said, "Hey, the guest's back." The innkeeper, a slightly overweight, freckled, middle-aged woman named Melisi, said, "Ms. Melisi?" Tang Zheng smiled gently, nodded at Melisi, and then headed toward his room on the second floor. Ha! Melisi yawned as she watched Tang Zheng ascend the stairs. What a polite young man. Click. As the door closed, a look of fatigue crossed Tang Zheng's face. He had a total of 13 magic points. After using Magic Arrow twice in a row, he was no longer able to cast any more magic. If he let the thief escape, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the 4-light slash technique was ultimately used to resolve the situation. Tang Zheng had never had the opportunity to use this martial art before, but after using it this time, he finally understood what concentration meant. To be more precise, it was a drain on energy, much like running 200 meters in a previous life. It wasn't terribly tiring, but the fatigue was certainly palpable. Most importantly, through this unexpected battle, Tang Zheng gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. The Blackrobe magic caster could use the second-tier spell Shield Wall, clearly above level 7, but not much higher. The thief accompanying him should have been of similar skill level. Under normal circumstances, Tang Zheng was only level 5. Facing a pincer attack from two men, even if caught off guard, he should have been completely suppressed. But the result? It might have been that the Blackrobe magician didn't exploit his strengths. In Tang Zheng's eyes, the thief was slightly weaker than him in both speed and strength. There was only one reason for this. That was Tang Zheng's base stats being higher than the thief's. Since Genius doesn't increase base stats, I've added all my experience to the mid-level Sword Saint class. People in the other world don't have this convenient player ability, so most can only improve their base classes. It's unknown if they even have mid-level classes. Tang Zheng reflected on his own stats, his physical attack of 53 and his agility of 53. He had a sudden realization. Given this, my base stats should be higher than the normal level 7 human in the other world. Next, Tang Zheng's mind flickered, and a dark brown magic wand, a brilliant white necklace, a short staff, and a dagger with a faint purple glow appeared on the bed. For magical items. Aside from these 4 items, the two men didn't even carry a single copper coin, let alone any identification. I wonder if this is a rule of 8 fingers, or just a habit they use when catching prey. If it's the former, then 8 fingers is far more terrifying than the anime makes it out to be. It's a shame I haven't mastered the magic of item appraisal. Otherwise, I could learn about the specific effects of these 4 magic items. Tang Zheng glanced at the magic items on the bed, and sighed to himself. The only thing he knew for sure was the short staff with the silencing effect. It could still sense fluctuations in magical energy, so it must have been used several times. There were quite a few magic casters who mastered item identification. However, if he had just defeated 8 fingers and taken these magic items for identification, it would easily attract 8 fingers' attention. These people were very vengeful. Tang Zheng didn't have time to play with them. Maybe I have to go to the Magician's Guild tomorrow. The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. With a wave of his hand, He put the 4 magic items on the bed back together, and took out the remaining 3 magic scrolls. Papermaking, heating, and odorless. He tore up the 3 magic scrolls one by one, and then spent skill points to learn them. Thankfully, these 3 magic scrolls were auxiliary spells, and wouldn't cause as much noise as Magic Arrow. Odorlessness can eliminate one's own scent, saving them from a lot of trouble when they venture into the forest. Papermaking is self-explanatory. Heating was a last-minute purchase by Tang Zheng to confirm his guess, though it doesn't matter if it's wrong. After all, this spell is quite convenient, allowing adventurers to heat food and water without lighting a fire or exposing themselves. In short, it's a must-have for the wild. Chapter 29. After mastering the skills on the magic scrolls, Tang Zheng looked at the stat panel. Ability chart: innate ability. Player combined level 5. Experience gauges 830/400. Class: Basic class, Genius first level, Warrior, Priestess/Priest, Apothecary, Alchemist, Magician, Thief. Intermediate class, Sword Master 4th level. Skill points 3. Passive skills, Item box, increase/attack, for percent, active skills, Warrior, Instant reflection, 4 light/rapid/stealth. Magic, Papermaking, level 0, Warming, level 0, Minor Wound Healing, level 1, Magic Arrow, level 1, Smellless, level 1, Class skills, Medicine, Alchemy. Killing the 2 Eight Fingers members had earned him a considerable amount of experience. Tang Zheng, with a sudden thought, spent experience to level up, adding the increased level to Sword Master. Genius LV1 plus Sword Master LV5. Total level 6 LV. Among his skills, Tang Zheng mastered the Thief Steal skill, and incidentally unlocked the Thief basic class. Skill, Stealth. Cost, none, 1 minute cooldown. Description: in darkness or shadows, reduces your presence and increases your agility by 10% for 30 seconds. Skill, Papermaking, level 0, cost, 1 MP. Description: creates 1,000 sheets of low-quality paper. Each additional point of mana cost increases the number of sheets, with no upper limit. Skill, Warming, level 0, cost, 1 MP. Description: warms objects touched to 100 degrees Celsius for 1 minute. Tang Zheng looked at the information about his newly acquired skills and spells. He wasn't surprised to notice that the cost of level 0 spells was only a small amount of mana. Level 0 life magic spells were truly of no use in combat. No wonder few magic casters in the other world were willing to master more than a few level 0 spells. The game Yggdrasil has a skill point cap. For those in the other world, learning magic requires effort. Furthermore, there seems to be a limit to the number of spells each magic caster can master at each stage. Under these circumstances, no one was willing to waste time learning level 0 spells. Suddenly, Tang Zheng noticed the upgrade symbol next to 2 level 0 spells. This is it. Tang Zheng's eyes widened, his body trembling. My previous guess was correct. While browsing the magic scroll book at the Magician's Guild, Tang Zheng noticed that among the magic scrolls recorded, there were both level 0 and level 1 scrolls on papermaking. This unique situation made Tang Zheng somewhat concerned. The tiered magic system in the game Yggdrasil has a very clear division of levels. The unique everyday magic created by people in another world can actually be elevated to different levels. This made Tang Zheng wonder if the magic created by magic casters in this other world was different from the tiered magic in the game. This was why Tang Zheng purchased 2 tier 0 spells to verify their effectiveness. Upgrade. Tang Zheng stared intently at the 2 tier 0 spells. As each of these 2 spells consumed 1 skill point, they indeed changed. Skill, Papermaking, level 1, cost, 5 MP. Description: produces 800 sheets of high-quality paper. Each additional point of mana consumed increases the number of sheets to 400, with no upper limit. Skill, Heating, level 1, cost, 5 MP. Description: warms the object it touches to 150 degrees Celsius within 1 minute. Tang Zheng looked at the newly displayed information, surprised but also slightly frowning. How should I put it? As I suspected, the unique life magic of the other world could indeed increase rank, but so far, the change wasn't very noticeable. Also, the upgrade mark behind these 2 spells had disappeared. According to the learning level of tiered magic, levels 1 to 7 can master first tier magic, and levels 8 to 14 can master second tier magic. Tang Zheng thought silently, it's probably because the level isn't high enough, so I can't improve it for now. He also wondered if he could continue improving these 2 spells to the level of 10th tier magic. But, if they really did reach the 10th tier level, could these otherworldly, self-developed, Auxiliary 0-tier magic possess the power of normal 10-tier magic? Uselessness is one thing. On the other hand, skill points are limited, and is it worth spending them to improve in this area? After all, these daily life magics are meant to be auxiliary, so this requires consideration. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with excitement and surprise. In any case, this was a completely unexpected way to obtain 10th level magic. After all, there were almost no natives in the other world who could use 10th level magic. No one was using it. Naturally, Tang Zheng couldn't spend skill points to obtain 10th level magic. More importantly, there was information that such magic didn't exist in the Great Tomb. After organizing his thoughts, Tang Zheng gently rubbed his temples to soothe his tired head, then laid down on the bed. Most of these ideas could be tested later. Right now, the most important thing was to level up. We couldn't sacrifice the essential for the trivial. Sleep. Tang Zheng suppressed his excitement. The next day, at dawn, Tang Zheng was already up, left the inn, and began to buy some food and key supplies. With the item box, a relatively large backpack, Tang Zheng didn't have to worry too much about food storage or spoilage. For the price of 2 gold coins, Tang Zheng bought nearly a month's worth of food in one go, to avoid attracting attention by buying so much food all at once. Tang Zheng went to different shops to buy a batch of supplies. Just buying food took him the entire morning. After a quick lunch, Tang Zheng began purchasing some weapons. His short sword was already cracked and chipped, making it unusable. He bought 10 ordinary iron swords at the price of 1 silver coin each, and a piece of lightweight soft armor for protection, spending a total of 1 gold coin. Next, Tang Zheng went to the Magician's Guild again. Since they wouldn't sell second-tier magic scrolls, he had to reveal his identity as a faith-based magic caster. He then spent 3 gold coins to purchase a magic scroll for item identification called Item Appraisal. Although it was a second-tier spell, since Item Appraisal wasn't a support or offensive spell, its price was comparable to a first-tier offensive magic scroll. After completing these basic supplies, Tang Zheng went to the Adventurers Guild again and bought some information about the top forest. He spent another 2 gold coins. After a full day of preparation, Tang Zheng had spent 8 gold coins, leaving him with only 6 gold and 7 silver coins. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Lower Wind Month, June 1st. Clad in a black robe, with an iron sword strapped to his left waist and a water bottle hanging from his right, Tang Zheng left E-Rantel, where he had rested for 2 days, and headed north. The top forest is a vast primeval jungle surrounding the Angelica Mountains, located north of E-Rantel. It is home to numerous dangerous magical beasts and demi-human races, making it a forbidden zone for humans. Even the most elite adventurers only venture beyond the outermost reaches. Chapter 30. After leaving E-Rantel early in the morning, Tang Zheng followed the intelligence and crude maps he had gathered from the Adventurers Guild. He headed northwest, towards the extreme border of the kingdom of Riestais, near the top forest. There lay a place called Khan Village. This village, though a border village, boasted a history of nearly 100 years. However, even with its long history, it remained impoverished. It was completely inconspicuous, even overlooked, within the kingdom. Yet, in the anime, it played a central role in a series of plotlines. Of course, this village actually had no connection to the various plots. It was more like a plot stopover. Wow! A goblin, crouching in the grass on a desolate hill by the roadside, suddenly rushed out. Tang Zheng glanced at it, immediately drawing the iron sword from his waist. He dodged the ambushing goblin with a sideways movement, then slashed it with a powerful blow. Puff! The blade flashed. The goblin screamed, its body cut in two. Gain 30 experience points. Tang Zheng expressionlessly shook the green blood staining his iron sword and glanced around. For more goblins emerged from the bushes. What troublesome creatures! Tang Zheng thought, and said, Magic Arrow. Swish! 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 After expending 5 magic points, Tang Zheng expended another one, creating 4 magic arrows in a single volley, firing them at the 4 goblins. For green blood flowers bloomed. As the sound of a fall echoed, information appeared on the attribute panel. Gain 27 experience points. Gain 25 experience points. Gain 30 experience points. Similar to the experience gained from wild beasts, reaching Khan Village should increase your level by 1. Leveling up is indeed faster in the early stages. Tang Zheng stepped forward and cut off the ears of the dead goblins. After all, goblin ears can be exchanged for money at the Adventurers Guild. This was a considerable income. On the following journey, Tang Zheng encountered several more waves, but it wasn't just goblins. There were also attacks from smaller monsters. Under these circumstances, Tangjung finally arrived at a small village surrounded by wooden fences and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys in the evening. A quick glance revealed that such defensive wooden fences offered little protection against the attacks of forest monsters. And yet, Khan Village, so close to the great top forest, had persisted, undestroyed by the monsters. This was itself a remarkable fact. Through the frequent monster attacks along the way, Tangjung naturally felt them most vividly. After leaving E-Rantel, the number of monsters and goblins gradually increased, but the closer we got to Khan Village, the fewer monsters there were. This was because, within the top forest, 3 great monsters known as the forest rulers existed. The southern ruler of the forest was the great demonic beast, the wise forest king Hamsuk. The eastern ruler of the forest was the eastern giant, the ogre Go. The western ruler of the forest was the western demonic serpent, Nagarularis. These 3 beings could be said to jointly control the entire top forest, and Khan Village was the territory of the wise forest king Hamsuk. This is also why no monsters have attacked Khan Village. The 3 forest rulers are all around level 30, with the wise forest king Hamsuk being even higher. According to humans, they have all entered the realm of heroes. But humans in the same realm of heroes are almost no match for the 3 forest rulers in a one-on-one fight. This is the advantage of the subhuman or alien species. Tangjung averted his gaze from the gate of Khan Village and looked out at the vast, endless primeval jungle that was already visible to the naked eye. His view was obscured by the towering, dense branches, making it impossible to see anything, but Tangjung's eyes revealed a solemn and fearful expression. The true terror of the Tobu Great Forest is not the 3 forest rulers. It is a being deep within the forest. 200 years ago, during the 13 Heroes period, the Demon Tree, one of the monsters that descended upon this world, reached a staggering level 85. Even then, it was not completely destroyed, merely sealed away in the deepest reaches of the Tobu Great Forest. When the anime begins, the reason Shaltir suddenly encountered the forces of the Jet Black Festival, the most powerful festival in the Celian cult, and even armed with a world-class item, Alluring Beauty, was simply because of Shaltir's bad luck. The Jet Black Scripture, armed with world-class items, was actually deployed because the seal on the Demon Tree had begun to loosen. They intended to remove the seal on the Demon Tree and, incidentally, use the world-class item, Alluring Beauty, to control the enemy, but they encountered Shaltir. This led to a seemingly inexplicable fight between the 2 sides. This incident is only briefly mentioned in the anime, but it is still described in the Bunko novel. The Black Festival suffered heavy losses, and the human using the world-class item was even killed by Shaltir's final counterattack before being controlled. This is why Shaltir, despite being controlled, became a wild monster. It's entirely because the person using Alluring Beauty was already dead. Who are you? Suddenly, 2 middle-aged villagers holding steel pitchforks appeared at the entrance of Khan Village. Their faces were wary, and they looked warily at Tangjung, who had appeared at the entrance of their village. "Excuse me, I'm a traveler passing through the village and would like to stay here for the night," Tangjung said softly, keeping his voice gentle. Hearing this, the 2 villagers holding steel pitchforks exchanged a glance, their wariness and vigilance undimmed. Instead, they glanced behind Tangjung. On realizing that Tangjung was alone, the 2 villagers' expressions relaxed slightly. Wait a moment. The 2 villagers were clearly unable to make a decision. One of them turned and quickly ran back into the village. The wait didn't last long. The departing villager returned with a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with dark, rough skin and gray-brown hair. Judging from his appearance, he must be the village chief of Khan Village. The village chief, after rushing over, carefully examined Tangjung, lingering particularly on his dark hair. "Are you here to stay?" the village chief asked in a somewhat gruff voice. "Yes." Tangjung nodded. "Then please come in," the village chief said without further questioning. This surprised Tangjung. Khan Village was generally deserted by outsiders, except in late autumn when tax collectors and herb traders would arrive. "Village chief?" The 2 villagers spoke with some surprise, clearly not expecting the chief to agree so readily. It was already evening, and arriving at their village at this time clearly made the 2 villagers uneasy. These past couple of months are when the monsters and wild beasts in the forest are at their most agitated. The village chief sighed softly and opened the fence. Hearing this, the 2 villagers finally realized that while their village was peaceful, the road to this place was far from peaceful. The fact that the other party had made it here alone showed his extraordinary strength. The village's wooden fences were no match for him. The fact that he hadn't done so indicated that the black-haired boy had no ill intentions. After figuring this out, the two villagers no longer had their initial wariness. Led by the village chief, Tangjing followed him into Khan village. Chapter 31. Upon entering the village, a sense of desolation greeted the eye. The entire village wasn't large, and at a glance, one could clearly see all the houses, only about 30 in total. A small area was covered with gravel, relatively clean, but most of the ground was overgrown with weeds. The varying heights of the weeds in different areas suggested someone was regularly clearing them. All the houses were low, one-story structures. Several of the better ones were clearly built of stone bricks, but their grayish-white walls suggested they were quite old. Our village is relatively small, but there are a few vacant houses. If you don't mind, you can rest in the one in front. The village chief's thick, gray-brown beard on his cheeks and chin trembled as he spoke. Thank you for your help, village chief. Tangjing glanced at the house the village chief pointed to and spoke with gratitude. Haha, it's just a small matter. Our village hasn't had any guests in ages. The village chief chuckled softly. As the two spoke, curious eyes and heads peered out from the doors and windows of the surrounding villagers' houses. Khan village wasn't large, so any movement would naturally be quickly known. Tangjing simply thanked them and, under the gazes of many, entered the unoccupied house in the village. Khan village was actually quite ordinary, with nothing worthy of Tangjing's attention. If anything, it was the girl named Enri. She was the girl who, with the help of a common magic item, the Goblin General's horn, had conjured an army. Tangjing doubted whether the other party possessed a natural ability like extremely high goblin affinity. But for now, she was just an ordinary girl. Creak! Pushing the wooden door open, an old sound echoed where it met the doorframe. Tangjing entered the unused house. It was quite bare, with only a wooden bed and a thin layer of dust on the floor. A few broken spiderwebs hung on the beams overhead and at the corners of the roof. Where the wooden planks met the floor around the corners, the color was slightly darker, likely due to the dampness. Tangjing hadn't expected good accommodations in such a poor border village. He had come to Karn village because it was the closest to Tob Forest. Because it belonged to the territory of the wise forest king, Hemisuk, it was surprisingly safe. The journey from E-Rantel to Karn village took about a day, and the round trip would take at least 2 days. Although Tangjing had already replenished his supplies, he still needed to prepare for unexpected emergencies that might require him to leave the forest early. This could also be a situation where he run out of supplies and run out of resources. At such times, he naturally needed a dedicated place to rest and recuperate. Karn village was the perfect place. I should have prepared a magic scroll for cleaning, Tangjing observed, surveying the dust in the room and the spiderwebs clinging to the beams, and shook his head slightly. As expected, even after learning a lot about the preparations adventurers make before their journeys from the rock team, there are still things they overlook. Tangjing could only clean the room himself, creating a clear area. He then pulled a basketball-sized ceramic jar from the toolbox and placed it on the ground. He then took out a piece of bacon, broke it into small pieces of varying sizes, and placed them inside, then poured the water from the water bag into the jar. Heat it up. Tangjing pointed a finger at the jar. In less than half a minute, the water inside began to boil, gradually transforming into a pot of broth, emitting a meaty aroma. Apart from anything else, this magic is at least quite convenient for heating food, Tangjing said, sniffing the salty aroma in the air, a faint smile on his face. A minute passed in a flash, and the simple broth was ready. Tangjing took out a bowl, scooped himself a spoonful, then picked up the black bread and began to eat. Even after cooking, the bacon still had a strong salty taste, but paired with the dry, hard black bread, it was quite pleasant. Bacon is a common food for adventurers in the wild. Due to its extremely salty curing, it is almost impossible to eat directly. It's often used in broth or as a salt substitute, making it a crucial way for adventurers who engage in manual labor to replenish their salt intake. The faintly salty aroma of broth drifted out the window, immediately causing a small commotion in Khan village. Khan village's main source of income is wheat farming and the gathering of medicinal herbs at the edge of the forest. Hunting wild beasts? For the villagers, whose average level is only level 1, this is a very dangerous undertaking. Tangjing remembered that there should be a hunter in Khan village with the basic class of guerrilla soldier, but he was only level 2 at most. He glanced at the stats panel. Genius LV1 plus Swordmaster LV6 equals overall level 7 LV. The residual experience from killing the 2 Eight Fingers members, combined with the goblins and small monsters he slain along the way, allowed Tangjing to advance another level. Progress wasn't too slow. Tang Zheng figured it wouldn't take a few days to reach the maximum level of his intermediate swordmaster class. After that, he focused on increasing the level of genius. Xiaotia and Juesi Jueming's priest class were both LV10. Tang Zheng wasn't sure if this was the priest level requirement for Valkyrie, but reaching this level was a good way to maintain consistency. The next day, June 2nd. At dawn, Tang Zheng packed up and left Khan village. Before leaving, he paid the village chief 5 copper coins for his camping trip. The people of Khan village were quite simple, and the village chief hadn't intended to accept it, but Tang Zheng had forced it into his hands. He would likely return to Khan village later, so he need to build up some favorability and social skills beforehand. He could still afford 5 copper coins. The air was filled with the unique jungle aroma of branches, leaves, and soil, mingled with decay, emanating from the top forest. Swish. Tang Zheng stepped on the thick branches and moss, each step creating a rustling sound like branches colliding and crushing. From the depths of the jungle, the cries of various animals and birds could be heard from time to time. Tang Zheng, iron sword in hand, advanced along the outer area, heading eastward from the top forest. Of the 3 forest rulers, the most powerful and difficult to deal with was the wise king of the forest, Kangsuk. With Tang Zheng's strength, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Don't be fooled by his cute appearance in the anime. That's simply because he's looking at it from Bone King's perspective. In reality, the wise forest king Hamsuk is a formidable beast. The other 2 forest rulers. Naga, the demonic serpent of the west, is highly intelligent and a magic caster, making him equally dangerous. Only the other ogre, while equally formidable, has a lower IQ and is a bit of a stubborn type. Most importantly, he's a warrior, possessing exceptional recovery abilities and physical attacks, but no other means of attack. In the event of an unexpected encounter, the chances of escaping an ogre are significantly higher than those of Naga, the demonic serpent of the west, or Hamsuk, the wise forest king. Lush green, towering trees dot the surroundings, and sunlight filters through the dense canopy, dappling the ground. Chapter 32. In the jungle. Tang Zheng made his way eastward, taking slow steps. Perhaps because he was always on the outermost edge, he hadn't encountered any wild beasts, not even demonic beasts, for a while. Buzz. The barely perceptible sound of a pair of wings flapping as it took off from a branch in the forest. It was a strange insect, about the length of a thumb, emerald green, similar in appearance to a caterpillar, but with a pair of thin wings. The winged caterpillar slid down from an emerald green leaf and slowly descended towards Tang Zheng below. But just as it reached Tang Zheng's head, the iron sword slashed through the air, slicing the winged caterpillar in 2 and sending it crashing to the ground. Gained 1 experience point. A faint fishy smell lingered in the air. Is it poisonous? Tang Zheng glanced at it casually, then continued forward without a pause. What a pity! I don't have detection magic, otherwise I wouldn't have to rely on my own judgment. Currently, Tang Zheng's HP, physical attack, and agility have all reached 73. HP aside. He had recently experimented with this, and with 73 points of physical attack, swinging his iron sword at full power, he could chop down a tree as thick as his arms with just 3 strikes. If he used his fists. A full-strength punch into a tree stump would leave a fist mark halfway down the trunk. As for agility, the data wasn't quite as accurate. Tang Zheng only knew that his 5 senses had significantly improved. With his previous agility value of 63, encountering the thief, who should have been at level 8 or above, what seemed like swift speed to ordinary people seemed normal to Tang Zheng, even slower. The rock team was the adventurer group Tang Zheng had the most contact with, and their strongest was Captain Dosari. Now, Tang Zheng felt he was even stronger than them. In addition, he possessed not only martial arts, but also skills in magic. In a head-on confrontation, Tang Zheng wasn't sure, but in a sneak attack, he was confident he could annihilate the rock team, though he would certainly be injured in the process. From a weakling to a force rivaling the strength of a silver-rank adventurer team, Tang Zheng couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying power of players born with special abilities. 200 years ago, the player captain, the leader of the 13 heroes, had incurred the Platinum Dragon King's fear due to his rapid rise in strength. Keep moving. The real trouble in the forest wasn't the conspicuous monsters and wild beasts, but the colorful insects, most of which were highly poisonous. With Tang Zheng's agility, he wasn't afraid of these insects' sudden attacks, but dealing with them was a real hassle, and the experience gained was only in the single digits. This severely slowed his progress. Crack! A fallen branch broke under Tang Zheng's foot, making a crisp, crunching sound. This wasn't particularly noticeable in the forest's outer reaches, filled with the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves by the wind, but Tang Jing stopped in his tracks. Finally, I've found some good prey. Is this your territory? Tang Jing turned his head and glanced to his left. There it was. At the intersection of the thick branches of several large trees, a pure black creature dotted with faint green spots lay crouched among the leaves, motionless. Fortunately, it was daytime. Although the other party was hidden among the branches and leaves, a rather slender outline could still be discerned. Had it been in the dark, Tang Jing would probably have missed it. Earlier, Tang Jing had vaguely sensed something unusual. Although this place was on the outskirts of the top forest, the number of beasts he encountered during his advance was quite small. There was only one possible scenario for this situation: that this place was the territory of some powerful beast or demonic beast. Now it seemed his guess was correct. Tang Jing glanced at the other party. The black figure, hidden among the branches, was at least a meter long. What on earth was this? Tang Jing narrowed his eyes, holding the iron sword across his chest. Swish! Swish! The leaves rubbed against each other, making a sound like wind. The hidden creature had clearly realized it had been discovered. Facing this human who had trespassed into its territory, its red, forked tongue lolled out. The next moment, a dark green figure, like a spring, burst through the lush branches and leaves, its maw wide open, and pounced toward Tang Jing below. The dark green scales, gleaming coldly in the dappled sunlight, had a metallic quality. Tang Jing finally determined what this creature was. It was a snake. A massive serpent, over 6 meters long and as thick as 2 normal human thighs. The dark green serpent sprang toward him, its bloody maw, emitting a fishy smell, opened sharply, biting down fiercely. Tang Jing swiftly swung his iron sword, striking the snake's head with all his might. Bang! The sword blade struck the open mouth of the black-green snake, making a dull sound. Sparks of fire erupted from the point where its black scales met the iron sword. So tough! Tang Jing's eyes narrowed. Roar! The black-green snake roared in pain, its 6-meter-long body twisting as its thick tail swung from behind. The tail lashed the air, making a sharp buzzing sound. Seeing this scene, Tang Jing held the black-green snake, which was about to bite him, with his right hand. With his left hand, he grasped the air and, pulling out another iron sword from his toolbox, slashed in the direction of the snake's tail. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed again. The astonishing force caused Tang Jing to step back. He shifted his left shoulder, but managed to block the blow from the black-green snake's tail. Roar! Aside from its midsection, the black-green snake's entire front and lower tail pressed against Tang Jing, twisting and turning. It seemed to be trying to curl Tang Jing into its body, using its snake-like strangulation technique to kill its prey. But Tang Jing, taking advantage of his agility, held his sword with both hands, blocking the attacks from the snake's head and tail while steadily retreating. The scales are very hard, and coupled with its slippery body, it's difficult to damage it with brute force. Tang Jing swung his iron sword continuously, occasionally slashing at the snake's body, but the effect was minimal. Even if it was simply hard, its slippery body reduced the force of Tang Jing's attacks. I had thought it was just a large snake-like beast, but now it seemed to be a demonic beast. In the other world, it was easy to distinguish between beasts and demonic beasts. As long as they possessed some special abilities, they could be classified as a demonic beast. Seeing the human before it seemingly unable to penetrate its scales, the dark yellow snake's dark yellow eyes lost some of their caution. It gradually began to abandon some of its defensive maneuvers, its attacks becoming more ferocious. Bang! The swung thick tail was once again blocked by Tang Jing's iron sword, with even greater force than before. Almost there. Tang Jing's expression remained unchanged. He had already figured out the snake's attack pattern. With his speed, it wouldn't be difficult to escape the snake. However, this was a valuable experience pack. Bang! Tang Jing stomped hard on the ground and leaped backwards, pretending to escape. Chapter 33. Sure enough. Seeing its prey attempt to escape, the black-green snake's meager intelligence clearly couldn't discern this was intentional. The snake's upper body tilted back, most of its body standing upright, compressing like a spring, and then launched itself towards Tang Jing. Opportunity! Tang Jing's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. He swung the iron sword in his hand, gripping it with his backhand. Like a javelin, he hurled it fiercely into the black-green snake's open mouth. Bang! With astonishing force, the iron sword's impact exploded in the air. The iron sword pierced the black-green snake's mouth with pinpoint precision, sending a stream of white mucus and red blood, even mixed with bits of flesh, scattering across the ground. Hiss! Roar! The black-green snake fell from midair, twisting its body and hissing in agony. Bang! Bang! The thick tail on its lower body lashed out in intense pain, lashing wildly against the surrounding trees with a resounding roar. Tang Zheng watched the black-green snake twitching in agony, its head pierced through. He cracked his jaw and took a few steps back. He waited quietly for the snake's death. Since its scales were hard and slippery, he attacked from its soft interior. After struggling for about 2 or 3 minutes, the black-green snake, twitching continuously on the ground, gradually ceased its movements and lay motionless. 150 experience points gained. Current experience points, 421/1000. A lot of experience. Tang Zheng smiled as he stood up and walked towards the snake. With the hint of gaining experience, there was no need to worry about playing dead. Finding the fallen iron sword, stained with slime and blood, Tang Zheng's eyes flickered with disdain. From his item box, he retrieved the yellowed, stiff paper he created with the magic scroll. After wiping the slime and blood off the iron sword, he picked it up again. The scales of this black-green snake would be excellent for crafting armor. Tang Zheng scanned the 6-meter-long black-green snake. Aside from severe damage to its head, the entire body was in relatively good condition. However, Tang Zheng wasn't particularly interested in crafting armor. With the craftsmanship humans possess in the other world, could only produce armor of advanced quality at best. If he had the time, Tang Zheng would be better off putting in some effort to see if he could obtain the inheritance of the 8 Desire Kings or the 6 Great Gods. In the game Yggdrasil, equipment items are divided into 10 levels. Lowest level levels 1 to 10, lower level levels 11 to 20, intermediate level levels 21 to 30, upper level levels 31 to 40, highest level levels 41 to 50, legacy level levels 51 to 60, relic level levels 61 to 70, legendary level levels 71 to 80, artifact level levels 81 to 90, guild weapon levels 91 to 100. Of course, above these 10 levels, there are items that exceed the standard, called world-class items, but these are counted separately. Tang Zheng was about to fight the great underground tomb of Nazarick, so he needed at least one artifact-level piece of equipment. It should be worth a lot of money if I sell it. Tang Zheng reached out and tapped the black-green snake's corpse. With a thought in mind, he placed it in his item box. The commotion just now was quite a commotion. However, this area should be the territory of the black-green snake, so it wouldn't attract other magical beasts immediately. Tang Zheng continued eastward. The Tubu Forest, a vast, U-shaped primeval jungle surrounding the Angelisha Mountains, stretches 120 kilometers long and about 40 kilometers wide. Khan Village is located right in the center, with the forest as a constant obstacle and the constant threat of attacks. Tang Zheng felt that it would take some time to reach the troll's territory. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Tang Zheng pulled a pocket watch and a map from his item box, checked the time and his approximate location, and then put them back. I've walked about a third of the way. I'm a little slower than expected. I need to speed up. Tang Zheng exhaled, making no move to stop. He took out a piece of black bread and stuffed it into his mouth as he continued on his way. A whole morning. In addition to slaying the giant black-green snake from the previous Warcraft, his item box also contained the carcasses of 3 wild boars and 5 enormous pythons, each approximately 5 meters long. Of course, there were also some smaller snakes, small beasts, and poisonous insects. Since they were just beasts, the experience gained wasn't high, so Tang Zheng didn't put them in his item box. After all, they weren't worth eating, nor were they worth much to sell. And the bodies of the 2 Eight Fingers members, dumped somewhere in the jungle by Tang Zheng shortly after entering the forest, were probably nearly all gone by the wild beasts by now. He glanced at the dense jungle ahead. Tang Zheng increased his speed, making even more noise as he moved through the forest. Perhaps this boldness had made some of the beasts more vigilant, but the hidden beasts in the forest hadn't shown any signs of attacking him. This surprised Tang Zheng. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so cautious from the start. After all, the beasts were no match for him, and the experience they offered was so low that it was of no value to him. Swish! Tang Zheng swung his iron sword, splitting the branches and shrubs in front of him, creating a path for him to pass through. Overhead, the dense, lush branches of the trees intertwined, and the darkness of the forest gave him a subtly oppressive feeling. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the left. Tang Zheng's ears twitched, and he paused, retreating to avoid it. Whoosh! A white spider thread, as thick as a pinky finger, shot past him and latched onto a nearby tree. Spider? Tang Zheng quickly glanced to the left, where the thread had shot out. On a branch where the leaves intersected, a spider the size of a wash basin, earthy gray with purple markings on its abdomen and 8 sharp, flexible legs, hung upside down from the tree. The white thread had been spit out by it. Hanging spider? Tang Jing's face paled slightly at the sight of the earthy gray spider. He had purchased intelligence on the mock forest from the Adventurers Guild, and this particular spider was prominently mentioned. This creature would be a formidable threat to even a gold-level adventurers team. It wasn't because this monster spider was particularly powerful, but because its appearance signaled the presence of numerous hanging spiders nearby. Rustle. Rustle. Swish. 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 Almost as this thought occurred, a continuous rustling sound erupted from the dense foliage surrounding him, followed by strands of white spider thread shooting towards Tang Jing from all directions. Tang Jing dodged the relentless stream of spider silk and rushed out. These spiders clearly had no intention of letting Tang Jing go. Following the endless stream of white spider threads, their sharp legs glided swiftly along them, one dusty gray spider after another, chasing him relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, a large swarm had gathered behind him, densely packed and filled with a creepy and terrifying aura. Tang Jing glanced behind him, his eyes twitching. Chapter 34. A single hanged spider isn't formidable. When they appear in groups, they become quite terrifying, making them the most formidable monsters in the outer areas of the top forest. Hanged spiders spit their silk at an extremely rapid rate. Once entangled by a swarm, they quickly become engulfed in a vast mass of silk, making it impossible to escape. It's said that this silk possesses exceptional toughness, making it a highly effective material. But now is clearly not the time to dwell on this. Tang Jing moved swiftly through the jungle, pondering how to escape the swarm of hanged spiders behind him. The forest surroundings were constantly compressing his speed. The basketball-sized hanged spiders, however, weren't affected by this. By constantly spewing silk to cling to the surrounding tree trunks, they were able to move swiftly. Whoosh! A sound of air piercing came from behind him. Without a second thought, Tang Jing struck with his sword. Puff! The first hanging spider to catch up let out a shrill cry, and was cut in half by Tang Jing's iron sword, spilling a light green, viscous liquid all over the ground. Gained 23 experience points. Tang Jing continued walking, but his eyes froze. Such a high experience point. Thinking of the hanging spiders chasing him from behind, there must be at least 70 or 80 of them, if not 100. If he could eliminate them all in one go, he'd gain at least 2,000 to 3,000 experience points, and level up twice. Puff! 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 Spider silk, as thick as a little finger, shot out from the numerous hanging spiders behind him, attacking Tang Jing in unison. Twist his left foot. Tang Jing ducked behind a large tree on his left, using the thick trunk to block the flow of silk. Several strands of spider silk shot to the ground to one side. With a thought in mind, Tang Jing attempted to slash at the threads with his iron sword. Bang! The silk bent under the sword's attack, then snapped, making a slight, resilient sound. Trouble. Sensing the silk's flexibility, Tang Jing finally understood why it was such an excellent magical material. Bang! Tang Jing's gaze shifted, and he pushed against the tree trunk with his back foot, surging forward again, away from where he had been. In the blink of an eye, several strangler spiders had surrounded the tree. Though Tang Jing had once again escaped the strangler spiders, the distance between them was closing in. If I had a druid, a forest priest, or even gorilla-level skills, perhaps I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Tang Jing's forehead was covered in sweat, and he repeatedly used a nearby tree to avoid the spider silk attacks. We can't delay any longer. He could now clearly hear the hissing of the pursuing hangman spiders from behind. It wouldn't be long before they caught up with him. Use magic? The only offensive spell he had was Magic Arrow, which was completely ineffective against the sheer number of hangman spiders. Wait! Tang Jing's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered a spell he knew that might be helpful in the current situation. Heat. Tang Jing gripped the iron sword tightly and whispered. The heat spell can heat anything it touches, but it takes time and the temperature isn't very high, so it can only be used for things like cooking soup and heating food. Although he had spent a skill point to upgrade this magic, the improvement wasn't significant, so Tang Jing still used it to heat food. At this moment, Tang Jing suddenly thought, since it could heat objects it touched, could it also heat weapons? Heat. In just 10 seconds, Tang Jing could clearly feel the temperature of the iron sword in his hand rising, a scorching sensation spreading through his palm. Sizzle. Tang Jing raised his left hand, grabbed the linen sleeve on his right arm, and with a forceful tug, tore it off, and placed it on the hilt of the sword, preventing the heat from overheating and burning his palm. A minute passed in a flash. The iron sword in his hand had been heated to 150 degrees Celsius, radiating a scorching heat from its entire surface. The iron sword's overall appearance remained unchanged. After all, the melting point of iron is over 1,500 degrees Celsius. At 150 degrees Celsius, it wouldn't even turn red. Puff! The sound of white spider silk spurting forth echoed again. This time, Tang Zheng didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his scorching iron sword and slashed at the incoming silk. The once tough silk was easily severed and shattered by the intense heat. Sure enough, spider silk, no matter how tough, isn't immune to heat. Now, it's time for me to strike back. Tang Zheng, watching this, smiled faintly, his gaze cold, as he turned towards the numerous tangled spiders that were pursuing him. The real problem with these tangled spiders was their incredibly tough silk. And now, the hot iron sword could easily sever these spider silks. So, Tang Zheng stomped his foot on the ground, halting his flight. Instead of retreating, he turned and charged at the charging hangman spiders. For light slashes, Tang Zheng shouted, and the iron sword in his hand flashed through the air, leaving 4 black afterimages. The scorching blade pierced the air, not only easily severing the incoming stream of white spider silk, but also instantly slaying 4 of the leading hangman spiders. Experience gained, 21 points. Experience gained, 27 points. Experience gained, 22 points. Experience gained, 25 points. Hiss! 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 A sharp hissing sound filled the air. As Tang Zheng stopped running, the pursuing hangman spiders quickly surrounded him. Each one hissed as it crawled through the branches of the surrounding trees, its crimson eyes fixed on Tang Zheng, who stood on the thick leaves. Puff, puff! Dense white threads erupted simultaneously from the abdomens of the hanged spiders. Working together, they constructed a complex web in the air, enveloping Tang Zheng below. Useless. Tang Zheng grinned, casually slashing his iron sword through the air. The sticky white web was instantly split in two by the scorching iron sword's attack, falling to the ground. This situation caused the hanged spiders, which were constantly hissing, to pause for a moment. The slaughter begins. Tang Zheng sprinted to the foot of a large tree, gave a powerful kick to the trunk, and leaped into the air. For light slashes. Puff! 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 Experience gained, 27 points. Experience gained, 25 points. The information on the attribute panel began to refresh continuously. The remains of numerous hanged spiders flew everywhere, and a light green, crimson liquid continuously scattered from the air, filling the air with a sickening stench. Without the threat of spider webs, these hanging spiders in Tang Zheng's hands were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 35. Of course, in addition to their silk, the hanged spiders also possess a certain amount of toxin. However, they must capture their prey and then inject the toxin through their teeth, a relatively slow process. With Tang Zheng's speed, these hanged spiders couldn't even get close to him. The iron sword repeatedly slashed through the air, the slime stained on the blade rapidly evaporating under the heat, making the already slightly fishy smell in the air even more intense. Time passed slowly. The sound of the sword piercing the air and the hissing of the hanged spiders intertwined continuously. A moment later, Tang Zheng was panting heavily, standing on the ground with one hand on his knee. All around him were the remains of hanged spiders. He had slain about 2/3 of the nearly 100 hanged spiders in one go. The rest had already fled, making it impossible to track them in the jungle. What a shame! Tang Zheng exhaled deeply. Having failed to kill them all was unavoidable. The methods he currently possessed did not allow for large-scale attacks. Tang Zheng estimated the level of these hanged spiders to be between level 2 and 3. Don't be fooled by this seemingly low level. Remember, the level of ordinary soldiers in the kingdom of Liestage is about the same. In other words, a hanged spider is about the same as an ordinary soldier. Of course, if both sides appeared in the forest in equal numbers, then a force of hundreds of soldiers facing an equal number of hanged spiders would likely be slaughtered. After all, in this forest environment, even Tang Zheng couldn't outrun these hanged spiders. Tang Zheng speculated. This group of hanged spiders is likely the most powerful group of magical beasts in the outer area, likely located between the territory of the wise forest king, Kangsuk, and the ogres. He finally understood why the mention of the top forest caused people's faces to turn pale, filled with fear and trepidation. This was only the outer reaches of the forest. Deep within, the 3 great forest rulers possessed heroic strength. Aside from the wise forest king, Kangsuk, the other 2 had numerous subordinates. And the entire kingdom of Riestais had only 2 teams of adamantine steel adventurers. Tang Jing barely dared to breathe deeply, the stench in the air so overwhelming it made him nauseous. The heated iron sword was indeed useful, but the smell of heated blood and limbs was suffocating. Experience points, 2985/1000. Tang Jing ignored the unpleasant smell and immediately checked the experience points on the stat panel. I should be able to increase my level by 2, Tang Jing thought with some joy. Increase. Ability chart. Natural abilities. Player combined level, 9th level. Experience gauges, 685/1500. Class. Basic class, Genius level 1, Warrior, Priestess/Priest, Apothecary, Alchemist, Magician, Thief. Intermediate class, Sword Master level 8. Skill points, 13. Passive skills, Item box, Increase/Attack, 8%. Active skills, Warrior, Instant Reflection, Forelight/, Rapid/, Stealth. Magic, Papermaking, level 1, Warming, level 1, Heal Light Wounds, level 1, Magic Arrow, level 1, Smellless, level 1, Class skills, Medicine, Alchemy. Finally reached level 8 or above. Tang Jing looked at the information on the ability chart. Overall level 9. Tang Jing's face lit up with delight, and he immediately pulled out the 2nd-tier magic scroll item appraisal he purchased from the Magician's Guild from his item box. Just as he was about to open the scroll and use it to gain the skill, he suddenly noticed that the 2 upgraded 0-tier spells on the ability chart didn't have an upgrade symbol after them. Tang Jing was stunned for a moment before realizing what was happening and slapped his forehead. I was so focused on the level, I almost forgot. My current caster level isn't high enough. The joy on Tang Jing's face faded, and with a hint of resignation, he put the magic scroll away. His current level upgrades were primarily focused on Sword Master, the Warrior level, while his caster level remained at only level 1, the same as the Genius class. Let's max out my Warrior level first. Tang Jing exhaled, looking at the shattered remains of the numerous hanged spiders on the ground. He remembered the poison sacs in the abdomens of these spiders. Tang Jing squatted down and cut open the abdomens of some dead hangman spiders, extracting the relatively intact venom sacs. However, most of the hangman spiders had been severely damaged by Tang Jing, and it took some effort to collect 20 intact venom sacs. After dealing with them, Tang Jing left the foul-smelling area, but he didn't go too far. Instead, he stopped about 17 or 18 meters away, leaning against a large tree. Having just finished dealing with these hangman spiders, he needed to recover his strength. Furthermore, this area was their territory. The remaining hangman spiders had also been scared away, so there was no need to worry about attacks from other monsters. Besides, according to Tang Jing's speculation, this place shouldn't be far from the ogre's territory. He casually grabbed a handful of leaves from the ground. Tang Jing used the leaves as a rag, wiping the blood of the hanged spider from the iron sword. The heating magic had long since worn off. Thinking back to how increasing the temperature during the attack increased the iron sword's destructive power, this method seemed quite promising. It was a bit like a disguised enchantment. The increased temperature of the iron sword would also affect him. Tang Jing's gaze fell on the iron sword. He lifted it easily with one hand, grasping the hilt, and swung it casually a few times. The blade sliced through the air, making a series of rapid sounds. With each level up in the Sword Saint class, his overall strength increased significantly. If this was just the apparent numerical change, then Tang Jing discovered that with each level up, his sword wielding became more proficient, even acquiring techniques he hadn't yet mastered. It felt natural, yet also like the product of long training. This change surprised Tang Jing. In the game Yggdrasil, the class panel was just the class panel, but in this other world, leveling up a class felt more like gradually mastering the abilities of that class. For example, when he was attacked by poisonous insects in the forest earlier, Tang Jing simply relied on his intuition, without even looking, to easily slash the attacking insects with his sword. Even when he faced the giant black and green snake, all his blocking techniques came naturally. Before crossing over, Tang Jing was an ordinary person, and it would have been impossible for him to master such skills. This was clearly all due to the Sword Saint class. After resting for about half an hour, Tang Jing felt fully recovered, picked up his sword again, and continued eastward. For the rest of the journey, Tang Jing encountered no more wild beasts, let alone magical beasts. Instead, he saw more birds. Various birds, strange-looking and dark-colored, that he had never seen before, occasionally flew through the air or chirped from among the dense branches. Tang Jing frowned and continued forward, but his pace became much slower. Chapter 36. Guji guji. Wow. Wow wow. Deep in the jungle, a faint sound emanated. Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and he stopped, listening intently. The muffled sound gradually became clearer. Something was coming this way, and there were quite a few of them. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes, scanning his surroundings. He quickly located a relatively sturdy tree, walked slowly behind it, and quietly waited against its trunk. Time slipped by. From time to time, a familiar wow-wow sound rang out, making Tang Jing's eyes light up. He had dealt with goblins many times before. This was clearly their cry. As expected, this place was approaching the ogre's territory. Tang Jing remained pressed against the thick tree trunk, his head slightly tilted forward, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, a group of 13 goblins appeared in Tang Jing's sight. These goblins wore tattered, ill-fitting clothing. Some even wore a piece of trouser leg as a hat. Their attire was like that of refugees. But Tang Jing's eyes narrowed, for these were the only group of goblins he had seen who were fully clothed, even if their clothing was tattered. The goblins he had seen before were practically naked. What surprised Tang Jing most was that the two goblins in front were both holding iron weapons, albeit just two forks. Following the lead goblin, he looked back. For the first time, a noticeable change appeared on Tang Jing's face. The goblins behind him were struggling to carry the mangled corpses, closely following the goblins in front. People. Tang Jing remained silent. There were 5 bodies in total. Judging from their appearance and clothing, they were 3 men and 2 women. The dark, rough arms dangling to the ground, dragged along, made Tang Jing realize that these people were likely farmers from a nearby village. Although he was currently in the top forest, he was still at its outermost edge. To the north lay the forest interior, while to the south would lead him out of the top forest and into an area resembling the wilderness. Continuing south, he would see a dirt road extending from E-Rantel. In this area, there were quite a few villages. Compared to the village of Karn, located in the territory of the wise forest king, Kangsuk, neither the villages surrounding the Trolls' territory nor the Serpent Nagas were as safe. Therefore, the Adventurers Guild in E-Rantel constantly undertakes missions to exterminate monsters and goblins. Whoa whoa. The goblin in front seemed to sense the pace was slow and barked a few times at the group behind him, its fangs bared in a fury. The goblin behind, carrying a corpse, heard the howl, a look of panic on its green face as it continued to carry the body forward with some difficulty. Throughout the entire process, the goblins failed to notice Tang Jing, who was hiding behind a large tree. He watched the goblin group pass by him expressionlessly. Tang Jing gently twirled the hilt of his sword, lifted his foot, and followed with slow, gentle steps, trailing behind the goblin group. Though the goblins were numerous, they weren't a problem. In the other world, the average peasant is roughly level 1, and with training, they could potentially reach level 2. Ordinary goblins are also around this level. After all, as a subhuman race, they still have some racial advantages. So, defeating these goblins wasn't difficult. However, based on their behavior, Tang Jing suspected they were likely returning to their tribe. Recognizing this, Tang Jing naturally didn't rush to defeat them immediately. As he followed the goblin group deeper into the top forest, Tang Jing could clearly feel the surrounding trees and bushes growing increasingly dense. The forest's atmosphere began to change somewhat. The most noticeable change was the sudden dimming of the light, and a subtle sense of oppression permeated the forest. Tang Jing flipped his palms over and pulled out his pocket watch from his toolbox. The time on it was only around 3 p.m., but the surrounding light made it seem as if it were already evening. We shouldn't be too deep. Tang Jing glanced at the goblins at the back carrying the corpse, his eyes flickering. He raised his iron sword and gently scratched 2 marks on a nearby tree as a marker. In this vast primeval forest, getting lost would be extremely troublesome and dangerous. So, Tang Jing naturally made preparations. In addition to marking the trees he passed by, his toolbox also contained a large bag of specially purchased lime powder. Still in the outer reaches of the forest, Tang Jing could still see his bearings clearly, so he didn't need to use lime powder for the time being. Next, Tang Jing followed the goblins for about 10 more minutes, and he was certain they were nearing their tribe. He could already smell the air thick with the indescribable stench of decay, and a mixture of rotten socks and rotten eggs. Soon, a new, bright spot appeared within a dense jungle dotted with tall, sturdy trees. It wasn't large, only about the size of a basketball court and a half. The area had clearly been cleared, with no trees larger than the tall ones. The goblins immediately became active as soon as they entered, especially the few carrying the corpses at the back, who became even more excited. Tang Jing's gaze swept over the area. He saw numerous animal carcasses, mixed with some human leg bones and arms, carelessly discarded. Near the center, several thick hides of unknown animals lay spread on the ground. One, spread across a patch of withered weeds, held some rotting meat, where a swarm of insects gathered. A foul odor filled the air. It was emanating from there. What caught Tang Jing's attention most was a thatched hut in the center of the area, clearly constructed from weeds and branches. Tang Jing examined it carefully, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. The hut was significantly larger than the smaller goblin's size. Most importantly, it was the only one in the entire area, making it seem rather out of place. Also, the number of goblins was somewhat unusual. It wasn't a large number, but rather too few. This was clearly a small goblin tribe. Besides the 13 goblins, who had just returned, Tang Jing could only see 5 remaining goblins. He wasn't sure if there were any remaining goblins in that hut. However, the number of goblins remaining in the tribe was far too small. Although Tang Jing couldn't tell the goblins' apparent ages, he could tell that they were clearly young and strong. In other words, this small goblin tribe before him surprisingly lacked both old and young. Chapter 37. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A few birds flew through the dense jungle sky, and the faint chirping of insects echoed from all directions. Tang Jing, hidden behind thick tree trunks and bushes, calmly surveyed the small goblin tribe. The absence of old goblins was relatively normal. After all, goblins are omnivorous. When food is scarce, injured or elderly goblins serve as backup. The absence of young goblins, however, was somewhat peculiar. Though Tang Jing might not have known much about the goblin race, he did learn a great deal about their habits from Team Rock. June and July are when goblins are most active. Because this is the time when goblins multiply in large numbers, they not only prey on monsters and beasts in the forest, but also leave the top forest to prey on the surrounding villagers. Inside the small goblin colony. As the goblins returned with 5 human corpses, the remaining goblins, who had stayed behind in the tribe, immediately let out a cry of excitement. The panting goblins in the back, carrying the bodies, didn't immediately put them down. Instead, they continued carrying them until they reached the low, haphazardly built thatched house in the center. They placed the 5 human corpses at the entrance of the thatched house. The goblins then quickly retreated a distance, looking at the low thatched house with a mixture of anticipation and fear. Tang Jing's eyes twitched at this sight. Bang! A vibration echoed from the low thatched hut, like the growl of a wild beast. The next moment, a figure, over 2 meters tall, massive and heavy, with dark yellow skin, staggered out of the hut. Ogre! Tang Jing's eyes flickered with realization. This was the ogre who had nearly annihilated Team Rock. It was impossible not to remember him vividly. Hungry, hungry. The ogre let out a muffled groan, then thrust forward with 2 sturdy arms, supporting itself on the ground, and rose to its feet. His hairless head was covered in lumps of flesh of varying sizes. Just the sight of them was enough to give him a creepy feeling. As he lifted his head, a small goblin was caught in the ogre's fierce, sinister face. The little goblin made no sound, dangling from the ogre's jaws, clearly already dead. The next moment, a palm-sized tongue darted out, scooping up the half-bitten little goblin and swishing it into its mouth, chewing it with a sizzling sound. Pale green blood splattered from the ogre's gaping mouth. All the surrounding goblins, witnessing this scene, stood trembling in fear, their breathing becoming muted. Tang Jing frowned deeply at this barbaric and brutal scene, feeling a wave of nausea. He finally understood why this little goblin tribe had no young. The ogre was injured. Although at a distance, Tang Jing could clearly see a massive wound on the ogre's chest, larger than a wash basin. A swarm of flies and insects fluttered around the wound. No wonder the ogre was so slow to climb out of the low thatched hut and stand up. For monsters like ogres, consuming large amounts of food is the best way to recover from their injuries. Food. The ogre cast a ferocious gaze at the 5 human corpses on the ground. His face lit up with excitement as he roared. Then, he immediately raised his palm, grabbed a corpse, and devoured it with voracious mouthfuls. The hard bones of a human body felt like brittle bone in the ogre's mouth. Seeing this, Tang Jing averted his gaze and took a deep breath. This shock is truly an incredible gift for meeting another world, Tang Jing muttered to himself, opening his eyes again, a deep chill in his gaze. In his previous life, humans were the true masters of nature, and all other creatures were divided into those that could be eaten, and those that could not. And the other world before him. Humans seemed to have once again become part of the food chain, hunted as prey. This scene gave Tang Jing an inexplicable shock. At this moment, besides the feeling of nausea, Tang Jing also felt an indescribable surge of rage. This rage didn't stem from the ogre devouring human corpses before him. It came from the depths of his soul, from a past life of eating raw meat and drinking blood, climbing step by step to the top of the food chain. This savagery, rooted deep within the human soul. Swish. The iron sword was raised, held across his chest. Tang Zheng's gaze was cold, as he observed the ogre in the distance. It was considerably larger than the ogre that had attacked Team Rock. Aside from this ogre, the goblins weren't a problem. This ogre was injured, so now was the perfect time to deal with it. However, Tang Zheng didn't rush in immediately, but quietly waited for an opportunity. Any creature's reaction speed and coordination will be slightly worse after a full meal than when hungry. It wasn't that Tang Zheng was being overly cautious, but rather that he had to be cautious. Without any means of detection, Tang Zheng naturally couldn't determine the ogre's specific level. He could only rely on the wilderness survival experience shared by adventurers in this world. Coincidentally, Tang Zheng had no experience identifying monsters. After all, he only had one life, and Tang Zheng didn't want to lose it due to carelessness or negligence. This subhuman monster, with its enormous size, and strength far exceeding that of a human of the same level, generally had to be identified by a level 2 or 3 higher to be safe. Tang Zheng recalled the information about the ogre's race. Ogres possess relatively unique racial traits. Most ogres, due to their racial habit, associate with goblins. Ogres fight, while goblins provide food, forming a mutually beneficial relationship. In this forest, most goblin colonies likely have ogres, and the larger the goblin colony, the more ogres it likely has. Tang Zheng noticed that the ogre only stopped eating after devouring 3 corpses in a row. The gradually bulging belly, and the slight sluggishness on its ferocious expression clearly indicated that the ogre was full. Tang Zheng expressionlessly raised his iron sword and slowly approached the small goblin colony, rapidly approaching. Since the ogre had finished his meal, the other goblins cheered and began to feast on tree fruits, the rotting carcasses of small beasts, and even some leaves. Chapter 38. Even if the ogres were full, the 2 remaining human corpses were clearly not for the goblins to use. Wow! A goblin sitting on the outskirts, licking the bone of some unknown beast, twitched its pointed green ears and turned its head with a hint of alarm. The next moment, a look of terror crossed the goblin's face as a black figure suddenly burst out from the bushes. Before the goblin could even cry out a warning, the swift iron sword suddenly slashed from the air, cleaving the goblin in 2. Amidst the splattering green blood, Tang Zheng's figure emerged. For light slashes, Tang Zheng twisted his wrist, gripping the iron sword. In an instant, for cold rays flashed through the air. The 4 goblins closest to the perimeter didn't even have a chance to react before being pierced by the iron swords and fell to the ground. Experience gain 27. Experience gain 31. Experience gain 22. Experience gain 25. Information quickly appeared on the attribute panel. For light slashes 4 swords in an instant. While this technique reduces accuracy and even disperses power, it's still a signature move of the warrior captain, and even defeats the nail clipper with it. Its power is self-evident. This other world is real, not like in a game where damage only results in a decrease in health. Once injured, one's strength naturally decreases, and even damage to vital parts could lead to outright death. Even if Tang Zheng's attacks were dispersed and reduced in power, these goblins couldn't withstand them. In the blink of an eye, 5 goblins were dead. The other goblins that were still feeding finally reacted. Wow! 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 A cry of panic and fear rang out. The goblins quickly dropped their food, scrambled to their feet, and fled in all directions. The goblins, already timid by nature, obviously wouldn't gang up on Tang Zheng when faced with a sudden situation. Instead, they would flee immediately. What a shame! Tang Zheng's agility far surpassed these goblins. If they had attacked together, they might have caused him some trouble. But fleeing in all directions was simply asking for his death. Tang Zheng's figure moved rapidly, and with every swing of his sword, a goblin fell. Experience gain 25. Experience gain 29. A series of information flashed across the attribute panel. Human? The ogre had finally reacted. Watching the goblins being slaughtered, he roared and yanked back the massive wooden club placed at the entrance of the low thatched hut. Bang! Bang! The ogre, over 2 meters tall, stomped on the ground, sending tremors and tremors. Tang Zheng had been keeping an eye on the ogre. Seeing it charging towards him, he remained calm and didn't give up on slaying the goblins. Instead, his movements quickened. He didn't want these goblins to disrupt his battle with the ogre. Bang! The massive wooden club slammed heavily onto the ground with a heavy, muffled thud. Tang Jing had already dodged the ogre's blow as it swung, dodging the ogre's blow and dispatching another goblin in the process. Gained experience 27. Food, people. The ogre roared in anger, swinging its massive wooden club with all its might, stirring up gusts of wind wherever it passed. However, Tang Jing easily dodged all of his attacks. After a brief trial, Tang Jing realized that his movement speed surpassed the ogre. Realizing this, Tang Jing no longer hesitated, his movements quickening. Wow! Wow, wow! The goblin's screams and wails continued. In a matter of moments, Tang Jing had slain all 18 of the small goblin colony. On the other side, perhaps because the goblins had been completely slaughtered, or perhaps because of the massive, rotting wound on its chest, or perhaps because it had eaten too much, the ogre's movements and speed were slowed. Hoo! The ogre, wielding a massive wooden club, panted heavily and paused, his eyes fierce and crimson as he glared at the humans slaughtering the goblins. Sensing this furious gaze that threatened to tear him apart, Tang Jing stood 7 or 8 meters away from the ogre, his lip curled as he glared at him. Now it's just the two of us. Tang Jing swung his iron sword, flicking the green blood stained on it onto the grass, speaking in a cold tone. Based on his previous assessment, this ogre's strength was indeed greater than the two that had attacked Team Rock. Even so, Tang Jing still had a certain advantage in speed. Taking advantage of the ogre's injury and slowness, he could easily wear it down. But Tang Jing recalled the ogre's devouring of human corpses. He raised his iron sword, gripping it tightly. Tang! Tang Jing stomped his foot on the ground, charging straight at the ogre. The distance between them was only 7 or 8 meters, but by the time Tang Jing took his third step, he was already in front of the ogre. Food! The ogre was shocked and furious, clearly having never expected this human food, always scurrying around, to dare confront it. Bang! Twice as thick as a normal human thigh, its powerful dark yellow arms tensed and bulged with muscles as it swung its massive wooden club, slamming down heavily on the charging Tang Jing. Roar! It was going to crush the tiny human before it into pulp. The immense force of the club swings made a powerful cracking sound. Food? Die! Tang Jing's eyes shone coldly, and he swung his hands with all his might. Quick slash! Bang! The solid wooden stick and the iron sword collided heavily, making a dull thud. The two equally formidable forces collided, forming a circle of invisible energy centered on the two men, bending the surrounding weeds, and pressing them to the ground. This force, so powerful. The force transmitted from the solid wooden stick through the sword's blade caused Tang Jing's arms to go numb, and even a slight pain in the knuckles. Quick slash is a sword saint skill, dealing 110% damage. Adding the passive slash increase, 8%, to this, it's equivalent to 118% damage. Tang Jing's physical attack is 93 points, so the pure damage is approximately 110. This is basically the same as the maximum level Sword Saint class provides. So, the damage caused by Tang Jing's previous attack has definitely reached or even exceeded the level of a gold-level adventurer among otherworldly warriors. And the ogre's attack power is even stronger than Tang Jing's. Chapter 39. Crack! Crack! As the stalemate stretched on, the iron sword's blade gradually cut into the thick wooden stick. After all, the ogre's wooden stick was a greater disadvantage, and it was severed by Tang Jing's iron sword. The broken end flew out, landing on the ground far away, sending up a cloud of dust. The ogre's ferocious face looked at the broken weapon in his hand, a look of confusion and astonishment on his face, and he couldn't help but take a step back. With its intelligence, only slightly superior to that of a goblin, it simply couldn't understand how this weak human food before it could be so much stronger than itself. While the ogre was stunned, he looked at the ogre's chest, its middle door wide open. Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and he ignored his numb arm. He firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, pointing the tip upward, and rushed forward, slamming into the ogre's chest. Puff! The sharp tip of the iron sword pierced the ogre's rotting chest. Driven by the impact and the upward force of the sword tip, it pierced the left side of his heart. Pain, pain, awe! The immense pain drove the ogre nearly mad. Food, human food. Even after suffering such a severe blow, the ogre still had the strength to forcefully raise his two massive hands and grab Tang Jing in front of his chest. The close distance between them made it almost impossible for Tang Jing to dodge. But, instant reflex. Tang Jing's entire body glowed with a pale blue light. The next moment, as if time were reversing, Tang Jing's body quickly retreated in a flash of blue light, returning to the position where he had attacked. Bang! The ogre's hands fell, colliding with each other with a dull thud, and its sturdy arms grabbed nothing. As Tang Zheng retreated using his instant reflex skill, the iron sword was pulled out with it, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the ogre's wound. In this situation, the intense pain caused the ogre to roar and gasp like a wild beast. Even with a pierced heart, its strong vitality did not kill the ogre immediately. Instead, it staggered and repeatedly raised its hands to grab Tang Zheng, but eventually fell to the ground. Thump! Dust flew. Even so, the ogre on the ground continued to twitch slightly, struggling. Seeing this, Tang Zheng did not move forward to finish off the ogre. He would not make the same mistake as Team Rock Captain Dosari. Food can also fight back, so you can die now. Tang Zheng stared indifferently at the ogre struggling on the ground. With the battle over, a sense of relief washed over him. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, a wave of pain and numbness washing over his palms and arms. Simultaneously, a swelling pain began to spread throughout his body. This was clearly the aftereffect of using instant reflex. The martial art instant reflex forcibly returns an unbalanced body or movement to its pre-attack position after an attack. It was extremely effective in dodging an opponent's attacks. However, this counterintuitive, forced recovery of posture did place a certain strain on the entire body. He glanced at the HP on the stat panel. His health remained unchanged. A thought flashed across Tang Zheng's eyes. It seems the damage caused by instant reflex doesn't reduce his health. No, perhaps it hasn't reached that level yet. Buzz? Experience 320 gained. The information on the attribute panel appeared. Dead? Tang Zheng saw the information reappear on the attribute panel, and looked away from the ogre's corpse. Experience 1271/1500. Destroying a small group of goblins, plus an ogre, boosted his experience points significantly. Tang Zheng rested briefly, shaking his arms, the numbness gradually fading. He walked over to the corpses of the ogre and other goblins, and cut off their ears. At the same time, he began searching the entire small tribe. As a player, how could he forget to search for loot? What a pity. After searching extensively, Tang Zheng found nothing of value in the entire small goblin tribe, save for a large number of bones and remnants of rotting flesh. Tang Zheng wasn't particularly disappointed. He hadn't expected to find anything valuable. Approaching the two remaining human corpses, Tang Zheng remained silent for a moment, then sighed and turned away. He hadn't dug a pit to bury the bodies. There was no point. Not only would it be a waste of energy, but in a forest like this, even if the bodies were buried, wild animals would likely sniff them out and throw them out of the ground. Unless a fire incinerated the bodies, however. But lighting a fire in the gloomy forest would draw too much attention and pose significant risks to Tang Zheng. You know? The real danger in this area isn't the goblins and ogres, but the ogre tribe. They are the true rulers of this region. Night gradually fell. Even during the day, the jungle, heavily shaded by the dense branches of the trees, blocked most of the sunlight. Only a hint of moonlight could be seen through the gaps between the branches. The entire forest became pitch black, and the roars of some beasts suddenly became clearer. In this environment where human vision is extremely poor, without mastering the night vision skill and other means of navigating at night, Tang Zheng naturally wouldn't make any rash moves. He chose a relatively sturdy tree. Tang Zheng climbed onto the sturdy trunk, pulled out the sturdy black robe he had purchased earlier from his item box, wrapped it around his body, and leaned against the tree to trim his hair. To be honest, it was a bit uncomfortable. The branches were hard and scratchy, and the occasional chirping of insects and the howling of wild animals in the forest kept one's nerves on edge. It's a bit of a joy to behold. Wrapped in a black robe, Tang Zheng raised his head, peering through the branches at the starry night sky and the bright moonlight. In the eastern outskirts of the great top forest, the only real troublemakers were goblins and ogres. After battling the ogres, Tang Zheng had a basic understanding of their fighting style and strength. They were indeed a nuisance to him, but definitely not a threat. So, while he was a little nervous at the moment, he wasn't feeling any anxiety. Instead, he calmly admired the moon in this other world. Compared to my previous life of slavery, this life of wielding power, while fraught with danger, gives me a sense of security. At least, I know what to do each day, and what the future holds. The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. But the thought of the impending great underground tomb of Nazarick immediately dissipated Tang Zheng's newly risen good mood. Chapter 40. The next day. The rustling sound of leaves rustling in the wind echoed through the jungle air with the morning breeze. Tang Zheng draped his legs over a thick branch, leaned against the trunk, opened his eyes, and took out his pocket watch. 8 o'clock and 7 o'clock. I wonder if the time in this world is exactly the same as in my previous life. Tang Zheng closed the pocket watch again, and looked up at the still dim forest. Even though the sun had already risen, the dense branches and leaves obscured the sunlight. But compared to the darkness, the vision was much clearer. Tang Jing had woken up long ago. To be more precise, he had been half asleep all night, perhaps due to the improved physical fitness brought by his level. Though he hadn't slept for a long time, he didn't feel sleepy or tired at all. If the visibility in the jungle hadn't been so poor, Tang Jing would have been on the move long ago. Wow! Tang Jing, perched on a thick branch, suddenly lost his shoulder and fell from the tree. Just as he was about to hit the ground, bang! Tang Jing adjusted his landing posture, landing smoothly on the ground with both feet. Begin the action, Tang Jing said softly, his eyes calm, gripping the iron sword. As they entered the ogre's territory, the number of goblins encountered in the jungle gradually increased. Simultaneously, a large number of goblins transformed into experience points for Tang Jing. 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. Over the course of several days, hundreds of goblins, including some beasts and ordinary monsters, transformed into experience points for Tang Jing. Sword Saint level increased again, reaching level 9. The number of goblins killed might seem high, but in reality, it wasn't. The entire top forest was incredibly vast, and the hundreds of goblins were only a tiny fraction of the vast number of goblins within the ogre's territory. And these goblins were only the goblins Tang Jing normally encountered in the jungle, averaging only 20 goblins per day. So, it wasn't many at all. Furthermore, Tang Jing discovered that not all goblins lived in herds. Many lived and hunted in small groups. It wasn't that Tang Jing didn't strive to kill more goblins. It was that the jungle environment was too restrictive. For 13 hours a day, the forest was in complete darkness. This was quite unfavorable for Tang Jing, a human. Goblins were weak, but they had the natural racial ability of night vision. Night was simply not suitable for hunting. Furthermore, the dense jungle posed a certain obstacle to Tang Jing's movements. His daily range of movement was extremely limited, further compressing his mobility. In the days that followed, Tang Jing's daily routine became dull. He was either slaying goblins or on his way to slay them. If he was lucky, he might encounter an ogre. Because wherever there were ogres, there were inevitably goblin colonies nearby. As time went on, Tang Jing himself didn't realize that the number of dead goblins had increased dramatically, filling the outer areas of the forest with a faint, bloody stench. This was the smell of the rotting corpses of many untreated goblins, gradually emitting a scent. Instead of attracting a large number of wild beasts in the jungle, many began to flee the outer areas in fear, migrating towards the center. The beasts had begun to realize that a terrifying monster had appeared on the outskirts of the forest. For years before the new calendar. Unwind month, June 11th. 10 days had passed since entering the top forest on the 2nd. In a small goblin colony. Wow! Wow! The goblin screams and wails rang out in a dense chorus. Tang Jing expressionlessly swung his iron sword, its light flashing through the air. Whether it was the sheer number of goblins he had slain or the increasing level of Sword Saint, Tang Jing's swordsmanship had become increasingly proficient. He raised his foot and kicked. The heavy force sent a goblin flying, crashing into several more that were trying to escape in the distance. Tang Jing took a few steps and caught up in a few more, his sword blade slashing. Several goblin heads flew up into the air and fell to the ground. A moment later, all the goblins were dispatched. Tang Jing, as usual, cut off their ears, stuffed them into a bag, and stored them in his toolbox. Gulp! Gulp! Tang Jing took the water bag from his waist, and took a few deep gulps before exhaling. And then, ignoring the corpses on the ground, and the smell of blood in the air, Tang Jing took out a piece of well-cooked wild boar meat, and began to chew it. This little goblin community doesn't even have ogres? What a shame! Tang Jing's cheeks puffed out as he chewed, thinking silently. The goblin corpses around him didn't bother him at all. After all, he'd gotten used to it after living in the jungle for so long. Thinking of this, Tang Jing simply squatted on the ground, setting his iron sword aside. He held his water bag in one hand, and bit into a piece of wild boar meat in the other, trying to replenish his energy and rest. The wild boar he caught a few days ago had been cooked using the heating magic, then cut and placed in his item box. He could just take it out and eat it whenever he wanted. At this moment, from a distance, Tang Jing looked like a wild man. His sturdy linen clothes were somewhat tattered, clinging to them with leaves and twigs from the bushes. His once short black hair had grown considerably longer, looking disheveled. This was actually Tang Jing's 5th outfit, and his previous ones were even more tattered than his current ones. If it weren't for his mastery of the odorless magic, Tang Jing would probably have reeked of rancidity. However, Through the tattered clothes, the exposed skin clearly showed that Tang Jing's entire body had unconsciously acquired a sense of firmness and muscularity. Attribute plate. Tang Jing muttered silently in his heart. Attribute table player, Tang Jing. Justice value, 35 neutral HP, 113 8%. MP, 13, 1%. Physical attack, 113 8%. Physical defense, 13, 1%. Agility, 113 8%. Magic attack, 13, 1%. Magic defense, 13, 1%. Comprehensive resistance, 0% Special, 0% Total, 28%. Ability table innate ability. Player comprehensive level, level 11. Experience gauge, 1721/5000. Class, basic class, genius level 1, warrior, intermediate class, swordmaster level 10. Skill points, 19. Passive skills, item box, /increase, 10%. Active skills, warrior, instant reflection, for light / rapid / stealth. Magic, papermaking, level 1, warming, level 1, minor wound healing, level 1, magic arrow, level 1, smellless, level 1, class skills, pharmacy, alchemy. Chapter 41. Watching the values change on the attribute panel, Tang Jing felt that all his days of hard work had finally paid off. Sword Saint had reached the maximum level. The next class he needed to upgrade was the Genius class. After reaching level 10, he should be able to meet the basic prerequisites. The experience point requirement has reached 5,000. As you level up, you gain more experience points. Tang Jing swallowed the boar meat in his mouth. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Tang Jing had been worried that by the end of the level, there wouldn't be enough monsters for him to kill. He shook his head. That wasn't what he should be thinking about right now. The justice value has changed. Killing so many goblins has resulted in a positive change. So, is this justice value based on the perspective of one's own race? Tang Jing looked at the justice value on the attribute panel, pondering. Justice value is also a very important value in the game Yggdrasil. This not only affects race, equipment, and class, but also significantly increases or decreases the effectiveness of certain skills. For example, the 8th tier spell Moral Distortion can cause individuals with high justice values to have negative justice values. The 10th tier spell Divine Flame deals increased damage with higher justice values, and when negative, it's even less powerful than 1st tier attack spells. In Tang Jing's opinion, neither too high nor too low a justice value is a good thing. In the game Yggdrasil, there are numerous skills and spells that target justice values. Keeping the justice value low is a good idea. If your class, race, or equipment doesn't require it, it's even safer to keep it at 0. Gulp. Tang Jing took another sip of water, his gaze fixed on the iron sword, which already had quite a few nicks. It looked like this iron sword was nearing its end of life. Fortunately, he prepared 10 iron swords, so he wasn't left without a weapon. The stats provided by mid-level classes are higher than those provided by low-level classes. The attack power of a full-level Sword Saint should exceed that of a level 15 adventurer from another world. Perhaps not much higher, but why? Should it be around level 17? Tang Jing speculated. If combined with the skill Quick Slash and the passive bonus, it would increase the physical attack strength by 120%, at least increasing the power by another level. Rustle. 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 Huh? Tang Jing raised his head expressionlessly, looking toward the noise coming from behind the thicket of bushes ahead. Bang! The rustle of heavy footsteps on leaves echoed as a large, dark yellow figure emerged, pushing through the tall brush. Ogre? I knew it. There are so many goblins in this goblin colony. How could there not be ogres? Seeing the ogre's appearance, Tang Jing showed no sign of panic. Instead, a smile spread across his lips. But then, Tang Jing's smile faltered. Behind the first ogre, another ogre appeared. 2? Rustle, 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 rustle. The sounds of branches rubbing against each other echoed throughout the surrounding forest. Heavy footsteps echoed. The smile on Tang Jing's face vanished completely. Ogres emerged from all sides, fanning out and surrounding Tang Jing. Hey, 6 ogres. That's a bit unusual. Tang Jing muttered to himself. The appearance of 6 ogres suddenly made the atmosphere tense. Tang Jing stood up, his expression serious. At his current level, dealing with 1 ogre wouldn't be a problem, and 2 wouldn't be much of a problem either. But dealing with 6 at once. This wasn't a question of whether he could fight or not. With their limited intelligence, ogres wouldn't be able to think of setting a trap. Tang Jing's eyes flickered, and he leaned slightly to the side, trying to bring as many ogres into his field of vision as possible. The small goblin colony he had just vanquished wasn't enough to sustain 6 ogres, and they were completely surrounded. This didn't fit with the ogres' low intelligence. However, the ogres clearly didn't give Tang Jing time to think. Human! Roar! Die! Almost simultaneously, 6 ogres roared with ferocious faces, brandishing their massive wooden clubs and charging towards Tang Jing. Heavy footsteps echoed in unison. The ogres' massive bodies, over 2 meters tall, created an invisible gust of wind and pressure as they charged. We can't be surrounded. This thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, quickly locking onto the ogre farthest away. Magic arrows. This situation clearly wasn't the time to conserve magic power. Tang Jing drained his magic power from his body. 3 magic arrows instantly condensed in midair, and blasted in unison towards the ogre farthest from him. Whoosh! 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 The 3 magic arrows slammed into the ogre's chest, leaving 3 fist-sized bloody holes. Auror! The ogre cried out in pain. However, this level of injury wouldn't cause any serious damage to the massive, thick-skinned ogre. After all, Tang Jing's magic attack was only 13 points. He hadn't expected his previous magic attack to inflict much damage on the ogre. As the magic attack landed, the ogre paused in its charge, instantly creating a gap in the encirclement. As Tang Jing launched his magical attack, he also moved, charging towards the gap. Whoa! The ogre, under attack, saw Tang Jing charging at him, and angrily swung his massive wooden club. A heavy sound of breaking through the air resounded. Whoosh! Tang Jing rushed forward, quickly ducking, allowing the massive wooden club to pass overhead, dodging the attack and completely escaping the ogre's encirclement. I play with you guys next time. Tang Jing, without looking back, pushed off the ground and quickly left the area. However, the 6 ogres behind him clearly had no intention of letting Tang Jing go, and they all roared in pursuit. Bang! Bang! The heavy footsteps caused the ground to vibrate slightly. The dense bushes and trees that obstructed the ogre's charge seemed non-existent. Its massive body smashed the intertwined branches and leaves to pieces. The forest was their home turf. But for Tang Jing, these branches, leaves, and shrubs severely hampered his speed. Chapter 42. After reaching the maximum level, even though his Sword Saint's speed advantage far surpassed the ogre's, the disadvantageous environment meant the gap between them not only didn't widen, but was actually shrinking. Trouble. Tang Jing heard the noises coming from behind, a grimace on his face. While his current strength was stronger than a single ogre, it wasn't enough to crush them. If surrounded, one could imagine his predicament. My magic power is too low. I only have 8 points left. I must save space for healing magic. Tang Jing's expression was solemn, and he thought quickly. He moved in an S-shaped pattern through the jungle, using the cover of some sturdy trees to block the pursuing ogres. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Tang Jing paused, quickly turning to look behind him, and his eyelids twitched. The 2 ogres charging in the front had actually managed to rip a tree as thick as a bucket from the ground. Boom! The tree, thrown forward by the combined force of the 2 ogres, cast a massive shadow over Tang Jing. Faced with this, Tang Jing's eyes twitched. He quickly turned, lowered his legs, and raised his iron sword to block. Bang! The thrown tree slammed heavily into the iron sword with a dull thud. The powerful impact surged through the sword, turning Tang Jing's face pale. More importantly, the tree's resilient branches, carrying the impact force, repeatedly whipped Tang Jing's body. The already tattered clothes were further damaged, and even Tang Jing's face was covered with wounds. HP 109/113. Tang Jing took several steps back, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Tram! Tram! Aside from the 2 ogres who had thrown the tree, the remaining 4 took advantage of the gap and rushed over. Pfft. Tang Jing spat out a mouthful of blood foam, his eyes fierce. Sure enough, the real otherworld isn't as gentle as it's portrayed in anime. No matter how these ogres came up with a plan to surround him, even using a small goblin colony as a trap, they could no longer be treated as if they were simply monsters without intelligence. Aho! Human food! Roar! Wowho! The 4 ogres that charged first, their dark yellow, ferocious faces showing no sign of holding back, glared at Tang Jing with ferocity, and brought down their massive wooden clubs. For powerful roars echoed above Tang Jing's head. Quick slash! A cold glint flashed in Tang Jing's eyes. He gripped his iron sword tightly with both hands and unleashed his most powerful attack yet against the 4 massive wooden clubs that were falling. The iron sword, at 120% attack power, slashed through the air with a hissing sound. Its astonishing slashing force sliced through the massive wooden clubs one by one with a powerful attack. Crack! 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 Bang! The 4 broken wooden clubs flew out from the impact. The knuckles of Tang Jing's hand split open, blood gushing out. The already chipped iron sword, under the combined force of both attacks, could no longer hold its own. Bang! The iron sword shattered and flew out with it. The impact of the 2 sides erupted in a collision, and Tang Jing took 2 steps back before steadying himself. Hoo! Tang Jing gasped, looking at his hands dripping with blood, tightly gripping the shattered iron sword, and grinned. No advantage. But against 4, this result was already quite good. Thankfully, the weapons these ogres used were crafted from sturdy trees found in the jungle. If the opponent had wielded iron weapons, that would have been a real problem. Ordinary human weapons wouldn't have been easy for the towering ogres, unless they were magical weapons that could adjust to the wearer's size. The 4 ogres stared at the broken sticks in their hands, a look of bewilderment in their dark yellow eyes, but it quickly gave way to anger. Bang! Throwing away the broken sticks, the 4 ogres rushed towards Tang Jing, brandishing their massive fists. Stretching out their hands, they grasped at the air. An iron sword reappeared in Tang Jing's hand, and he muttered the number 10. 9. A pair of rough, dark yellow fists the size of footballs came crashing down, and Tang Jing immediately raised his sword to block. Bang! A dull thud. Tang Jing planted his feet firmly on the ground, glancing out of the corner of his eye as he quickly turned sideways. A fist struck where he had been. 8. 7. The other 2 ogres attacked Tang Jing from either side. Tang Jing narrowed his eyes, and immediately retreated to avoid being double-teamed. He swung his iron sword, striking the fist of the ogre closest to him. Crack! Blood and flesh splattered. The sound of bones breaking echoed with the ogre's screams and wails. 6. At the same moment, an ogre raised its foot and launched a vicious kick. Tang Jing retracted his iron sword and held it across his chest, blocking the kick. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the second ogre's fist swinging heavily. 5. 4. Facing another double attack, Tang Jing could only free one hand to pull out another iron sword from his item box and block it with his left shoulder. Of the 4 ogres, one was repelled by Tang Jing's slash on the arm, while the other 2 were blocked by 2 iron swords. However, Tang Jing was unable to free his hands to defend against the remaining ogre's attack. 3. Bang! A football-sized fist slammed heavily into Tang Jing's right shoulder. The heavy force was too much for Tang Jing, whose physical defense was already extremely low. Bang! The iron sword in his right hand flew out. Tang Jing was sent flying by the punch, crashing into a large tree behind him and coming to a stop. 2. 1. HP 71/113. Puff! Tang Jing leaned against the tree, a mouthful of blood spurting out, revealing his blood-stained teeth. That hurts. But it's cooldown ready. Quick Slash has a 10-second cooldown. As for his martial arts, for light slashes reduces attack power, at most damaging the ogre, but unlikely to kill it. An instant reflect is too ineffective when surrounded. Wow! The ogre that had repelled Tang Jing continued to charge forward, brandishing its massive fist. Seeing the ogre swiftly charging towards him, Tang Jing grinned, his eyes icy. Then die! Tang Jing exerted force from his back, shaking off the tree trunk he was leaning against. He leaned forward, pushed his feet hard against the ground, and, iron sword in hand, charged forward as well. Quick Slash! Tang Jing roared, slashing his iron sword upward with all his might. 120% attack power instantly erupted. Without the support of his wooden club, the ogre, left with only his fists, was powerless to stop the sharp iron sword's blow. Puff! A gushing stream of green blood, mixed with shattered viscera, shot skyward. The charging ogre was severed in 2 by Tang Jing's upward slash. Bang! Bang! A large amount of viscera spurted out of the torn body, spilling onto the ground as the 2 halves collapsed with a muffled thud. Experience gained, 310. Experience points, 1581/5000. The other 3 ogres who had been about to charge, seeing this scene, couldn't help but reveal a look of fear in their eyes, despite their low IQs. Tang Jing raised his head to look at the 3 ogres opposite him, and the 2 ogres who had been thrown from the tree earlier. While the other party was stunned, he turned around and dived into the bushes, and quickly disappeared. Chapter 43. The blazing sun began to set. The light within the Tubu forest also dimmed visibly. After escaping the pursuit of the ogres, Tang Zheng immediately found a spot with sparse trees and low brush to rest. This environment made it easier to observe his surroundings. At least given the ogre's massive size, they could be spotted immediately. Heal minor injuries. A soft white light emanated from Tang Zheng's hand, then merged into his body. Instantly, the minor wounds on his cheek and other parts of his body healed at a visible rate. The wounds didn't appear serious, but in the wild, if left untreated, they could easily become festering and even infected. According to Team Rock's wilderness survival experience, this was the most dangerous situation. Thankfully, a single shot of heal minor injuries was enough to heal these wounds. Tang Zheng clearly felt a warm current flowing through his body and limbs, and the tightness in his chest suddenly eased. What the hell is going on? It actually caused the ogres to unite. A grimace crossed Tang Zheng's face, and he pondered with some confusion. He knew that as the number of goblins slaughtered increased, it would inevitably attract the attention of the ogres in the jungle. After all, goblins were considered a form of food for them. But the current situation was clearly not enough to attract the ogres' attention. Could it be that a special individual has appeared among the goblins, or among the ogres? This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. Unlike games, where all races are identical, in a real world like another world, it's normal for individuals within a race to differ. Although this doesn't happen in the anime, it doesn't mean it's impossible. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. 1 or 2 ogres aren't a problem, but when they're in large numbers, situations like the one just now will occur. Although his physical attack is high, his physical defense is too low. If he gets hit a few more times, he won't be able to withstand it. I need to be more careful with my next move, Tang Zheng muttered softly. As the sun set, Tang Zheng, as usual, found a large tree and climbed up it, donning a black robe to make his figure even harder to see in the already dark environment. Late at night, Tang Zheng, eyes closed, was in a light sleep when his ears suddenly moved. Rustle, rustle. A light step on the grass, the gentle sound of leaves breaking, gradually approached the tree where Tang Zheng stood. Tang Zheng, already half asleep, woke up immediately, but didn't open his eyes, remaining in his closed sleeping position. The jungle was bustling at night. It was perfectly normal for wild beasts or demonic beasts to pass nearby. He had encountered them many times before. Tang Zheng didn't open his eyes to observe because, in this pitch-black environment, unless the two were very close, with human vision, it was impossible to clearly see creatures in the darkness. After a while, the faint sound of footsteps paused, disappearing just below the tree where Tang Zheng was standing. But soon, the footsteps resumed, gradually fading away. Tang Zheng's breathing became steady again, and he continued to close his eyes. Although he had been in a light sleep all night, in the Tubu forest, darkness lasted for over 12 hours each day. The longer he slept, the less sleepy he felt, and the less likely he was to become mentally weak. The next day, the warm sunlight once again filtered through the leaves onto the ground. Tang Zheng rolled over and hopped down from the tree, tucked his black robe into his toolbox, and began his day's schedule. Muddling on rye bread, he began searching for goblins and monsters. Time slipped by. From sunrise to sunset, Tang Zheng raised his iron sword, marked a large tree, and a look of helplessness crossed his face. Tough luck today. I only encountered 10 goblins. Tang Zheng complained, a little annoyed. These goblins were still the kind that didn't form groups. Of course, besides goblins, he also encountered several monsters and numerous wild beasts. Giant snakes were quite common, and Tang Zheng's item box still contained the carcasses of several 3 and 4 meter long snakes. However, the experience gained from ordinary beasts was too low. As for monsters, he encountered a giant half-meter long beetle, but unfortunately, it escaped. While these monsters gave a considerable amount of experience, it was only about the combined experience of 3 or 4 goblins. However, they were much more difficult to kill than goblins. Tang Zheng had recently taken a liking to killing goblins. After all, 1 goblin was easy to kill, and if he was lucky enough to encounter a group following them back, he could gain a large amount of experience. Over the next few days, Tang Zheng still encountered a small number of goblins. He'd been able to slay quite a few ordinary beasts, which he'd previously been too lazy to kill. After all, Tang Zheng had previously slain around 30 goblins per day, earning around 500 to 600 experience points daily. Now, the number of goblins he encountered was sometimes even in the single digits. This made Tang Zheng somewhat irritated. While the number of goblins he slain was considerable, it was still modest compared to the number of goblins that annually plagued the borders of the kingdom of Liestage. After not encountering a significant number of goblins for several days, Tang Zheng could only chalk it up to bad luck. Unlucky month. June 16th. Tang Zheng arrived in this world on May 16th, making it exactly 1 month since then. He entered the Tabuta forest on June 2nd and had been there for half a month, perhaps due to the 1-month anniversary of his journey. Tang Zheng's luck suddenly improved today. Goblins, which had been rare for days, began to appear. His iron sword was naturally thirsty for life. He had slain 21 in a single day, and his experience points had increased significantly. Experience points, 2620/5000. Furthermore, Tang Zheng noticed that the number of goblins in this area was significantly higher, suggesting a large goblin colony nearby. Night. Rustle. Some kind of beast passed beneath the tree where Tang Zheng was standing, its body scraping against the underbrush, making a slight sound. Tang Zheng half leaned against the trunk, his head resting on his arms, his left foot casually folded over his right, unconcerned with the movements beneath the dense branches. The deodorized spell was enough to remove all traces of his scent, rendering it imperceptible even to the most acute of beasts. Chapter 44. There seemed to be quite a few nocturnal beasts around recently. As long as they didn't provoke him, Tang Zheng didn't bother to worry. He had gained a lot of experience, and he was in a good mood today. Besides, there should be a goblin colony in this area. Tang Zheng planned to conduct a thorough search tomorrow. For some reason, Tang Zheng felt like he overlooked something, but upon closer reflection, he realized that nothing had been overlooked. The only thing that concerned him was the recent siege by ogres, but since escaping them, nothing like that had happened again. The night breeze blew. The cool breeze slightly swayed the lush leaves of the jungle. Tang Zheng's nose twitched, and a faintly familiar smell drifted with the breeze. At first, Tang Zheng didn't pay much attention. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. This smell, goblins. Yes, it was the smell of goblins, the rotting odor of decades-old socks. Tang Zheng's eyes, once a bit confused, suddenly cleared up. He had been feeling as if he overlooked something, but now, smelling this scent in the air, he suddenly realized it. It was the smell emanating from the goblins. After 2 weeks of friendly interactions with the goblins, Tang Zheng had long since grown accustomed to it, so he subconsciously ignored it. And yet, every night from where he camped, this smell wafted faintly. In the darkness of the night. Tang Zheng didn't know what expression he was wearing at that moment, but he knew it must be unpleasant. The creatures that frequently passed beneath his tree lately weren't wild beasts at all, but goblins. Although goblins possess night vision, they, like humans, hibernate during the day and are active during the night. In a jungle like this, even goblins wouldn't hunt at night unless necessary. He'd been targeted. Damn it! She only just realized it now. Tang Zheng couldn't help but curse inwardly. The vague feeling of something being amiss that had been lingering in his mind for some time now crystallized completely. After reaching the maximum level of his sword saint, perhaps because the outer areas were devoid of any monsters that could pose any threat to Tang Zheng, even ogres, unless they reached a certain number, posed no threat to Tang Zheng. This caused Tang Zheng to lose his initial caution, and he hadn't noticed the goblins watching him from the shadows the entire time. No! Under his black cloak, Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. With the intelligence of an ordinary goblin, they simply couldn't handle such meticulous surveillance. Isn't it possible I've gotten so lucky as to actually encounter a mutant goblin? This thought crossed Tang Zheng's mind, and he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. Even if he let his guard down, he wouldn't have missed an ordinary goblin stalking him. Gorilla? Forest priest? Druid? Rogue? Stalker? These classes excel at tracking, especially in complex environments like forests. Without detection magic, they'd be incredibly difficult to detect. Tang Zheng regained his composure. The goblin targeting him was likely one of these classes. So what was the other party's purpose? Tang Zheng frowned. That goblin wasn't just following him. It also determined his location every night, clearly having some purpose. The reason he was certain, it was most likely a mutated goblin, not an ogre. That was naturally because ogres were too large, making a lot of noise when they moved, making them unsuitable for tracking. Is it a trap? Tang Zheng recalled the events of the past few days, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. The number of goblins he had encountered during this period had been pitifully small, and only today had their numbers suddenly increased. If he hadn't suddenly discovered the suspected mutated goblin hiding in the shadows, he would have suspected his luck had run out. Now, it was clearly the other party's doing. Having figured this out, Tang Zheng continued to feign oblivion, sleeping against a tree as usual. Now that they've discovered each other, the roles of hunter and prey will shift. The moonlight and stars gradually faded. The morning birdsong echoed through the jungle, accompanied by light filtering through the leaves. Tang Jing stretched lazily and clambered down from the tree, looking rested. Not only had he not slept restlessly last night, but his sleep had suddenly improved significantly. Since the suspected goblin mutant hadn't attacked him, it meant it was far inferior to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been merely tracking and monitoring him until now. Tang Jing continued as usual, taking out rye bread and sandwiching cooked pork, devouring it as he continued forward, iron sword in hand. At the same time, he observed his surroundings from the corner of his eye. As expected, he saw nothing. Seeing this, Tang Jing was certain of at least one thing: the enemy couldn't be too close to him. This also made Tang Jing give up the idea of finding the enemy immediately. If the enemy really had any of the professions he had previously speculated, it would be difficult to find him in the jungle. Then let me see the trap I've set just for me. It's just the right time to find you, Tang Jing thought to himself, his eyes flashing. About 10 minutes after leaving this place, a figure with pointed green ears, similar in appearance to a goblin, but twice the size of a normal goblin, appeared where Tang Jing had been standing. Not only was the size difference, but even the eyes were noticeably different. A goblin's eyes are narrow and long, like those of a wild beast, while this figure's eyes were about the same size as a human's, mostly pure white, with only a small black pupil in the center. There was caution in his eyes. The figure sniffed the air with its slightly drooping green nose, its gaze fixed on the crushed leaves and broken twigs ahead. That was the trail left by Tang Ning's footsteps. After a brief pause, the figure resumed its pursuit. Incredibly, wherever the figure passed, the grass, shrubs, and even the dense, intertwined branches that blocked the path automatically parted to make way. And all this time, without a single sound. Before he knew it, it was already noon. Tang Jing took out his water bag and took a few sips. He narrowed his eyes slightly at the vertical beams of sunlight filtering through the gaps between the branches. He had more than just one water bag. Among his supplies, he had purchased over 60 water hoses, each holding about 5 kilograms. An average of 2 per day, a full month's supply. If he was just drinking, there was no need to worry about water. Chapter 45. Following their usual route, the forest was quiet, apart from the usual birdsong. Besides the usual sounds of wild animals, there wasn't much movement. It's a bit quiet. Tang Jing removed the water bag from his hand and hung it back on his waist, listening for any movement. Without changing his expression, he continued on his way. Now that he was certain he was being targeted, he naturally needed to be more vigilant of any changes in his surroundings. Tang Jing's ears suddenly twitched. There was movement. Was that direction northwest? Tang Jing pondered, but his footsteps didn't stop. He turned and approached the source of the sound. As they drew closer, the sound became clearer, the roars of wild animals, mixed with the roars of goblins. Soon, a large number of goblins appeared in Tang Jing's field of vision. At a glance, the number of goblins had reached over 20. And at this moment, these 20-odd goblins were besieging a massive black bear. Roar! The black bear opened its bloody mouth, roaring and tearing into a goblin. The bloody scene not only failed to scare away the numerous goblins around it, but instead seemed to arouse their ferocity. They screamed and hurled crude weapons, even rocks, at the black bear. After nearly half of them had been killed or wounded, the blood-soaked black bear finally collapsed to the ground. The remaining goblins, shouting in excitement, lifted the black bear up and headed deeper into the jungle. The goblin corpses that remained on the ground were casually picked up and dragged along by the other goblins, who then followed them back. Just moments before, they were companions hunting black bears together. Now, the dead goblin was nothing more than food to the other living goblins. Tang Jing stood behind a large tree, arms folded across his chest, watching the goblin herd gradually depart. A sneer suddenly curled across his lips. The direction the goblins were heading towards clearly indicated a goblin colony. Is this the trap we've been preparing for days? It's the same trap? Tang Jing's eye twitched. How could he understand by now that the previous attack by 6 ogres was clearly a result of him being unwittingly lured into a trap? And now, the same trap was being used again. Tang Jing felt that he might have overestimated the intelligence of that mutant goblin. However, the fact that it could influence ogres was unique to that particular goblin, and that intrigued Tang Jing greatly. We've never discovered the bottom. Really cautious. If they don't completely reassure us, they probably won't reveal any flaws. Tang Jing raised his head slightly and followed the goblin group. As they got deeper, as expected, a somewhat dilapidated goblin colony appeared ahead. Tang Jing's focus wasn't on the goblin colony itself, but on the terrain of the area. The terrain on either side was noticeably higher, making the trees on both sides noticeably taller than those in the rest of the area. The two raised hills formed a narrow path for the goblins, like a concave gourd, with the goblin colony located right inside. They've chosen a good location. Letting these goblins lure me into this kind of terrain, once surrounded, it'd be difficult to escape as easily as last time. No, that's not entirely true. Tang Jing feigned oblivion, his face expressionless as he continued forward. With the intelligence of ordinary goblins, they're clearly incapable of cooperating with this kind of complex acting. Are you planning to sacrifice this entire goblin colony? How heartless. Tang Jing's eyes shone coldly, and he chuckled softly. Come to think of it, I still haven't fully adapted to this world. Humans aren't the only ones with intelligence. Some subhuman species are just as intelligent as humans. Treating them as creatures without much intelligence is bound to lead to disadvantage. You need to change your mindset. You've subconsciously overlooked the fact that humans are a vulnerable group in this world. Tang Jing shook his head slightly, muttering to himself. Since entering the top forest, his route had been heading east. After figuring out his general direction, it was easy to deploy troops along the trail behind him, something he hadn't initially considered. Of course, the bigger reason was the jungle's complex environment. It was best to keep a fixed direction to avoid getting lost. Back. The figure that had been lingering far behind Tang Jing cautiously poked its head out from the bushes. Watching Tang Jing enter the narrow jungle path, a sigh of relief slowly spread across his nervous, slightly timid green face. That human was too strong. The powerful ogre was actually cut in half by the other's blade. He had never seen such strength before. It had seen humans and ogres battle before, but it usually took several humans working together to slay a powerful ogre. You bastard human. You killed so many children, and yet you dared to enter the great forest alone? I definitely make sure you're buried with me. The green figure squatted on the ground, his voice slightly sharp, filled with anger and resentment, as he clenched his fists and muttered softly. If Tang Jing had heard this goblin speak at this moment, he would have been astonished. Under the goblin's gaze, Tang Jing had already completely entered the narrow jungle path. A glow of excitement and bloodlust immediately appeared in his tiny black pupils. His timidity faded. The goblin, completely relieved, rose from the ground and followed. It had to watch this human die at the hands of the ogres. His meat must have been delicious. Thinking of the uniquely sweet food the goblin ate every morning, the goblin couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Tang Jing advanced at a leisurely pace, but when he reached about halfway through the narrow jungle path, he suddenly stopped. Since he had been secretly following him, now that he had entered the trap, he must have let his guard down. So, without a moment's hesitation, Tang Jing spun abruptly and began moving. This time, without a second's hesitation, he turned and sprinted backwards, his gaze fixed on the jungle behind him. At the same time, I see you! Tang Jing suddenly shouted. Buzz. Found the first-tier spell, Camouflage. Requires a caster level of 1 to 7, which currently meets the requirements. Spend 1 skill point to learn it? Found you. Tang Jing's face curled, as he saw the information refresh on the attribute board. Chapter 46. The information that appeared on the attribute panel made Tang Jing realize that his sudden shout had frightened the other party. Swish, swish, a swarm of birds flew out of the jungle, heading off into the distance. Tang Jing stared intently ahead. The seemingly quiet jungle still offered no sign of a single living creature. After so much exploration, Tang Jing had long since figured out the basic conditions for triggering the player ability. The goblin stalking him must have been within his field of vision. Otherwise, the information wouldn't have appeared on the attribute panel. The other party could hide from his vision and perception, but not from the innate supernatural player. The first-tier magic, Camouflage? Tang Jing's eyes flashed. He knew this magic had the ability to reduce one's presence and blend in with the surrounding jungle, similar to a chameleon. And this magic was only usable by faith-based spellcasters. According to his previous speculation, there were only 2 basic classes, Forest Priest and Druid. Of course, there are also some mid and high-level classes like the Forest Mage, but he didn't think the goblin possessed them. Druid specializes in tracking and can use faith-based magic. Although classes are divided into only 3 levels, basic, mid-level, and advanced, even classes at the same level have varying strengths. For example, the Paladin, while a warrior class, possesses various buff skills and the ability to cast faith-based magic. In the class determination, the Paladin is still a warrior, and no level is added to the caster's level. The druid is in a similar situation. Of course, another possibility cannot be ruled out. The opponent possesses the support-oriented spellcasting class Forest Priest. If so, then they must also possess a second class that excels at tracking. In other words, a dual-class player. This information quickly flashed through Tang Jing's mind, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Now that he has determined the general location, all that remains is to force the opponent out. The spell Camouflage is extremely concealable in the jungle, but it prevents the caster from engaging in strenuous exercise. Rustle. Rustle. Just as Tang Jing was about to burst through the narrow jungle path, a sudden, violent noise erupted from the towering trees on either side of the entrance. The next moment, two enormous ogres rushed out of the forest, blocking the entrance to the narrow path. Seeing this scene, Tang Jing was stunned for a moment, then sneered. They're truly well prepared. These two ogres are clearly there to block the entrance. There must be a considerable number of them in that goblin colony. If he rushed in rashly, in this kind of terrain, these two ogres would block the entrance. Even if he could kill them, he'd waste the best time to evacuate. Once the other ogres surrounded him, he'd be in real danger. Bang! Tang Jing slammed his feet into the ground, his already running pace accelerating even further. He charged towards the entrance like a cheetah. Quick slash! A low shout rang out. Before the two ogres could gain a firm foothold, Tang Jing charged at the ogre on the left, slashing with his iron sword. Puff! Blood gushed out. A powerful force cascaded from the sword, severing the ogre on the left in half. At such close range, green blood splattered all over Tang Jing. With a flick of his head, Tang Jing carelessly charged at the ogre on the right again. With the same swift swing. Without the aid of his skill, the power and speed of this strike were noticeably reduced. The ogre on the right had a look of panic in his eyes, but compared to the ogre on the left, he had more time to react and quickly raised the massive wooden club in his hand to block it. Crack! The iron sword slashed into the club, sending shards flying. The thick club was sliced through about 2/3 of the way before coming to a stop. The immense force generated by Tang Jing's sword swing caused the ogre to take a step back. The power of a full-level sword saint was significantly greater than that of an average ogre, who was only around level 13 or 14. Even with the bonus attributes of his subhuman race, Tang Jing still held the upper hand. What a pity! Tang Jing looked at the ogre, who had blocked his attack, a look of regret in his eyes. After all, his weapon was too inferior. Even with any magical weapon. No, a weapon made of fine metal, it wouldn't have been able to withstand his blow. Seeing that he had blocked the terrifying attack of the human before him, who could have killed his companion with a single blow. The ogre to the right had a look of confusion in his eyes, as if he couldn't understand how his companion had been killed with a single blow. However, this confusion was clearly not worth pondering for the ogre. It only knew that the human before it couldn't kill it. The panic faded, and a ferocious, sinister expression reappeared on its face. The arm swinging the wooden club was pinned by the iron sword. The ogre raised his other arm, clenched it into a fist, and slammed it down towards Tang Jing. A sharp gust of wind blew. Tang Jing simply dodged the blow with a sideways motion. Seeing your companion so easily slain, a human would have turned and fled, yet you're actually striking back? Tang Jing sneered, half turning his body, as he looked at the massive fist that blasted past him. The punch was incredibly powerful. If it had hit, you'd surely have been injured, but if it hadn't, it would have been pointless. Tang Jing raised his free left hand, and aimed it at the ogre's heart. Instantly, an iron sword appeared in his left palm. He thrust forward with all his might. The iron sword easily pierced the ogre's rough, tough skin and pierced its heart. Ah! With a twist, the ogre let out a miserable wail. Puff! The iron sword was drawn. Tang Jing ignored the ogre that collapsed in agony, stepped past the other two, and headed toward the jungle ahead. After just a few steps, the information on his stat panel refreshed. Experience gain 310. Experience gain 285. Experience value 3215/5000. Even with their resilient vitality, one with its body severed and the other pierced through the heart couldn't hold out for more than a few seconds before dying completely. At the same time, roar! Woroar! Aroar! Almost instantly after he slew the two ogres, a series of bestial roars erupted from the goblin group behind him. Tang Jing turned his head and glanced behind him. Just from what he could see 5 ogres bursting out of the jungle. Clearly, these ogres had originally intended to wait for him to enter the goblin group before emerging, but seeing that Tang Jing not only didn't enter, but instead left, they couldn't help but rush out. However, The narrow jungle path was no match for so many massive ogres charging out simultaneously. Instead, a group of them crammed themselves into the narrow path, roaring continuously. "Tsk too slow." Tang Zheng, his iron swords in both hands, a cold expression on his face, turned his head to gaze at the jungle before him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tang Zheng's twin swords lashed out at the surrounding bushes, grass, and branches, wreaking havoc. Broken green leaves flew everywhere. Although he had no idea where the goblin was hiding, he only needed to destroy everything within his field of vision. Meanwhile, hiding behind a thicket of lush trees, only about 10 meters away from Tang Zheng, the goblin trembled. At this moment, the goblin's body color matched the surrounding grass and trees, leaving no trace of its presence. "I die! I definitely die!" The goblin's eyes were filled with fear and panic, and his entire body was shaking. Chapter 47. Witnessing two powerful ogres easily slain by Tang Zheng's hands, and then seeing the human before him gradually approaching him. Especially, every swing of the other's swords unleashed a terrifying gust of wind, causing a faint pain on its cheeks. Escape. The goblin's timid nature was already ingrained in their DNA. Faced with the threat of death, the goblin's first thought was to flee. However, if the goblin had simply laid motionless on the ground, and Tang Zheng had wreaked havoc on the surrounding area, as long as he didn't strike directly at the goblin, he might not have even noticed it. And now, as the goblin fled, the magic camouflage began to change, as if a layer of automatically changing color had suddenly appeared in this space. Extremely eye-catching. "I see you." Tang Zheng paused his sword swings, turned to look at the automatically changing, moving object, a bright smile on his face. Tang Zheng suddenly realized the opponent's speed. Even in the complex jungle, he ran as if on flat ground, the surrounding vegetation offering no resistance at all. What kind of ability was this? Tang Zheng was a little surprised, but without hesitation, he grasped the hilt with his backhand and hurled the iron sword forward like a javelin. Whoosh! The incredible force caused the iron sword to pierce the air with a sharp sound. Instantly, it pierced the color-changing creature. Ah! A scream echoed through the forest, and the creature collapsed to the ground, wailing continuously. Tang Zheng then slowly approached. Because of the attack, the camouflage had worn off. The goblin's appearance was completely exposed to Tang Zheng, causing him to be stunned. Unlike the typical dark green goblin, this one's skin was noticeably lighter, with two sharp teeth protruding from its jaw. The most striking difference was its size. A normal goblin, even an adult, was roughly the size of a human child, but this one was almost the size of a dwarf. "I'm dying. It hurts. I'm dying." The goblin lay on the ground, an iron sword lodged in its back. The immense pain caused it to scream in agony. If Tang Zheng hadn't been sure based on appearance alone, then hearing the creature speak confirmed his previous suspicions. "I thought it was a mutated goblin," Tang Zheng said with a cold expression. He looked at the wailing giant goblin on the ground. "It turns out it's just a subspecies of goblin, a giant goblin." Giant goblins. Giant goblins are a subspecies of goblin. Both physically and intellectually, they are far superior to goblins, very close to human level. However, compared to the goblin's terrifying reproductive capacity, giant goblins are not as fertile. Since giant goblins can mate with ordinary goblins, giant goblins often live with goblin colonies. Furthermore, due to their superior physical and intellectual abilities, giant goblins hold a higher status. Tang Zheng stepped forward and stomped on the screaming goblin's head, silencing it abruptly. Then he reached out and pulled the iron sword from its back. Puff! Green blood spurted out. Ah! The goblin closed its mouth in fear, then screamed again in pain, its body twitching uncontrollably as it pleaded weakly, "Human, don't kill me. If I die, the ogre masters won't let you go." Ah! Bang! Hearing the word ogre, Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes and stomped again, burying the goblin's head in the dirt amidst dead branches and rotten leaves. "So noisy," Tang Zheng said impatiently, a look of understanding crossing his face. So that's it. If he remembered correctly, there was indeed a group of goblins living in the ogre territory. They seemed to be from a tribe called the Jik tribe. This tribe of giant goblins also appears in the anime. Just like the relationship between ordinary goblins and ogres, the relationship between giant goblins and ogres is similar. Because of their intelligence, giant goblins are brought under the ogre's rule. Of course, for the ogres, the giant goblins are also a kind of backup food source. After the Bone King killed the eastern giant ogre, Ku, this Jik tribe was liberated and joined Karn village. Incidentally, they were also brought under the rule of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, making them one of the few tribes in the other world with relatively good fortune. However, they should have lived in the inner jungle area ruled by the eastern giant ogre, Ku. Why did they end up on the periphery? Tang Zheng felt a bit confused. But he also understood how the guy who had been causing him so much trouble had managed to do so. Big goblins could be considered nobles among ordinary goblins, so mobilizing ordinary goblins wouldn't be a problem. As for ogres? Due to their racial characteristics, ogres are more willing to protect and obey big goblins than ordinary goblins. Tang Zheng moved his foot away and looked at the big goblin he was stepping on. Its body was clearly twitching violently, as if it was about to die. His eyes twitched. So fragile. But far stronger than an ordinary goblin. Although he had restrained some of the force in his previous sword strike, an ordinary goblin would have been pierced and killed by it long ago. The big goblin before him was only seriously injured, but to have been able to hold on until now, its physical strength was far stronger than an ordinary goblin. A glint of insight flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed at the wound on the goblin's back below him. Heal the minor wound. Not long ago, he had indeed intended to kill the goblin, but just now, he suddenly remembered another use for it. A soft white light emerged, descending upon the goblin's bloody wound. The wound, which had been oozing blood, immediately stopped bleeding, and then began to heal rapidly. A single low-level healing spell was clearly not enough to completely heal such a severe injury, but it would certainly ensure the goblin's survival. The goblin, whose body had been trembling, seemingly on the verge of death, stopped trembling, its pupils revealing a look of bewilderment and relief. A green head, covered in dirt and rotten leaves, emerged from the soil. It raised its head and looked up, catching sight of the human standing before it, staring at it coldly. Human. If you let me go, the ogre Sama will never trouble you. The big goblin shuddered and quickly climbed to his feet. He hunched over and backed away, holding his neck in a forced effort to maintain composure. Chapter 48. Obviously, the big goblin believed he was still alive because he had just called out to the ogre masters. Looking at the cowardly, cunning, and foolish big goblin before him, Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. Sure enough, even with an IQ comparable to a human's, but lacking cognition and other factors, he still appears foolish. He can't even grasp the basic situation, yet he still tries to use it as a threat. Tang Zheng chuckled softly, and suddenly raised his leg to kick the big goblin in the chest. Bang! The big goblin howled, and slammed heavily into a tree behind him. The impact reopened the wound, which hadn't fully healed, sending a wave of intense pain. Ah, it hurts. I won't do it again, human master. Please spare me. Human master. The big goblin's shrill voice echoed through the forest. You're so noisy. If you keep making more noise, I kill you. Tang Zheng hefted his iron sword and walked over. Hearing this, the big goblin quickly covered his mouth with his hands and huddled under the tree, trembling, his black pupils filled with fear. Tang Zheng walked up to it, looked down at the big goblin, and nodded. Very good, this shows we can communicate normally. Yes, human sir. Tell me your name. Human, my name is Mugwa. Mugwa? Yes, I like to eat fruit from trees, that's why I got this name. This is... Tang Zheng waved his hand impatiently, interrupting the big goblin. Enough of the nonsense, tell me, why are you here? I? The big goblin stuttered. Don't try to hide it. I know you're from a tribe of big goblins called the Jike tribe. Tang Zheng said coldly, observing the big goblin's expression. At the mention of the words Jike tribe, the big goblin Mugwa shuddered. His face was filled not only with fear, but also with a tinge of dreadful despair. He wondered how the powerful human before him could even know of his tribe. The next moment, in a panic, Mugwa unleashed a hail of information. The goblin's cunning, cowardice, and timidity were fully displayed in him. The matter wasn't complicated. June and July are the most favorable seasons for goblin reproduction, but fertility for big goblins is far more difficult than for ordinary goblins. Thus, big goblins mate with ordinary goblins, making it easier to produce offspring, although the chances are they will only produce ordinary goblins. However, compared to the pregnancy rate from mating between big goblins, this was clearly much higher. Big Goblin Mugwa appeared in the outer areas to select healthy, exceptional goblins to bring back to the Jike tribe for better reproduction. Result? He encountered Tang Zheng, who was slaying goblins, and discovered he was alone, which led to the following events. As Big Goblin Mugwa unleashed his answers, Tang Zheng also managed to understand his abilities. Ability list: innate abilities. Player overall level, LV, 11. Experience gauges, 2620/5000. Class, Basic class, Genius first level, Warrior, Priestess/Priest, Apothecary, Alchemist, Magician, Rogue, Guerrilla, Forest Priest. Intermediate class, Swordmaster 10th level. Skill points, 17. Passive skills, Item box, /increase, 10%. Active skills, Warrior, Instant reflection, for light / rapid / stealth, tracking. Magic, Papermaking, level 1, Warming, level 1, Heal light wounds, level 1, Magic arrow, level 1, Scentless, level 1, Camouflage, level 1, Class skills, Pharmacy, Alchemy. Skill, Tracking. Cost, none, 10's cooldown. Description, using leftover traces, you can determine the direction and size of the person being tracked. Skill, Camouflage, level 1, cost, 5 MP. Description, after casting this spell, it camouflages itself from the surroundings, reducing its presence. The spell is more effective in jungle environments. The class information for this giant goblin, Mugwa, contradicts Tang Jing's initial assumption and suggests a less likely scenario. It's not a druid. It has the dual basic classes of Guerrilla and Forest Priest. This surprised Tang Jing greatly. He hadn't expected a goblin to master the Forest Priest class. From the simple attack just now, Tang Jing could easily tell that this giant goblin wasn't at a high level in either Forest Priest or Guerrilla. The combined level should be no more than LV. 7. Guerrilla soldiers are skilled in reconnaissance, exploration, and shooting. Most subhumans living in the jungle, such as elves, possess this class. The tracking skill is considered basic, and quite useful to Tang Jing. This big goblin didn't even know the more advanced skills. As for the spell Camouflage, Tang Jing was somewhat troubled. This spell, while effective in the jungle, wasn't particularly effective elsewhere. It was far inferior to the more adaptable second-tier magic of the magic system, invisibility. However, having acquired the rare basic class Forest Priest, Tang Jing simply mastered it. After obtaining these two basic classes from the big goblin fruit, Tang Jing didn't feel particularly happy, but rather frowned slightly. He had noticed before. When the big goblin fruit fled, the complex jungle environment seemed completely unaffected by it, automatically avoiding trees and brush. Such an ability shouldn't be a big goblin's innate talent. Under Tang Jing's expressionless gaze, the big goblin fruit huddled beneath the trunk of a large tree, its painful green face revealing a look of pain and deep reluctance. Then, reluctantly, he removed a ping-pong ball-sized white bone object, which hung from a resilient vine necklace. The object looked like some kind of animal bone, and if Big Brother Blin Mugwa hadn't taken it from his neck, Tang Jing wouldn't have noticed. He had assumed it was just some bone-shaped ornament worn by a subhuman like Big Brother Blin Mugwa. Human, this is a treasure from our Jike tribe. Big Brother Blin Mugwa lifted the ancient necklace with both hands and respectfully handed it over. He was well aware that his life was in the hands of the human before him. If he displeased him, he could very well be dead. Chapter 49. Tang Jing took it from Big Goblin Mugwa with interest. He looked at the pristine, white bone necklace in his hand. Unlike Big Goblin Mugwa, who was somewhat grimy, this ancient necklace was remarkably clean. At first, he hadn't noticed it. On closer inspection, he discovered a faint, pale green glow flickering on the surface of this ping-pong ball-sized bone. This was the magical sheen of a magic item. This is the bone of a bighorn elk. Bighorn elk are a type of monster found deep in the jungle, possessing enormous horns, like this. Big Goblin Mugwa gestured with his hands, as he explained the origins of this magic item. His pained expression revealed the importance of this magic item to him and the Jike tribe. Through his somewhat confusing words, Tang Jing finally understood the power of this bone necklace. According to Big Goblin Mugwa, the giant elk, with its enormous horns, is a monster native to the top forest. Since the creature possesses the innate ability to move freely through the jungle, this magical item, crafted from the skull of a giant elk, also possesses this ability. After hearing this, Tang Jing already understood the power contained in this bone necklace. Forest Crossing. Like Camouflage, this is another faith-based spell. The specific effect of this spell is the ability to move unhindered by vegetation in a jungle environment. Tang Jing had forgotten whether it was 3rd or 4th tier. But this forest crossing magic is far more practical than Camouflage. Knowing the bone necklace's effects, Tang Jing naturally had no intention of returning it. However, he didn't keep it around his neck like Big Goblin Mugwa had, but instead wrapped it around his wrist. Magic items need to be placed in a fixed location on the body to function. For example, a ring only works when worn on a finger. But this bone necklace, though not a necklace, is actually just a ping-pong ball-sized piece of bone, It's more like an ornament. The string, made of some thin vine, is merely for the big goblin to carry. Even if the vine string were removed, it wouldn't affect the magic item in any way. Okay, enough small talk. Now, let's get down to business. After receiving a magic item, Tang Zheng looked at Big Goblin Mugwa in a cheerful mood. Business? Big Goblin Mugwa's eyes were filled with confusion. That's right. Tang Zheng nodded, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The reason he hadn't killed the giant goblin was that the previous incidents were merely incidental. His real purpose was what he was going to do next. Since you've come to the outer regions to select exceptional goblins, I assume you must be very familiar with all the goblin communities there. Then how about taking me there? Tang Zheng asked with a smile. He had spent the better part of a month besieging and killing goblins in the forest, relying entirely on sheer luck. The top forest was truly vast. The difficulty of moving in the jungle and the nighttime environment significantly slowed his leveling. Before level 10, things were relatively easy. Every day, by hunting monsters and goblins, he could earn at least 100 or 200 experience points. But with the 10th level, each level now requires a full 5,000 experience points. If he continued to gain experience at his usual pace, he wouldn't be able to level up much in the remaining half a month. The appearance of Big Goblin Mugwa gave Tang Zheng a new idea. Who could better know the locations of the various goblin communities outside than the goblins themselves? That's right. He needed a guide, and this big goblin before him, who could only speak, was the perfect candidate. No, the perfect goblin choice. Human, sir, you can't kill, you can't. Big Goblin Mugwa, seeing the smile on Tang Zheng's face, trembled as if he had seen a demon and stammered. As expected, possessing an intelligence close to that of a human, he understood from Tang Zheng's words what he was about to do next. This isn't a negotiation. Tang Zheng smiled, stepped forward, raised his foot, and stomped hard on the big goblin's left ankle, crushing its bones. Ah! Big Goblin Mugwa's screams echoed through the forest again, startling a chorus of birdsong. After a brief exchange of friendly words, Big Goblin Mugwa quickly agreed with Tang Zheng's excellent proposal and immediately provided the location of the nearest goblin group. Satisfied, Tang Zheng carried Big Goblin Mugwa and headed towards the goblin group. A figure swiftly moved through the forest. A vast mass of shrubs, grass, and connected branches parted to make way for the figure. A magical item with the forest crossing ability. Tang Zheng's speed suddenly increased several times over. His agility, previously limited by the jungle environment, was immediately apparent. And the process made little noise. Combining forest crossing with camouflage made detection nearly impossible without mastering detection magic. No wonder the big Goblin Mugwa had been following him for so long, yet he remained completely unaware. What followed was a bloodbath. With the big Goblin Mugwa providing the location and the magic item's effects, few goblins could escape Tang Zheng's grasp. During this time, Tang Zheng even annihilated a large goblin tribe numbering over 200 goblins and 5 ogres. If only before the forest crossing magic item. Facing a siege by 5 ogres, Tang Zheng's only option was to temporarily retreat. But with the forest crossing ability, the jungle environment was no longer a barrier. Relying solely on his speed, Tang Zheng easily dispatched the 5 ogres. Ever since this large goblin tribe was completely decimated by Tang Zheng's single-handed sword strike. Big Goblin Mugwa, who had been struggling, had completely given up and obediently served as the guide. However, Tang Zheng was well aware of Big Goblin Mugwa's subtle intentions. Given the greedy and cunning nature of goblins, it would have been problematic if they hadn't put up any resistance. However, seeing that such a powerful goblin tribe had been annihilated by him, Big Goblin Mugwa had clearly given up resistance. Chapter 50. Time passed day by day. Under the leadership of Big Goblin Mugwa, numerous goblin tribes were destroyed, all transformed into experience, continuously raising Tang Zheng's level. The air in the outer areas began to permeate with the smell of blood, and even the forest grew quiet, the usually dense bird calls suddenly becoming much less frequent. A cool month, June 29th. Splash. Water splashed. Tang Zheng emerged from a small stream, swam to the shore, and took a refreshing bath. Although he had the odorless magic to remove his own odor, it only removed odor, far less comfortable and clean than a bath. Big Goblin Mugwa was indeed very familiar with this outer area. Stepping ashore, Tang Zheng pulled out a clean piece of clothing, wiped the water off himself, and then pulled out a fresh set to change into. Then, he plopped down in front of the steaming broth on the campfire. Hiss. Tang Zheng took a sip of the broth and let out a pleasant sound. The broth tasted rather bland. But in this environment, it was quite pleasant. At least taking a bath and drinking hot broth was quite pleasant. Of course, Tang Zhang's level increase had kept him in a relatively good mood recently. However, the other person was the complete opposite. The eldest brother, Bryn Mugwa, lay sprawled on the ground not far away, both of his legs having been crushed, forcing him to lie prone. No, you can't kill me anymore. You can't kill me, my human. Please, don't kill me anymore. You can't kill me. Too many goblins have died. Big Goblin Mugwa lay on the ground, uttering weak wails and cries. Faced with these sounds, Tang Zheng had long since grown accustomed to them, and continued to savor his broth with a blank expression. Big Goblin Mugwa's wails seemed to be a plea for mercy for the dead goblins, but in reality, that was not the case at all. To be exact, although they were considered the same species, in the eyes of the big goblins, ordinary goblins, aside from their ability to mate with their own kind, were not truly considered members of their own race. They were merely inferior creatures. For a race that would even treat its own kind as food, there was no such thing as pity for a race inferior to its own. Big Goblin Mugwa's true reason for crying out was that with so many goblins slain, there would be no large goblin reserves when winter arrived. There was a high probability that their big goblin clan would become food for the ogre masters. Big Goblin Mugwa's wails were simply about this. Shut up. Tang Zheng swallowed the broth and spoke softly. Big Brother Blin Mugwa's wails abruptly ceased, and he shut his mouth, his black pupils filled with grievance and cowardice. Pa! Tang Zheng threw a piece of perfectly cooked wild boar meat. The cooked boar meat, covered in mud, rolled several times on the ground before appearing in Big Brother Blin Mugwa's sight. The next moment, the fear on Big Brother Blin Mugwa's face, and the grievance in his eyes vanished, revealing a feral greed. He scrambled forward, clawing at the ground with his hands. And then, Big Brother Blin Mugwa, drooling, exposed his sharp, yellowed teeth as he tore at the boar meat tightly held in his hands. He looked completely different now, completely devoid of the pitiful expression he had just displayed. Survival of the fittest is the natural order of the forest. Tang Zheng took another sip of the broth. Disguise is merely a means of survival. E-Rantel. On the third floor, the topmost floor of the Adventurers Guild. Inside a large room. The decor was simple, devoid of any luxurious items. Only a few shields and swords, covered in chips and scars, hung on the walls, spoke of their extraordinary experiences. It was precisely because of these scarred weapons that the seemingly drab, plain room was imbued with a sense of ruggedness and adventure. 3 figures sat at the long, rustic wooden table. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, with graying hair and wrinkles around his eyes and forehead, sat to the left of the table. Although the man was somewhat older, his gaze was sharp. Though his clothes were loose, his muscular build and strength were still faintly visible. In particular, his rough, calloused hands hinted at his mastery of weapons. At this moment, these rough hands held a delicate silver container. The liquid within, even in the scorching June heat, surprisingly emitted a faint chill. Across from the middle-aged man sat a thin, somewhat capable-looking magician in a magic robe, flipping through a document. Besides these two, a portly man sat at the top. His bald head, fat chin, and bloated belly made him look like he was slumped into the chair. Especially, as he leaned back against the wooden chair, his head lowered, his chin folded over the fat on his neck, dozing off. Every few breaths, a puffing sound emanated from his nose. He looked like a fat pig. But he was wearing a crimson velvet jacket, a blue vest with gold buttons, and a pure white lining. Especially, around his neck was a pure gold tie, resembling silk, encrusted with a ruby that shone faintly red in the sunlight. Such an extravagant attire clearly indicated the portly man's status. The people of E-Rantel would be astonished to see these 3 people sitting together. For the 3 people at the table were the 3 most prestigious figures in the entire city of E-Rantel. The middle-aged man was Burden Einzak, Guildmaster of the E-Rantel Adventurers Guild. The figure opposite, wearing a magician's robe, was Theo Rexer, Guildmaster of the E-Rantel Magicians Guild. And the mayor of E-Rantel, a royal noble, Panisol Gruzel del Reddingmeyer. After a brief silence, the room was filled with silence. Einzak, Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild, gently set down the silver magic vessel in his hand and looked up at the seemingly asleep mayor. Your Excellency the Mayor. Einzak's expression was a bit serious, but his voice was gentle. There was a pause. Mayor Panisol opened his eyes. His eyelids, drawn back by his obesity, were narrowed, making it impossible for outsiders to discern his emotions. Chapter 51. Mayor Panisor looked up at the sunlight streaming through the window, squinting briefly before speaking apologetically. Sorry, the warm sunlight can make me sleepy. Einzak shook his head slightly. It's a bit unusual. I wanted to inform you specifically, but I didn't expect you to come in person. Mayor, you should take better care of your health, said Rexer, smiling from the other side. As you know, I've always been a lazy person, Mayor Panasaur chuckled. The conversation between the three of them was harmonious, clearly showing a good relationship. Well, let's get down to business, Mayor Panasaur said. At these words, Einzak and Rexer's expression straightened. Mayor Panasaur looked incredibly fat and incompetent, but his friends? They knew perfectly well that he was not incompetent at all. Rather, he was quite capable and shrewd. E-Rantel is the most important border city of the Kingdom of Riestais, and the forefront of the confrontation with the Baharis Empire. If His Majesty is not foolish, he would not send an incompetent person to rule E-Rantel. It just so happens that His Majesty of this generation is not mediocre. The fact that he was able to bypass the aristocratic system and create the position of warrior captain for Gazef, a commoner, and allow him to lead a brand new army is enough to prove this point. This is what happened. In the past 2 weeks, the number of villages and caravans attacked by goblins has decreased significantly. Even during this period, there's been no news of goblin attacks, Einzak said seriously. Rakeshiel, the head of the Magic Guild, asked doubtfully, isn't this a good thing? Whether it's a good thing or not isn't simply a matter of the current situation. Einzak continued, clasping his hands together on the table. According to past experience, these past few months should be the time when goblins are breeding in large numbers and attacks are at their peak. And this unusual behavior suggests there's likely something going on in the top forest we're not aware of. Mayor Panasaur, who had been listening intently, finally said calmly, what's the result? He didn't ask Einzak whether he sent anyone to investigate. The presence of these 3 people meant Einzak had already achieved some results. Yes. Einzak nodded. According to intelligence gathered from several adventurer teams in the outer areas of the top forest, something must have happened in the territory of the eastern giant ogres. The entire forest is filled with the scent of goblin blood. It's suspected that a large number of goblins have died, but strangely, no large numbers of goblin corpses have been found. Based on the information we've gathered so far, we can temporarily rule out the involvement of a powerful adventurer team. Otherwise, there would have been a large number of corpses left. Einzak paused, picked up the silver magic container on the table, and drank the chilling liquid within. You suspect a fight has broken out among the goblin communities within the ogre territory, Rakeshiel said sternly. It's also possible that a battle broke out between the wise king of the forest and the eastern giant for unknown reasons. Mayor Panasaur whispered, his eyes half closed. Indeed, Einzak nodded. At least for now, it's a good thing for us. Keep a close eye on it, Mayor Panasaur said. Einzak, understood. In the great top forest, beside the stream, Tang Zheng was unaware of the small meeting currently underway in E-Rantel regarding the events he had caused. However, even without knowing the content of the meeting, Tang Zheng knew that the dramatic increase in the number of goblins he had slain would naturally have repercussions beyond the forest. In the first half of the month, the number of goblins he had killed wasn't large. Even if he left them alone, the few goblin corpses he had slain would naturally be devoured by the wild beasts and monsters of the jungle. But now, the sheer number of goblin corpses he had slain would truly cause serious trouble if left unattended. Let's not talk about anything else for now. This would inevitably draw out the ogres, and Tang Zheng had no intention of provoking them right now. Furthermore, with a drastic decrease in the number of goblins, it would also attract the attention of adventurers from E-Rantel. Many low-level adventurers were counting on the easy job of killing goblins for money. If an adventurer entered the jungle's outskirts and discovered a large number of goblin corpses, they could glean information about him simply from the scars on their bodies. This was something Tang Zheng didn't want to see. The more information he leaked now, the more information the great underground tomb of Nazarick would gain in the future. This intelligence war. It began the moment Tang Zheng chose to stand against the great underground tomb of Nazarick. So, Tang Zheng stored the corpses of over 2,000 goblins, and over 30 ogres he had slain in his item box. As expected of a player item box, the space inside was indeed spacious, surprisingly enough to hold everything. However, Tang Zheng also used this opportunity to figure out the approximate capacity of the item box. With so many corpses stored in the item box, it took up a full third of its volume. While this capacity might seem large, it was simply insufficient for a level 100 player. In the anime alone, the mountain of 500 million gold coins consumed by Ains to revive Shaltir was enough to nearly fill Tang Zheng's item box. But, right now, this large volume was clearly sufficient for Tang Zheng's current needs. Over 2,000 goblins and 30 ogres perished. Not only did the 5 iron swords shatter, But the killing spree had also numbed Tang Zheng, even rendering him apathetic. The reason he'd gone to the river to take a bath today and stopped killing goblins was because he wanted to rest for a day and recuperate. After eating and drinking, Tang Zheng looked up at the stat panel before him. Ability table: Natural abilities. Player combined level, 19th level. Experience gauges, 5893/9500. Class: Basic class, Genius level 9, Warrior, Intermediate class, Swordmaster level 10. Skill points, 39. Passive skills: Item box, increase/attack, 10%, active skills, Warrior, Instant reflection, Forelight/, Rapid/, Stealth, Tracking. Magic: Heal light wounds, level 1, Magic arrow, level 1, Smellless, level 1, Camouflage, level 1, Heating, level 2, Papermaking, level 2, Item appraisal, level 2, Class skills, Pharmacy, Alchemy. Since the Genius class level up doesn't increase stats, the attribute table hasn't changed much, but the ability table has seen significant changes. Chapter 52. 3 days ago, Tang Zheng had already upgraded his Genius skill to level 8, thus satisfying the caster level requirement for using second-tier magic. In particular, he had finally achieved the second-tier magic he had longed to master, Item appraisal. However, the magic power consumption of second-tier magic also increased, requiring 10 points. Tang Zheng's magic power was too low, so he could only use a second-tier spell once at a time. Taking into account the time it takes for his magic power to regenerate, he could only use it twice a day. Thus, it took Tang Zheng 2 days to finally identify the magic items he had previously acquired. Item: Magic item, Armor, Guardian Necklace. Level: Lowest, 1 to 10, Effect: Low-level magic attributes. Passive: Low-level physical resistance, 1/day, which protects against 1 low-level physical attack. Description: A magic necklace used to protect against close-range attacks. Item: Magic item, Weapon, Mystic Staff. Level: Low, 11 to 20, Effect: Low-level magic attributes. Active: Defense against evil, 2/day, reduces necromancy damage by 10 points. Passive: Increases MP recovery by 5%. Description: An ordinary, low-level magic staff, the creator of which seems to have a problem with necromancy casters. Item: Magic item / special craft / short staff. Level: Consumable. Restrictions: Mana type / magic chanter. Effect: Silence, February 5th, eliminates all sounds within a 50 m radius of the player. Item: Magic item, Weapon, Mithril Dagger. Level: Low, 11 to 20, Effect: Thrust attribute. Active: The tip of the sword contains a slight paralysis toxin, needs to be added. Passive: Increases thrust damage by 10 points. Description: A dagger weapon with added mithril metal. After item appraisal, Tang Zheng finally understood the information of the 4 magic items. Of these 4 items, except for the mithril dagger, which wasn't well suited to Tang Zheng's current combat style, the other 3 were all useful. The most valuable of these was the Mystic Staff. Even Tang Zheng was a little surprised. It actually increased mana regeneration. While this effect was somewhat limited, it was better than nothing. But this kind of magic equipment alone would cost at least 1,000 gold coins. You have to remember, while there are healing potions in the game Yggdrasil that can restore HP, there are no potions that can restore mana MP. This is different from the game Tang Zheng played in his previous life. For magic casters in Yggdrasil, it's no exaggeration to say that mana is their lifeline. Thus, all magic casters carry magical items that accelerate mana regeneration. In addition, in Yggdrasil, different classes cannot use each other's class weapons. Even after the great underground tomb of Nazareth descended upon the other world, this rule remained in place for Bone King and his companions. In the other world, however, people face no such restrictions. Even magic casters can wield daggers and even draw bows. Naturally, Tang Zheng was no exception. The class restrictions during item appraisals had no effect on him. In this situation, item appraisal could actually reveal class restrictions, data that doesn't exist in this other world. This shows that the information revealed by item appraisal is also related to the user's perception. At this moment, Tang Zheng now possessed 2 more second-tier spells besides item appraisal. Yes, those 2 zero-tier spells. After the caster's level increased, heating and papermaking also received the upgrade symbol. By spending 1 skill point each, both spells were upgraded to the second tier. Skill: Papermaking, second tier, upgrade. Cost: 10 MP. Description: Create 700 sheets of high-quality paper. Skill: Heating, 2nd tier upgrade. Cost: 10 MP. Description: Heats the object it touches to 300 degrees Celsius within 1 minute, instantly increasing the temperature to 100 degrees Celsius. After these 2 spells reached the 2nd level, the changes were quite noticeable, especially heating. Initially just a common life-related spell, now at the 2nd level, it can instantly heat objects it touches to 100 degrees Celsius, demonstrating its offensive power. 100 degrees Celsius is enough to damage the human body and kill an ordinary person instantly, but normal 2nd level magic can easily do the same. The key is the scalability of this magic. Most importantly, life magic is completely outside the system magic of the Yggdrasil game, so there's no information about it in the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. The other one is papermaking. The original capacity of 800 sheets of paper, which could be produced continuously by consuming additional mana after casting a spell, has been reduced to only 700 sheets. The quantity has not only not increased, but has actually decreased. A thought struck Tang Zheng, and he pulled 2 sheets of paper from his item box. One was made with 1st tier magic, the other with 2nd tier magic. Both sheets appeared perfectly white, but the one made with 2nd tier magic was not only white, but also had a subtle sheen under the sunlight. So what's the use of this magical paper? And this sheen seems familiar. Tang Zheng looked at the paper in his hand, a flicker of memory in his eyes, but he couldn't recall where he had seen this sheen before. After a brief moment of thought, Tang Zheng cast a prop appraisal on the sheet of paper. Item: Material: White paper, Level 2, Level: Lowest. Effect: Paper imbued with a faint magical power, resistant to damage. Words written on it remain unchanged for 100 years. Alchemical material. Description: White paper. Seeing the identification information, Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow. Written words can remain unchanged for 100 years? Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Books made with this kind of paper would probably be considered magic books. Some nobles, like some, might need this kind of paper that could preserve words for a long time. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, and thought that this magical paper could be sold for money. Wait! Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard Team Rock mention that some nobles did have books that could preserve words for a long time. This proves that 2nd tier papermaking already exists in this world. When he bought scrolls at the Magician's Guild in E-Rantel, he only saw magic scrolls for Tier 0 papermaking and Tier 1 papermaking. Of course, this Border Magician's Guild didn't seem to openly sell 2nd tier magic scrolls. Only after Tang Zheng revealed himself as a magic caster of faith did he finally manage to buy the item appraisal magic scroll, which had no offensive power at all. Chapter 53. But? Tang Zheng remembered that when he saw the papermaking technique had 2 different magic scrolls, he had specifically asked a member of the Magician's Guild about it. But he hadn't mentioned anything about 2nd level papermaking. Logically, there was no need to conceal this completely non-aggressive papermaking technique, which couldn't be used in combat. Lowest level alchemical materials. Tang Zheng pondered the last sentence in the identification information. Researching daily life magic is simply for the purpose of analyzing higher level magic or making life more convenient. If level 0 papermaking is simply used for daily life, then level 1 papermaking is specifically provided to the nobility, used to distinguish themselves from the common people. Or, using higher quality paper, it can be used to make books for writing. In fact, the quality of paper produced by level 1 papermaking is already similar to that of the previous life. At this level, it is more than enough to meet normal daily needs. The people of the other world have actually developed level 2 papermaking. On closer inspection, this is completely unnecessary. Papermaking is not a level magic passed down from the era of the 8 Desire Kings, but a development independently developed by the people of the other world, forcibly developing this daily life magic to the 2nd level. The time and energy consumed by the people of the other world must be unimaginable. From the perspective of a spellcaster, with this energy, they could easily learn other level 2 magic, or even strive for the level of a level 3 spellcaster. From the pragmatic perspective of the people of the other world, this is also unnecessary. So, such a result can only mean there's a demand. Alchemical materials? Tang Zheng thought carefully, finding nothing to work out. He shook his head gently, deciding to put it aside for the moment. Suddenly, Tang Zheng seemed to notice something unusual, a look of surprise on his face. Behind the spells warming and papermaking were the upgrade symbols. How is this possible? Tang Zheng said, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable, his face filled with astonishment. Levels 1 to 7. 1st tier magic. Levels 8 to 14. 2nd tier magic. According to the 9th level of genius, If he were to transform into any other spellcasting class, he would only be able to use second-tier magic. Warming and papermaking could actually be upgraded in tiers. What was going on? Tang Zheng's eyes were filled with deep confusion. After a brief hesitation, he chose the spell Warming to consume skill points. Skill, Warming, Level 3 Upgrade. Cost, 15 MP. Description: heats the object it touches to 600 degrees Celsius within 1 minute, instantly increasing to 200 degrees Celsius. Tang Zheng was still stunned. What surprised him wasn't the even more powerful effect of Warming after being upgraded, but the fact that it could actually be upgraded. Consume 1 skill point again. Skill, Warming, Level 4 Cost, 20 MP. Description: heats the object it touches to 1200 degrees Celsius within 1 minute, instantly increasing to 400 degrees Celsius. Tang Zheng took a deep breath. Warming at the 4th level was already quite terrifying. A temperature of 1200 degrees Celsius is enough to melt steel easily, even approaching the temperature of magma. Not to mention, being able to instantly raise the temperature by 400 degrees is already quite destructive. This time, there was no upgrade symbol. Seeing this, Tang Zheng pondered and almost figured out what was going on. The spellcasting professions that can be transformed by genius can actually be calculated based on the combined spellcaster levels? Tang Zheng couldn't help but mutter to himself in surprise. He had originally thought that genius could only be calculated based on a basic profession, but this was clearly not the case. The reason the spell heating was instantly upgraded to the 4th level was naturally because it met the requirements for 4th tier magic, levels 22 to 28. The only possibility for this happening was among the magic professions currently capable of transformation by genius, the combined levels of the 3 magic professions, Magician 9, Alchemist 9, and Apothecary 9. A total of 27 spellcaster levels. Although the Alchemist and Apothecary classes are considered production classes in Yggdrasil, they use magic to cast spells, so they're considered magic-based. That's right. The Genius class actually calculates the overall level of the included basic classes, especially the spellcasters. This hidden ability wouldn't make much sense for a basic warrior class, but for a spellcaster, it's a true cheat. In Yggdrasil, magic casters are divided into 4 classes, and each class has its own level calculation. For example, Mage 7 LD plus Priest 1 LD equals combined level 8 LD. One of these 2 classes is magic, the other is faith. Based on caster level, a level 8 class can use second-tier spells. However, with this class structure, players can only use first-tier magic from magic and first-tier magic from faith. So, players in Yggdrasil specialize in a single spellcasting system. To cast the 10th-tier spells of a particular system, one must choose one of the 4 spellcasting systems, magic, faith, spirituality, or other, and raise their caster level to at least level 64. The remaining 36 levels are insufficient to build another spellcasting system. Huh? Tang Zheng exhaled deeply, rubbing his temples, which had swelled slightly from his excitement. He had originally thought that the Genius class was merely a conversion of a basic class, without the attribute bonuses or abilities of the converted class. It's essentially a disguise of a basic class. I didn't expect such a hidden ability. Genius is a general class, a type of basic class, with a maximum level of 15. So, one only needs to master 5 basic classes from a certain spellcasting system, or 4 basic classes plus 1 intermediate class. One can easily meet the 10th tier magic requirement for the spellcasting system. In other words, Tang Zheng can completely max out the spellcasting levels of magic, faith, spirit, and other classes using this trick. This is why Tang Zheng calls this ability a complete cheat. Even in the game Yggdrasil, such an ability is extremely rare. Yes, rare, not impossible. In the paperback novel, Bone King once mentioned that the special class that the illusionist class can finally enter possesses the most powerful illusions unique to that class. It's said that it can cast an illusion on the entire world, deceiving it to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. In-game, this manifests itself as being able to disguise one's own magic system as 3 other spellcasting systems. Chapter 54. What a shame! There are only 10 levels of magic, and level 70 and above enter the realm of super-level magic. No matter how high the caster's level stacks, it has nothing to do with super-level magic. Coming back to his senses, Tang Zheng glanced at papermaking and didn't waste skill points upgrading it. Until he fully understood the specific function of the paper produced by papermaking, which possessed the properties of alchemical material, he didn't intend to improve this magic. Seeing the magic power consumption required for 4th level magic, Tang Zheng felt not only helpless, but also a bit of a headache. With his current magic power level, he simply couldn't cast 4th level magic. His original class structure had been primarily a warrior class, supplemented by a magic class. While the current situation didn't disrupt his previous plans, it gave Tang Zheng a number of new ideas he hadn't considered before. No matter what, acquiring a special class is the top priority. Everything else can be put off. Tang Zheng muttered softly to himself. He reviewed the information on the ability table. Tang Zheng discovered the difference between life magic, which could be upgraded to a higher level, and true level magic. Take warming, a life magic upgraded to level 4, for example. He could freely choose to reduce the mana consumption and perform at the level of a level 1 spell, whereas true level magic clearly couldn't do that. Given the characteristics of life magic, the cost effectiveness seems quite high, Tang Zheng pondered. He glanced at the attribute panel. Experience slots. 5893/9500. He still needed a little over 4,000 experience points to raise genius to level 10. Tang Zheng wasn't in a rush, so he simply took a day off to rest and recuperate. Originally, Tang Zheng thought it would take about 2 months to raise his overall level to level 20, so he temporarily prepared about a month's worth of food. Once the supplies were mostly consumed, he would return to Karn village to gather supplies, then return to Top Forest. Under the guidance of Big Brother Blin Mugwa, the progress was greatly accelerated, far exceeding Tang Zheng's initial expectations. Taking advantage of today's rest. After figuring out the gains from the level increase, Tang Zheng began to shift his attention to another priority. Alchemy. Pharmacy. The abilities of these two production classes increase with level. When the genius was only at level 1, the two class skills were too low to be effective. Now, with his level increasing, these two skills finally showed their full potential. Tang Zheng pulled out a dark green plant from his item box, bearing a thumb-sized, wood yellow flower. It looked like a common weed. This was a herb called hot leaf, known for its anti-inflammatory and healing properties. Tang Zheng naturally didn't know much about herbs. Although he had learned a little about herbal medicine from Fyria, that level of knowledge was inadequate for distinguishing forest herbs from ordinary grass. He learned the specific effects of this herb from big goblin fruit. The Top Forest possessed a wealth of forest resources. In human society, some precious herbs might not necessarily be as valuable within the forest's interior. Humans dared not venture deep into the Top Forest, but for the great goblins, who already lived in the jungle, harvesting herbs was no problem. Making medicine. Tang Zheng muttered silently, and the hot herb leaves in his hand were instantly enveloped in a shimmering emerald green light. The entire herb quickly transformed into a small handful of wood yellow powder, which appeared in his palm. Swish! The iron sword casually slashed across the back of his hand, leaving a wound 4 or 5 centimeters long. Blood immediately flowed from the wound. Tang Zheng didn't care, sprinkling the powder in his palm onto the wound. A cooling sensation spread through the wound. The wound, which had been bleeding, had stopped bleeding in a matter of breaths. Using the pharmacist's making medicine ability, it doesn't just turn the herbs into powder, it seems to enhance their effectiveness. Tang Zheng muttered thoughtfully, looking at the hemorrhaging wound. There were no pharmacists in the tribe of the great goblin Mugwa. Their method of using this herb was much simpler and cruder, typically crushing or chewing it and applying it directly to the wound. Thus, the effect was far less pronounced than when it was made into a powder. Next, Tang Zheng recalled how Fyria had prepared the alchemical solution, took out another hot leaf, and once again made it into powder. At the same time, he took out the water bag, poured the powder into the kettle, and activated the alchemy. Quickly, the clear water in the water bag took on a hint of light green. Tang Zheng incised another wound on the back of his hand, and poured the alchemical solution into the second wound. The expected superior effect did not occur. Even the healing power of the powder was far inferior. This made Tang Zheng frown. Logically, the alchemical solution should be more effective. At least that's the effect Fyria had demonstrated initially. Could it be that his current alchemy level was too low? No. Tang Zheng shook his head. Although he wasn't sure of Fyria's current alchemist and pharmacist levels, Tang Zheng knew that his own levels in these two professions were much higher than Fyria's. You have to understand. The leveling method for players is completely different from that of creatures native to the other world. Players can easily reach the maximum level of any profession with just enough experience. But those in the other world, who want to level up, can only delve into that profession themselves. Theoretically, the effort required to reach the maximum level for a person in the other world is unimaginable. Just like people in their previous lives, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible to master a technology or even a discipline in such a short time. Perhaps there's also this possibility. That's possessing a talent beyond the ordinary. Without the accumulation of experience over time and the player traits, raising a class to the maximum level in a short period of time is clearly unrealistic. If Tang Zheng remembered correctly, even 4 years later, when Faria developed the God's Blood potion, both the pharmacist and alchemist would still only be level 4. Of course, both of Faria's life professions possessed the genius talent, allowing them to unleash abilities beyond their level. In fact, the technology for God's Blood had already been mastered by the silent theocracy long before Faria developed it. It's just that the materials used to produce the God's Blood produced by the theocracy were more expensive, making it less suitable for widespread distribution. Coming to his senses, he looked at the clear alchemical solution in the water bag. If it wasn't a problem with class level, could it be the dosage? Since his magic power was running low, Tang Zheng could only wait for his magic power to recover while continuing his research. Chapter 55. It wasn't until near dusk that Tang Zheng consumed 7 stalks of heat grass before the alchemical solution finally stabilized to a dark yellow liquid. He tested the wound's healing rate, finding it far superior to simply covering it with powder. Seeing this, Tang Zheng didn't show any joy, but instead frowned slightly. He pondered briefly. He then completely depleted his already limited magic power, which had just been restored, and used item identification on the metal solution he had created. Buzz. Item. Low-quality alchemical solution. Effect. Made with the herb heat grass, this solution has hemostatic and disinfectant properties. Upon consumption, it slightly restores 1 health point. It cannot be stored for long periods of time. The effect will completely disappear within an hour. Looking at the information from the item identification, Tang Zheng's frown deepened. With an alchemist or pharmacist of a higher level than Faria, can the potions they create be described as inferior? Tang Zheng originally acquired the pharmacist profession from Faria solely to create his own potions, to increase his combat endurance. But now it seems his thinking was a bit too simplistic. He knew too little about herbs. The medicinal properties of different herbs, their compatibility, and the appropriate dosages were all issues. This knowledge alone required time to master. It wasn't something he could just activate as skill and create. And time. It was actually what he lacked the most. The alchemical solution he created was merely a trick to maximize the medicinal properties of the herbs. It's not even a low-level potion. Potions in the other world and potions in the game Yggdrasil are actually 2 completely different things. Based on the different crafting methods and ingredients, potions can be divided into 3 categories. 1. Potions made from herbs. 2. Potions made with both herbs and magic. 3. Potions made solely with magic. The first potion-making method is the most common in the other world and is very affordable, making it a very cost-effective healing method for civilians and low-level adventurers. The second method produces potions with superior effects, allowing adventurers to use them in battle, but naturally costs more. As for the third method, it doesn't exist in the other world. In fact, the second and third methods are the common methods for making potions in Yggdrasil, but the second method, the pharmacists in the other world have taken a completely different path from the ones in the game. Since the healing potion from Yggdrasil exists in the other world, the so-called blood of the gods, Bone King had speculated about the reason why pharmacists couldn't create this potion. There are only 3 possibilities. 1. The knowledge and craftsmanship passed down by players who descended into another world have been lost. 2. Pharmacists like Faria are simply unaware of this technology, suggesting it exists in other countries or even more distant lands. 3. The healing potions in Yggdrasil require ingredients from Yggdrasil to be crafted. The materials in the game clearly didn't exist in the other world, so the method for crafting Blood of God was naturally lost. Of these 3 possibilities, Tang Zheng clearly favored the third. Even in the future, Faria was able to create the red potion. Tang Zheng even wondered if it might have been made with materials from the great underground tomb of Nazareth. Perhaps, through Faria's research, fewer materials were needed. Otherwise, the red potion, which took the entire Celian theocracy 200 or 300 years and required a huge price to create, was completely surpassed by Faria in less than a year. It was truly incredible. He came to his senses. There was no time, no one to teach him about potions and herbs. He couldn't gain class-specific skills by leveling up his profession like in the game. Even if there was magic that could create a potion with just a rub of his hands, he wouldn't be able to learn it. Now it seems, the idea of crafting potions myself and increasing my own foundation is a bit unrealistic. Tang Zheng sighed helplessly. As for the alchemist class, I learned from Faria that, in the minds of most pharmacists, alchemy is more of a supporting role, aiding in the creation of healing potions. In reality, Among the many life professions in Yggdrasil, the alchemist holds a broader position than the apothecary. Paired with classes like the artisan, puppet master, blacksmith, and grimsmith, it can unleash powerful effects. Higher-level classes, like alchemist master and gunsmith, can even unleash alchemy's combat power far beyond that of other production classes. What a shame. Tang Zheng couldn't afford to waste his limited margin of error by learning the alchemist's higher-level profession or any of its accompanying classes. Without the specializations that higher-level professions offer, learning only the basics of a daily life profession wouldn't be very meaningful in the game. So, the alchemist profession, like the apothecary, doesn't seem to be of much use to him either? Tang Zheng lowered his head in thought. You can't completely apply what happens in the game to reality, and vice versa. Alchemy is used to create alchemical solutions, which are simpler and more rudimentary, so it might not necessarily be used as a supplementary process for potion making. Tang Zheng's face was filled with contemplation as he pondered silently. For example, one could improvise alchemical solutions with various effects. The only drawback is that alchemical solutions are difficult to preserve. They deteriorate rapidly over time and lose their effectiveness. This, however, wasn't a problem. Grandmother Liji possessed a magic called preservation, which allowed her to maintain the potency of a drug for up to a year. After all, potions created in other worlds deteriorate over time, gradually losing their effectiveness. Mastering the magic of preservation would be a great help to pharmacists in other worlds. This is extremely important. With this thought in mind, Tang Zheng's mood brightened considerably. He glanced up at the darkening sky and decided to set up camp directly on the bank of the stream. Off to the side, Big Brother Blin Mugwa lay obediently on the ground, only occasionally glancing cautiously at Tang Zheng's movements with fear and awe to prove he was still alive. After witnessing this for a while, Big Brother Blin Mugwa had witnessed many incredible things from Tang Zheng, such as how he could make all the goblin corpses on the ground vanish with a simple wave of his hand. Chapter 56. Such an ability. Big Goblin Mugwa had never heard of it, but he knew that humans possess special abilities called innate powers. All he knew now was that this young human before him must be a renowned powerhouse in the human world. Faced with Big Goblin Mugwa's occasional cautious glances at him, Tang Zheng paid little heed. Who would care about a dead person? Oh, a dead goblin? Seeing all the information he had, Tang Zheng couldn't possibly let Big Goblin Mugwa escape alive. The only reason he was still alive was because he could provide Tang Zheng with the location of goblin colonies in the outer areas of the forest. The next day, Tang Zheng, carrying Big Goblin Mugwa, resumed his leveling project. However, he had already nearly eliminated all the goblins in this area. And reality wasn't a game. Goblins weren't NPC monsters that stayed in fixed locations. Fortune. Even a goblin with low IQ would surely realize that a creature specifically designed to slaughter them had appeared in the forest. So it took an hour. Tang Zheng only gained about 200 experience points, a significant decrease compared to his previous efficiency. Are you sure there are no other goblin colonies nearby? Tang Zheng tossed the big goblin fruit in front of him, looking at him coldly. No more. Human sir. You have slain all the goblin tribes here, human sir. Big Goblin Fruit clasped his hands to the ground, lowered his head, and spoke in a trembling voice, then said cautiously, more goblins need to go deeper into the jungle. Bang. Tang Zheng twisted his wrist, stabbing the iron sword into the soft earth. His fingers tapped the hilt, and he pondered for a moment. He wouldn't go deep into the jungle. Dealing with ogres was no problem, but dealing with stronger ogres would be quite a challenge. His strongest attack was currently physical, but against ogres with their powerful regenerative abilities, the damage they could inflict would be greatly reduced. In the anime, the ogre's recovery speed was already incredibly rapid, and in the Bunko novel, Bone King even blew off half of Gal's head with a single blow. In a matter of moments, Gal's head was restored to its original state. According to Bone King, even if Gal's body was smashed into a pulp, it would recover with a little time. This terrifying recovery ability was the nemesis of warrior classes. Thinking of the ogre's powerful recovery ability, Tang Zheng decided it was best not to provoke those ogres. Furthermore, the Eastern Giant Gu was above level 30, far beyond his current capabilities. Could the trolls have noticed the commotion we've caused on the outskirts? This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind, a serious expression in his eyes. Let's go! Grabbing the big goblin fruit, Tang Zheng continued searching the forest for goblins and monsters. He had no intention of going too deep into the forest. If anything went wrong, he could quickly evacuate from the outskirts. The month's worth of supplies he had originally prepared had already been nearly consumed. However, the forest was not short of wild beasts. Tangzheng had 3 wild boars stored in his item box alone, so he didn't need to worry about food. Even the dwindling water was replenished in the stream. I only needed about 3,000 experience points to advance my genius to level 10. Although the experience gain had slowed down, it would only cost me a day or 2 more. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the top forest, a forest fissure appeared. The term forest fissure doesn't refer to a unique terrain like a canyon, but rather to an area within a dense jungle where the forest isn't covered or where trees grow. For example, a large area of dead trees, or the remnants of a fire, could be called a forest fissure. This area is a hill extending from the Angelica Mountains, blending seamlessly into the forest. Shouldn't affect tree growth, this type of terrain would be ideal, but at this moment, most of this area is bare. Even where trees still exist, they've been damaged, some seemingly cut down and scattered haphazardly. Some entire trees had been uprooted and thrown to the ground like rubbish, while others were shattered into pieces. In short, not a single tree remained intact in this area. At the very bottom of the hill, covered in vegetation, stood a massive cave, 4 or 5 meters high, strikingly conspicuous. This cave was the home of the trolls. Trolls and ogres share similar living habits, and are not particularly particular about their environment, though they do prefer dark, damp caves. For the ogres, who also possess night vision, the dark cave environment was no obstacle. There were no ogres, not even man-eating monsters, stationed outside the cave. After all, no monsters dared to invade this area. However, at this moment, outside the cave, 2 large goblins, about 1.5 meters tall, and with pale greenish-green skin, stood anxiously, occasionally glancing deeper into the cave, their bodies filled with fear as they waited. Time passed. A goblin, only about the height of a normal human child, emerged dejectedly from the cave. The goblin's lighter skin and drooping, pointed ears clearly indicated that it was also a large goblin, and a pre-adult one at that. The 2 large goblins guarding the cave entrance, nervous and fearful faces, revealed expressions of shock and excitement as they hurried forward. "Egu, are you alright?" One of the large goblins spoke with concern, his voice stammering. They were the great goblins of the Jike tribe. Egu, standing before them, was the 4th son of the tribe's chief. "It's too dangerous. If we do that, we'd be eaten by the ogres," another great goblin said, filled with concern and worry. Egu raised his head, and gave the 2 great goblins a rather awkward, yet somewhat frustrated, smile. The 2 great goblins, who didn't seem particularly stupid, understood something from Egu's expression, but they didn't share his frustration. They didn't seem surprised. Ogres don't care about things like this. They just see us as food. One of the great goblins whispered, glancing deeper into the cave, from the corner of his eye as he spoke, his neck shrinking in fear. Chapter 57. As food. Hearing these words, the other big goblin nodded in fear. Every winter, members of his tribe would be eaten by ogres. The memory of that scene brought unspeakable fear to the big goblin's mind. Before now, they had never imagined that Egu would do such a mad act, actually asking the ogres for help. That terrifying monster. Looking at Egu, who had emerged intact, the big goblin couldn't imagine what he would look like when he saw the ogres. At least, he would probably be so frightened that he couldn't even speak. At this thought, the big goblin was filled with awe for Egu. "It's okay." Facing the 2 trembling tribesmen, Egu spoke softly. "It's still summer, and there's plenty of food. The ogres won't eat us. What do we do now?" The stuttering big goblin continued. In fact, according to the tribe's thinking, neither ogres nor powerful humans were to be provoked, and it was best to leave them alone. Unless that humans strayed deep into the jungle, the ogre masters wouldn't care. Big Brother is the tribe's strongest hero. We must rescue him. Let's return to the tribe first, take all our valuables, and beg the human to spare Big Brother. Egu gritted his teeth and spoke. About half a month ago, Big Brother Mugwa, who had been traveling to the outer reaches of the jungle, suddenly disappeared, followed by the deaths of numerous goblins. They only learned what had happened after inquiring from the goblins, who had fled from the outer areas into the depths of the jungle. According to the goblins' descriptions, the human was terrifyingly powerful, easily slaying even the mighty ogre. This set panic through the entire Jike tribe. The strength displayed by the human was clearly beyond the Jike tribe's reach. Egu was forced to risk his life by traveling to the ogre's cave and asking for their help in dealing with the human. But the ogre simply ignored him. 2 days later. Upper Fire Moon, July 2nd. In the jungle. Gurgle. Gurgle. A deep, roaring sound echoed through the forest. 2 massive monsters, nearly 3 meters tall and more than a man tall, were scraping at the ground with their feet, their heads lowered to reveal their sharp, drooling teeth as they circled Tang Zheng. Is this your territory? Is it too late for me to retreat now? Tang Zheng held Big Brother Blin Mugwa in one hand, the other lightly gripping the hilt of his sword. His eyes flickered as he watched the two magical beasts circling him, one in front and one behind. Ouch! One of the beasts roared. Well, it seems you've been rejected. Tang Zheng shrugged, his eyes slightly grim. Big Brother Blin Mugwa was already so frightened that he dared not even breathe loudly. The two beasts, covered in dense black fur, resembled larger magical wolves, but they were not. Magic wolves are social beasts. Furthermore, these two beasts had even more distinctive features, with two horns protruding from their heads. The most striking thing was the black chain wrapped around each other, like a snake poised to strangle its prey. As the two monsters moved, the black chain swayed slightly, without affecting their movements. Evil hounds. Some also call them dog demons. A terrifying beast found within the top forest, capable of hunting ogres. It is higher in level than ogres, and the evil hounds possess superior agility and speed, as well as special attack methods. Facing the bulky, but powerful ogres, they hold an advantage in the hunt. Over the past 2 days, with the goblins nearly wiped out, Tang Zheng had to expand his search area. He accidentally drifted deeper into the jungle, entering the territory of the evil hounds. Hence, the current situation. Tang Zheng glanced at the black chains on the evil hounds and felt a bit daunting. As the saying goes, a head of steel, bones of iron, waist of tofu. When dealing with these canines, the abdomen is obviously the easiest target, and the most likely location to inflict severe damage. But the chains wrapped around the evil dog completely negated this weakness, and the chains weren't just for defense. Goyalu. A evil dog, circling behind Tang Zheng, stared at him from behind with its greenish-brown eyes. It let out a low growl, its slow movements pausing. Whoosh! The evil dog, unable to resist, kicked the ground with its hind legs and lunged towards Tang Zheng. The evil hound's sadistic hunting instincts led them to indulge in the nasty traps of hunting games during the hunt. Teasing their prey and killing them in despair was their favorite activity. Now, they had actually abandoned this tendency and launched the first attack. It was clear that Tang Zheng's presence had made the two evil hounds feel threatened. Whoosh! The enormous black figure of the evil hound, accompanied by a gust of fishy air, lunged forward, its mouth drooling and reeking with stench, biting Tang Zheng's sword-wielding right hand. Hearing movement from behind, Tang Zheng remained calm as he quickly sidestepped, taking a step to the left. At the same time, he swung his right hand and slashed powerfully behind him. A flash of sword light. Bang! The iron sword's blade collided with the evil hound's horns, making a dull sound. Ouch! The evil dog let out a low growl of pain as its head was pinned to the ground by the iron sword. A look of panic flashed across its brown eyes. It hadn't expected the human before it, so much smaller than itself, to possess such immense strength. The ogre it had hunted was already the strongest creature it had ever encountered in this forest. Crackling, crackling, the blade rubbed against its horns. The evil dog's breasts were ragged as it struggled to raise its head, but it was unable to do so. The other evil dog, having been preparing a sneak attack when the other launched its attack, had also prepared to launch a surprise attack. However, when it saw the terrifying strength of the human before it, who had pinned its companion to the ground with a single sword strike, its movements paused in fear. Not attacking? Then I won't be polite. Tang Zheng leaned sideways, pitting one dog with his iron sword in one hand. He tilted his head to look at the other, the one that dared not attack, and smiled softly. Chapter 58. Instantly, the beast's instincts made the evil dog seem to sense the impending doom. The chains on the evil dog pinned to the ground by the iron sword flashed a gray light. Chain whirlwind. Swish. The chains on the evil dog suddenly began to move rapidly, ripping through the air like iron chains, transforming into iron whips, lashing out fiercely at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng felt the force of the chains, his eyes twitching. Without hesitation, he leaped backwards. The end of the chain, a circular iron ring shone with a sharp, cold light, passing in front of Tang Zheng with a sharp, air-breaking sound. Bang! Not far away, a large tree was snapped in half, crashing to the ground with a resounding crash. Tang Zheng jumped back and landed firmly on the ground, glancing at the broken tree. Shoo! Such destructive power. With his physical defense, if he had been hit just now, he would have definitely been injured. Is this the devil dog's ability? No wonder the adventurers rate it as more dangerous than an ogre. After his surprise, Tang Zheng let out a faint smile and looked at the devil dog, which had risen from the ground, panting, and its spirits suddenly weakened. But this ability can only be used once. And behold, the chains that had been so powerful earlier had re-entered the devil dog's body. The chains that had once slithered through the devil dog like snakes now seemed completely inert, draping across its back. Chain Cyclone is an ability the devil dog can only use once a day, a sure-win move typically used in critical situations, or when victory is certain. If that's the case, then it's my turn. Bang! The ground beneath Tang Jing's feet shook, and he quickly charged toward the weakened hound. In a flash, he was in front of it. The iron sword swung, striking the hound's waist without hesitation. Ouch! Suddenly, a dark shadow enveloped the sky. The other hound spotted Tang Jing, roared, and leaped into the air, charging towards him. Quick slash. Tang Jing had already noticed the hound's movements. The iron sword, originally aimed at the weakened hound, spun mid-air and slashed upwards. Swish. The hound's chains moved rapidly, forming a protective shield as the sword's blade struck. Ping! Crack! The powerful blow dug the chains deep into the hound's abdomen, and the sound of its sternum cracking could be heard. Bang! The figure of the evil dog, pouncing from the air, was chopped back by the sword and sent tumbling into the distant jungle. If it weren't for the chains blocking its way, this single blow would have cleaved the evil dog in two. Roar! With the evil dog blocking its way, the weakened evil dog reacted, immediately opening its bloody maw and lunging forward. The bloody maw appeared before his eyes, just in front of him. Instant reflex. As if time had reversed, Tang Jing's body quickly retreated, keeping distance from the evil dog and dodging the attack, swinging his iron sword at the same time. Puff! The weakened evil dog's abdomen was easily sliced open, blood mingling with its internal organs, and it collapsed to the ground, twitching. The smell of blood filled the air. After using its power, the chains can no longer even be manipulated normally? It's better not to use such an ability. Tang Jing looked at the motionless chains on the languid evil dog, shook his head, and flicked his wrist, flicking the blood droplets from the iron sword to the ground. Experience gain 369. Even higher than an ogre, worthy of a monster from the deep jungle, Tang Jing thought to himself. The experience gained by a single evil dog was equivalent to the effort he put in for most of the past day. Roar! Accompanied by the rustling of branches and leaves in the bushes, the evil dog that Tang Jing had sent flying stumbled back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy breaths continued through his nose, red blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. The evil dog's ferocious eyes glanced at the dead other evil dog, then fixed Tang Jing intently. I thought you'd already gotten away. It seems you two have a good relationship. Tang Jing gazed at the other dog calmly. Roar! The evil dog roared, leaping forward with all four legs. A cold flash of light flashed through the air. The 3-meter-long evil dog fell stiffly to the ground, sending up a shower of fallen leaves. Experience gain 382. Tang Jing glanced at his stat panel. Experience gauge, 9256/9500. Just over 200 more experience points needed to upgrade Genius to level 10. Tang Jing felt a sense of relief. After spending a month in this jungle, the dark and chilly environment always leaves a sense of oppression. As expected of you, sir. Too powerful. Even the evil dog is no match for you, sir. You are the strongest human I have ever met. In the past, several ogres who cared for our tribe perished at the hands of the goblin hounds. They were a truly despicable and sinister bunch. With the 2 goblin hounds dead, the trembling, fearful goblin Mugwa, who had been held in Tang Jing's left hand, finally began to grumble in awe. Shut up. The air fell silent again. Tang Jing walked towards the corpses of the goblin hounds. The most valuable item on the 2 hounds was the chains wrapped around them. The hounds' bodies were likely worth a fair bit, but Tang Jing really didn't want to throw more monster corpses into the item box. Just the corpses of over 2,000 goblins alone gave Tang Jing a headache. He didn't know what to do with them later. The Adventurers Guild accepted goblin ears, but would they also accept goblin bodies? This thought flashed through Tang Jing's mind as he glanced at the chains wrapped around the hounds. From the outside, the metal felt and sounded like iron chains, but in reality, it wasn't at all. It was bone. It was just black, with a metallic sheen. Tang Jing looked in the direction the chain extended from, only to discover that the front end actually extended from the back of the evil dog's neck. The evil dog's fur was black, and the chain was also black, especially in a forest setting. It looked as if it were floating in midair, wrapped around the evil dog. No wonder it's called an evil dog. In my previous life, it would have been an unimaginably magical creature. This bone chain extending from the neck protects both the exposed back of the neck and the vulnerable abdomen. It completely makes up for the disadvantage. And then, Tangjung didn't hesitate. He slashed the back of the evil dog's neck with his iron sword. He had expected the connection to be as strong as the bone chain itself, but it turned out to be incredibly fragile. It didn't take much effort to remove the bone chain. Chapter 59. Wow! A low growl of a wild animal emanated from the nearby brush. Sir, there's something there. Big Brother Blin Mugwa's drooping ears twitched, and he spoke in a panic. Tangjung raised his head, looked toward the brush, and stood up and walked over. Using his iron sword, he parted the grass. A small, trembling, dark-haired demon dog lay on the ground, its eyes filled with fear. Feeling Tangjung's gaze, it trembled with fear. This small demon dog was only about 50 centimeters in size, not small for a human, but compared to a normal demon dog over 3 meters long, it was clearly a cub. Sir, it's a small demon dog. No wonder the cunning big demon dog hasn't fled yet, after seeing your powerful strength. Big Brother Blin Mugwa suddenly lost his panic, and spoke in a flattering tone. Tangjung took a look at the little evil dog. It had dark fur all over its body, and aside from the bone chain wrapped around its body, it looked similar to the black wolfhound from his previous life. It only looked a bit more ferocious, and with the small horns protruding from its forehead, it looked a bit like a sheep from the front. How ugly! Tangjung glanced at it, then looked away, muttering softly, and turned to leave. Rustle! After taking a few steps, Tangjung heard a sound coming from the brush behind him. The little evil dog had actually crawled out of the bushes. Tangjung hadn't intended to pay any attention to it. A little evil dog posed no threat, and with little experience, it didn't matter to him whether to kill it or not. But he didn't expect it to catch up. Tangjung paused, tilted his head, and stared expressionlessly at the cautious, trembling little demon dog following him. What? You want to avenge your parents? Ah! The little demon dog suddenly dropped to the ground, then rolled over, exposing its belly, its limbs spread out, hovering in midair. Seeing the little demon dog's action, Tangjung's face lit up with surprise. What does this mean? It means obedience. This little demon dog wants to follow you, my lord. Goblin Mugwa quickly explained, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as he looked at the little demon dog. He wasn't surprised by the little demon dog's behavior, but by its cleverness. Humph, what a discerning fellow. My lord is truly a powerful being. Hearing Goblin Mugwa's explanation, Tangjung was slightly surprised. Didn't I just kill his parents? As soon as these words were spoken. Big Goblin Mugwa, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled, asking in a perplexed tone, is it strange? Isn't it natural to serve the powerful? Tangjung looked at Big Goblin Mugwa in silence. He suddenly felt that he had somewhat overestimated the moral standards of the big goblin species. No wonder. Big Goblin Mugwa was increasingly suspected of being a lackey. The bloody odor emanating from the corpses of the two evil dogs spread over time, attracting numerous beasts that picked up the scent. However, if the situation had continued as it had a month ago, it would have likely attracted numerous beasts to devour the corpses in no time. But now, not only did the beasts that had smelled the bloody scent show no sign of moving forward, but instead, each one moved further away in surprise. For some time, the dense, faint smell of blood in the jungle had never dissipated. Every beast knew that anyone who ventured forth would become just one of the many corpses. But a rustling sound, branches swayed, and the sound of fallen leaves being crushed resounded. 3 figures cautiously poked their heads out from behind the bushes. Seeing only the corpses of 2 evil dogs and no one else, they emerged from the brush. One of the 3 figures was short, while the other 2 were much taller and sturdier. Each of them carried a large straw basket. They were none other than the 3 goblins from the Jik tribe. The bloody scent in the air didn't attract the wild beasts of the forest, but instead attracted these 3. After confirming that there was no danger, Agu immediately jumped out of the brush. He looked at the 2 evil dog corpses with a look of shock on his face, and then something seemed to occur to him. He hurried forward and examined the 2 dead hounds. The 2 large goblins following behind, seeing this, hurried forward in panic, clearly concerned for Agu's safety. What, Agu? Did you find something? The large goblin said cautiously, surveying his surroundings. In this area, the only threats to the hounds are ogres. But the injuries on the 2 hounds weren't caused by ogres, and their long chains are missing. This isn't something the beasts and monsters of the forest would eat. Agu's tone was filled with surprise. It's that human. We finally found him. Another big goblin stared at the corpse of the evil hound, his eyes filled with fear and dread. Agu, are we really going to go find the human? He even killed a powerful monster like the evil Hound. We're no match for him. Egu stood up. Though much younger, he was far calmer than the other two big goblins. We must find Big Brother, even if it means just a corpse. Big Brother is carrying the tribe's treasures. Egu spoke seriously. Hearing the words treasures of the tribe, the other two frightened big goblins finally calmed down. That human must have left not long ago. Egu reached out, touched the darkened blood on the ground, licked it, and spoke with shining eyes. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the other two big goblin stomachs. Egu was startled, then turned to look at the two tribesmen, who were staring at the corpse of the evil Hound, gulping their saliva. Don't waste this precious food, Egu said after a moment's hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the two large goblins howled excitedly, and began tearing into the evil Hound's flesh. Egu naturally joined in. As I said, monsters like the evil Hound were not something they could normally handle or feast on. Even if they were lucky enough to see the remains of the evil Hound, it was in the caves of the ogre masters. The sound of gulping, swallowing raw meat, and drinking blood echoed through the forest. Even dusk fell. The visibility in the jungle was decreasing at a noticeable rate. Tangjung stopped searching the forest for prey and stopped at a relatively tall tree. Experience gauge, 9382/9500. A glance at the stats revealed that after an afternoon's hard work, his experience had increased by another small point. I'm still 118 experience points short. If nothing goes wrong tomorrow, I'd be able to level up. Tangjung breathed in the cool, earthy air, his mood brightening. Chapter 60. Anyway, after over a month, I finally accomplished my first small goal since arriving in this other world. A whoop! A faint cry echoed from the bushes a dozen meters away from the tree where Tangjung stood. Is it following? Tangjung glanced at the source of the cry, frowned slightly, and then looked away. It was the little evil dog. He had no interest in taming an evil dog without any fighting power. Even an adult evil dog wouldn't be of much use to him. As time went on, Tangjung would only grow stronger, and an adult evil dog was only slightly stronger than an ogre. A dozen meters away, in the dense bushes, the little evil dog lay weak, panting on the ground. Its brown eyes, with a hint of intelligence, looked at Tangjung, who sat cross-legged under the tree in the distance. All four limbs went limp. The little evil spirit dog stumbled and collapsed into the grass, ears drooping and panting. Having only recently been born, such a long journey was too much for even the evil spirit dog's naturally excellent endurance. As if certain that Tangjung wouldn't move any further, the little evil spirit dog closed its eyes and fell into a tired sleep. Under the sturdy tree, Tangjung took out several water bags and some miscellaneous items from his toolbox and began to study them intently. A magical light flashed from his hands from time to time. Over the past few days, besides slaying goblins and monsters to gain experience, Tangjung had spent the rest of his time studying the use of alchemy. After all this time of exploration, he had finally made some progress. After this period of research, the only tangible result was an alchemical solution made from the poison sacs collected from the previously killed hanged spiders. Item: low-quality alchemical solution. Effect: made using the poison sacs of the hanged spiders. This solution has a paralyzing effect that lasts for 3 minutes. It cannot be stored for long periods of time. The effect completely disappears within an hour. This was the alchemical solution that Tangjung had to use up 2 poison sacs to create. Thankfully, the item box has a storage function. Items stored inside retain their original state upon removal, so there's no need to worry about deterioration over time. It was the creation of this alchemical solution that made Tangjung realize that the materials used in alchemy are much more diverse than he had imagined. However, this alchemical solution, like the one made with the heat grass previously, has a low-quality mark on the front. While both solutions appear to have effects, in reality, in Tangjung's eyes, they are merely semi-finished products. It's not even a semi-finished product. If I had to describe it, it's like turning a tomato into tomato soup. The process isn't complicated. Just chop the tomatoes, add water to the pot, heat the soup, and wait for a while. Alchemy, however, is like turning the tomato in front of you directly into tomato soup, skipping the steps of adding water, heating, and chopping the tomatoes. Of course, it's actually a bit more complicated. Simply making tomato soup loses some of the nutrients in the tomatoes, but alchemy preserves all of them and even enhances them. But that alone wasn't enough. A semi-finished product is just a semi-finished product. Even if it has an effect and can be used, it's practically meaningless. It might be useful at low levels, but once the level is raised, the effects of this inferior alchemical solution will be completely negligible. Tang Jing pondered, shaking his head. Just like the alchemical solution made with hot grass before, which only added 1 health point after drinking, it was completely useless. It would be better to give the herbs to Imperial and let her create a healing potion. Perhaps using higher quality materials or herbs could produce a more effective alchemical solution, but it would ultimately be just an inferior semi-finished product, a waste of materials. Moreover, he didn't have the money to collect high-quality materials. Right now, it's the same situation as the pharmacist. Tang Jing raised his hand and rubbed his temple, feeling a little depressed. It was like hoping to make a fortune in silence, but in the end, all that was left was silence. Tang Jing knew what was missing. That was the series of skills related to the alchemy class in Yggdrasil. Tang Jing shook his head. He wasn't one to dwell on things, so since it wasn't going to help him much at the moment, he put his mind to it for now. The night passed in a flash. The upper fire moon, July 4th. Tang Jing, still just over 100 experience points short of a level, suddenly became much more diligent. The darkness in the jungle was just beginning to fade. Tang Jing had already drawn his sword and was moving. With the magical item Forest Passage, the obstacles in the environment were no longer a problem. Greater agility. This allowed Tang Jing to quickly locate scattered goblins and monsters in the jungle. As Tang Jing began to move, the little devil dog, lying in the grass in the distance, quickly rose and followed. However, due to the various plants blocking its way, and its speed far behind Tang Jing, it was far behind. In just a few breaths, Tang Jing had disappeared from the little devil dog's sight. However, ouch! The little devil dog shook off the dew on its body, raised its nose to sniff, and using its keen sense of smell, it scurried back into the forest and continued to follow. Bang! A half-meter-long hard-shelled beetle was kicked away by Tang Jing, slamming into a sturdy tree with a heavy thud. Clatter. The tree shook, and the dense branches and leaves rustled. Hiss! However, the hard-shelled beetle rose from the ground unscathed, letting out a piercing hiss, and its thin wings spread out, swooping forward. Whoosh! So tough. As expected, goblins are easier to kill. Tang Jing felt the gust of wind coming towards him, grumbled, and quickly moved to the left, avoiding the hard-shelled beetle's charge. At the same time, taking advantage of the hard-shelled beetle's inability to adjust its body during its charge, it crashed headfirst into the tree behind Tang Jing, where he had deliberately positioned himself. Bang! Another loud, muffled sound. The powerful impact cracked even the sturdy tree, but it was also due to the force that knocked the hard-shelled beetle to the ground. The beetle's abdomen, unprotected by its shell, was suddenly exposed. Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and before the hard-shelled beetle could even climb back up, he stepped forward and swiftly slashed with his iron sword. Puff! Hiss! The hard-shelled beetle let out a violent hissing sound, then stopped moving. Experience gained 53. Experience gauge, 9425/9500. The shell is incredibly hard. An ordinary iron sword can't cut through it. Your weapon is still too weak. The experience gained is also low. I'd rather kill 2 goblins with that much effort. Tang Jing shook his head and continued searching for prey. In the lush jungle, the cold light of the iron sword flickered intermittently, and the screams of ordinary beasts transformed into experience points. With only about 70 experience points left, Tang Jing felt time was strangely long. Bang! A plump-looking hare was stomped to the ground by Tang Jing's quick step. The gray hare with spotted fur thumped its legs repeatedly, trying to break free, but it was clearly unable to break free from Tang Jing's grip. An ordinary hare gave very little experience, but for Tang Jing at that moment, it was more than enough. 11.5, just in time for lunch. Tang Jing raised his palm and checked his pocket watch. A look of relief crossed his face, and he pushed his foot slightly. Finally, I can get out of this damn forest. A little over a month might not be a long time, but if he stayed in the jungle any longer, he felt like he was turning into a savage. Poof! The hare's head was crushed. Gained 1 experience point. Experience slot, 0 out of 10, 000. Genius LV10. Chapter 61. It's done! Tang Jing took a deep breath, a smile breaking across his face. Sir, you seem very happy today. Did something happen? Big brother Blin Mugwa, who had been held in Tang Jing's arms, seemed to sense Tang Jing's joy and spoke cautiously and flatteringly. I give you half of this rabbit later, Tang Jing said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Big brother Blin Mugwa immediately showed excitement, licked his lips, and spoke quickly. Tang Jing released his grip and tossed big brother Blin Mugwa, with his broken leg, into the grass nearby. He then prepared to pick up the lean and plump rabbit meat. Suddenly, Tang Jing paused. He felt his own magic power begin to stir, like a noticeable heat current. This change left Tang Jing stunned. He had always been able to sense the presence of magic power within him, but it was very docile, depleting it with normal magic use. Other than that, nothing had changed. Tang Jing had simply misinterpreted the mana within him as a manifestation of MP. The sudden change caught Tang Jing off guard. "What's going on?" Tang Jing asked in surprise. He immediately drew his sword and surveyed his surroundings warily. He wondered if he had been poisoned or suffered some other negative condition. The restlessness of his mana became increasingly pronounced. Fortunately, Tang Jing's own mana was limited, so the restlessness wasn't intense. Quickly, the restless mana seemed to have suddenly reached a critical point. Buzz! Tang Jing's body trembled slightly, and the attribute panel automatically appeared before him, with a stream of information appearing. Class build information met. Intermediate class. Swordmaster LV10, Basic class. Magician LV10. Triggered advanced class. Magic Swordsman. Do you want to take up the position? Tang Jing blinked as he looked at the information displayed on the attribute panel. This triggered the inauguration information for a high-level class. Tang Jing's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was completely unexpected. He hadn't expected a high-level class to appear in such a situation. However, this also completely dispelled the last lingering worry in Tang Jing's heart. Although he had previously deduced the class build information for the Valkyrie, he still had some doubts. Even if these class prerequisites were met, would the Valkyrie's inauguration information be triggered? The current situation dispelled these concerns. Can I trigger a high-level class recruitment message just by meeting the class build requirements? No, it shouldn't be that simple. High-level classes also have different strengths and weaknesses, not to mention special classes. I'm afraid some of these classes require not only meeting the class build requirements, but also special items to be recruited. Tang Jing pondered. Tang Jing strongly suspected that the special class, Ashura, possessed by Cocytus, the class guardian of the Great Tomb, required special items to be recruited. Magic Swordsman? Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and after a brief moment of thought, he said, recruitment. Either way, this is a high-level class. Although it wasn't part of Tang Jing's initial plan, high-level classes are incredibly rare in the alternate world, and the increased stats alone are worth it. Buzz. Job successfully secured. Class, Magic Swordsman. Level, high-level class. Effect, passive sword and magic. Gain access to warrior skills and magic, and also gain the ability to use magic chanter equipment. Passive magic infusion. Can mobilize the magic within your body, applying it to your equipment, granting it magical properties, which can be combined with class skills. Class skill magic slash. Unleashes a ranged, magical slash, dealing 100 points plus 20% magic attack damage to the target. Cooldown. 60s. Note, each level increases HP, MP, physical attack, and magic attack by 15 points. Description. A class with both melee attacks and ranged magic. Hiss. Tang Jing took a deep breath. Isn't it worthy of being a high-level class? 2 passives plus 1 class skill completely crushes mid-level classes. But? Are these 2 passive effects? Tang Jing examined them carefully, his expression slightly odd. Sword and magic had no effect on him. This effect might indeed be an excellent passive in the game, not only granting the warrior class the ability to use magic, but also allowing the use of spellcasting equipment. It would significantly increase the player's capabilities, but in this other world, class equipment restrictions didn't exist, not to mention that he didn't need it. And the magic infusion passive. Adding magical properties to purely physical equipment is easy to understand. The 4 basic elemental magic attributes are fire, wind, water, and earth. Since Tang Jing hasn't mastered the magic and classes associated with these 4 attributes, his current magic attribute is no attribute. Take the Paladin class skill Holy Strike for comparison. A Paladin can imbue their weapon with divine power, dealing divine damage to their target. Magic infusion has a similar effect. Some undead ghost-like monsters, for example, can't be damaged by purely physical attacks, but attacks infused with magical attributes can. After carefully reviewing the information for the Magic Swordsman class, Tang Jing gave a look of astonishment. This class looked promising, but upon closer inspection, it was actually quite mediocre. After all, the prerequisites are simple to meet, so naturally, it's impossible to obtain a powerful high-level class. Though Tang Jing had expected this, he was still a little disappointed. However, high-level classes can only be upgraded to 5 levels, so even using them to improve their base stats is a sure win. This class also increases magic power, which Tang Zheng lacks most right now. Attributes Player, Tang Zheng. Justice, 51 Neutral HP, 128, 9%, MP, 28, 2%, Physical Attack, 128, 9%, Physical Defense, 13, 1%, Agility, 113, 8%, Magic Attack, 28, 2%, Magic Defense, 13, 1%, Combined Resistance, 0, 0%, Special, 20, 1%, Total, 32%. Ability Innate Abilities. Player Combined Level, 21. Experience Slots, 0/10,000. Class, Basic Class, Genius 10, Warrior, Intermediate Class. Class, Sword Master 10th Level. High Level/Special Class, Magic Swordsman 1st Level. Skill Points, 45. Passive Skills, Item Box, Sword and Magic, Mana Infusion, /increase, 10%, Active Skills, Warrior, Instant Reflection, 4 Light Combo, Rapid / Stealth, Tracking. Magic, Cure Light Wounds, Level 1, Magic Arrow, Level 1, Smellless, Level 1, Camouflage, Level 1, Item Appraisal, Level 2, Papermaking, Level 2, Heating, Level 4, Class Skills, Medicine, Alchemy, Magic / Tang Zheng suddenly noticed that the speciality value in the attribute table had increased by 20 points. Does speciality have something to do with high-level classes or special classes? Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. Chapter 62. Feeling a sense of strength he hadn't felt in a long time. Tang Zheng stretched his body, adjusting to the newfound power. Especially his magic power. With 28 points of magic power, he could finally use 4th tier magic. Previously, he had upgraded Warming to the 4th tier, but due to a lack of magic power, he couldn't use it. Now, that problem had finally been solved. Magic Swordsman. Tang Zheng remembered from the information about this class that someone in the great underground tomb of Nazarick seemed to possess this class. After careful recollection, Tang Zheng quickly remembered who possessed this class. Barulaba, one of the 41 supreme beings in the great tomb. He was an alien creature with mouths all over his body, a pile of flesh, and 4 arms, each holding 2 staffs and 2 long swords. His class was a magic warrior. However, among the 41 supremes, the opponent was only second-rate, relying entirely on his excellent player skills and positioning to play a significant role in team battles. This also shows that the magic warrior type, due to its lack of specialized abilities, is a relatively mediocre class build. This is unavoidable in the game. After all, there are only 100 levels. If you focus on warrior, magic classes can only be used as support. However, for Tang Zheng, this was not a problem. After all, his genius trait could make up for it. The reason he remembered the information about the player Barulaba so clearly was because he was the only one of the 41 Supremes who had clearly died. Moreover, it wasn't a natural death. The victim had dangerous intelligence about a world-class conglomerate in the real world of Overlord, and was subsequently silenced. This was what left a lasting impression on Tang Zheng. Bending down, Tang Zheng lifted the fat hair and, with a swing of his sword, slit its belly open, releasing a stream of bloody entrails. Big brother Blin Mugwa, who had been waiting nearby, quickly crawled over, plucked the entrails from the ground, and devoured them in large gulps. Heat. With a flash of red light, Tang Zheng consumed 1 point of magic power, and used the 0th level heat. The fat hairs fur rapidly burned, curling and shrinking under the intense heat. Under the influence of the heat, the hair naturally turned to ash and fell off. In just a minute, the whole hair was roasted, emitting a warm, fragrant aroma. After a quick cleanup, Tang Zheng found a large tree, leaned against its thick trunk, and began to eat. This was a defensive move to guard against a sudden attack from behind. While Tang Zheng's current strength meant no monsters outside the forest could threaten him, he remained vigilant. No seasoning. The roasted rabbit meat tasted rather ordinary. After selecting the more tender parts, Tang Zheng tossed the remaining half of the roasted rabbit to his eldest brother, Blin Mugwa, who had been eagerly waiting. Watching his eldest brother, Blin Mugwa, excitedly devouring the rabbit, Tang Zheng remained silent. According to his hometown tradition, Tang Zheng intended to wait for the other party to eat and drink their fill before killing him. Now that he had met the requirements for the genius class, there was no need for Tang Zheng to remain in the top forest any longer. Don't rush, take your time. Tang Zheng, with a rare, faint smile, said to his elder brother, Blin Mugwa. Thank you, sir, Blin Mugwa mumbled, his mouth full. Tang Zheng averted his gaze from his elder brother, shoving one hand in his pocket while he lifted the iron sword with the other. I take this opportunity to test the passive effect of magic infusion. As the thought crossed his mind, Tang Zheng could clearly feel the magic within his body gathering toward the iron sword in his hand. And then, a translucent, somewhat brilliant magical glow emerged from the surface of the iron sword. Not only does it add magical properties, it seems its sharpness has also increased. Tang Ding's eyes lit up as he watched the iron sword's transformation. Snap! Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared on the iron sword's surface. Before Tang Zheng could react, it quickly spread across the surface. In just 2 breaths, the entire iron sword was covered in cracks. With a soft crack sound, as Tang Zheng watched in astonishment, the iron sword shattered into irregular pieces of iron shards, scattering to the ground. What is this? Tang Zheng gripped the remaining hilt, a bit dazed. Sir? What happened? Big brother Blin Mugwa, hearing the commotion, looked up and asked blankly. Tang Zheng waved his hand casually, staring at the fragments on the ground, lost in thought. Can't withstand the power of magic infusion? Quickly, as if a thought had occurred to him, Tang Zheng pulled the mithril dagger from his item box and began to infuse it with magic. This time, the iron sword didn't shatter like before. Sure enough, it's a material issue. Only special metals like mithril, orichalcum, and fine steel, which can conduct magic, can withstand the power of magic infusion. What a waste of an iron sword. After Tang Zheng figured out the reason, he took out another sword from the item box. He hadn't expected the magic infusion ability to be so overpowering, restricting the weapon's material. In a game, there shouldn't be such restrictions. But in the real world, this ability has clearly become more sophisticated. In the end, it's just a technique for forcibly infusing magic into a weapon. Wait! Perfect? Tang Zheng's mind fluttered. Since this was the real world, the magic infusion ability couldn't just enchant equipment like in the game. Tang Zheng raised his palm, feeling the magic within him, and directed it to gather towards his palm. A moment later, translucent magical energy, emitting a faint bluish glow, appeared in Tang Zheng's palm. That's right. This isn't a game, but a real power system. How could magic be limited to just a few applications? Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. The next moment, Tang Zheng retrieved the previously abandoned alchemical solution from his item box. The creation of normal healing potions requires both magic and herbs, and the same applies to alchemical solutions. However, Tang Zheng had previously lacked such a means. The advent of magic infusion made him realize whether it could be applied here. He held the bag of low-quality alchemical solution, made from the venom sacs of a hanging spider, in front of him. Infused with magic, Tang Zheng mobilized his magic power, and slowly poured it into the alchemical solution. The alchemical solution, which had originally looked turbid and permeated with a fishy smell, actually began to glow with a faint magical glow under the infusion of magic power. It works! Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly continued to pour into the alchemical solution. 1 point of magic power. 2 points of magic power. 4 points of magic power. 5 points of magic power. With the continued infusion of magic power, the alchemical solution, which had originally been very turbid and smelled a fishy smell, gradually became clear, and the color of the entire solution began to turn blue. After consuming 5 points of magic power, equivalent to the magic power consumed by a first-tier spell, the color of the alchemical solution had completely turned blue, appearing clear and translucent. The alchemical solution that had originally filled the bag had shrunk to about 1/3 of its original capacity. Look closely. The alchemical solution in the water bag can be seen, shimmering faintly with a bluish luster. Identify item. Tang Zheng quickly threw out the appraise button. Item, magic alchemical solution, paralysis potion, level, lowest. Description, inflicts the target with a negative paralysis effect, lasting 10 minutes. The potion's effects were off after 30 days. Looking at the alchemical solution in the water bag, Tang Zheng's expression was filled with surprise and astonishment. It actually worked. The pharmacist's profession should also be able to utilize the magic infusion ability, but there are still issues with combining various herbs in dosage. It's far less convenient than using alchemy directly. Tang Zheng was a little excited, and with a thought in mind, he continued to inject magic power into the water bag. He wanted to see how the alchemical solution would change if he continued to inject magic power. Chapter 63. Gurgle. Gurgle. With the infusion of magic power, the once clear alchemical solution quickly turned turbid, then, like boiling water, it began to boil. Tang Zheng's eyes shifted, and he immediately flung the water bag containing the alchemical solution. Bang! The bag exploded in the air. The sound of the explosion spread rapidly through the jungle, startling a stream of birds, which flew into the sky with a chaotic chirping sound. A few hundred meters away in the jungle, Agu, accompanied by 2 large goblins carrying large baskets, stopped nervously. What? What's that noise? The stuttering goblin quickly glanced around, his face filled with alertness and vigilance. It's not far from here, the other goblin said nervously, looking in the direction of the sound. Agu raised his head and glanced at the sky. That sound isn't coming from a monster or a beast, it's probably that human. Let's hurry, Agu said excitedly. The 2 large goblins following Agu exchanged a look of worry, but they could only follow. In another direction? Who? Who? The little ghoul panted continuously, its black fur matted with dead branches and leaves, and even sporting several scratches from brush. The trembling of its limbs further indicated its exhaustion. Oh! The little ghoul also looked in the direction of the sound, its ears twitching a few times, and its once dim eyes brightened again. The scents in the jungle were extremely complex. Even with a keen sense of smell, they could initially detect Tang Zheng's scent, but as time went on, the distance between them grew ever wider. Even the Hound, with its excellent sense of smell, couldn't accurately determine the direction Tang Zheng had left. And now, a sound emanating from the jungle. The disoriented Hound regained its bearings. Oh! The Hound's gaze remained firm, and with trembling limbs, it continued its journey into the jungle. It didn't know why it had to follow that terrifying being. It only knew that without its parents' protection, it couldn't survive in the jungle. Seeking the protection of the strong is a fundamental rule of survival in the jungle. Splash! The fragments of the exploded water bag and the alchemical solution spilled onto the ground. Ah! Big Brother Blin Mugwa screamed involuntarily, his hands clutching his head, and he knelt, curling up in the grass. Even so, the half-eaten roasted rabbit remained firmly clenched in Big Goblin's jaws. Tang Zheng ignored Big Goblin's screams and looked at the shattered water bag, his eyebrows twitching. Can't withstand the infusion of magic power? So 5 points of magic power is the limit? Tang Zheng recalled the behavior of the alchemical solution during the infusion of magic power, and pondered. No, it should be similar to the iron sword. It's a material problem. The hanging spider is a relatively common monster on the outskirts of the jungle. It's only because of its large numbers, and its social nature, that it poses a greater threat. In terms of level alone, the hanging spider isn't high level, and its venom sac is naturally not a high-level alchemical material. If the key to a pharmacist's potion-making lies in the type of herbs, quantity, and combination, then the key to an alchemist's alchemical solution lies in the materials. Compared to the complex and tedious knowledge of herbs, alchemy focuses solely on the characteristics of the materials, which is much simpler. This is why Tang Zheng previously focused his attention on alchemy. Since poison sacs can be used as alchemical materials, can other parts of monsters also be used as alchemical materials? Tang Zheng's face lit up at this thought. Of course. Not all materials can be used. For example, the bone chains obtained from the 2 evil dogs Tang Zheng had previously slain are also a magical material. But they cannot be made into alchemical solutions. Perhaps they can, but Tang Zheng clearly does not have the means to do so at the moment. Tang Zheng remembered that, whether in the game Yggdrasil or in other worlds, potions are more than just healing potions. There are also potions that grant users special abilities and boosts, such as the Magic Potion Lower Strength Increase and Magic Potion Lower Agility Increase potions from the other world. In the game Yggdrasil, players specializing in the Apothecary class possess even higher level, exclusive specialized classes, even allowing them to add magic up to the 6th tier to their potions. Alchemist naturally possesses the same specialized classes. Tang Zheng averted his gaze from the shattered water bag fragments, his face devoid of any regret. Originally, he had simply considered the magic swordsman a high-level class that increased stats. After all, the ability to use magic that came with it was completely dispensable. Even the class skill Magic Slash merely adds a physical attack to the ranged attack. On the other hand, Magic Infusion, seemingly a passive skill supporting the class, unexpectedly holds a surprise. Thoughts retracted. Tang Zheng gazed at Big Brother Blin Mugwa, shivering in the grass not far away, clutching a piece of rabbit meat. Have you finished eating? Hearing Tang Zheng's calm voice, Big Brother Blin Mugwa finally raised his head from the bushes. Fearful eyes glanced around cautiously before he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew it was Tang Zheng who had caused the commotion. He also knew that these days, the powerful humans before him often seemed to be doing things he couldn't understand. Eat, I'm done, Master, are you setting out again? Big Brother Blin Mugwa spoke quickly. Normally, they should have been out hunting monsters, and those lowly goblins by now. That's good. Tang Jing nodded, raised his long sword, and calmly walked towards Big Goblin Mugwa. Big Goblin Mugwa was completely oblivious to the murderous intent glimmering in Tang Jing's eyes. After all, his legs were broken, making it impossible for him to move. Tang Jing always had to carry him. However, Tang Jing had just taken 2 steps when his movement suddenly paused. He then turned sideways, his gaze gazing towards the jungle beyond the mountain. Rustle, rustle. The sound of feet crushing leaves on the ground and bodies rubbing against branches and shrubs emanated from the jungle. Tang Jing's ears twitched, and from the sounds, he determined that 2 medium-sized creatures were approaching his position. No! There were 3, and 1 smaller, its voice masked by the other 2 larger creatures. This time spent in the jungle had unknowingly sharpened Tang Jing's senses. Of course, it could also be simply his increased strength, sharpening his senses. Interesting. Tang Jing's face lit up with interest. You know? During this time, whether it was because he had slain so many goblins and monsters, or because of the change in his aura caused by his increased strength, he didn't know. Where he passed, many monsters and beasts simply fled. Even the poisonous insect attacks he often suffered upon entering the forest had now vanished. This was the first time in half a month that he encountered a creature that dared to approach him. No need to wait. Accompanied by the rustling of dense branches and leaves, a large goblin, always the size of a human child, parted the brush, revealing its light green head. The moment it lost sight of Tang Jing, this was the child-sized Big Brother Blin. His entire body trembled subconsciously, and he couldn't help but cry out, "Search! Search! Agu!" At this moment, Big Brother Blin Mugwa, who was staying behind, let out a complex cry of surprise, panic, and other emotions. Accompanied by this familiar voice, Agu, recovering from the momentary shock he felt upon seeing Tang Jing, quickly looked in Big Brother Blin Mugwa's direction, his voice still trembling. Big Brother Mugwa. Chapter 64. Agu? Seeing that Big Goblin Mugwa actually recognized the newly appeared little Big Goblin, especially the familiar name, Tang Jing narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully examined the big goblin named Agu. Agu from the Jike tribe? This was a minor character that appeared in the anime. Compared to the other big goblins, who looked dull, but only slightly smarter than ordinary goblins, this big goblin named Agu displayed an intelligence comparable to that of a normal human. Tang Jing took a rare, careful look at him and found that, aside from being younger, he looked no different from the other big goblins. Not nearly as striking and different as they appear in the anime. At least, looking at these big goblins, Tang Jing felt they all looked similar. Sha! Sha! At this moment, the 2 large goblins following Agu also emerged from the brush. Seeing Tang Jing's expressionless, cold gaze, they felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts and subconsciously took a step back. Human, the stuttering goblin stammered in fear. The human before him was so frail. Forget the ogre masters. Even the arms of a young ogre were thicker than the human's thighs. Yet, this human simply stood there. Goosebumps rose on the stuttering goblin's skin, as if he were facing the powerful ogre masters he had only glimpsed from afar. An inexplicable sense of fear rose within him. Sir! They are from our tribe. The big goblin, Mugwa, crouched on the ground, his hands supporting his shoulders. He looked at Tang Jing fearfully, swallowed, and spoke nervously, "Not those lowly goblins." Afraid that Tang Jing would kill Agu and the others with a single strike, just as he had done with those inferior goblins, Agu's legs tightened, and he quickly knelt on his knees, his arms resting on the ground, his head lowered and pressed heavily into the rotten leaves. "Human, sir, we come from the Jik tribe deep in the forest. We are not inferior goblins." Agu's voice trembled, his words becoming a stutter, as he spoke nervously. "Sir, we hope to spare Brother Mugwa's life. We are willing to offer you something precious." Agu's words also alerted the big goblins standing behind him. The 2 big goblins quickly took off the huge wooden baskets they were carrying and placed them in front of him. Then, like Agu, they knelt down in panic. "Oh!" Tang Jing observed the actions of the goblins, a look of surprise and amusement on his face. He turned his head to look at the big goblin, Mugwa, lying on the ground beside him. "It seems you hold a high position in your tribe." "Of course, sir. I'm a hero of the tribe." Hearing Tang Jing's words, the big goblin, Mugwa, showed no sign of modesty. A proud expression appeared on his disheveled green face. "Hero?" Tang Jing chuckled and stepped forward, his eyes settling on the 2 large wooden baskets placed in front of Agu. One basket was filled with various herbs, many still stained with dried dirt at the roots, clearly having been picked recently. The other basket was filled with strange-looking mushrooms, mostly blue in color. They looked strange and poisonous. Herbs? Mushrooms? Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his face as he looked at Agu, who was kneeling on the ground. You're very clever, even cleverer than I expected. Though Tang Zheng didn't recognize these herbs and exotic mushrooms, he knew they were definitely picked from the depths of the Tobu forest. They must be worth a lot in the outside world. However, for the goblins of the Jik tribe living deep in the Tobu forest, these items weren't particularly valuable. This wasn't to say that Agu was playing any tricks. Quite the contrary. Agu, a goblin, knew exactly what was valuable in human society. To be honest, a tribe like the Jik tribe, living deep in the jungle and struggling to even survive, wouldn't have anything that humans would value. Most importantly, Agu's approach to matters was clearly different from that of most subhumans. This transactional approach was truly surprising. This wasn't just a matter of cleverness. Agu still didn't dare look up after hearing Tang Zheng's praise. He didn't know why this powerful human before him suddenly praised him. But he now understood one thing. The herbs he had given this powerful human seemed quite satisfied. Huh? Agu's tense nerves relaxed slightly, feeling that he had guessed correctly. After hearing from the goblins, who had fled deep into the forest, that Brother Mugwa had been captured but not killed by humans, Agu had assumed that the powerful human simply harbored a grudge against goblins, not hostility toward them, the great goblin. After all, in the eyes of the big goblins, goblins and their big goblins are completely different species. Thinking of this, Agu thought that since this powerful human liked the herbs in the forest, perhaps he could use them to establish a connection with this powerful human. But I wonder who is stronger, this powerful human, or the ogre masters? The ogre master should probably be stronger. Agu's mind raced with thoughts. What's the situation with the ogres deep in the forest? A faint voice came, falling into Agu's ears as he lay prone on the ground. The sudden question made Agu instinctively look up, looking at Tang Zheng, who stood not far ahead, his arms folded across his chest, calmly looking down at him. The tall figure made Agu's heart tremble. He quickly lowered his head. Sir, Agu stuttered, clearly not understanding the meaning of Tang Zheng's words. So many goblins have died in the outer areas, and I've been causing quite a stir lately. Even you, the great goblin, know about this, so surely those ogres wouldn't be unaware. Tang Zheng raised a finger, tapping his arm lightly, and inquired. He knew very little about the ogres who ruled this area and lived deep in the forest, so he could get some information from Agu. I know, sir. Agu spoke quickly, recalling the scene of his request for help. A look of dejection and loss crossed his face. No matter how many goblins there are, they're just minions in the eyes of the ogre masters. It doesn't matter how many die. Don't you care? Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. For a while now, he'd been worried his commotion might attract the ogres from the deep forest, so he tried to stay within the outermost areas. Now, after hearing Agu's answer, Tang Zheng suddenly realized he'd been too cautious. Thinking about it, given the ogre's arrogant nature, they didn't even care about the Bone King who came to them, and were even easily repelled twice by him, unable to see the difference between the two sides. With such rough nerves and personalities, they certainly wouldn't care about the deaths of so many goblins in the outer forest. I should have been more relaxed. Tang Zheng shook his head imperceptibly and continued to ask, tell me about the situation in the deep jungle, and everything about the ogres. At this point, Agu could also hear that the human before him was asking about the ogre masters. Faced with the question, Agu not only didn't hold back, but instead shared everything he knew. If possible, he desperately hoped that the human before him could deal with those hateful ogres. After learning more detailed information about the trolls, Tang Zheng's face lit up with satisfaction. A great harvest. Next time I come to the top forest, I'd be even more confident in dealing with those trolls. Tang Zheng raised his hand, waved at the two large wooden baskets on the ground, and stored them in his item box. Agu raised his head cautiously, watching the wooden baskets vanish into thin air. His round eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Disappeared? How impressive. Is this some kind of magical item ability? Chapter 65. Agu glanced furtively at Tang Zheng and, noticing the smile on the human's face, he breathed a sigh of relief. This powerful human seemed quite satisfied with his answer, and even accepted their gifts. Perhaps this time, he could not only rescue Brother Mugwa, but also establish a connection with this powerful human. At the thought of this, Agu felt a surge of joy, once again satisfied with his decision to come in search of humans. The companions in the tribe were so foolish. Not only were they timid, but they only relied on the ogres, who treated them as backup food. Thank you for providing so much useful information, Tang Zheng said thoughtfully, raising his finger and tapping the blade of his iron sword. So what reward should I give you? As the thought crossed his mind, Sir, Agu doesn't need any reward? Agu's voice, a mixture of joy and excitement, echoed at this moment, his tone subtly suppressing a hint of excitement. He continued hurriedly, as long as you can forgive Brother Mugwa, that's all that's needed. Having said this, Agu raised his head slightly, his eyes fixed on the ping-pong ball-sized tribal treasure wrapped around Tang Ding's wrist. If you can return our tribal treasure, our Jike tribe is willing to assist you in your investigation of all matters concerning the trolls. Agu's tone was a little nervous at the end, and he spoke cautiously. Tang Zheng laughed, his expression growing gentler. He looked at Agu and smiled. What a good deal. I've already thought of your reward. As soon as these words were spoken, Agu and the other two goblins' faces lit up with surprise. They hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise after answering just a few questions. Although using 4th-tier magic is a bit wasteful, it's worth testing its power. Tang Zheng smiled, raising his palm and pointing it at the air in front of him. Warming magic can heat objects it touches, so naturally, the air can also be heated. The three kneeling goblins raised their heads excitedly, but when they saw Tang Zheng's empty palm pointed at them, their faces were filled with bewilderment. At this moment, Agu reacted suddenly, his surprise instantly turning to fear. He opened his mouth to speak. But the next moment, warming! Tang Zheng uttered 2 words. Buzz! Centered on the air where his palm touched, the 4th-tier warming magic instantly raised the temperature to 400 degrees. A flash of red light flashed through the air. The once comfortable forest air surrounding the 3 giant goblins suddenly turned scorching hot. Agu opened his mouth to speak, but scorching heat rushed into his mouth, instantly singeing his vocal cords and throat. The feeling of suffocation made Agu dizzy. And then, even the pain seemed to vanish. Agu and the other two's dark green skin swelled, and then turned crimson, as their blood boiled and their blood vessels ruptured. Experience gained 55. Experience gained 62. Experience gained 63. Experience gauge 180/10,000 streams of fiery white steam emanated from their skin, and then the 3 giant goblins' bodies began to shrink again. The heating spell is a continuous spell. After instantly reaching 300 degrees, it will continue to rise over time until it reaches 1,200 degrees. So, Agu and the other 2 giant goblins, who had already been reduced to 3 desiccated corpses, began to develop visible fiery crimson lines, as thin as hairs. At this moment, Tang Zheng felt his cheeks burn. He quickly cancelled the spell and retreated backwards. The scorching air transformed into waves of scorching heat, spreading outward. In an instant, large areas of the surrounding branches, leaves, and bushes shriveled and turned scorched. He took a breath of the incoming heat. Even Tang Zheng felt a little breathless, his nose stinging. Although the spell was aimed at the 3 giant goblins, the expansion of the heated air and the heat naturally affected the caster, Tang Zheng. The heating magic clearly doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Hiss, it seems this magic can't be used casually. Tang Zheng pinched his stinging nose and glanced at the 3 giant goblins that had been reduced to mummies without a single scream. Then he looked at his palms, which were burning. Even the caster is affected. It's definitely different from normal level magic. Fortunately, it's only level 4. If it were higher, it wouldn't just be a burning sensation. Tang Zheng's scalp tingled at the thought of raising this magic to a higher level, where even the caster would be affected by the terrifyingly high temperatures. Unless you gain fire resistance, or even complete fire resistance, this magic becomes increasingly useless the higher its level. This thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. Back? Agu. Big Brother Blin Mugwa looked at the mummified Agu and the other 2, his face filled with fear, his voice trembling. It had never imagined that Tang Zheng, who had just smiled and seemed so easygoing, would kill Agu and the others in a flash. Crack! The small branch was crushed underfoot. Tang Zheng turned and looked at the stunned, terrified Big Brother Blin Mugwa. He smiled easily. Since you 2 are so close, let's go together. Gudong. Big Brother Blin Mugwa's whole body trembled, his throat moving, and a foul smell surged from his lower body. You said you didn't keep your word. You don't keep your word. Big Brother Blin Mugwa screamed in fear, turned his upper body, and clawed at the ground with his hands, crawling out. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know a lot about those lowly goblin tribes. Human, you just said it, you said it. The fear of death made the big goblin Mugwa roar uncontrollably. Tang Zheng calmly walked towards the big goblin Mugwa, which was constantly crawling out. A transaction requires both parties to be on equal footing. If one party is too weak, it will be eaten by the other. This principle is the same as your law of the jungle. You don't understand it, but that big goblin named Aga should understand it. It's just that it trusts its own brain too much. Humans are different from ogres. Tang Zheng spoke calmly, raising the iron sword in his hand. Tang Zheng looked ahead at the slightly swaying bushes. Rustle. The little evil dog scrambled out of the bushes, blocking Big Brother Blin Mugwa's path. Ouch! The little evil dog shook its head, its black eyes glancing at the terrified Big Brother Lin Mugwa, then at Tang Zheng behind it. After a brief pause, it immediately adopted a ferocious expression and roared at Big Brother Blin Mugwa. Tang Zheng was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this little evil dog to be so resilient, able to follow them all the way. A hint of interest crossed his face. How about you take care of it for me? Tang Zheng lowered his iron sword and addressed the little evil dog. Ouch! The little evil dog's black eyes lit up, and the bone chains on its body swayed slightly as it pounced directly at Big Brother Blin Mugwa. Bang! Get out of my way! Big Goblin Mugwa slapped the charging little evil dog away with a horrified slap, then continued to crawl toward the periphery. Big Goblin Mugwa possessed dual professions, and although his legs were broken and he suffered some injuries, he was no match for the little evil dog. Ouch! The little evil dog painfully climbed up from the ground, shook his head, and continued charging. But this time, the little evil dog didn't charge directly at Big Goblin Mugwa. Instead, it circled behind him and bit at the broken leg. Soon, screams and wails rang out. A moment later, with a crack, Big Goblin Mugwa was caught off guard and his neck was broken by the little evil dog. Cowardice and fear of death are truly ingrained in the goblin race. Tang Zheng shook his head at the sight of Big Goblin Mugwa being slain so quickly. With Big Goblin Mugwa's strength, killing the little evil dog wouldn't have been difficult. However, the fear of death kept him from reacting as he should. Ouch! The little evil dog was a bit disheveled, its black fur stained with blood, though it was all Big Goblin Mugwa's. Even in its pup stage, the evil dog, as a monster, still displayed remarkable strength and endurance. Gurgle, gurgle. The little evil dog's slightly deflated stomach gurgled. Ouch! The little evil dog raised its head and looked eagerly at Tang Zheng. As I recall, evil dogs are omnivorous monsters, right? Tang Zheng glanced at the little evil dog, then pointed at Big Goblin Mugwa's corpse. The little evil dog's black eyes flashed, and it devoured Big Goblin Mu's corpse without hesitation. Tang Zheng watched in astonishment. The body of the big goblin, more than twice the size of the little evil dog, had been completely devoured. The belly, which had seemed flat just moments before, had become plump. Such a good appetite? It must be good at handling corpses. Seeing the big goblin sitting on the ground after consuming its corpse, Tang Zheng, despite his naturally ferocious appearance, glared at his little evil dog with a pitiful expression. He spoke thoughtfully. After that, it's time to leave. Tang Zheng glanced at the jungle, picked up his iron sword, and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, Tang Zheng turned his head and looked at the little evil dog, who was still standing there, staring at him. Hurry up and follow. Woo! The little evil dog was startled, then its black eyes lit up, and it moved its limbs, quickly following. Chapter 66. Fire Moon, July 6th. The evening light faded far from the scorching heat of midday. Enli bent over, carefully pushing aside the wheat stalks. She pressed down on the weeds growing nearby and pulled them out with both hands. Sweat dripped down her cheeks and neck. Seeing the pile of lush green weeds already piled to the side, Enli gathered them all and walked out along the aisle in the wheat field. After leaving the wheat field and piling the weeds on the outermost aisle, Enli straightened her back, raised her relatively clean arm, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a soft breath. The sweat all over her body made her clothes stick to her body, and the exhaustion made her want to retreat to a cool place and get a good night's sleep. She couldn't be lazy. Enri looked at the golden wheat fields with hints of green before her, and especially at the faint aroma of wheat in the air. Her mood suddenly brightened, and even her fatigue faded. Harvest season is in half a month. The tax collector should be here around then. He comes once a year, and he's always very punctual. Enri muttered a bit sarcastically. Though her expression was clearly filled with fatigue, she still exuded a sense of vitality. Enri? Are you here alone? A voice of surprise and astonishment echoed from the aisle of the wheat field. It was Aunt Amybe's voice. Enri turned around and saw Aunt Amybe, and several other women from the village, carrying loads of weeds back toward the village. Auntie. Henry quickly bowed slightly and continued, Father and Uncle Larchmont are out in the woods picking herbs, and Mother has to look after my sister, so I came here alone. It's just some weeding. I can do it myself, Henry said shyly. That's amazing. It's still hard work doing it alone. Just let me know if you need anything. A stream of praise rang out from the women. The tax collector will be here in half a month. Well, come to think of it, there's been a lot of outsiders coming to the village lately. I heard they're all adventurers, a bunch of rude and mean guys. Not all adventurers are like that. The black-haired young man from a month ago, the village chief said, was also an adventurer. He even gave money before leaving and was quite handsome. Hee, what are you thinking about at your age? Go away, go away. What's wrong with thinking? I heard that the ladies in the city all keep a few. Hey, adventurers make a lot of money, right? Watching the woman gradually retreat, and especially hearing those subtly fiery words, Henry blushed slightly as she breathed a sigh of relief. A young man with black hair? Henry also had an impression of him. After all, the village wasn't large, so if anything happened, everyone would be the first to know. She crouched against the window and peeked out, but it was already dark, so she couldn't see his face clearly. Adventurers must be very powerful figures. The thought flashed through Henry's mind, and then she shook her head. People from two different worlds. She piled all the weeds she had pulled from the ground together, then took a rope and, after a lot of effort, tied them up. She turned her back and gave it a strong tug. Henry carried it on her back, found her balance, and headed back towards the village. There were quite a lot of weeds. Henry's head was obscured by the weeds, and she could only see the ground below. But it didn't affect her much. She was already familiar with this path. Besides, the wheat field was right on the edge of the village, not far away. It's hard to see the road this way. Do you need help? Suddenly, a gentle, unfamiliar voice sounded from the front. I can do it myself, Henry said subconsciously, carrying the pile of weeds on her back. But the next moment, she realized it. What a strange voice. It wasn't from the village. Ah! A low growl, like that of some wild animal, followed closely behind. Henry jumped. With the weeds obscuring her view, she already felt insecure, and then she heard the growls of a stranger and a wild animal. She couldn't help but straighten up. The weight of the weeds instantly shifted her back, causing her center of gravity to shift, and she fell uncontrollably. Ah! Henry cried out in surprise. Fortunately, the weeds were soft, so it didn't hurt much after falling on them. Bang! Ouch! The bees seemed to have been kicked. Don't yell, it might scare people. The gentle voice continued. Henry rubbed her shoulder, then raised her head and looked across. It was a young man in a black robe, seemingly not very old. His most striking feature was his black hair. The hair on both sides had already passed his ears, looking a little long, but not messy. He looked at her with a hint of apology. Henry's shoulders trembled, and she shuddered inexplicably. A chill ran down the back of her neck, but the feeling vanished in an instant, like an illusion. Then, Henry saw a ferocious-looking demon dog with bone chains swirling around its body, standing next to the black-haired young man. Monster! Henry's face paled. Although she had never seen a demon dog before, it was clearly no ordinary beast. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Tang Zheng, noticing Henry's panic, stepped forward and offered a helpless reassurance. Henry breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Tang Zheng's words, and realizing the little demon dog wasn't showing any aggressive behavior. Yes, I'm sorry. Henry's cheeks flushed, and she quickly stood up, speaking in a flustered voice. She now remembered that the black-haired young man before her was the one who had appeared in the village a month ago. Although she had never seen his face, her voice was unmistakable. Especially when she recalled the private conversation the village ants had just had, Henry's cheeks flushed even more. I scared you just now, so I should apologize. Tang Zheng waved his hand gently, turned his head to look at the hound behind him, and pointed at the haystack, saying, Little Black. Woo! The hound's back trembled, and the black bone chain wrapped around its body quickly extended. The end of the chain wrapped around the rope binding the haystack, suddenly tightening, lifting the haystack from the ground and placing it on its back. Amazing. That? No need, I can do it myself. Henry's eyes widened, then she realized what was happening. She quickly waved her hands and said worriedly, Too many weeds will crush it. After all, the hound's size was much smaller than the pile of weeds she was pulling. Its body was completely obscured. It looked like a self-moving haystack. It's okay. Consider it my apology for scaring you just now, Tang Zheng said. Despite its small size, it's still a magical beast, with strength and endurance comparable to an adult. With that, Tangjin gave up the conversation and gestured for the little evil spirit dog to follow, heading towards Khan village. Inli paused, her slightly rough hands nervously pinching the hem of her clothes before quickly following. However, Inli didn't dare walk side by side with Tangjin. Instead, she lagged behind him a few steps, her head lowered. Inli? Tangjin's eyes flickered as he sensed Inli following behind him. The last time he came to Khan village, he was anxious to level up, so he only camped out for one night and left early the next morning without seeing Inli. I didn't expect to run into her here this time. Compared to the future, she seemed so much more immature. Who could have imagined? This girl from a small border village would one day become one of the world's greatest figures. Overlord. Or perhaps even Overlord General. The first time Inri used the Goblin General's horn, she only summoned a small, ordinary Goblin squad. But the second time, it triggered a hidden effect, instantly summoning a 5,000-man Goblin army. This army comprised 8 legions. Besides the Royal Guards, the remaining 7 legions each had a leader of heroic rank, above level 29. The Royal Guards consisted of only 13 men, each with an average level of 43, the so-called 13 Red Hats. Among them was a Goblin strategist commanding the entire legion, reaching level 51. With this legion, Inri could arguably possess the power to crush surrounding nations if she so desired. Even Tangjin felt a little envious of being able to easily possess such a legion. Also, Inli later awakened command-related classes, like General and Commander on her own, proving she does have some talent in this area. Thinking of this, Tangjin's heart sank. For years or so wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. Besides leveling up, perhaps some preparations were needed in other areas. He was too weak before. Now, with his current strength, only teams of adventurers above the mithril level could pose a threat to him, or even experts like the current nail clipper or warrior captain. He's still a bit short against hero-level opponents. Chapter 67. At the entrance of Khan village. The wooden fence, which offered little defensive value, remained unchanged from the last time he arrived. Tangjin's reappearance drew a wave of attention from the villagers, especially the fact that he had helped the eldest daughter of the Emmett family carry weeds. For the women in the village, who already had little to do, this was a huge source of gossip. In the hallway, 3 figures walked deeper into the village. "I'm sorry to trouble you again, village chief," Tangjin said politely to the village chief beside him. "You're welcome, sir. The room has already been cleaned. It's the same one you stayed in last time." The dark-skinned village chief spoke quickly. Although he was a little surprised by Tangjin's return, he didn't show any impatience, and even a hint of respect lingered in his tone. The room had already been cleaned? At the village chief's words, Tangjin paused slightly, then continued forward. At the same time, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at a middle-aged man following the village chief. The man carried a bow and arrow on his back, his right hand swinging normally with his steps, while his left hand, facing away from Tangjin, remained pressed against his waist. Tangjin could clearly sense his nervousness, occasionally glancing at a small evil spirit dog following him. Did he recognize the evil spirit dog? If he remembered correctly, the only professional villager in Khan village was named Larchman. Judging by the bow and arrow he carried, it must be this middle-aged man. A few thoughts flashed through Tangjin's mind, and his tone changed. He asked the village chief with some curiosity, "Has anyone else visited the village recently?" The village chief obviously couldn't have known he returned to Khan village. Since he cleaned the room without knowing, it must be because someone else had been to the village. "Yes." The village chief nodded. "Several teams of adventurers have visited recently, staying overnight, and then leaving in a hurry." "Do you know what they're doing?" Tangjin's eyes flickered, and he had a guess. Adventurers are important figures, not people like us who can question them. And we know nothing. The wrinkles on the village chief's face lifted, and he smiled brightly and waved his hand. Hearing this, Tangjin glanced at the village chief in surprise. A very clever answer. Perhaps this is also the way ordinary people survive. Although there was no useful information, it wasn't difficult to speculate. For a border village like Khan, where few outsiders had visited for a long time, the sudden appearance of several teams of adventurers was likely related to his recent behavior in the forest. It was still the same room as last time. Tangjin walked into the room, and saw it had been meticulously cleaned. Even the spiderwebs on the beams overhead had vanished. Woo! The little demon was quite lively, observing its surroundings. "Don't bark when outsiders are around," Tangjin said softly, looking at the little demon dog. Woo! The little demon dog paused in its lively movements, shrank its neck, and drooped its ears. Most monsters are quite intelligent. After this period of interaction, this little demon dog had become even smarter than Tang Zheng had expected. As long as the question wasn't complicated, the demon dog could understand it perfectly. Tang Zheng reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a goblin corpse and tossing it to the little evil hound. Tonight's dinner. Elsewhere. After bringing Tang Zheng to the house, the village chief and Larchman returned along the bumpy dirt road of the village. Has anything happened in the forest lately? The village chief's bright smile had vanished, replaced by a look of worry. After a moment, there was no response. What's wrong with you today? You're so quiet. The village chief looked at Larchman beside him in confusion. It's the evil hound. Larchman's voice trembled. What? The village chief looked bewildered, not understanding what Larchman was saying. The monster following behind it was the evil hound. Larchman looked up at the village chief, his expression slightly pale. It's a monster even more terrifying than an ogre. On the adventurer's difficulty rating, it's a terrifying existence with a rating of 45. That one's clearly a cub. A cunning monster like the devil hound will definitely stay close to a cub. Lachman took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Difficulty? The village chief was still a little confused. Difficulty is a numerical value used by the Adventurers Guild to assess the strength of monsters. For example, an adult male has a difficulty rating of 3. As the village hunter, Lachman usually gathers herbs and hunts ordinary beasts outside the top great forest. He also needs to bring the village's surplus wheat and other crops to E-Rantel to sell in exchange for and purchase basic supplies. As a result, he knows more about adventurers than the villagers do. Village chief, he's not an adventurer either. Lachman lowered his voice, glancing obscurely toward Tang Zheng's house. Adventurers of all ranks, regardless of rank, carry a metal plaque conspicuously on their bodies. The pure black hair, a distinctly foreign presence, and the accompanying demonic hound pup made Lachman nervous. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like a dangerous figure. Tap tap. Light footsteps echoed. Lachman, about to continue, closed his mouth and raised his head. He and the village chief looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Enli, carrying a wooden tray, approaching them. Seeing this, the village chief smiled amiably. Where are you going, little Enri? Village chief, Uncle Larchman. Enri, seeing the two men in front of her, spoke quickly, a hint of shyness etched across her cheeks. My mother asked me to bring some food to that adventurer, as a thank you for pulling the weeds. Larchman glanced at the tray in Enri's hand. It contained a steaming bowl of bean soup, with diced meat visible, and a plate of washed nuts. When did that Emmett guy become so generous? Larchman whistled, half-jokingly. All right. Enri, you go ahead. The village chief waved gently. Enri nodded respectfully to the two men and hurried off. Village chief. Larchman spoke again after Enri left. This time, the village chief waved his hand, interrupting Larchman and whispering, Relax, Larchman. This is their second visit to our village. Larchman remained silent, briefly pondering. Should we go to E-Rantel? I have a feeling something's going on in the forest we're not aware of. This time, the village chief remained silent. Instead, he turned sideways to look in the direction Enri had disappeared, and continued walking forward in silence. Chapter 68. Inside the lodgings, Tang Zheng sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, eyes slightly closed, pondering his next move. Crack, squeak. The little evil dog lay beneath the bed, gnawing on a goblin's leg bone. Its teeth kept grinding, making a faint crackling sound, as if it were grinding its teeth. The goblin's corpse had clearly been devoured by the evil dog, leaving only the leg bone. Suddenly, the little evil dog paused, raised its head, and looked toward the door. Then, turning back to the bed, it saw that Tang Zheng had opened his eyes. There were soft footsteps. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, and he looked down at the bone in the little evil dog's mouth with an expressionless face. Crack! The little dog's teeth immediately exerted force, easily crushing the seemingly hard goblin's leg bone and swallowing it in 1 or 2 bites. No smell. Tang Zheng raised his arm and waved it. The faint smell of blood in the air immediately dissipated. Knock, knock! A gentle knock sounded on the door. Tang Zheng rose from the wooden bed, and with a soft click, the door opened. Enli, holding a wooden tray in both hands, saw Tang Zheng opening the door and lowered her head. Mother asked me to bring this food over. Thank you for your help today, sir. Actually, I've already eaten, Tang Zheng said, glancing briefly at the food on the tray. After hearing this, Enli was at a loss for words. Seeing Enli grow increasingly nervous, Tang Zheng opened the door a little wider. Then come in. Enli breathed a sigh of relief, walked into the room, and placed the wooden tray on the old wooden table inside the house. After putting the things away, Inley glanced at the little evil dog lying under the wooden bed, observing her, and her body stiffened. Even though she knew there was no danger, she still felt a little scared. After all, this was a very dangerous monster. Tang Jing didn't close the door, but instead pushed it back a little, opening it a little wider, before entering the room. Sir, I put the food down. Inley crossed her hands at her lower abdomen, her voice a little strained. If you're not in a hurry, I have a few questions. Tang Jing walked to the wooden table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, speaking gently. He hadn't expected Inley to bring him food, but since he was here, it was a good opportunity to confirm what had happened to the adventurers. A small village like this couldn't hold many secrets. Besides, the village chief's words needed further verification. Okay. Inley was startled for a moment, then nodded and sat down together. Tang Jing looked at the food on the table. A milky white soup with diced meat, a rather unique combination. I accept your kindness. Tang Jing picked up a pine-like nut lying nearby, gently squeezed it, and tossed it into his mouth. He said readily, the nuts are good. Hearing this, Inley's back not only subconsciously straightened a little, but her eyes brightened noticeably. In reality, both the thick bean soup with diced meat and the nuts picked from the dangerous forest environment were things her family wouldn't normally eat. But Inley knew that food like this would likely be considered shabby in the eyes of the young man before her. Before delivering the food, Inley had considered that the other party might not even touch it. But even if she anticipated this outcome, proper etiquette still had to be observed. Just like the villagers who often help each other, no matter how big or small the help, they must reciprocate. For Inley, this was the most simple truth. Tang Jing, on the other hand, didn't give it much thought. After casually tasting a nut, he began to ask about the adventurers. Inley clearly hadn't specifically sought to learn more, having heard most of it from other villagers, which was similar to what the village chief had just said. Tang Jing nodded slightly in understanding. Sir, isn't he an adventurer? Inley suddenly asked in a low voice. Oh, how did you know? Tang Jing asked. Seeing that her inquiry wasn't rejected, Inley, naturally curious about the outside world at her age, couldn't help but whisper the part of the conversation she overheard between the village chief and the other two while delivering the food. I see. I'm certainly not an adventurer. Tang Jing chuckled softly. A moment later, Inley, with a happy expression on her face, picked up her untouched bean soup and the only nut she had eaten and left the room. Click! Tang Jing closed the door again, a look of amusement crossing his face. He suddenly noticed something he hadn't noticed before. Inley's hair color was noticeably different from that of everyone else in the village. The majority of people in Khan village had brown or dark brown hair. Inley's parents, including her sister Nim, had dark brown hair. Only Inri's hair was a shiny chestnut gold. Of course, this was just a minor matter. Tang Jing walked back to the wooden bed and patted the little evil spirit dog on the head. You've done your job. Woo! The little evil spirit dog looked bewildered, not understanding the meaning of Tang Jing's words. Naturally, Tang Jing wouldn't explain. He had suddenly taken the little evil spirit dog in, not only to have it dispose of the numerous goblin and ogre corpses in the item box, but also to disguise himself. Or perhaps it could be said that he was actively revealing some information. When one's strength is too weak, reducing one's presence is the most appropriate option. But for the majority of the time, he would be operating in this world's human society, so reducing one's presence would no longer be necessary. As long as one is active, traces will inevitably be left. Just like when he was inexplicably targeted by the 8 fingers before, some troubles cannot be prevented by simply avoiding them. In a world like this, seemingly peaceful but actually relatively chaotic, both internally and externally, there's bound to be a nagging intruder. If you keep a low profile and then suddenly make a big noise, you only attract more attention. The little evil dog's mere presence is enough to create a certain level of intimidation, but it's not a strong one. Bone King's approach is worth Tang Jing's consideration. But the desired effect is different. Bone King established the Black Squad, quickly gaining a significant amount of prestige and fame, in order to quickly infiltrate the human world and obtain intelligence from the human side. But Tang Jing faces not only humans from another world, but also the future arrival of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. As he said before, this intelligence war had already begun. Tang Jing's current strongest weapon was his melee ability, and it was likely that this remained his strongest weapon until he acquired the special class Valkyrie. So, Tang Jing planned to disguise his primary attack method as a magic caster. However, he wasn't sure yet. Whether to disguise himself as a magic caster of the mana type or a faith type was undecided. All the spells he currently possessed, with the exception of heal minor wounds, were magic-based. But he had previously revealed the existence of healing magic. That was why he was a bit hesitant. Of course, he could also disguise himself as a dual-type magic caster. There were many such casters in this world. What a pity. Tang Zheng sighed softly, thinking of Inli just now. Realizing Inli's considerable talent for the command type, he actually considered recruiting her. But for Inli to master a command class and increase its level and strength, she need at least a small army for her to command and train. But Tang Zheng didn't have that right now. Sure enough, there's so much to consider. Tang Zheng rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Woo! The little evil hound looked up and nudged Tang Zheng's trouser leg. Chapter 69. The next day, early morning, Tang Zheng left Khan village with the village chief and Larchman seeing him off. Only then did Larchman finally feel a sense of relief. From the moment he saw Tang Zheng, his intuition told him that he was a very dangerous man. He had never heard of anyone being able to tame a monster like a demon hound. Especially. Larchman's throat moved. That little demon hound, seemingly affectionate towards that man, was actually fearful. Glancing at the village chief's relaxed expression beside him, Larchman knew he hadn't taken his words to heart. Ah, Larchman sighed. Luckily, that man had no ill will towards the village. After leaving Khan village, Tang Zheng stopped trying to slow down, grabbed the little demon hound, and sped on. All along the way, there were only scattered wild beasts. No goblins or monsters were to be seen. Seeing this, Tang Zheng realized why the Adventurers Guild had sent an expeditionary team to investigate. The impact of his monster and goblin hunting over the past month had been far greater than he had anticipated. Given his lack of encounters with any expeditionary teams in the jungle and the information he had received from Karn village, the Adventurers Guild likely hadn't received any useful information. Without any monsters hindering him, and his increased strength, in just 2 hours, Tang Zheng had already spotted E-Rantel in the distance. Remember, it had taken him a full day to reach Karn village from E-Rantel. 3 walls encircled the entire city. Their solidity and grandeur, yet their roughness and heaviness, gave anyone approaching a sense of oppression. At the checkpoint below the gate, several soldiers were gathered, casually chatting and relaxing. As soldiers in a fortress city, they naturally couldn't afford to be so disengaged, but it was still a little early. In a place like the border, whether travelers or caravans, they would choose a relatively safe time to depart. The surrounding villages wouldn't come at this time. Even though the number of harassing monsters and annoying goblins had decreased significantly during this period, it still didn't change most people's travel times. In short, it wasn't time to get busy yet. Hey, stop playing around, someone's coming. A soldier suddenly spotted a figure in the distance and warned his companion. Really? So early? Another soldier yawned, stood up, and also looked off into the distance. But soon, the 2 somewhat lazy soldiers' eyes grew serious. The closer they got to E-Rantel, the more Tang Zheng marveled at the fortress city's massive walls. While it wasn't his first time seeing one, a city as massive as a fortress city, without the presence of magic, definitely couldn't be built solely by human effort. Woo! The little evil spirit dog followed Tang Zheng closely, its head swiveling around, observing its surroundings with obvious curiosity. Entering the city gate, Tang Zheng glanced at the 2 soldiers guarding the checkpoint entrance and reached into his pocket, pulling out the copper coins he had prepared and handing them over. Unexpectedly, the soldier didn't reach out to take it, but instead looked at Tang Zheng with a hint of seriousness. Sir, are you an adventurer? The soldier carefully glanced at the little evil spirit dog, then asked respectfully. Not really. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. Is that so? The soldier paused briefly, clearly surprised by the answer. He exchanged glances with another soldier and cautiously asked, Sir, could you please issue me a pass? A pass? Tang Zheng had heard Team Rock mention this before. In the kingdom of Riestais, besides the capital, all major cities within the noble territories in the major regions required a toll, also known as a walking tax, to enter and exit. Of course, residents of their own territories received certain preferential treatment, and some generous nobles even waived this fee outright. To obtain such preferential treatment, one needed a pass, issued specifically to villages within the territory as a substitute for a toll. Tang Zheng naturally didn't have anything like that. The problem was, the soldier should have known this too. His hair color alone confirmed that Tang Zheng wasn't a resident of this territory. Tang Zheng's first thought was whether something had happened in E-Rantel. You see, when he come to E-Rantel a month before, there hadn't been any obvious signs of such guarded behavior. He simply paid a toll and been free to enter and exit. It probably had nothing to do with his actions in the top forest. At least, Tang Zheng didn't think killing a few goblins would have such an impact. Seeing Tang Zheng shake his head, he didn't show any surprise. The soldier's face didn't reflect surprise, because the other party's talent was truly problematic. "Excuse me, sir. Could our magic caster please take a quick look at your belongings?" The soldier said cautiously, a little nervous. With a monster accompanying him, he was clearly no ordinary person. If the other party were an adventurer, they wouldn't have to do such an offensive thing. After hearing this, Tang Zheng realized that something must have happened within E-Rantel. "Can you tell me what happened?" Tang Zheng didn't immediately agree, but spoke expressionlessly. The soldier's face showed an embarrassment. "Wait a moment." Suddenly, another soldier, who had been watching from the side, seemed to remember something and quickly approached. "Are you the one with Madame Barar last time?" The other soldier asked in surprise after taking a closer look at Tang Zheng's appearance. Black hair was rare to see, and even though a month had passed, it still made a lasting impression. As soon as the name came out, the soldier from before looked surprised. "Apothecary Lizzie Barar?" Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that his grandmother Lizzie's pharmacy was renowned throughout E-Rantel. He had already sensed it the last time they entered the city together. But this time, Tang Zheng could clearly sense that he had somewhat underestimated Lizzie Barar's reputation within the city. "Indeed?" Tang Zheng nodded slightly. "Is that so?" The soldier who had requested the inspection hesitated, exchanging glances with the other soldier. "My apologies, sir. This was an order from above. We have no idea why we're doing this." The soldier spoke softly, his face apologetic. Tang Zheng waved his hand carelessly, and the copper coin in his hand was immediately collected by the other soldier, who then let him pass. Chapter 70. Ding ding. Creaky. The doorbell jingled as it was pushed open. "Mrs. Malisi, long time no see." A smiling voice echoed, prompting the plump middle-aged woman sitting behind the counter to look up. "Are there any rooms available?" Tang Zheng approached the small inn where he had previously stayed. "Yes." "You?" Mrs. Malisi saw Tang Zheng pause briefly before she remembered. But then, she noticed the small evil spirit dog following Tang Zheng, and she couldn't help but take a step back. "Don't worry, it won't cause any trouble," Tang Zheng said. "I hope so. But it cost an extra silver coin." "No problem." As a small and just across the street from the Adventurers Guild, Mrs. Malisi was clearly knowledgeable, having seen all sorts of adventurers and travelers. "Here are 5 silver coins. It's the same double room as before." Tang Zheng pulled 4 silver coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Then, changing his tone, he asked, "Has anyone looked for me since I left?" Mrs. Maliksi swiftly collected the coins, rubbing them gently in her hand as she spoke without looking up. "I remember a woman coming here once." At this point, Mrs. Maliksi looked up, her eyes shimmering with ambiguity. "If I remember correctly, she was from the Purple Secret Apothecary, young man." Tang Zheng's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, a faint smile on his face. "I have something to do, and need to leave. As for the room, I trouble you, Mrs. Maliksi. Don't worry. When you come back, the room will be spotlessly clean." A unique smile graced Malishi's somewhat plump face. Tang Zheng left the inn and walked down the street, the smile vanishing from his face. "Purple Secret Medicine House," Tang Zheng muttered the name. Although the word secret medicine was in the name, it was actually one of the 3 major brothels in E-Rantel. If it was used to solve men's problems, calling it a secret medicine wasn't out of place. 8 fingers. A sneer played at the corner of Tang Zheng's mouth. With its tentacles spreading across the country, 8 fingers was indeed a formidable organization. However, that was Tang Zheng's perspective a month ago. With his current strength, unless 8 fingers sent out its 6 arms, he would be in trouble. Of course, he wasn't heading to the Purple Secret Apothecary right now. He wasn't so foolish as to rush over impulsively just after hearing some information. The prostitute, who was dispatched, was just a minor figure. In a place like E-Rantel, how could she become one of the 3 most prestigious brothels? Tang Zheng didn't believe there wasn't some local power behind it. Perhaps even Mayor Panisol had a share of the profits. In the anime, the minister of the slave department was captured alive and handed over to the Golden Princess, only to be released by the nobles. This shows the complex connections between 8 fingers and the kingdom's nobility. Not to mention the Purple Secret Apothecary, the other 2 brothels, Heavenly Full Moon Court and Amber Honey, might also be 8 fingers' a sphere of influence. Rather than approaching them directly, which was a foolish move, Tang Zheng preferred that they come to him on their own initiative. This was why he chose the small inn where he had once lived. As for now, he naturally had more important things to do. First, there was the issue of money. He had just spent 5 silver coins, and now he only had 6 gold coins and 2 silver coins left. This little money wasn't enough to buy a weapon made of mithril, let alone one made of the least powerful magic-resistant metal. He couldn't even afford a weapon mixed with mithril. Fortunately, he had gained quite a bit in the top forest. The 2 bone chains of the evil hounds alone were of great value. He also had a whole black and green snake, but its size made it more difficult to handle than the bone chains. Of course, the most valuable items were the 2 large baskets of herbs that the big goblins had personally delivered to him. After Tang Zheng left the inn, he turned into a narrow alley nearby. When he emerged, he was holding a black, seemingly heavy package. Tang Zheng didn't know if there was a black market in E-Rantel, but besides the Adventurers Guild and the Magicians Guild, various other guilds existed in major cities. For example, the Herb Guild, the Chamber of Commerce, and so on. Whether buying or selling, going to the corresponding guild could yield relatively low prices or higher rewards, but the formalities involved were quite cumbersome. So, for most adventurers who disliked hassle, it was much simpler to leave matters directly to the Adventurers Guild, though they would have to pay a small fee. As they approached the Adventurers Guild, the atmosphere on the street grew increasingly lively and boisterous. Loud shouts emanated continuously from the open door. Adventurers, clad in various styles of plate armor, sat casually around the thick wooden tables that filled the Adventurers Guild's hall. Adventurers wielding bows and staffs, or dressed in glamorous outfits, even wrapped up in blankets, walked the hall. Tang Zheng, wrapped in a black robe, was a perfectly ordinary outfit within the Adventurers Guild. However, Tang Zheng's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many within the guild. The presence of the little evil hound was indeed somewhat eye-catching. While some adventurers kept monsters, they were definitely not many. Damn it! Has the Adventurers Guild not given an explanation yet? What on earth happened in the top forest? How come even monsters like goblins are gone? Asshole! I was hoping to trade my goblin ears for some money. Drunken voices echoed from one side of the guild hall, immediately drawing resentment from those around him. Tang Zheng's expressionless face twitched, his eyebrows twitching. He had almost forgotten that while E-Rantel was home to a large number of adventurers, there weren't many strong ones. The majority of less powerful adventurers relied on goblin hunting for their livelihoods. While Tang Zheng had killed a large number of goblins, it wasn't actually a significant number compared to the entire top forest. However, the impact of the massacre had caused most goblins to disappear, causing a number of problems. Ahem. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng coughed softly and stood in line at the counter. Originally, he had planned to hand over some goblin ears for money, but he had given up the idea. Under these circumstances, handing over so many goblin ears was a bit of a problem. Soon, it was Tang Zheng's turn. Bang! Tang Zheng didn't waste any time, placing the seemingly heavy package on the counter with a heavy, muffled thud. I need to sell these 2 bone chains. The receptionist, a woman in her 20s, with her brown hair wrapped in a headscarf and dressed tightly, wore a professional smile and reached out to open the package, which was a bit too large for her, placed on the counter. The bone chain, dark in color, with a metallic sheen, appeared before the brown-haired woman's eyes. The brown-haired woman was visibly stunned when she saw it. She reached out and touched it. It looked incredibly heavy, yet it felt light to her touch. Wait a moment. The brown-haired woman's expression immediately grew serious. She bowed respectfully to Tang Zheng, turned quickly, and trotted off. At this moment, someone in the Adventurers Guild also noticed the 2 dark chains on the counter, unwrapped. Is that the bone chain of the Devil Hound? Hiss. That's a valuable item. So that's the little Devil Hound? I was wondering why it looked familiar. With your strength, don't act like you've seen it before. I remember the last time something this good appeared was about half a year ago. Intense chatter echoed through the crowd, and many people's gazes toward Tang Zheng shifted, a more serious look in their eyes. A monster like the Devil Hound is not something the average adventurer can handle, let alone someone they've never even seen. Chapter 71. About half a minute later, the departing brown-haired woman approached with a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit, wearing a pocket watch and single-frame glasses. He looked like an appraiser. The middle-aged man took one look at the bone chains on the package, and then grew serious. Sir, please come this way, the middle-aged man said respectfully to Tang Zheng. He extended his hand in an invitation, pointing to the other side of the counter. Tang Zheng nodded gently, picked up the package, and followed the middle-aged man to the back. As Tang Zheng left, many adventurers in the hall erupted in excitement. Previously, they had only speculated, But now it was completely confirmed that the 2 black chains were the bone chains on the evil hound. That little demonic hound following you must have been born not long ago, right? Once trained, it will reach the level of a level 45 monster when it matures. A cunning monster like a demonic hound is quite dangerous. Even if you train it, it will most likely bite you to death once it develops the strength to resist. That black-haired kid, daring to subdue such a monster, might be a beast summoner. I think he's more of a beast tamer. The hall was buzzing with discussions. Clearly, the discussion of the powerful was more interesting than the earlier discussion of the events in the top forest. Some adventurers in the crowd remained silent, their thoughts unsettled, but it was clear that most people's first impression of Tang Zheng, who had suddenly appeared, was that he was someone to be reckoned with. If Tang Zheng, who was leading at this moment, had heard the discussion, he would surely have had a look of satisfaction on his face. What is camouflage? Camouflage is about trying to mislead your opponent into misjudging your intelligence and information. The existence of the little evil dog inherently creates a layer of deceptive behavior. Peeling off this layer of deceptive camouflage, the information revealed will be even more convincing. In a simply decorated, quiet room, Tang Zheng placed the package on the table and sat on the sofa, quietly awaiting the middle-aged man's appraisal. Enjoy your meal. It will take a moment. The middle-aged man brought a cup of black tea and respectfully placed it in front of Tang Zheng, then spoke. Please do your best. Tang Zheng nodded. The middle-aged man then sat on the sofa opposite him. Wearing a pair of clean white gloves, he gently picked up the bone chain and examined it. Both the luster and the hardness are of excellent quality. It's the bone chain of an adult evil hound. The middle-aged man gently stroked the bone chain with his palm, his eyes shining. He then found the head of the bone chain and paused to see where the break was. It's a little rough, but it's not a big deal. It'd be fine after a little polishing. Then, the middle-aged man gently lowered the chain, raised his hands to the bone chain, and chanted softly, "Magic detect." A faint blue magical light flashed from the middle-aged man's palm. Buzz. Detected the second-tier spell Magic Detection. Requires level 8 to 14, and currently meets the requirements. Spend 1 skill point to learn it? A message flashed on the attribute panel. Tang Zheng was startled, glancing at the middle-aged man across from him with some surprise. He hadn't expected him to be a magic caster. No! At the same time, he thought to himself. Magic detection is a relatively weak type of detection magic. It can only simply determine the magical power of an item, or whether the opponent possesses magical items imbued with magic. It's not very useful in actual combat. After a moment, the middle-aged man cancelled the spell, a look of regret on his face. After the evil dog dies, the magic power contained in its bone chains will dissipate. Especially in the process of removing the bone chains, you will also lose some magic power. That's why special methods are required. However, your pair of bone chains are still in very good condition, but the price will be slightly lower. The middle-aged man looked up at Tang Zheng and explained respectfully and seriously. Can you sell it quickly? Tang Zheng, hearing the other party's answer, also felt a little regretful. Of course. The middle-aged man nodded quickly. This high-quality magical material can be made into a magical weapon with just a little processing. If you're not in a hurry, we can find the seller who needs this pair of bone chains most in just 3 days, and sell them for the highest price. Of course, we charge a 10% commission. If you want to sell it quickly, we also take it directly, but the price will be lower, and there's no commission. Each option has its pros and cons. Tang Zheng pondered briefly. How much do you want to sell it for? 360 gold coins each, 720 gold coins for both bone chains. The middle-aged man straightened his back and spoke immediately. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered. This price was actually higher than he expected. But considering the value of magic items in this world, it seemed normal. Seeing Tang Zheng's agreement, the middle-aged man's face brightened with a smile, and he immediately stood up and left. It took about 2 or 3 minutes. When the middle-aged man returned, he had 2 more purses in his hands. One was noticeably bulging, while the other was much flatter. 720 gold coins. Since it's a bit inconvenient to carry them, I proactively requested an exchange for platinum coins. The middle-aged man placed the 2 purses on the table, pushed them in front of Tang Zheng, and said softly, "Here are 34 platinum coins, and here are 40 gold coins." Platinum coins? Tang Zheng frowned slightly at the name. He had only heard of it, never seen one. And 34 platinum coins for 40 gold coins. That exchange ratio was also problematic. Oh. The little evil dog seemed to sense Tang Zheng's change of mood and glared at the middle-aged man with sharp teeth. The middle-aged man's face paled, and he quickly explained, the exchange rate for platinum coins differs from the kingdoms. Or more precisely, from the exchange rates for gold, silver, and copper coins in various countries. 20 gold coins can only be exchanged for 1 platinum coin. In some smaller countries, the exchange rate for platinum coins is even higher. Platinum coins have a higher priority in various countries. Of course, if you want gold coins, I exchange them for you immediately. The middle-aged man's tone was a little flustered, and he leaned back, looking at the little evil spirit with some fear, fearing it would pounce on him. Platinum coin? After hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Tang Zheng didn't speak immediately. Instead, he reached into his purse and pulled out a platinum coin. The color looked similar to the silver coin, but it was noticeably heavier and thicker than the gold coin. Suddenly, Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes and saw that the back of the platinum coin was not engraved with the national emblem of the Liestage Kingdom, but rather an image of a dragon head. Dragon! Tang Ning's eyes flashed. The dragons in this world are truly formidable beings. Platinum coins? The Platinum Dragon King? Chapter 72. Being able to circulate across human nations already suggests it's an international currency. If the Platinum Dragon King truly is behind this, or if it's his handiwork, it's not impossible. Tang Zheng briefly pondered this before regaining his composure, and reaching out to pin down the ferocious-looking little demonic dog's head. Ouch! The little demonic dog whimpered. Ding! The platinum coin was returned to the purse, colliding with the other platinum coins with a crisp, melodious tinkle. You know, monsters' emotions aren't easy to control. Tang Zheng glanced at the middle-aged man before him with an apologetic smile. Whether it was the Platinum Dragon King's handiwork or not, there was no point in dwelling on it now. Those immortals, who have lived for hundreds, even thousands of years, have mindsets far beyond the comprehension of the short-lived. Trying to guess what they're thinking without any information is a recipe for disaster. Understood, understood. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded. I'd like to post a commission, but I need to go to the front desk. Tang Zheng suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man said, I can handle this kind of small matter directly for you. As a caster in the Adventurers Guild with the ability to identify and cast second-tier magic, his talent, while limited, held considerable status. This kind of small commission could simply be handed over to his subordinates. He shouldn't need to personally handle it. The reason he was so concerned this time was not only because he had just completed a large transaction worth 720 gold coins, but also because he had something he needed to confirm privately with the black-haired young man before him. The commission is for a magic caster who possesses the ability to decipher magic, Tang Zheng said softly. I mean, it would be best if it could be done as soon as possible. Before heading to the Baja's Empire, he had a lot to prepare. Besides the financial issue, the most pressing issue was illiteracy. As long as one lives in human society, not being able to understand written language always presents a challenge. The simplest way to solve this problem is to learn it. Let alone the question of whether the writing systems of different human nations are identical. Learning a completely new writing system would be a daunting task for Tang Zheng, a poor student in his previous life. Not to mention the time required. Deciphering magic can analyze various texts and translate them into meanings the user can understand. With such a convenient magic, there's no need to waste time. Or, one could pursue a scholar class, which also offers similar skills. Deciphering magic? It's quite rare, the middle-aged man said thoughtfully. After a brief silence. This type of magic was mostly used to study certain ruined nations from centuries ago. I do know a few who mastered it. It's just... At this point, the middle-aged man's face showed an embarrassment. These people aren't short of money. If you can wait, I know someone in the capital. It's just that inviting him here will take at least 2 months, and the reward will be over 50 gold coins. Hearing this answer, Tang Zheng shook his head. Money isn't a problem, but it takes too long. He couldn't possibly stay in E-Rantel for that long. Based on the current time frame, the future Imperial 4 Knights, Heavy Bomb Lenneth Rockblue, had not yet been recruited by the Blood Emperor to join the ranks of the 4 Knights. She had likely been expelled from her family not long ago and was currently wandering around, searching for a way to remove the curse that plagued her cursed knight class. Even after Tang Zheng arrived in the Bahar's Empire, finding Lenneth Rockblue would require considerable effort, and he certainly wouldn't waste his time in E-Rantel. Seeing Tang Zheng's unwavering refusal, the middle-aged man leaned back slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his face. There's also someone in E-Rantel who possesses this magic. But this information is worth 10 gold coins. Swish. Tang Zheng expressionlessly reached into the purse on the table, pulled out 10 gold coins from the purse, and placed them in front of the middle-aged man. The vice president of the Magicians Guild, Master Belori Van of Grigory Bakken. The middle-aged man said this with a touch of respect on his face. He possesses the ability to interpret magic, but he rarely appears in public. Although he's the vice president of the Magicians Guild, it's more of a figurehead. Even our president has trouble meeting him. At the end, the middle-aged man shrugged. The meaning was clear. Tang Zhang's mouth twitched slightly. The president of the Magicians Guild in E-Rantel was called Theo Rexer, and this was the first time he had heard of this vice president. Since even the president of the Adventurers Guild couldn't meet him, Tang Zhang didn't think he had the ability to do so. 10 gold coins bought this seemingly useful, yet completely useless piece of information. In that case, it seems we can only consider other methods. Is there a magical item that can translate text? Tang Zhang was about to stand up and turn to leave. Wait a moment, sir, the middle-aged man said quickly. These 2 evil hound bone chains, you must have obtained them from hunting in the top forest, right? Could you please tell us about the current situation in the top forest? Regardless of whether the information is accurate or not, these 10 gold coins will be considered as information fees. If you can provide us with important information, we will pay you a fee. I guarantee your satisfaction. As the middle-aged man spoke, he pushed the 10 gold coins from the table back in front of Tang Zhang. Tang Zhang looked at the 10 gold coins in front of him, then at the respectful middle-aged man across from him. Okay. Let's play this trick. The situation in the top forest. Tang Zhang placed the gold coins back into his purse and, under the middle-aged man's expectant gaze, stood up and said calmly, I don't know. Leaving the middle-aged man in shock, Tang Zhang left the room with the little evil dog. It seems the information I just provided wasn't satisfactory. The middle-aged man looked at Tang Zhang as he left, gave a wry smile, and adjusted his single-frame glasses. A glint flashed in his eyes. The little evil dog, and the bone chains of 2 adult evil dogs, no matter how you look at it, they must have entered the top forest. Should we report this to the president, and send a team of adventurers to investigate? Or maybe not. Since the higher-ups have already reached a conclusion, as long as it doesn't affect the border villages, it's fine. The lower-level adventurers need a brief reassurance. The real problem now is another matter. Chapter 73. A bustling central square. As Tang Zhang walked down the street, many pedestrians noticed the little evil hound and voluntarily gave way. Tang Zhang didn't consider the question from the middle-aged man in the Adventurers Guild worthy of attention. When he offered the 2 evil hound bone chains for sale, he had anticipated that some would suspect he had entered the top forest. But no matter how much they speculated, no one in the Adventurers Guild could believe that the unrest in the top forest was caused by humans. After all, the mere disappearance of so many monster corpses was beyond the comprehension of humans from another world without the concept of space backpacks like item boxes. Without even a trace, the premise of the speculation was untenable. Vice President of the Magicians Guild, Belori Van of Grigory Bakken. Just hearing the name tells me he's not someone I'd be happy to approach. Tang Zhang was somewhat frustrated. I wonder if the Magicians Guild has any magical tools for text translation. It was almost noon. Tang Zhang simply found a busy tavern and ordered some food, hoping to take advantage of the gossip circulating there. He wanted to find out if anything had happened recently. He had long noticed that the atmosphere within E-Rantel wasn't much different from a month ago, but the behavior of the soldiers defending the city clearly indicated something had indeed happened. This situation was highly likely due to a blockade by higher-ups. If that was the case, then buying information from the Adventurers Guild was pointless. It would be even more worthless than gossip. However, until they left the tavern, apart from a simple lunch that was finally different from the simple fare they'd eaten in the forest, they had gained nothing. Mages Guild. Ding dong. The dark brown door swung open automatically. Tang Zhang skillfully entered the guild. Compared to the Adventurers Guild, it was still quite deserted. The 2 front desk staff were different from their last visit. The young magician was still there, but the middle-aged magician had been replaced by an equally young one in light blue robes. No wonder the magic item for detecting monsters reacted. I thought it was broken. It's a demon hound, or a demon hound pup. A lively and surprised voice came from the light blue-robed magician. The 2 spellcasters, upon seeing Tang Zhang enter, focused their attention on the little demon hound, each expression of surprise. Soon, another young magician in a black robe, upon seeing Tang Zhang's appearance, remembered that this was the same person who had come to buy magic scrolls a month ago. After all, he had only seen that pure black hair color once, so the impression was undeniably profound. Are you still looking to buy a magic scroll? The black-robed magician asked. Not this time, I want to buy a magic item. Tang Zhang approached the counter, and spoke softly and gently. Most of the magic scrolls sold in the Magic Guild were for auxiliary purposes, and Tang Zheng had no interest in them at the moment. The only thing he was interested in was the life magic that could be upgraded. However, upgrading life magic always had certain issues, and with his current limited skill points, Tang Zheng had no plans to purchase any for the time being. Magical items? Both the black-robed and blue-robed magicians looked surprised. Magic items are extremely expensive. Judging from Tang Zheng's current attire, they didn't think he was wealthy. Is there a magic item that can translate text? Tang Zheng asked again. Translate text? Who would make such a useless magic item? Besides, even if a magic item is amazing, it can't do everything. The blue-robed magician suddenly raised his head and shouted. The black-robed young man quickly reached out and tugged at the hem of the blue-robed magician's shirt. Then, embarrassedly, he turned to Tang Zheng. Sorry, we don't have the magic item you're talking about. Tang Zheng glanced at the excited blue-robed magician and nodded calmly. It wasn't surprising. He remembered that Sebastian, one of the guardians of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, had a glasses-shaped magic item that could translate text. It seemed to be a high-level item. Tang Zheng wasn't particularly interested in the magical items crafted by humans in this world. Right. Tang Zheng's tone shifted, as if a thought struck him. He pulled out a piece of white, slightly shimmering, resilient-looking paper from his pocket and said, Excuse me, do you accept magical materials like this? The pristine white paper, illuminated by the perpetual light emanating from the cylindrical shape overhead, shimmered faintly with a faint, pale, magical glow. The two, one expressing displeasure, the other sporting a professional smile and a hint of arrogance, were immediately drawn to the paper in Tang Zheng's hand. How many do you have? We want them all. The blue-robed young magician suddenly leaned forward, his face agitated. He unceremoniously snatched the paper from Tang Zheng's hand, examining it carefully as he spoke quickly. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed, a bit surprised. According to the item appraisal test, this paper, crafted using second-tier magic, can preserve writing for a century. Perhaps it's indeed quite valuable. But it shouldn't have excited the blue-robed magician so much. It meets the standards perfectly. The blue-robed magician looked away from the white paper, glanced at his companion, nodded vigorously, and spoke softly. The black-robed young man's expression of surprise deepened. I remember you're a magic caster of the Faith School, right? The black-robed young man turned to look at Tang Zheng. That's right, Tang Zheng said. Who made this paper? Sorry, we need a lot of it right now. If the maker is willing, we'd buy it at 10 sheets for 1 silver coin. The black-robed young man spoke seriously. The second-level paper-making technique can produce 700 sheets. Based on this price, spending a little magic power can earn you 70 silver coins, or 5 gold and 5 silver. Tang Zheng was a little surprised. If he could make a few every day for a month, the income alone would reach over 160 gold coins, easily achieving financial freedom. That's not necessary. I made it. Tang Zheng waved his hand. You? The black-robed young man was stunned. Even the blue-robed magician, who had been studying the paper nearby, looked up at Tang Zheng. Impossible. The usually calmer of the two, the black-robed young man, suddenly uttered a sharp voice. You clearly bought a 0-level scroll of papermaking here a month ago. If you mastered papermaking, why would you spend money on it? The black-robed young man was extremely agitated. The arrogance and hostility that was evident to the naked eye were revealed. Tang Zheng's eyes froze, the cold aura of someone who had spent a month slaughtering goblins and monsters in the jungle. His hair hadn't been combed for a month, and his eyes, half hidden from his eyes, were exposed. Is there a problem? He looked at the black-robed young man with emotionless eyes and said coldly, You. The black-robed young man shuddered, his neck strangely chilled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. And then? Do you know where this is? The black-robed young man realized his own embarrassing shock, and his expression twisted into a vexed, humiliated anger. Enough. The blue-robed magician, who had been slightly annoyed with Tang Zheng over the issue of magic props, now spoke seriously. Albert, was what you just said true? The blue-robed magician looked at the black-robed youth seriously. What, really? The black-robed youth was caught off guard by the sudden question. I understand. The blue-robed magician turned and looked at Tang Zheng. Please wait a moment, sir. With that, he hurried towards the stairs of the Magician's Guild. For a moment, the black-robed youth and Tang Zheng were the only two people left in the hall. The atmosphere grew eerie. The black-robed youth's face paled slightly, and he turned away, no longer looking at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, grew increasingly curious. It seemed that the paper-making technique held a secret he didn't know about. The wait didn't last long. The sound of 2 footsteps clattering on the stairs echoed. The blue-robed magician cautiously followed an elderly man in a plain-looking gray robe. A close look revealed numerous patches on the gray robe, clearly indicating it wasn't a magic item. The elderly man's hair was gray, his face expressionless, wrinkled like the creases on a book page, and his entire face was tense. He gave off an air of being both difficult to approach and prim. Teacher. The black-robed young man, upon seeing the elderly man, hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to support him. The elderly man simply waved his arm, ignoring the young man. Despite his apparent age, his strides were powerful. He glanced at the paper on the counter, then raised his head to look at Tang Zheng. Are you from the Slyan theocracy? The elderly man spoke indifferently, his eyes half closed, as he gazed at Tang Zheng's dark hair. Chapter 74. The Slyan theocracy? The black-robed youth and the blue-robed magician youth's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. As the most powerful nation among all human nations, it boasts a deep connection and ties to the legendary 6 great gods. The Slyan theocracy holds a unique position and influence among the other nations. Not really. Tang Zheng was also somewhat surprised that he would mistake the old man before him for someone from the Slyan theocracy. After hearing this answer, the old man's stern, wrinkled face remained unchanged. His rough, gray nails gently tapped the piece of paper on the counter. I already know what happened just now. Young man, since you made this piece of paper, can you make another batch? The old man's eyes, seemingly cloudy but bright, were clear of any emotion as he stared at Tang Zheng and spoke. Yes. Tang Zheng sensed the rich aura emanating from the old man before him. A glint of insight flashed in his eyes, and he nodded. The development was somewhat unexpected, but it also intensified Tang Zheng's interest. From the attitudes of the black-robed youth and the blue-robed magician, it was clear that this old man held a high position within the Adventurers Guild. Additionally, he gave Tang Zheng a resemblance to his grandmother, Lizzie, suggesting he might be a magic caster capable of using third-tier magic. Papermaking? Tang Zheng softly chanted. The second-tier papermaking technique was activated, and 700 sheets of snow-white, resilient paper materialized rapidly in midair. Swish. A large amount of paper fluttered down onto the front desk, filling a large pile. It's actually real? The black-robed young man looked at Tang Zheng in disbelief. The old man lowered his head, his eyes flickering as he reached out and randomly picked 2 sheets of paper from the created paper to compare, then repeated the same action repeatedly. Excellent. Surprisingly good. A hint of a smile crossed the old man's stern face. The magic power distribution on each sheet is exceptionally even, with no defective pieces. It's alchemical material ready for immediate use. This level is still excellent among my disciples. At this point, the wrinkles at the corners of the old man's eyes relaxed slightly. To be able to hone this second-level papermaking technique to this level at this age is truly remarkable. Hearing these inexplicable compliments, Tang Zheng felt a little bewildered. Could paper made at the second level actually have uneven magic distribution and be defective? For him, it only took 1 skill point to raise this kind of daily life magic to a higher level. Using it, Tang Zheng felt no different from using normal magic. No, these were just minor matters. The crux of the matter now lay in the attitudes displayed by the 3 people before him, demonstrating that the preciousness of the second-level papermaking far exceeded his initial expectations. Teacher, he only purchased the magic scroll a month ago. It's impossible for him to have mastered this papermaking and reached the second level in such a short time. He must have some ulterior motive. The black-robed young man spoke quickly, his voice trembling slightly. Albert. The old man interrupted the black-robed youth coldly, disappointment flashing in his eyes. You still don't understand. This matter itself is unimportant. I've warned you that the most important thing for a magic caster isn't hard work, but talent. And yet, you haven't demonstrated that talent yet. The old man's cold and ruthless voice echoed. He had learned everything from the blue-robed young magician. Naturally, he didn't believe Tang Zheng could master papermaking and reach the second level simply by using a magic scroll. And at this time, be it his purpose or his ulterior motives, these were of little importance. What the old man truly cared about was the talent Tang Zheng displayed at his age. The black-robed Albert's face paled instantly, his lips trembling. He tried to speak, but in the face of the old man's blunt words, he remained silent. Young man, are you interested in becoming my disciple? The old man turned and looked at Tang Zheng. The black-robed Albert's body slumped, a hint of despair already forming in his eyes. The blue-robed magician standing behind the old man suddenly widened his eyes, looking at him with a mixture of surprise and worry. Who are you? Tang Jing's mouth twitched, his expression baffling. As soon as these words were spoken, the blue-robed magician suddenly became agitated. Do you know what you're talking about? This is the vice president of the E-Rantel Magicians Guild. And he's one of only 3 people in the entire Riestai's kingdom capable of crafting third-tier magic scrolls. Master Bellary Van of Grigory Bakken. This long, unapproachable string of names. Tang Jing was reminded of the person the middle-aged man had mentioned in the Adventurers Guild, and his heart trembled. Ha ha. Master Bellary looked at Tang Jing seriously, realizing that he truly didn't know him. His stiff smile softened a bit. Master, he said, I let the title of Master go. I know my place. Master Bellary shook his head. Are you interested in coming with me? Master Bellary looked at Tang Jing expectantly. A magic caster capable of using third-tier magic is considered the elite and foremost among human spellcasters. If Tang Jing remembered correctly, Theo Racer, the president of this Magician's Guild, was also a third-tier magic caster. This was the Magician's Guild, so the danger shouldn't be high. Any caster who wasn't capable of using 4th-tier magic wouldn't pose a threat to him. And a magic scroll master? Completely unexpected. I had previously been able to obtain. Gaining an alchemist and a pharmacist was already the biggest gain of the recent period. Tang Jing had envisioned these auxiliary abilities as something that could only be acquired in the later stages. Such an opportunity presented itself. Tang Jing had no reason to refuse. He turned and instructed the little evil spirit dog at his feet to wait outside, then followed Master Bellary upstairs. Unlike the somewhat chilly atmosphere of the first floor of the Magician's Guild, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. Immediately, he could see numerous magic casters, dressed in various styles of magic robes or simple attire, milling about. However, the overall number still couldn't compare to the Adventurers Guild. When they saw Master Bellary ascending the stairs, they stopped and bowed respectfully, their gazes fixed on the unfamiliar figure following behind them with curiosity. Master Bellary led Tang Jing through the long corridor to the opposite staircase, but this time, they didn't ascend, but instead descended. Entering the first floor on the other side of the Magician's Guild, a faint fishy smell, mixed with various strange, though not unpleasant, odors, permeated the air. Tang Jing was the first to enter. Right before his eyes, he saw the figures of more than a dozen spellcasters, each busy at work. Almost simultaneously. Buzz. Found the first-tier spell Dissolve. Requires a casting level of 1 to 7. Currently, the conditions are met. Should I spend 1 skill point to learn it? Found the first-tier spell Direction Detection. Requires a casting level of 1 to 7. Currently, the conditions are met. Should I spend 1 skill point to learn it? Found the first-tier spell Odorless. Requires a casting level of 1 to 7. Currently, the conditions are met. Should I spend 1 skill point to learn it? A series of information flashed across Tang Jing's attribute panel. Chapter 75. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen spells appeared on the attribute panel. Tang Jing raised his forehead slightly. It was the first time he had seen so many spells at once. However, he observed that these spells were all first-tier spells, of the non-aggressive variety, even mixed with a few zero-tier life spells. Teacher. 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 The dozen or so spellcasters present, upon noticing the arrival of Master Bellary and Tang Jing, immediately raised their heads and addressed them respectfully. However, most of their eyes fell on Tang Jing, who was a complete stranger to them. Feeling the gazes, Tang Jing bowed slightly, trying to put on a friendly smile. Master Bellary walked down the stairs, waved to the crowd, and indicated that he could return to his work. How much do you know about crafting magic scrolls? Master Bellary asked calmly. Not at all. Tang Jing remained silent. Heh. Master Bellary chuckled, a strange, inexplicable tone in his voice. Many people have spent countless hours diligently learning the second-level art of papermaking, but to no avail. Some, however, can master it easily, even perform it perfectly. A difference in talent? When he spoke the last few words, Master Bellary's voice remained calm, but it became much quieter, as if he were mumbling to himself. Is that true? Papermaking is related to crafting magic scrolls? Tang Jing thought to himself, feigning surprise. He actually had some guesses, but the confirmation was still a bit surprising. What surprised him even more was that Master Bellary had told him so simply, even bringing him to this place, clearly the core of the Magician's Guild, where magic scrolls were crafted. It seems you truly understand nothing. To be precise, it's the second-tier papermaking technique that's relevant to the crafting of magic scrolls. Master Bellary tilted his head, glancing at Tang Jing behind him, and continued calmly, don't be so surprised. The methods for crafting first-tier and second-tier magic scrolls are no secret to any nation. The two of them walked down the stairs. Master Belwari raised his finger, gesturing around the hall. The magic scroll you bought earlier was made by these guys. How's it working? Tang Zheng, absorbing the unprecedented intelligence, said, very good. No need to give them face. They're just some ordinary stuff. A mere first-tier, non-offensive magic scroll, and yet it has such a high failure rate. Master Belwari sneered mercilessly. As soon as these words fell, bang! A loud noise exploded, like the roar of uncontrolled magic. Simultaneously, a strange, burning smell filled the air. Ah! A magic chanter not far from Tang Zheng cried out in pain, thrown to the ground by the impact. He didn't appear injured and quickly climbed to his feet. He must have taken some kind of magical protection, but he looked rather disheveled. At this moment, the magic caster, sensing the gazes of everyone in the hall, blushed crimson. He lowered his head in shame, not daring to look at Master Belwari. You're just a waste of materials. What are you standing there for? Get on with it. Master Belwari's voice remained calm, yet his words were blunt. For a moment, the spellcasters present hurriedly lowered their heads and returned to their tasks. No wonder there was a strange smell in the air. A flicker of understanding crossed Tang Zheng's face, and a slightly quizzical expression crossed his face. The commotion had been quite a bit, yet the hall, where the reception desk was located, remained remarkably quiet. Perhaps some kind of sound-canceling magic had been deployed. Since you don't know much about making magic scrolls, you've probably heard of pharmacists, right? A qualified pharmacist requires extensive knowledge of herbs, understanding the properties of each herb, how to combine them, and secret recipes. Only with this knowledge can even the most ordinary pharmacist create potions through hard work. But making magic scrolls is different. It inherently has a barrier to entry. If becoming a pharmacist is 1, then making a magic scroll is 10. Master Belwari said calmly, then continued, this isn't an exaggeration. You must first be a magic caster. To create a magic scroll that dissolves, you must master the spell, but a magic caster has limited time and energy. To create a second-tier magic scroll, you need to master second-tier magic, and so on. At this point, it's no longer determined by effort, but by talent. You also need to master various scroll-making techniques, otherwise you end up in a situation like what happened just now. Is crafting a magic scroll that complicated? Tang Zheng wasn't particularly familiar with the crafting process in the game Yggdrasil. But at least the human craftsmanship of making magic scrolls is indeed extremely difficult for someone from another world. The level limit alone is enough to suppress the creation of higher-level magic scrolls. Thank you for your explanation, Tang Zheng said. Follow me. Master Belwari raised his foot and walked inside. Tang Zheng followed. Soon, Master Belwari stopped before a middle-aged magician who appeared to be in his 40s. Beside him lay pure white paper. Its unique, light magical sheen and toughness were the product of the second-tier magic papermaking. The middle-aged magician carefully selected 10 sheets of pure white paper and placed them in a container filled with a pale golden liquid. As the paper gradually became soaked with liquid, the middle-aged magician quickly pulled out a piece of sheepskin from the side and quickly placed it into the container. Scroll making. Instantly, with a flash of white light, the sheepskin in the box and the white paper merged together, forming a thick gray parchment scroll. After creating the parchment scroll, the middle-aged magician exhaled lightly, quickly turned to look at Master Belwari, and respectfully said, Teacher. With that, the middle-aged magician smiled kindly at Tang Zheng again. And at this moment, the information on the attribute panel also appeared. The skill scroll making was discovered. It requires the magic chanter class, and the current requirements are met. Does it cost 1 skill point to learn? It only requires the magic chanter class, and there are no related production class requirements. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with surprise. In Yggdrasil, scroll-making technology is classified as a production class. There are related production positions, like alchemist and blacksmith. But there's no need for one right now. This suggests that the scroll-making technique used by the middle-aged man was either invented or improved upon by humans. Learn. Tang Zheng muttered silently without hesitation. Chapter 76. As skill points are consumed. Skill points 45 to 44. The scroll-making ability appeared in the class skill column. Skill, scroll-making. Cost, 1 to 3 low-level scrolls / 5 MP, mana cost doubles with each 3-level increase. Description, crafts corresponding materials into blank magic scrolls of the corresponding level, requires a higher material and mana cost. Tang Zheng glanced at the skill information on the panel, his eyes slightly brightening. I didn't expect it. Scroll-making technology was acquired so easily. For this scroll-making technique, which has clearly been modified by humans and is more adaptable, the disadvantage of higher material and mana costs is not a problem for Taming. Just like the apothecary ability, without the higher-level herbs and materials in the game, it is naturally impossible to create high-level potions. As for the paper-making technique, which can be upgraded with skill points, Taming can be completely self-sufficient in terms of materials. The only thing he needs to consider is the magic power. This should be a second-level magic scroll, right? Taming suddenly asked. Indeed. The middle-aged magician first glanced at Master Bellery, who was standing to the side. Seeing that the usually reserved teacher showed no intention of stopping him, he took the initiative to explain. A magic scroll made of normal sheepskin can only handle first-level magic, but not second-level magic. This requires combining sheepskin with paper from the second-level paper-making technique to create a magic scroll. Taming's face lit up with enlightenment as he curiously gazed at the pale golden liquid that had soaked the paper. What is this liquid? Merely possessing the technique to create a magic scroll wasn't enough. One also needed the skill and method to infuse the magic into it. He wasn't interested in apprenticing to a spellcaster who could only wield third-tier magic. Seizing this opportunity, Taming naturally sought to acquire as much of the technique as possible. The middle-aged magician instinctively glanced at his teacher again, only to find him examining the magic scroll he had just crafted, still ignoring the meaning of his words. It's a magical solution that maintains the stability of magical power. The middle-aged magician's expression towards Taming was now filled with kindness, and even his voice softened. He had originally assumed that the black-haired young man's identity was unusual, allowing him to be brought here by his teacher. But now it seemed he had probably caught the teacher's eye. The difficulty of learning the second-tier papermaking is far greater than other magic of the same tier. Due to various factors, such as the caster's varying magical power and proficiency, the amount of magic contained in the resulting paper will vary. Therefore, when crafting a magic scroll, it's easy to cause magical instability, leading to failure and even danger. This is why this magical solution is needed for stability. At this point, the middle-aged man looked at Master Bellery with a flattering expression, quietly flattering him. Only you, the teacher, can create perfect second-tier paper without the aid of a magical solution. I see. Taming's interest immediately waned upon hearing about the effects of the pale golden magic solution. A look of pity crossed his eyes as he glanced at the middle-aged magician before him. This flattery backfired. In the front hall, this prim old man had examined the second-level paper he had crafted and pretentiously commented, "This level is considered excellent even among his disciples." Now it seemed he was simply exaggerating. His second-level papermaking should be on par with Master Bellery's. Of course, this was a credit to the player's abilities, and had nothing to do with him personally, but that didn't prevent the results from being the same. No wonder he didn't even ask for his own details, but directly asked if he was interested in becoming his disciple. As expected, as the middle-aged magician finished his words, Master Bellery, who was examining the magic scrolls, paused. "How many blank magic scrolls have you created today?" Master Bellery looked up, his expressionless face fixed on the middle-aged magician. "The second one." The middle-aged magician seemed to sense the atmosphere was a bit off, and spoke with a slight stammer. "You've only made 2 copies in all this time? Since you're so lazy, clean up everything here," Master Bellery said calmly. The middle-aged magician looked bewildered and aggrieved. "Huh? Making a magic scroll isn't difficult, but selecting paper with similar magical power, preparing the magic solution, and restoring magic power all take time." "Let me repeat that." Master Bellery narrowed his eyes. "Yes, Master." The middle-aged magician didn't dare to object, and quickly turned and left. His secret was accidentally revealed. Master Bellery's wrinkled face didn't change a bit as he spoke calmly and composedly. "This is the process of creating a magic scroll." With that, Master Bellery continued to walk deeper into the cave, though his pace seemed noticeably faster. Under his guidance, Taming followed him into a dimly lit, crowded room. Yes, crowded is the right word. At a glance, the entire house was actually around 100 square meters, nearly a third of which was occupied by densely packed bookshelves. On the wall opposite the door hung a large ancient map. The thick mountain range in the center seemed to divide the map in two. This is a map of the Liestige Kingdom and the Baja's Empire? This thought flashed through Taming's mind as he saw the prominent Andalusia Mountains terrain. Besides that, many areas of the room were filled with strange and bizarre objects. Some were stone tablets, others looked like fragments of buildings. The rest were various notes, scrolls, and animal skins of various colors. In a corner, Tang Zheng even spotted the skin of a complete adult demon hound. No wonder the man hadn't paid any attention to the young demon hound. These items filled the room, making the space feel crowded. I know you have many questions in your mind right now. Don't worry. Sit down and let's talk. After Master Belwari entered the room, his serious, stern, and even slightly harsh expression faded, and a hint of fatigue appeared between his brows. Tang Zheng didn't show any politeness. He walked across from him, and sat down with him. Master Belwari was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. That's good. Talented people are always different from mediocre people. Chapter 77. Master Belwari looked at Tang Zheng, his slightly cloudy eyes gleaming with anticipation. From the conversation between the disciple and Tang Zheng, he could sense Tang Zheng's keen interest in scroll-making, which was enough for him. Being able to wield second-tier magic at this age, reaching the third-tier level was a sure thing. Even reaching the fourth-tier level was highly possible. Teachers always favored talented and intelligent students. Creating a magic scroll requires more than just crafting the scroll itself, but equally important is how to infuse it with magic, Tang Zheng inquired. Indeed? Master Belwari nodded, seemingly uninterested in idle chatter. He picked up the parchment scroll crafted by the middle-aged magician and spread it out on the table. Complete scroll-making techniques require not only creating a scroll capable of carrying magic, but also enchanting it. Here he went. Magic accumulation. Swish. The surface of the parchment scroll immediately shimmered with a pale blue magical sheen, like ripples on water. Following this, Master Belwari raised a finger and touched the center of the parchment scroll, injecting magic as he spoke. Next, we need to inject magic, allowing the scroll to absorb the magic you wish to record. This requires precise control of magic power. Simply put, it's about injecting your normal magic into the scroll. The most important skill is stability and concentration. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, it will explode. Although Master Belwari said this, the entire process was very casual. Centered around the opponent's finger, lines of magical energy rapidly unfolded across the magic scroll, as if possessing self-awareness. Tang Zheng glanced over the information displayed on the panel, blinking as he gazed at the intricate magical patterns on the scroll. The process of casting magic? Couldn't it be cast directly by consuming magic power? And Tang Zheng watched Master Belwari's entire operation. This was completely different from the scroll-making process in Yggdrasil. The great underground tomb of Nazareth contained NPCs specialized in various auxiliary professions. Titus, the head librarian of the oldest library on the 10th underground floor, possessed a specialized profession in the production class, excelling in crafting various scrolls and books. The materials required were similar to those in the other world. Different tiers of magic scrolls required corresponding tiers of parchment paper. For example, a 10th-tier magic scroll required dragon skin paper, a technique so effective that the members of the Bone King Guild once mobilized their entire force to hunt dragons. After the Great Tomb descended into the Otherworld, due to a shortage of high-level materials, Bone King limited their consumption and tasked Mayor with Chief Librarian Titus to research the creation of otherworldly scrolls. Chief Librarian Titus didn't enchant the scrolls, but instead spent gold coins to inscribe magic circles on them, absorbing the magic through the circles. Naturally, the result was failure. The otherworldly materials simply couldn't withstand magic above the third tier. These two distinctly different scroll-making methods. I need a description. One uses gold coins to create a magic scroll, which is quite playful. One involved enchanting a magic scroll, a very Western fantasy. Tang Zheng felt a strange sense of disconnection, yet also a sense of shock. From the 6 great gods to the present, over the centuries, the humans of the other world have indeed forged a path of their own. Tang Zheng watched the magical patterns gradually spread across the scroll at a visible speed, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wait! Is this feeling magic infusion? Tang Zheng leaned forward, observing the process carefully, his eyes widening. Isn't this the application of magic infusion, one of the passive abilities of the magic swordsman class? A moment later, with a flash of blue light, the entire scroll automatically closed, and a second-tier magic scroll appeared before Tang Zheng. Master Belwari, with a calm expression, reached up from the cluttered desk, where various notes were placed, and pulled out a piece of paper with intricately drawn characters. Try this scroll. Master Belwari placed the paper in front of Tang Zheng and spoke softly. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. He picked up the scroll he had just crafted and squeezed it. With a flash of blue light, the magic scroll transformed into tiny starlight and dissipated. The magic recorded within was unleashed. Decipher the magic. Tang Zheng felt a surge of information appear in his mind as his eyes swept over the complex symbols on the paper. Although he still couldn't understand the words on the paper, Tang Zheng knew that the text on the paper meant a record of a specific moment in time. The disciple at my counter mentioned that you need a magic item that can translate text. There are indeed no such magic items here. But I happen to possess the magic of deciphering text. If you become my disciple, I will teach you both the scroll technique and this magic. Master Balori's eyes wrinkled, and a smile echoed in his voice, a voice that was somewhat old yet powerful. Skill points 44 to 42. Tang Zheng glanced at the attribute panel, which showed his mastery of magic accumulation and deciphering magic. He then looked across at Master Balori, who was waiting expectantly, and remained silent for a moment. Master Balori, assuming Tang Zheng was struggling, spoke again, preparing to redouble his efforts. Albert plans to buy 10 sheets of second-tier paper for 1 silver coin. Actually, that price is a bit low. This kid intends to use the paper you crafted to pass my assessment. Master Balori snorted, a cold look flashing across his eyes. Then, he smiled at Tang Zheng and said, with your paper-making skills, which are comparable to mine, the 700 sheets you crafted in one go can all be used to craft magic scrolls. You should be aware of the price of a second-tier magic scroll. The profit isn't just a few times, but dozens of times. Once you master the scroll-making technique, crafting a few magic scrolls can easily earn you what others would earn in a year, or even several years. Master Balori's voice grew more excited, and he continued, with your talent, I'm confident you master third-tier magic scrolls in just 5 years. You become the youngest scroll-making master in the Kingdom of Liestage. Money! Fame! Master Balori's offer was a temptation no one could refuse. The atmosphere in the room quieted down again. Sorry, Tang Zheng said, smiling faintly. Chapter 78. A dim, cluttered mage's room. Master Balori sat alone on a gray, yet exquisitely soft sofa, his hands folded on his knees, his back leaning back with his eyes closed. The room was silent. Tang Zheng had long since departed. Ding! Ding! A knock rang through the wooden door. Master Balori made no move. The figure outside waited a moment before pushing the door open and stepping in. Such behavior clearly indicated the figure's identity was not ordinary. Master, why haven't I seen your new disciple? I heard you brought them here yourself. What kind of genius could have you so proactive? Our guild hasn't had a magic caster join in ages. A half-joking, hearty laugh emanated as the wooden door swung open. This was a mage in long robes, wielding an ebony staff. A hint of nervousness crossed his brow. He looked to be in his 40s, but he was actually only 30. The other party was none other than Tixel, the president of the E-Rantel Magicians Guild. That's because you have high expectations. Master Balori said calmly, his eyes closed, without even looking up. President Tixel also noticed that Master Balori's spirits were clearly low, and the atmosphere was slightly off. What happened? President Tixel's smile faded, and he walked forward and sat on the sofa on the other side. This time, Master Balori didn't speak. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed at a blue solution in an ordinary transparent potion bottle on the table. President Tixel, somewhat surprised, picked up the unfamiliar potion and asked, "Is this your new potion?" While puzzled, Guild Master Tixel activated his magic and whispered, "Item appraisal." The entire potion bottle emanated a faint glow. A paralyzing alchemical potion? Guild Master Tixel was no fool, and quickly realized what was going on. Is that why I'm rejecting you? He didn't believe the staid Master Balori would remain so calm if he couldn't reject a scroll-making master without a valid reason. The clear, translucent blue liquid in the potion bottle. More like a natural solution than a man-made product. Ding ding! Suddenly, another knock sounded at the door. Come in, Master Balori said, rising from the sofa. Click! The door opened. Grandmother Lizzie, wrapped in a light green headscarf, and with her hands clasped behind her back, walked in with an expressionless face. She glanced at the two people in the room. President Tixel. Grandmother Lizzie nodded at the president, then looked at Master Balori with an impatient, even sarcastic tone. Why did you send for me? A pharmacist like me, and a high-ranking scroll-making master like you have no business meeting. Mrs. Barar. President Tixel was surprised, glancing at Master Balori from the corner of his eye. These two had always been at odds. Give her the alchemical potion. Master Balori's cheek twitched, and he spoke expressionlessly. President Tixel's eyes flashed with gossip, but his expression remained unchanged as he handed over the bottle of alchemical potion. He first glanced at the clear, translucent potion. Grandmother Liji's eyes lit up, and she also fired an item appraisal spell. Soon, A mixture of surprise, bewilderment, and uncertainty crossed her face. "How's it going?" Master Bellori asked. Grandmother Ligi ignored him, opened the potion bottle, took a few drops, dripped them onto her hand, licked them with her tongue, and closed her eyes in thought. President Tixel saw the two men's concerned expressions and felt a bit puzzled. He had just examined the alchemy potion, and its effects were only average. In his opinion, alchemy was generally used as a supplement. The fact that the young man could create a potion using alchemy alone indicated that he had considerable talent in it. In this case, rejecting the scroll technique was indeed not a problem. After all, a person's energy was limited. However, seeing the attitudes of Master Bellori and Grandmother Ligi, President Tixel realized the problem. "Where did you get this alchemical potion? It's only averagely effective, but there's something wrong with the crafting." Grandma Lizzie looked up at Master Bellori, surprised. "I mean, I've never seen this kind of technique before. Using materials from monsters to create special effect items or potions is nothing, but the resulting items inevitably contain the characteristics of those monsters. In pharmacist terms, it's called impurities, the kind that can't be removed." Grandma Lizzie raised the clear alchemical potion in her hand, looked at the crowd, and said, "But compared to this, even more interestingly, this isn't an enchantment technique." As expected, Master Bellori nodded gently, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He had already noticed this problem, but had simply asked Grandmother Lizzie, who was more skilled in potions and alchemy, to confirm it. "What do you mean?" Guild leader Tixer, standing nearby, looked bewildered. The two men before him, one a scroll-making master, the other an expert in medicine and alchemy, had a conversation they were unable to comprehend. Grandmother Lizzie glanced at Guild leader Tixer, seemingly unwilling to explain. It began over 200 years ago, during the age of the 13 heroes. With the gradual loss of rune technology in the Dwarven Kingdom, the enchantment techniques we humans possess began to dominate. Simply put, whether it's enchanting weapons, crafting scrolls, or various potions, these are all achieved through enchantment. Master Bellori spoke softly, a complex expression on his face. "Where is the person who created this alchemical potion?" Grandmother Ligi was brimming with interest. "He's gone." "His name is?" Master Bellori paused. He suddenly realized that he hadn't even asked for Tang Jing's name, or perhaps from the outset, he hadn't believed anyone could refuse a scroll master. "It's a black-haired young man. He possesses such skills, and perhaps he has something to do with you. Keep an eye on him." Master Bellori looked at Grandmother Ligi and spoke again. "A black-haired young man?" Grandmother Ligi was startled, Tang Jing's image flashing through her mind. "I take this alchemical potion." Grandmother Ligi didn't give Master Bellori a chance to speak, and turned and left. Upon seeing this, a look of resignation crossed Master Bellori's face. He's able to create alchemical solutions on his own and develop such a technique. No wonder he looks down on my scroll-making skills. Master Bellori sighed. Alchemy requires a high level of control over magical power, which is likely why he was able to create papermaking on par with his own. Master. President Tixel was now somewhat worried. At least one thing is certain, he's definitely not from the Celian theocracy. Master Bellori leaned back on the sofa. "Are you sure?" President Tixel's eyes grew more serious. "He took a second-tier angel summoning scroll from me." Master Bellori waved his hand. If he were from the Celian theocracy, it would be a waste of time. Elsewhere, Tang Zheng had already returned to the inn. He needed to quickly experiment with scroll-making techniques, as this might affect his next move. Scroll Master? A title like that sounds dangerous, doesn't it, Xiao Hei? Tang Zheng looked at the little evil dog that was actively following him. What do you think of the title Genius Alchemist? Coupled with the equally low-threat identity of a faith-based magic caster, it seems like a good idea. Woo! The little evil dog barked softly. It naturally didn't understand Tang Zheng's words, but that didn't stop it from responding. Chapter 79. Night falls in a clean second-floor room. The little evil hound lies sprawled on the floor, its slightly bulging belly evidence of having just devoured another goblin corpse. Tang Zheng stood by the window, gazing out at the alley and the street across the way. There's been no movement from Eight Fingers yet, perhaps because he's only just arrived in E-Rantel. After all, over a month has passed. I hope you come to me, Tang Zheng muttered to himself, turning to look at the wooden table in the room. It was piled high with white paper. 1,400 sheets in total, all made using the second-tier magic papermaking. Of course, these weren't just his creations. 700 of them were made in the Top Great Forest, when he upgraded his papermaking to the second tier. Another 700 were made at the previous Magician's Guild. Knowing that the paper was alchemical material and could be crafted into magic scrolls, Tang Jing naturally gave up the idea of selling it and took it all back. Before experimenting with the scroll-making technique, Tang Jing produced a second-level angel summoning magic scroll. A magic scroll of this caliber would be impossible to purchase through normal channels without Master Belworry. Tang Jing didn't pay for this scroll. After he declined and offered the alchemical potion, Master Belworry, upon hearing his request, simply gave him the scroll. According to Master Belworry's instructions, it was considered an exchange between the two parties. Tang Jing had a good impression of Master Belworry. At least, he was a generous person. What a shame. Tang Jing never believed in free lunches. Clearly, something troublesome was about to happen to the other party, and it wasn't a minor one. He didn't want to get caught up in it. It would only waste his time. He squeezed the scroll in his hand. As a white light emerged, the scroll dissipated into a speck of light. Swish. Magic energy vibrated. An angel, about 2 meters tall, covered in bright silver armor, its head encased in an armor-like helmet, appeared in midair before Tang Jing. A pair of bright yellow wings adorned its back, and in its hand, it clutched a silver spear. The tip of the spear also shone bright yellow, emitting a ball of light with a sacred aura. Second rank, Guardian Angel. More like a constructed creature than an angel. Tang Jing felt a strange sense of unease as he gazed at the image of the Guardian Angel suspended in midair. In most works he knew, angels were always depicted as creatures, but the angel summoned in Yggdrasil gave off a Gundam vibe. When he watched the anime back then, he'd been tempted to complain. But now, after actually seeing the summoned angel, while still feeling a bit awkward, it was distinctly different from this world, imbued with a touch of technology. Tang Jing's eyes lit up slightly. Apart from anything else, the image alone gave off a feeling of formidability. Woo! The little evil spirit dog, upon seeing the creature suddenly appear in the room, immediately scrambled to its feet and scurried over to Tang Jing, a wary expression on its face. Don't be nervous, Tang Jing said soothingly, patting the little vicious dog's head. Buzz? Found a spell level 2 angel summoning. It requires a faith caster level of 8 to 14, but the class requirements aren't met. Genius class activated, transformed into priest. The learning requirements are met. Do you want to spend 1 skill point to learn it? Tang Jing immediately thought to himself, yes. Skill points, 42 to 41. As he mastered the spell, Tang Jing quickly glanced at the spell on the panel. Skill, Angel Summoning, Level 2, Cost, 10 MP. Description, summons a guardian angel of level 8 to 14. Tang Jing's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked behind the skill. You know, among the many tiered spells, summoning spells like Angel Summoning and Demon Summoning have a clear progression from Tier 1 to Tier 10. So, Tang Jing was somewhat curious whether there would be a promotion symbol after Angel Summoning. No! Tang Jing glanced at it several times, realizing there was indeed no upgrade symbol. His expression darkened. Level magic was indeed distinct from the everyday magic created by humans in another world. Angel Summon. Tang Jing intoned softly. Swish. A large number of light points condensed, and with a flash of white light, a brand new guardian angel appeared in the room. The 2 guardian angels hovered quietly in midair, their bright yellow wings brightening the entire room. Compared to the guardian angels summoned from the scroll, Tang Jing could clearly sense that the aura of the guardian angels he had summoned was much stronger. Moreover, he could also learn the level of this guardian angel. Guardian Angel, LV 14. A maxed out, second level angel. Tang Jing wasn't surprised. Under normal circumstances, a monster summoned using summoning magic is 1 or 2 levels lower than the caster, and can only summon one. If a second monster is summoned, the first one automatically dissipates, unless the relevant summoning specialization is applied. His current level is naturally far above the upper limit of second-level angel summoning. At this moment, Tang Jing looked somewhat disappointed. Unless he couldn't upgrade angel summoning with skill points, this spell would be less useful to him. The highest level of angel summoning in the other world is stored in the demon sealing crystal. The 7th level angel summoning of the Celian Theocracy is only at the level of 43 to 49 levels. In the eyes of the other worlds, it might be a catastrophic existence, but to the Bone King, it was just a piece of cake. Woo! The little evil spirit dog seemed to sense Tang Jing's mood, and gently nudged his trouser leg. Tang Jing was startled and looked at the little evil spirit dog. I didn't expect you to comfort me. His train of thought was interrupted. Coming to his senses, Tang Jing realized he had been dwelling on a rut. Or rather, facing the pressures of the future, he had relied too heavily on skill points. Other tiered magic was fine. Angel Summoning, a spell with a clear tier progression, was a spell he had mastered. Since he had mastered second-tier angel summoning, mastering higher tiers shouldn't be a problem. His caster level fully met the requirements. Tang Ding's eyes flickered in thought, as he pondered for the first time whether he could master magic through his own abilities. But how could he improve his fate-based magic? Humans in this other world were different from players. Warriors needed to hone their bodies and skills to improve their strength, and the same was true for spellcasters. If magic casters needed to increase the intensity of their magic, then faith-based casters. Faith? But here's the problem. Most faith-based magic casters in this other world worship the 6 great gods, but the 6 great gods aren't true gods, just players. Furthermore, they're already dead players, so how could they possibly return power? For example, Shaltir of the Great Tomb. As a vampire, she should worship the god ancestor Cain. In reality, god ancestor Cain was merely a boss that the Bone King's guild had once slain. Shaltir not only disbelieved in him, but was even ashamed of him. However, this didn't stop her from using faith-based magic. Thoughts raced through Tang Ding's mind, and he suddenly closed his eyes, assuming a meditative posture. Time ticked by. The night outside the window grew increasingly darker. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy emanated from Tang Jing's body. Third-level angel summoning. Tang Jing opened his eyes, and a white magical light emanated from his body. Bang! The guardian angel, originally suspended in midair, transformed into a vast array of light points in the blink of an eye, then condensed in midair. The same full-body bright silver armor. But its lines became even more graceful and powerful. The bright yellow magical wings on its back shrank, and the angel, covered in a vast expanse of armor, appeared in the room. The red markings on the angel's chest and eyes grew larger and more conspicuous. In particular, a bright yellow halo appeared above the angel's head. The weapon in its hand also transformed into a lightsaber emitting flaming magic. Its entire body exuded a poised and ready stance, exuding a dangerous aura. Third-level Flame Archangel, LV. 20. Chapter 80. Wow! Behind the Flame Archangel, its armor-clad, bright yellow wings fully extended, and in its hand, a flaming sword emanated a scorching heat. The temperature in the room rose slightly. Woo! The little evil spirit dog, seemingly sensing the powerful aura emanating from the Flame Archangel, immediately shrank its neck and hid behind Tang Jing's legs. Looking at the newly summoned third-tier angel, Tang Jing couldn't help but survey it. Faith magic is quite interesting. Thinking back on the spellcasting process, he realized that faith in a specific object wasn't necessary. Because, during his meditation, Tang Jing had been imagining himself. Since spellcasters in this world could believe in the 6 great gods, why couldn't he believe in himself? After all, he was also a player. And then, he inexplicably sensed an invisible ball of magic. To confirm, Tang Jing imagined the images of angels from various works in his past life, and again, he sensed the presence of that invisible ball of magic. As for what this ball of magic energy was, Tang Jing felt it was more like magical energy already existing in this world. He then summoned the Flame Archangel. The process was somewhat indescribable. If I had to describe it, Tang Jing lowered his head in thought. It was as if he was transmitting his thoughts into it, and then reacting with the ball of magic energy. No! It was a bit like judgment. Tang Jing couldn't confirm what the judgment was, but the process should have been completed in an instant. Looking at the Flame Archangel floating in midair, Tang Jing felt a slight sense of awareness. He could easily control it with just a thought. Without issuing any orders, the summoned creature would prioritize protecting the caster. Such a summoned creature was perfect for him, who was deliberately disguising himself as a magic caster to conceal his close combat abilities. My current faith spellcasting level has reached level 40. I should be able to master 6th-tier magic, 36 to 42. This thought flashed through Tang Ding's mind, and he closed his eyes, meditating once more. Currently, he had 4 faith classes that could be converted. Genius 10th level, Priest, Priestess, Forest Priest, Priest. With the experience he had just gained, this time, Tang Jing quickly entered the state, and fluctuations of magical power emerged from his body. But the next moment, these fluctuations suddenly dissipated. Tang Jing opened his eyes in confusion, a look of surprise and astonishment on his face. How could it be a failure? He closed his eyes again. The result remained the same. After several attempts, Tang Jing found that he was completely unable to summon a 4th-tier angel. So that's how it is. I understand. Tang Jing opened his eyes again, a hint of understanding in his eyes. When he just summoned a 3rd-tier angel, the feeling of judgment wasn't strong. But now, when he tried to summon a 4th-tier angel, he'd been repeatedly defeated. Tang Zheng clearly felt this judgment. To summon an angel, one must first master the magic of angel summoning. This was the first criterion. And he passed it. Next, there was the caster level. His faith caster level was naturally high enough. And he passed the second criterion. The problem arose with the third criterion. Tang Zheng wanted to summon a 4th-tier angel, between levels 22 and 28. The problem was, Tang Zheng was only level 21, unable to summon a monster higher than his own level. In other words, his player level wasn't high enough. 4th level angel summon failed. This so-called judgment was actually Tang Zheng using in-game terminology for easier understanding. This wouldn't happen to people in the other world, because Tang Zheng's caster level wouldn't be higher than the players. For people in the other world, mastering higher level magic is a learning process, a process of improving one's professional level. And I was able to perform the 3rd level angel summon because I already possessed the 2nd level angel summon, using a higher caster level to activate it, resulting in a successful summon. Huh? Tang Zheng chuckled quizzically. Is this the faith-based magic system of this world? The ball of magic he sensed was probably the natural energy of the world. The fundamental way a faith-based magic caster unleashes magic is by combining their own magic with the energy of nature. Is the so-called faith meant to bring the caster closer to a certain aspect of natural energy? Tang Zheng speculated. But he wasn't entirely sure. After all, in the game, this was just background information, and in the other world, he hadn't interacted with any magic casters of that system. However, through this personal experience, Tang Zheng had gained a clearer understanding of the faith-based magic system. Bang! Suddenly, a slight vibration of magical energy rang out, bringing Tang Zheng back to his senses. The guardian angel summoned by the magic scroll began to dissipate into points of light. Tang Zheng was startled and quickly picked up the pocket watch on the table to check the time. A little over 29 minutes, let's call it half an hour. This should be enough time to sustain a normal battle. Tang Zheng silently calculated the time in his mind, and looked up at the flame archangel he had created. So far, there was no sign of it dissipating. Under the condition of being undamaged, the angel he had summoned should last much longer. Test its strength. Tang Zheng reached out and grabbed the air, pulling out the silencing staff. Magic activated. A magical barrier, invisible to the naked eye, rapidly spread, enveloping the entire room. The room in the inn was originally intended for the adventurer group. Apart from a bed and a small wooden table, it was sparsely furnished, making it naturally spacious. Attack me! Tang Zheng commanded the Flame Archangel. Whoosh! The Flame Archangel, previously motionless, flashed a red light across the red eye patch on its head armor, and its bright yellow wings flapped. Whoosh! The Flame Archangel rushed forward at breakneck speed, slashing down with a flaming blade in its hand. Tang Zheng ducked, dodging the swift sword strike. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground with his back foot, quickly gaining distance. Its average speed, about the same as an adult demon dog, Tang Zheng commented expressionlessly. With a twist of his wrist, an iron sword appeared in his hand, which he waved to block. Almost instantly. Bang! The figure of the Flame Archangel charged forward, and the flaming sword and iron sword collided, sending out a violent burst of sparks. Crackling. A sharp sound rang out where the iron and flaming swords collided. Tang Zheng brought his arm closer to his chest, his legs slightly bent, his eyes brightening. Nice power. He glanced at the opponent's flaming sword. It should contain both fire and divine magic, giving it an advantage against undead. However, against non-undead, the fire attribute would deal more damage. Then it's my turn. Tang Zheng tightened his grip on the iron sword and suddenly kicked out with his leg, striking the Flame Archangel in the chest. Chapter 81. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted from the Flame Archangel's chest armor. The Flame Archangel fell back uncontrollably. After retreating about 3 meters, he flapped his wings vigorously, regaining his balance. Tang Zheng looked at the Flame Archangel's chest. Aside from a slight dent in the armor, the Flame Archangel clearly suffered no damage. As expected of a tank, your defensive advantage is quite impressive compared to other abilities. Tang Zheng exclaimed with a broad smile. Angels, demons, and undead, these 3 summons, all have a slight advantage over summons of the same tier. Angels possess excellent physical resistance. Demons, on the other hand, are more resistant to magic. Undead, are there many of them? Also, the higher the level of these 3 summons, the more special abilities they possess. Next, let me see what's inside your armor. Tang Zheng swung his iron sword, a cold glint in his eyes. With a flick of his foot, Tang Zheng had already rushed in front of the Flame Archangel. Swoosh! The Flame Archangel quickly raised his flaming sword and slashed forward. But Tang Zheng was even faster. Quick slash! A flash of icy light flashed in the air, and then, a series of rapid, piercing explosions emanated from the bright silver armor on the Flame Archangel's chest. Dazzling sparks flew across the armor's surface. Snap! The seemingly sturdy armor was slashed by the iron sword, sending the Flame Archangel plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, Tang Zheng reacted quickly, grabbing the Flame Archangel's wings and yanking upward, pulling the Flame Archangel, who was about to hit the ground, back into the air. Silencing only silences the sound. With the force just now, if the Flame Archangel had smashed into the ground, it would probably have punched a hole. Huh? Tang Zheng exhaled. I was almost discovered. So there's nothing inside. Tang Zheng looked at the Flame Archangel's chest, which he had sliced open. There was nothing inside except a faint white glow. Bang! The Flame Archangel's body trembled, and its entire body began to dissipate into points of light. Not bad. It seems summon monsters don't increase experience points. Tang Zheng glanced at the experience bar on the attribute panel, feeling a little disappointed. Compared to warriors of the same level, this Flame Archangel's attack methods are relatively simple, and its speed isn't much of an advantage. But its excellent physical resistance and ability to fly are enough to hold off opponents of the same level for a while. If there were more of them. Tang Zheng turned and looked at the white paper on the table, a smile on his face. Even a powerful warrior captain would be dragged to death. In the anime, the Celian Theocracy dispatched the Sunshine Festival, one of the 6 color festivals, to assassinate warrior captain Gazef. If it weren't for the sudden help of Bone King, the Sunshine Festival's captain, Negan, wouldn't even have needed to intervene. The Fire Archangel summoned by his subordinates alone would have been enough to wear the warrior captain down. And the price paid by the Sunshine Festival was merely a small loss of mana. Tang Zheng returned to the wooden table and picked up the 2nd level paper on it. I forgot to ask if sheepskin is required to craft a 2nd level magic scroll. Try it. Scroll crafting. Tang Zheng placed his hands on the papers on the table, muttering silently. Swish. The papers on the table moved automatically, dozens of them rapidly converging towards the center. In a single breath, a pure white magic scroll appeared in Tang Zheng's palm. Success. Tang Zheng was visibly stunned as he looked at the magic scroll he had created so effortlessly. He wondered if it was because, in the past, whether he was creating alchemical potions or healing elixirs, there were always problems, big or small. Now, with it suddenly being so easy, Tang Zheng felt a little uncomfortable. Pure white, a different color from the magic scrolls that the Magician's Guild mixes with sheepskin. Tang Zheng held the pure white magic scroll in one hand, examining it while glancing at the remaining 2nd level paper on the table. The number is a bit off, too. Originally, there were 1,400 sheets, but now only 1,380 remained. This meant that creating this magic scroll consumed 20 sheets of 2nd level paper. If he remembered correctly, the magic scrolls crafted by the Magician's Guild consisted of 1 piece of sheepskin and 10 sheets of 2nd grade paper. So the Magician's Guild's purpose in mixing sheepskin into 2nd grade scrolls isn't just to maintain the stability of magic power, but also to reduce paper consumption? Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, compared to paper imbued with magic, sheepskin is much cheaper. Next, it's time to infuse the magic. Tang Zheng's eyes grew serious. He reached out and pulled open the white magic scroll, then raised his finger and lightly tapped the center of it. According to Master Balori's method, at this point, the desired magic needed to be infused into the scroll, requiring extra control over the magic power. Of course, it also requires a deep understanding of the magic being infused. Spellcasters in other worlds master magic gradually through their own understanding, study, and research. He only needed to expend skill points. This seemingly unconventional method inevitably resulted in a lack of understanding of the magic being mastered. Tang Zheng was well aware of this, but he noticed that the way Master Balori infused the magic into the scroll was very similar to his Magic Swordsman class's passive ability, Magic Infusion. Back in the Top Forest, when he was refining alchemical solutions, he relied on this ability to create qualified alchemical potions. Unexpectedly, it might even be useful in scroll crafting. Success or failure depends on this passive effect. Tang Zheng pressed his finger against the scroll, pressing hard. Magic Infusion. Bang! The white scroll shook violently, and the entire surface quickly glowed blue, and the flowing magic formed an invisible suction force. The violent vibration startled Tang Zheng. Back at the Magician's Guild, He witnessed a magic scroll explode. The memory was still fresh. Seeing the magic scroll in his hand merely vibrate briefly before calming down, with no signs of explosion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Taming gathered his distracting thoughts and injected the second-level angel summoning into the scroll. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. If Master Balori's magic scrolls were crafted with meticulous care and a natural flow, then Taming's creation felt crude and crude. Wow! The scroll vibrated again, the blue sheen on its surface rapidly shrinking, and the entire scroll automatically rolled up, appearing on the table. Did it work? Taming blinked, looking at the magic scroll emitting a pale white sheen. He immediately cast a spell. Item appraisal. Item. Magic item craft magic scroll. Level. Level 2. Description. Contains the spell angel summoning. It really worked. Taming exclaimed in surprise, unable to help but reach out and rub the head of the little evil spirit dog beside him. Then, Taming's eyes flickered slightly. I thought there was no chance, but now I might be able to plan for that special magic item. Others didn't know. Taming did know that within E-Rantel there existed a magic item that had reached advanced LV 40, just shy of reaching highest level. This magic item was the highest level he could obtain in his early days. Originally, Taming had planned to obtain the Cursed Knight class and, after returning from the Bahar's Empire, was looking for a way to acquire this magic item. Now that we've mastered scroll-making technology, the success rate has greatly increased. However, the risks remain extremely high. Chapter 82. Upper Fire Moon, July 15th. This was the 8th day since arriving in E-Rantel. Taming had originally planned to replace his supplies and equipment before heading to the Bahar's Empire, but the acquisition of scroll-making technology had temporarily changed his plans. Over the past few days, Taming had devoted almost all of his energy to crafting magic scrolls, even spending a skill point to raise his papermaking to the 3rd level. Skill, papermaking, 3rd level, cost, 15 MP. Effect, creates 500 sheets of high-quality paper. 2nd level papermaking can produce 700 sheets of 2nd level paper, while 3rd level papermaking can only produce 500 sheets. Just like crafting a 2nd level magic scroll, crafting a 3rd level magic scroll also requires 20 sheets of 3rd level paper. His current mana is 28 points. Since he lacks a true spellcasting class, his mana only regenerates a single point per hour. At the end of the day, his total available mana was 52 points. To create a 2nd level magic scroll, one first needs to consume 5 points of mana to craft the scroll, then activate the 2nd level magic accumulation enchantment, and then infuse the 2nd level magic into the scroll. This process requires a total of 25 points of mana. Creating a 3rd level scroll requires 30 points of mana. It takes more than a day to craft a 3rd level magic scroll and a 2nd level magic scroll. 8 days have passed. Including the ones crafted today, Taming now has 10 3rd level angel summoning magic scrolls and 5 2nd level angel summoning magic scrolls. 10 fire archangels should be able to suppress the enemy. 5 guardian angels will be used to mislead the enemy. Taming sat on his bed in the hotel, looking at the 15 magic scrolls before him. His eye bags darkened slightly, but his gaze was filled with solemnity and seriousness. Not enough yet. I need to be more steady. Prepare for 2 more days to create a few more magic scrolls. Thinking of this, Taming waved his hand at the magic scrolls before him and put them all into the prop box. Over the past few days, calculating the time to ensure no loss of magic power during the recovery process, Taming would immediately create a magic scroll as soon as his magic power was sufficient, day or night. This also caused his eye bags to darken slightly, reminding Taming of the unlucky days of clocking in his previous life. There was no other way. His magic power was currently too scarce, and every bit of it had to be used wisely. Although the magic swordsman class could increase magic power at this stage, or in other words, after obtaining it, it was too late. Before he mastered the Cursed Knight and Valkyrie classes, he most likely wouldn't have leveled up to magic swordsman. Naturally, Taming wouldn't have wasted experience points on mid or high-level magic classes before this. That's why Taming had his sights on Kajiat, one of the 12 disciples of Caravan, hidden within E-Rantel. To be more precise, it was the magic item, the Death Orb, in his possession. The Death Orb's most striking feature was its independent intelligence, a feature not found in the game Yggdrasil. Another feature was its ability to autonomously absorb and store negative energy. This ability, whether in the anime or the Bunko novel, wasn't particularly impressive. Taming didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, after acquiring the Magic Swordsman class, and especially the passive magic infusion it offered, a thought suddenly struck him. Could this passive ability be combined with the Death Orb storage capacity? What is negative energy? To undead spellcasters, it's simply another form of magic or a special energy. Since the Death Orb can store energy, could it also store magic? After all, magic is also a form of energy. Especially by utilizing the magic infusion ability to forcibly infuse magic into it, turning the Death Orb into a tool specifically designed to store magic. Of course, this is just Tang Jing's current speculation. Whether it can truly be realized depends on obtaining this magical item. After all, neither in Yggdrasil nor in the other world, there are no potions that restore magic. To increase one's magic power, speed recovery, reduce magic consumption, and so on, one can only rely on professions, top-tier magic items, and even paid items. Tang Jing can't compare to Bone King in these areas. Otherwise, at this stage, Tang Jing has no need to provoke an organization like Caravan. In the eyes of ordinary people, an underground organization like Eight Fingers, with its influence spread throughout the kingdom, is already an extremely terrifying existence. And Caravan is a cult secret society that threatens entire nations. The entire organization consists of only 13 members, including 12 highly skilled disciples, and an extremely mysterious leader. In the anime and the novel, only 2 of the disciples are known, besides Caravan, who is currently in E-Rantel. The other is Clementine, a member of the Dark Scripture, the most powerful of the 6 colors festivals of the former Celian theocracy, nicknamed Funny Sister. Clementine, possessing the strength of a high-ranking hero, is stronger than 3 of the 12 disciples. As for Caravan, she can't even be ranked. At this point, Tang Jing isn't even sure if Clementine has joined Caravan. 2 days passed in a flash. Tang Jing now had 5 more second-level magic scrolls in his hands. He had originally intended to create third-level magic scrolls. However, to make his strategy more deceptive, he prepared several other spells to guard against unexpected situations. During these few days, aside from crafting magic scrolls, Tang Jing rarely left the inn in public. Secretly, he gradually disposed of the wild beast and demon carcasses he had harvested from the top forest. The black-green snake, in particular, took quite a while to dispose of. His funds suddenly reached 1,200 gold coins, but now, only 600 remained. To facilitate movement in the darkness, he spent half the sum on a magical item. It was already late at night. The streetlights, enchanted with perpetual light, switched off in phases, darkening the cloud-shrouded night even further. Ouch! The little evil spirit dog, crouching by the window, was the first to notice the darkening street. Its bone chain reached out and nudged Tang Jing, who sat on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. Is it time? Tang Jing opened his eyes, glanced toward the window, and wrapped himself in the black robe he had long since set aside. Swish! A bottle of magic potion appeared in Tang Jing's palm. Without hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. Stay in the room. You don't have to come out with me this time, Tang Jing said calmly, waving his hand at the little evil hound. As soon as he spoke, a hoarse, middle-aged male voice emerged from his mouth. This was the effect of the potion he had just consumed. It was very cheap, only a single gold coin was needed to temporarily change his voice. Woo! The little evil hound's light green eyes betrayed disappointment, and the bone chains on its body trembled a few times. Step! Tang Jing had reached the window. With a single leap, he easily flipped through the window and landed in the alley below. Chapter 83. E-Rantel has 3 walls, and approximately 1/4 of the outermost wall, occupying most of the western area, is the cemetery for the entirety of E-Rantel. As a frontier fortress, the annual wars between the Kingdom of Riestais and the Baharis Empire result in heavy casualties. Even to this day, rumors abound regarding the birth of the undead, but none can be confirmed. No one truly understands how the undead are born. But one thing is widely agreed upon. There's a chance of the undead being born in the place where the dead die. Those who die violently or are left unattended have a greater chance of being reborn as undead. Thus, both empires and kingdoms conclude agreements during war to solemnly mourn the dead. This vast cemetery was established for this purpose. In the dim night, a dark figure approached the cemetery with slow yet swift steps. The closer he got to the cemetery, the quieter the air became. Even during the day, few people came here, let alone at night. In the distance, Tang Jing spotted a wall, about 4 meters high, separating the cemetery from the outside world. He looked up slightly. On the left side of Tang Jing's nose, a monocle was stuck. It was the magical item he had purchased, granting him the ability of night vision. So, even in the dim night, Tang Zheng could still see his surroundings clearly. This seemingly tall and solid wall from a distance was clearly not intended to protect the cemetery, but to prevent the undead born within from entering the outside world. As they approached, two softly glowing watchtowers appeared in the darkness, with a massive, tightly closed gate between them. Clearly, the entrance to this cemetery was closed at this time, and patrolling guards were stationed at both watchtowers. Not only guards, but also a small group of adventurers. This was a deployment by the Adventurers Guild in collaboration with the mayor, with rotations occurring periodically to deal with the undead born in the cemetery. Looks like we need to enter from a different location. Tang Zheng paused, moving away from the watchtowers along the wall. Soon, Tang Zheng stopped at a wall over 4 meters high and surveyed its smooth surface, his gaze unwavering. A wall of this height could easily stop an ordinary undead, but for Tang Zheng, it was hardly an obstacle. Bend his legs and stomp the ground hard. Tang Zheng easily leaped to a height of about 3 meters. He flipped his palm, and a mithril dagger appeared in his hand. He thrust it against the wall, pitting it there. Then, with a force from his wrist, he rose again. When his foot was level with the dagger stuck in the wall, he flicked his toes, sending the dagger flying and landing back in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zheng landed lightly on the wall, and then rolled into the cemetery. The first thing that caught his eye was a vast expanse of tombstones, with withered trees rustling in the wind. In the area surrounding each tombstone, a wooden house-like building, less than a meter tall, could be seen. In the night, the shadows stretched out, giving off an invisible sense of fear and oppression. Faced with this eerie scene, Tang Zheng remained expressionless. In his previous life, there were no such things as ghosts, yet people still feared them. Beyond just psychological reasons, it was more a fear of the unknown. And this world. Yes, ghosts truly exist. More accurately, they should be called spirits. How should one deal with a spirit? Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly, as he strode deeper into the cemetery. Just kill them. As he went deeper, the number of tombstones and dead trees gradually increased. Tang Zheng observed his surroundings, recalling the details. If he remembered correctly, Kajiat should be hiding in an underground temple deep within the cemetery. At the start of the story, he had been lurking in the E-Rantel cemetery for 5 years, gathering negative energy. According to the current time, Kajiat should have been there only about a year. A cemetery like this offers a home field advantage for a necromancy caster like Kajiat, especially in the darkness of night. But daytime is clearly not suitable for action. The guards and the stationed adventurer teams would patrol during the day, and if any disturbance occurred in the cemetery, they would rush to the scene immediately. As for the nighttime environment, as long as there wasn't a large-scale attack of the undead against the walls, even if there was any disturbance within the cemetery, neither the guards nor the adventurer teams would rush in, waiting until daytime to deal with it. If Kajiat's advantage lay in its location then. In Tang Zheng's view, his advantage lay in intelligence. Among Kajiat's many tactics, the one that Tang Zheng cared about most, and needed to take seriously was the Bone Dragon. Although only level 16, this monster possesses immunity to magic below level 6, a calamity for the magic casters of this world. The Flame Archangel's attacks, imbued with both flaming and divine attributes, are also negated by this characteristic. Furthermore, the advantage afforded by its massive size allows the Bone Dragon, despite its lower level, to possess power far beyond that of its class. This is a rather troublesome undead being. In fact, considering it took Kajiat 5 years to gather enough negative energy to summon 2 Bone Dragons, Kajiat should not be able to summon Bone Dragons today. But countermeasures must be taken. Nothing is absolute. Of the 10 Flame Archangels Tang Zheng had prepared, 2 were specifically for dealing with the Bone Dragons. They weren't intended to destroy them, but simply to hold them back. The depths of the cemetery had grown quiet. From time to time, a bright light, like a will-o'-the-wisp, flashed through the surrounding withered forest. About 100 meters away, a 3-meter-tall, spire-like structure, supported by thick stone pillars, appeared in view. It looked shabby, severely damaged, and empty. Judging from the extent of the damage, this temple must be very old. At this point, Tang Zheng paused, tilting his head slightly, and scanning his surroundings. Under the dim moonlight, amidst the shade of the dead trees, a faint figure approached. At the same time, the silence began to crescendo, like the growling of wild beasts. A rotting, fetid smell suddenly filled the air. Faced with the gradually approaching undead zombies, Tang Zheng flipped his wrist, and a second-level magic scroll appeared in his palm. He squeezed it firmly. Swish! A holy light flashed in the darkness, instantly condensing into a guardian angel. At that very moment, the undead, which had been slowly approaching, suddenly sped up, their footsteps pounding, their roars growing louder. Bang! A male undead zombie smashed through the dead wood and appeared in front of him on the left. With the night vision of Tang Jing's monocle, he could even see the writhing maggots within its rotting body. Go, lead all the undead away from this area. Tang Jing gave the order expressionlessly to the guardian angel. Whoosh! The guardian angel flapped its bright yellow wings, and its figure soared into the air, flying off into the distance. As the guardian angel moved, the large number of undead that had been approaching in that direction simultaneously changed direction. If the breath of the living is like fragrant fat to the undead, then the sacred aura of an angel is like a torch in the darkness. Tang Jing saw that the temple 100 meters away showed no sign of approaching, so he stood there and waited quietly. After about 7 or 8 minutes, all the undead in the area had been led away by the guardian angel. Step 2. Tang Jing smiled faintly, flipped his hands, and a magic scroll titled Level 2 Angel Summoning appeared in each. Chapter 84. Bang! Bang! A white light appeared. 2 guardian angels, armed with spears, materialized and appeared at Tang Jing's side. Although I know a little about Kajit's abilities, what he has displayed may not be his full potential. After all, he has extraordinary combat experience. Tang Jing's face was serious, but his eyes held a hint of excitement and seriousness. This future figure had experienced direct combat with the Maid Corps, even though Narberl initially played it for fun. But Narberl was at level 63, while Kajit was only around level 21. Despite this disparity, he wasn't immediately defeated. It's clear that Kajit is truly capable, having been valued by Caravan. Camouflage. Tang Jing's eyes flashed, and another magic scroll appeared in his hand. He swung it at the guardian angel on his left. A green magical light flickered. The guardian angel on the left gradually blurred under the effects of camouflage, quickly blending into the night. With the help of darkness, the effect is no worse than in the forest. Tang Jing nodded slightly, as he looked at the vanishing guardian angel on the left. Using a second-level magic scroll to absorb first-level magic was indeed a bit of a waste, but in the eyes of Tang Jing, who could independently create magic scrolls, this waste was nothing. Under Tang Jing's control, the invisible guardian angel began to move forward, stopping about 50 meters ahead and moving sideways, staggering away from Tang Jing's position. From the air, Tang Jing and the old temple were in a straight line, while the invisible guardian angel was located to the left of the center, forming a triangle. Swish! Tang Jing took out another second-level angel summon and summoned another guardian angel. He had already used 5 of the 10 second-level magic scrolls. Go, enter the temple. Tang Jing controlled the newly appeared guardian angel and moved toward the temple. He then positioned himself behind another guardian angel, which was not disguised, and his figure flashed. Stealth. Tang Jing's entire body became blurry, as if blending into the guardian angel shadow. This skill, acquired during his battle with a thief known as 8 Fingers, reduced his presence and allowed him to fade into the shadows. The newly summoned guardian angel flew swiftly into the dilapidated temple. The vast expanse offered no hiding place. A single glance revealed the entire interior of the temple. The only noticeable object was a sarcophagus-like object in the center. However, in this place filled with tombstones and graveyards, it was inconspicuous, appearing more like a decorative addition to the cemetery. Wow! The guardian angel's wings fluttered, as it quickly soared above the sarcophagus. Holding a spear radiating a brilliant light, it struck the stone coffin with all its might. Bang! A dull roar erupted in the silence. The seemingly solid stone hull was cracked by the guardian angel's powerful blow. Then, the attack descended again. Bang! Another loud bang, and the entire stone coffin shattered. A dark underground passage appeared before the guardian angel. Under Tang Jing's control, the guardian angel rushed into the passage without hesitation. Outside the temple, Tang Jing, hidden in the guardian angel's shadow, waited patiently. His instructions to the guardian angel were to enter the underground passage and destroy everything. Tang Jing had no intention of risking his life by entering a necromancer's lair. His goal was to lure Kajit out. Boom! Boom! In the underground chamber beneath the temple, a series of intense vibrations soon erupted. But as quickly as the sound appeared, it vanished. In a moment, the intense vibrations vanished. Easy to guess, Tang Jing knew the guardian angel that had rushed into the underground chamber had been eliminated. A brief silence enveloped the area, but it was soon broken again. One after another, ragged, decayed, yet still intact, low-level undead zombies crawled out of the underground passage. Hiss! Woo! Hiss! These dozen or so low-level zombies trembled and roared, but they didn't act in a panic. Instead, they immediately surrounded the entrance to the underground chamber. This was Kajiat, the zombie swarm, observing and testing the surroundings. Taming peered through the guardian angel blocking his way, looking toward the temple, his eyes narrowed slightly. How cautious. In fact, Taming had initially considered summoning all the angels and directing them to rush into the underground chamber all at once. Perhaps, he could defeat Kajiat's savage attacks in one fell swoop. But that was only the best-case scenario. Since Kajiat dared to hide in this underground temple, where the door was clearly easily blocked, he naturally wouldn't be unprepared for such an incident. Perhaps there was a hidden passageway leading out of the cemetery within the underground chamber. If that were to happen, and Kajiat escaped, finding him would be difficult. Second-level Guardian Angel? This doesn't seem like an ability that ordinary guards and small-time members of the Adventurers Guild could master. A cold, low voice echoed from the underground chamber. Although the voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly heard in this now rather quiet cemetery. The sound of slow footsteps echoed as they ascended the stairs. An elderly man, bald and with a sickly gray complexion, looking about 50 or 60 years old, dressed in blood-red mage robes, emerged from the basement. A magical necklace inlaid with 3 skulls hung on his chest, and in his left hand he held a slender black staff. In his right hand, he dragged a black stone the size of 2 fists. At first glance, it gave off a rather menacing and imposing aura. The moment Taming caught sight of the other person's figure, he withdrew his gaze, his entire figure completely hidden within the shadow of the Guardian Angel. Despite the appearance of being in his 50s or 60s, he was actually only in his 40s. This was entirely due to the constant corrosive influence of negative energy. A living being seeking to control the abilities of the undead must inevitably be corroded and influenced by negative energy. To circumvent this problem, one must either cease being human and become a complete undead, becoming an immortal species unconstrained by race or lifespan. Or, under the corrosive influence of negative energy, one must perish completely and transform into an undead without self-awareness. Chapter 85. The moment Kajiat's smooth, bald head emerged from the underground passage, his cold gaze pierced the gaps between the zombies and gazed outside the temple. The bare tombstones and withered trees revealed not a single undead. This made Kajiat's gaze narrow. You'd know, he deliberately placed some low-level undead around the temple, not only to scare off anyone who approached the area rashly, but also to serve as a warning. The controller and the controlled undead have a certain connection. Once that connection is broken, they can naturally sense it. Of course, this was Kajiat's initial arrangement when he first entered the cemetery. Over a year later, he noticed that few people had entered the cemetery, let alone the deepest parts. So, he simply severed the connection. But this wasn't a problem. For the necromancer, even if the undead were eliminated, he could still cast magic to control them. But that's all. The corpses of the undead were right in front of him. And now, the empty cemetery was devoid of even a single undead figure, and not a single undead corpse remained. This meant the undead hadn't been annihilated, but rather lured away. He came prepared. And not alone? This thought flashed through Kajiat's mind, yet his expression remained calm, his gaze impassive. This border city of E-Rantel didn't have any strong adventurer teams, let alone any powerful individuals worthy of his attention. If there were any, they could only be from outside E-Rantel. You regret choosing a place like this to provoke a distinguished necromancer. Kajiat, radiating a dangerous aura, emerged from the underground passage, and the surrounding low-level zombies immediately dispersed. At this moment, Kajiat immediately spotted the Guardian Angel, hovering about a foot or two above the ground 100 meters away. The unpleasant holy aura and the radiant light it emanated in the darkness were hard not to attract attention. It was precisely because of this overly conspicuous feature that Kajiat immediately became alert, but not of this Guardian Angel, but of something else. Magic detection. Kajiat cast a detection spell. Soon, the magic produced a response. The clearest response was naturally from the Guardian Angel 100 meters away. Additionally, there was another magical response, approximately 50 meters to his left. However, he could see nothing. Suddenly, the invisible magical response began to move, rushing towards him. Stop joking. You think you can fool me with such tactics? Kajiat sneered, raised his finger, and pointed it in the invisible direction to his left. Negative light. A dark purple beam of magical energy burst forth from Kajiat's fingertips. Bang! The negative light easily struck the invisible figure, sending a magical energy vibration that repelled it. The Guardian Angel, invisible under the effects of camouflage, was attacked by magic, and its invisibility was lifted, revealing its full form. Kajiat was stunned to see that it was actually a guardian angel, not a thief or other opponent with stealth-related skills. 2 guardian angels, 2 faith-based magic casters? No, that invisibility effect just now, was it the second-tier invisibility, or some other type of invisibility spell? 1 magic caster, 1 faith caster? This thought flashed through Kajiat's mind. In that brief moment of daze. Human race charm. Suddenly, a hoarse, middle-aged man's voice boomed from behind the guardian angel 100 meters away. Immortal spirit? Khajiit's eyes widened, and he shouted in a low voice, but his expression changed immediately. He looked at the guardian angel 100 meters away, his already pale face turning blue. Are you kidding me? He hadn't felt the power of the mind control magic at all. In the shadows, wrapped in a black robe, Tang Zheng, his features completely invisible, exited stealth and emerged from behind the guardian angel. Just a greeting. Tang Zheng chuckled hoarsely, glancing quickly at his stat panel. Skill points, 41 to 40 skill, Undying Spirit, level 3 cost, 15 MP. Description, immune to mind control skills, like charm and hypnosis. Got it. Tang Zheng was slightly wary of Kajiat, because of the Bone Dragon, and the mind control magic human race charm. Just from the spell's prefix, one could sense the depth of its hostility towards the human race. However, it was true that this magic was originally used by subhumans and aliens to enslave humanity. Facing this kind of mind control magic, without a countermeasure, one would be quite passive. Therefore, humans developed magic to counteract it. Undying Spirit. This is also an essential skill for high-level magic casters. Otherwise, once controlled, the battle is essentially over. Tang Zheng's hoarse laughter at this moment. To Kajiat, it sounded like naked mockery. To him, this was Tang Zheng's attempt to test his mastery of mind control countermeasures, while also sapping some of his magic power. But such petty tactics, in his eyes, were the work of the weak. Foolish fellow, you have no idea what true strength is. Khajiit clenched his black staff, his tone icy. Call out all your companions. I have no interest in knowing your motives now. I show you the consequences of angering me. The angry voice echoed through the cemetery. Companions? Sorry, there's no such thing. Tang Zheng spoke hoarsely, shrugging his shoulders and waving his hand. The guardian angel, repelled by the negative ray, flew back quickly. Its original purpose was to attract Kajiat's attention. Clearly, the plan was quite successful. This was the result of having an intelligence advantage. Whoosh! With the guardian angel's return, the number of angels before Tang Zheng returned to 2. A glance at the guardian angel's chest revealed that the once bright silver armor had dimmed, even showing pits and dents resembling rust and corrosion. The negative ray's magical attack was clearly quite effective. Undead are less resistant to holy and fire attributes. The same is true for negative ray effects. Hidden? Then I kill you first, then deal with your companions. Khajiit, naturally unconvinced by Tang Zheng's honesty, was slightly surprised to see the 2 guardian angels before him. Summoning 2 angels simultaneously? Is it a special magical item, or perhaps specialized for summoning? But these are just futile tricks. Prepare to wail, fool. I will make you appear before your companions in the most miserable form. Khajiit raised his black staff and slammed it against the ground. Simultaneously, the death orb in his other hand began to emit a faint black light. Chapter 86. In an instant, with Kajiat at the center, an astonishing magical aura emanated, forming a wave of pure negative energy that rapidly spread in all directions. Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the other party with caution. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 guardian angels flapped their wings behind them, blocking Tang Zheng's body and blocking the escaping negative energy wave. Dong! A unique vibration came from underground. Puff! 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 Rotten arms suddenly emerged from the ground, scraping away the ground and rising from the earth. In all directions, the figures of the undead were everywhere. Some even emerged directly from tombstones, using their arms as legs to crawl forward, pulling at their broken bodies. Puff! From beneath the ground where Tang Zheng stood, an undead zombie's arm also emerged. In an instant, the guardian angel's spear plunged directly into the ground, killing it. Experience gained. 1 experience slot. 171/10,000 Tang Zheng paused in his retreat. Could summoned angels also gain experience after killing enemies? Indeed, I haven't tried it yet. So, in the future, I can definitely use summons to gain a significant amount of experience. 1 point of experience. These summon undead are indeed low-level, ordinary undead, but 1 point of experience is too little. Could it be that the experience gained from summoned creatures killing enemies is reduced to a certain extent? Or does it mean that as my level increases, the experience provided by lower-level creatures will decrease? Tang Zheng suppressed his thoughts for the moment. Now was not the time to consider this matter. Roar! Hiss! Woo! A dense swarm of undead appeared in Tang Zheng's field of vision. The number alone, judging by the number he saw, reached over 100. Undead control. A faint smile crossed Kajit's pale face. Do you think you can just ask your companions to lead the undead away? This is a cemetery. There's no shortage of corpses. Kill him! With Kajit's command, a dense swarm of undead descended upon Tang Zheng from all directions. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 guardian angels in front of Tang Zheng grabbed their spears with both hands. Their bright yellow wings flapped, and the spearheads, tipped with divine light, swung rapidly, destroying all the approaching undead corpses. Experience gained, 1. Experience gained, 1. Tang Zheng remained calm, his gaze fixed on Kajit, who stood on the temple steps. Just a bunch of low-level zombies. Even if they were more numerous, it wouldn't mean anything, Tang Zheng said calmly. He knew Kajit was probably testing him, secretly preparing some tactics. Really? Kajit sneered. Swoosh! Suddenly, a smooth, blood-red intestine shot out from the swarm of low-level zombies, directly engulfing the guardian angel, whose armor had corroded. Bang! The long intestine suddenly tightened, forcibly pulling the guardian angel to the ground with a muffled sound. The next moment, a large number of low-level zombies quickly overwhelmed the guardian angel. The attack power of these ordinary zombies was naturally unable to penetrate the guardian angel's defenses, but the negative energy contained in these low-level undead could cause serious damage to the angel. Bang! The guardian angel only lasted a moment before dissipating into a mass of light. Tang Zheng also got a clear look at the undead. It was an egg-shaped human corpse, with a large horizontal crack in the middle. Inside, one could see the wriggling internal organs, similar to those of a normal human. The intestines he had just been struck by had been ejected from it. A low-level undead, an egg of viscera. Such a disgusting sight. Tang Zheng couldn't help but frown. At the same time, among the numerous zombie undead, 6 undead with completely rotten skin, their bodies stained a dark yellow. They moved with incredible speed and suddenly burst out from the ground, grabbing another guardian angel suspended in midair. Low-level undead, scavengers. As before, this guardian angel was forcibly dragged to the ground and dissipated under the siege of a large number of low-level undead. In a matter of moments, the 2 guardian angels were gone, and Kajit had eliminated them with minimal effort. Instead of attacking head-on, they relied on the erosion of negative energy and the suppression of angelic monsters. Such methods. This demonstrated Kajit's deep understanding of angelic summons. If this is all you have, it's too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy now, fool. Kajit held his head high, standing on the steps of the temple, looking down at Tang Zheng in the distance. He naturally understood faith-based magic casters well, for he had once been one. But faith-based resurrection magic couldn't save a mother, an ordinary person. Researching higher-level resurrection magic would require considerable time, but humans simply don't have the longevity to do so. So, then he would abandon his human identity and the power of faith-based magic he possessed. He would harness a vast amount of negative energy to transform himself into a true undead. In the process, anyone who stood in his way would have only one way to go. Then die, Kajit said coldly. Clatter. A large number of the surrounding undead rushed towards Tang Zheng. Whoosh. Blood-stained intestines shot out, and 6 scavengers also rushed forward at high speed. Let's put an end to this frivolous experiment. Tang Zheng's hands, hidden beneath his black robe, simultaneously manifested a magic scroll. With a firm squeeze, 2 dazzling white lights condensed in front of Tang Zheng. Followed by a flash of fire, it appeared in the air. The intestines ejected from the visceral egg were directly severed by a flaming sword, reduced to ash by the flames. The 6 scavengers charging from behind were also blocked by the figure of an angel. Then, a series of flaming swords slashed down, instantly dispersing the 6 scavengers. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew. 2 flaming archangels, one on each side of Tang Zheng, hovered, burning with flames and divinely imbued magic swords. In the pitch-black night, they shone like 2 bright lights, illuminating the area where Tang Zheng stood. The intense holy aura and the scorching flaming swords. The low-level undead, that were surging around him momentarily hesitated to approach. Wrapped in black robes, hidden beneath a large cloak, his face barely visible, Tang Zheng exuded a sacred and mysterious aura against the backdrop of the two flaming archangels. A stark contrast to the sinister Khajiit, clad in blood-red magic robes and surrounded by zombies, formed a stark contrast. Chapter 87. Two Fire Archangels? Khajiit's previously calm expression vanished, his gaze becoming serious. I hadn't expected to actually summon two Fire Archangels. Just now, I assumed the summoning of two Guardian Angels was a magical item. The current situation clearly ruled out that option. This meant the opponent possessed the same level of strength as him. If there were another accomplice hiding in the shadows, the situation would be quite dangerous. This wasn't a surprise. You've been targeting me from the start, haven't you? Khajiit glared at Tang Zheng coldly, clenching the orb of death in his hand. To summon two Fire Archangels, as far as I know, only the Theocracy can do that. Who are you? Tang Zheng ignored Khajiit's words and waved his finger. Clear all these guys around here. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two Fire Archangels immediately took action, like wolves among a flock of sheep, charging towards the numerous low-level undead surrounding them. Guardian Angels can easily dispatch low-level undead, let alone stand a chance against the Archangel of Fire. Seeing the undead he controlled being slaughtered en masse, Khajiit's bald eyebrows twitched under the influence of negative energy. Don't be so arrogant, fool. Don't think you're the only one who possesses such skills. I told you I show you what true strength is. A rich aura of magic emanated from Khajiit. He raised his shadow staff and waved it. Third-tier magic, undead summoning. Buzz. A blue magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The next moment, a skeleton emerged from the magic circle. Unlike the ordinary, frail skeletons, this one's frame shone with a metallic sheen. The skeleton's upper body was particularly draped in a torn blue cloak, with red leather shoulder pads draped over its shoulders. In each hand, it held an iron sword and a shield. Third-tier undead skeleton warrior. It's not over yet. Khajiit raised his shadow staff and spoke again. Third-tier magic, undead creation. A stream of black, glue-like magic flowed rapidly, swiftly devouring several low-tier undead zombies surrounding Khajiit, then coalescing into a single entity. Wow! A brand new skeleton warrior appeared on the scene. Tang Zheng wasn't surprised by this scene. He had long known that Khajiit had specialized in necromancy, so summoning two third-tier undead was normal. If he didn't have such abilities, how could he be valued by Chiron? However, the next moment, Tang Zheng's face was filled with astonishment. Did you think this was the end? Not over yet, not over yet. A frantic expression crossed Khajiit's face. He raised the death orb high in his hand. The seemingly simple, stone-like orb shone with a gleaming black iron light. Undead summoning strengthen. Undead creation strengthen. Boom! A shocking wave of black magic erupted. And then, a light blue magic circle reappeared, and a skeletal warrior emerged from it. A ball of black magic surged, engulfing several surrounding low-level undead, condensing into another skeletal warrior. In the blink of an eye. For level 3 skeleton warriors, radiating a dangerous aura and a metallic sheen, appeared on the battlefield. Tang Yang's mouth twitched. Summoning for level 3 undead at once, Khajiit had never displayed such power in the anime or novels. No! With bone dragons in the future, Khajiit wouldn't need to summon skeleton warriors. Furthermore, his opponent at the time was Narbril of the Maid Corps, so even if he had, they wouldn't have had much effect. Ha ha ha, now you understand the difference in power between us, right? Khajiit let out a creepy chuckle. Walk in despair and die. Bang! 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 At this moment, the skeleton warriors simultaneously moved, swiftly charging towards the two Fire Archangels. Bang! Bang! The two Fire Archangels swiftly swung their flaming swords, colliding with the shields of the two skeleton warriors in the lead, sending up a shower of sparks. And then, before the two Flame Archangels could react, two other skeleton warriors appeared on either side, their iron swords wielding them, slashing fiercely against the Flame Archangels. A sharp, piercing sound erupted. The two Flame Archangels were simultaneously repelled. With a powerful flap of their wings, they soared into the air, distanced themselves from the four skeleton warriors, and quickly retreated to Tang Zheng's side. Seeing that this series of combined attacks hadn't destroyed the two Flame Archangels, a look of surprise crossed Khajiit's face. Are those two Flame Archangels stronger? Khajiit muttered to himself, a flash of black magic in his eyes. If that's the case, then let's finish them off. Lower level, increased muscle strength. A blue glow flashed across the 4 skeleton warriors simultaneously, their aura noticeably strengthened. Armor enhancement. A blue magical glow emanated from the 4 skeleton warriors once again. Flame of the dead. Buzz. A pale flame emerged from one of the skeleton warriors, rapidly igniting and covering its entire body, then spreading to the other 3. This flame, powered by negative energy, is a type of magic that increases negative energy damage, especially against angelic summons. This series of enhancements caused the 4 skeleton warriors' aura to surge. Seeing this, Taming exhaled and praised generously, remarkable. It's too late to admit defeat now. Khajiit sneered, waving his hand as he prepared for the 4 skeleton warriors to attack again. No! Taming's voice rasped, and he shook his head slightly. I mean, this should be your strongest weapon right now, right? In that case, it's my turn. Hands hidden beneath his black robes flexed. Dong! 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 Bright rays of light appeared above Taming. In an instant, 6 archangels of fire appeared around Taming, their sacred aura dispelling even the smell of corruption in the air. How is that possible? Khajiit's eyes widened, and he instinctively took a step back, his expression twisted with disbelief. Even with his class specialization, he could only summon 2 creatures of the same rank. If it weren't for the Orb of Death, he wouldn't have been able to summon 4 skeleton warriors at once. Khajiit refused to believe that the other party possessed a treasure like the Orb of Death. How did you do it? No. So many fire archangels appearing at once is definitely not the process a faith-based chanter would use to summon angels. Khajiit's voice became rapid and piercing, practically a roar. Chapter 88. Khajiit's piercing voice echoed through the cemetery, a look of terror crossing his face. In the distance, the dazzling light emanating from 6 fire archangels seemed to be the only illumination in the cemetery. An invisible sense of pressure surged over him. Khajiit's throat moved a few times, and a thick layer of sweat formed on his bald forehead. If it weren't for the reality before him, he would have thought he was dreaming. Someone could actually summon 6 fire archangels at once. Attack! Taming's hoarse voice echoed, no nonsense intended. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 fire archangels moved simultaneously, 4 of them confronting the 4 skeleton warriors, while the other 2 charged towards Khajiit, the spellcaster. Seeing this, Khajiit's face showed panic. The distance between him and Taming was about 100 meters, a completely safe distance for a spellcaster. The presence of numerous low-level undead between the 2 sides provided Khajiit, a necromancer, with an added layer of insurance. However, the fire archangel could fly. The numerous low-level undead in the middle offered no barrier at all. A bright figure, carrying an unpleasant holy aura, approached. Damn it! Khajiit's first reaction was to recall the skeleton warrior, but he quickly realized it was being held back by the other 4 fire archangels. Even if he wanted to summon new skeleton warriors, he could only wait until they were destroyed or dismissed, which was too late now. Swish! The fire archangel charged, slashing down with his searing flaming sword. Skull wall! Khajiit screamed. Boom! The ground crackled with a roar. A skull wall, composed of massive arm bones, appeared between Khajiit and the fire archangel, blocking the incoming attack. However, he wasn't alone. Whoosh! Another fire archangel flew in from the side, unleashing a fierce, scorching attack. Shield wall. Khajiit took a panicked step back, his shadow staff flashing. An invisible shield enveloped him, blocking the attack once again. Negative ray. Despair shone in Khajiit's eyes, and he roared in anger, realizing his previous decision had been a mistake. Concerned about Taming's hidden companions, he had pushed forward all the skeleton warriors he could summon, intending a quick victory. As a result, he had no defensive force strong enough besides the low-level undead. Now, facing the approach of death, Khajiit's mind suddenly cleared. He realized that since Taming could summon multiple flame archangels, he might also be able to summon a similar number of guardian angels. Using the guardian angels, he led the undead away from the area. From the beginning to the end, there was only one opponent. But he subconsciously assumed that Taming could only summon 2 angels, so he didn't consider. No! The current situation was unpredictable. Boom! A pure black magical beam shot out, striking the flame archangel closest to Khajiit. In contrast to the previous scene where he easily repelled the guardian angel, this magical attack merely caused the flame archangel to pause for a moment. Puff! The flaming sword pierced from the front, and the blood-red mage's robe vibrated with a wave of magical energy. It was the defensive magic bestowed upon it, but it only lasted a moment. The flames pierced through the robe, and pierced Khajiit's chest. Ah, cough! The intense pain made Khajiit scream, and then he coughed up a large amount of blood. Khajiit's eyes were filled with resentment. He looked in Tang Jing's direction, but his vision was blurry, and he could only focus on the orb of death tightly grasped in his right hand. At this moment, the orb of death began to emit a deep black iron light. A ruthless look flashed in Khajiit's eyes, and he opened his mouth, coughing blood. The horror of the fall absorbed everything in me. Swish! Another flame great sky appeared at the side, wielding a flaming sword, severing Khajiit's arm holding the orb of death. Ah! Khajiit screamed again. There was a dull thud. The orb of death smashed to the ground, tumbling down the steps of the dilapidated temple. The dark iron-like glow it emanated faded again. Plop! The second archangel of fire severed the arm and swung back, sending blood splattering into the air. Khajiit's vision suddenly turned blood-red. He seemed to see his headless body. All his resentment and anger vanished, as if like lost strength. How unwilling. Resurrection. Magic. As the last of his consciousness faded, a buzz. Experience gained. 3251 experience slots. 3462/10,000. Tang Jing glanced at the information displayed on the stat panel, looked up at the slain Khajiit, and the rotting corpse that had fallen out of control, and pressed the monocle in his left eye. You picked a truly formidable opponent, Tang Jing muttered to himself. However, while I'm curious about your remaining tactics, I can't let you unleash your ultimate before death. Even with 2 fire archangels closing in on him, Khajiit, the spellcaster, not only blocked 2 attacks in succession, but even counterattacked. How could such strength be ranked last in Caravan? Crack! 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 The skeleton warrior, locked in combat with 4 fire archangels, lost its spellcaster and held out for only a moment before collapsing and disintegrating. 6 fire archangels flew through the air, landing around Tang Jing. The worst didn't happen. I still have 4 fire archangel scrolls. Who said production classes don't have fighting power? Honestly, if I were faced with a situation like that, I'd probably feel as dazed as Khajiit. This is the power of Krypton Gold. After a fierce battle, relying on the method of smashing scrolls, Tang Jing's own magic power remained intact, and his physical strength hadn't been depleted. In other words, even if something unexpected happened, Tang Jing could easily fight again, or even escape calmly. No wonder Bone King's first reaction upon arriving in this other world was to check the various items and props in his item box. Only when he found all the items and props were there did he feel at ease. He sighed to himself. Even if all the guardians of the Great Tomb betrayed him, he could still evacuate safely. Tap! Tang Jing took a step toward Khajiit's corpse, and quickly noticed the bullet that had rolled to the ground. The orb of death seemed to blend into the ruined ground, looking ordinary, like a piece of black stone. Tang Jing didn't pick it up immediately, but instead controlled a flame archangel to lift the orb of death from the ground. He was well aware that this magical item could interfere with human consciousness, even to the point of affecting it. Snap! The flame archangel gently flapped its wings, holding the orb of death in both hands, and hovered in front of Tang Jing. It has no effect on summoned creatures. Tang Jing carefully sensed the flame archangel, and found that he could still easily control it, without any influence or hindrance in the process. Item identification. A blue light enveloped the orb of death. Item: magic item special craft orb of death. Level: advanced, LV, 30 to 40, effect, energy gauge, 75/300, passive. Negative energy drain, absorbs negative energy, restoring the energy gauge. Negative energy corrosion, prolonged contact can cause negative energy erosion, resulting in transformation into undead or death. Natural wisdom, possesses independent consciousness. Influence of will, determined by natural wisdom, this item will continuously influence the consciousness of its bearer, with a more pronounced effect on humans. Active. Undead creation low-level enhancement 1. Creates an additional undead of the same tier. Undead summoning low-level enhancement 1. Summons an additional undead of the same tier. Undead control low-level enhancement 1. Increases the number of controlled low-level undead, depending on the caster's strength. Bone Dragon Summoning. Consumes 100 energy. Hiss. Tang Jing's eyes twitched as he saw the information displayed by the item appraisal. This was a magical item crafted specifically for necromancy casters, and it boasted a staggering 8 effects. It even had 4 passive abilities. Even though these 4 abilities offered no benefit to the caster, in fact, they were detrimental. But it still cannot be denied that this magic item is beyond specifications. Chapter 89. Tang Zheng looked at the item identification information, surprised, his eyes flickering slightly. If this magic item was man-made, then it's fine. If it was naturally created, then it's truly amazing. This other world has naturally created magic items, such as Frozen Tooth Pain, one of the 4 great treasures of the lizard men. It was made from the ice, at the center of a lake that never freezes, the only time it freezes. What a pity! There's no higher item identification, otherwise the answer would be immediate. It's magic that even the creator could identify. The energy bar value of 300. I don't know how this is calculated. Tang Zheng looked at the item identification information, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Summoning a bone dragon requires 100 energy. Can you summon a maximum of 3 bone dragons? How could he remember it? It took Kajiat 5 years to gather enough energy to summon 2 bone dragons. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes, staring at the seemingly unremarkable death orb. The remaining 100 energy. Won't this orb of death swallow it all by itself? Dang! The orb of death suddenly vibrated in the Archangel of Fire's hand, emitting a faint, black iron glow. Gazing at this orb of death, Tang Zheng suddenly felt the urge to pick it up himself and examine it carefully. The moment this thought occurred, Tang Zheng immediately became alert. If he wasn't aware, he might be tricked. Since he knew this already, he naturally wouldn't be unprepared. Immortal Spirit? Tang Zheng chanted. With the appearance of this magic, specifically designed to counter spells like charm, the urge to pick up the orb of death immediately dissipated. But Tang Zheng remained vigilant. Kajiat also possessed this spell, yet was still affected by the death orb, evidently unable to fully resist it. Ignoring the death orb, which continuously emitted a faint black iron glow, Tang Zheng glanced at the vast array of skill information on the panel. This was all the spells Kajiat had used during the battle. Negative Ray. 3rd tier Undead Summoning. 3rd tier Undead Creation. Flame of the Dead. Armor Enhancement. Lower tier Muscle Strength Enhancement. Aside from Undead Spirit, Tang Zheng didn't immediately choose to learn these spells. Undead Summoning. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up at the sight of this spell. He was now quite interested in this type of summoning magic. A thought struck him, and he searched the information on the panel. He discovered the spell 3rd tier, Undead Summoning. The required level, 15 to 21, was currently met. Should I spend 1 skill point to learn it? This skill conflicts with Angel Summoning. Learning it. Would it introduce unknown risks? Tang Zheng looked at the displayed information and was stunned. Skill conflict? What's going on? Tang Zheng frowned slightly, quickly realizing that it wasn't just Undead Summoning that had a skill conflict. Even Undead Creation had a skill conflict warning. Among the 3 signature skills of Necromancy casters, only Undead Manipulation had no skill conflict warning. Skill conflicts aren't difficult to understand. The question is, shouldn't this happen in the game Yggdrasil? Tang Zheng's face was filled with surprise. Suddenly, he remembered a mention in the paperback novel about summons coming from other worlds. For example, when Albedo saw the Elf King naming the root earth elemental he summoned, she specifically complained, how can he be sure it's the same root earth elemental he summoned? Does this mean that some of the background settings in Yggdrasil have become reality in this world? Tang Zheng shook his head. Since Undead Summon and Undead Creation conflicted with each other, he naturally wouldn't try them. At most, these 2 spells would give him additional tools, and their future impact would be far less significant than Angel Summon. After all, his opponent was the Bone King, a master of the Necromancer element. If he played undead against him, his summoned undead might turn against him in the blink of an eye. So, there was no need to learn Kajiat's magic, such as Flame of the Dead and Negative Ray, which could be used in conjunction with each other. After careful study, Tang Zheng concluded that there were only 3 he could learn: lower level Muscle Enhancement, Armor Enhancement, and Undead Control. After further consideration, he ruled out lower level Muscle Enhancement and Armor Enhancement. Among enhancement spells, only one of the same type can be used. For example, lower level Muscle Enhancement and higher level Muscle Enhancement cannot be combined when performing magic enhancements. Tang Zheng had no intention of wasting skill points on such low-level enhancements. Undead Control. This spell excited Tang Zheng. He hadn't forgotten the thousands of corpses in his item box. The goblin corpses were one thing, but there were also 50 ogre corpses in there. Even in the future, when he slew some powerful monsters, the corpses would have another use, instead of being wasted. How frugal. Tang Zheng chuckled softly to himself. Since he had no resources, he naturally had to put some effort into saving. Just as Tang Zheng was mentally contemplating mastering this spell, buzz. The attribute panel vibrated. Learn the spell Undead Control? Requires the basic class Necromancer. Note: this class conflicts with the living. Successfully taking on the job will continuously affect you with negative energy, resulting in a persistent negative state. The sudden appearance of this message made Tang Zheng suddenly realize something he had overlooked. Since there's a skill conflict, there's also the inevitable class conflict. Undead classes are designed for alien species. Just like Khajiit, mastering this class, as a living being would have long since become neither human nor ghost under the corrosive influence of negative energy. In the future, the other party will have spent 5 years lurking in E-Rantel, absorbing enough negative energy to perform a magical ritual, and completely transform themselves into an undead being. In short, no longer human. Before Tang Zheng could recover, the information on his stat panel changed again. Genius trait activated, successfully transforming into Necromancer. Skill acquired. Skill points, 40 to 39 skill, undead control, level 3 cost, 15 MP. Description: control the corpses of the dead. The higher the level of the controller, the greater the number of corpses that can be controlled, depending on the level of both players. Tang Zheng blinked. He had always regretted the fact that the basic class after the genius transformation lacked the class's characteristics and abilities. Now it seemed that wasn't necessarily a real drawback. Under the dark, quiet night, the numerous tombstones and withered trees made the surrounding scene eerie. Surrounded by 6 angels, Tang Zheng's position in the bright light created a completely divisive scene. Illuminated by the light emanating from the flame angel, Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze from the attribute panel and looked at the orb of death held in the angel's hand. With its irregular and uneven surface and its grayish appearance, if it weren't for the shimmering black iron light, one could easily mistake it for a random stone picked up from the riverbank. Tang Zheng raised a finger expressionlessly and touched the irregular surface of the orb of death. Almost simultaneously, humanity, death is the ultimate destination of all things, the end of all eternity. I represent the will of death. If you want eternal life and power, I can give it all. A noisy and alluring voice appeared in Tang Zheng's mind. But the next moment, the voice abruptly ceased. Tang Zheng had already put the orb of death back into his item box. Sure enough, even using the immortal spirit still can't stop this intrusion of voices. Tang Zheng rubbed his ears. Until he resolved the consciousness within the orb of death, he had no intention of researching this magical item. As for the solution, he had already thought of it. That was the ability of the Cursed Knight. The cursed trait of this class possessed the ability to destroy items below level 40, and the orb of death happened to be level 40. Of course, this trait is both an ability and a curse. Players holding this class cannot use equipment below level 40, as their own equipment will also be affected by the curse. This is also why he only buys ordinary weapons when necessary, as buying them would be a waste. Tang Zheng's original plan was to first obtain the Cursed Knight class, and then acquire the Orb of Death. Using the power of the curse, he would see if he could erase the consciousness within the Orb of Death. However, he suddenly acquired scroll-making technology, so his plans changed slightly. Chapter 90. Tang Zheng walked up the broken steps of the temple, and arrived beside Khajiit's corpse. The strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air. The head, eyes wide open, and a face full of resentment, rolled to the side. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng sighed softly. It wasn't out of pity for Khajiit, but rather a sudden realization that he had unconsciously lost all discomfort with such scenes. Over a month of slaughtering goblins in the top forest seemed to have indeed changed his temperament. Thinking back to his previous life, he hadn't even killed a chicken. To his surprise, after traveling to this world, in just about 2 months, he had already fully adapted. He reached out and picked up the other person's magic items, the shadow staff and the bone necklace. The blood-red robe he wore was also a magic item, but it had been destroyed by the Fire Archangel's attack, leaving Tang Zheng with a sense of regret. This blood-red robe must be worth quite a bit of money. After examining the 2 magic items, Tang Zheng discovered they were both related to necromancy classes, and were of little use to him. The 4 of you stay here and guard outside for now. Tang Zheng casually pointed to 4 flame archangels, and ordered them to stand guard outside the temple. Then, leading the 2 flame archangels, he headed toward the secret passage beneath the temple. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Tang Zheng emerged from the passage, his body covered in dust and nothing else. There was nothing of value inside, so his hopes were in vain. Burn it. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and gave the order to the flame archangels. Several fire archangels immediately flew forward, touching Khajiit's corpse with their flaming swords, instantly reducing it to ash. One of them flew towards Khajiit's severed arm. Wait. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly spoke. He stepped forward. He picked up the severed arm, then found a piece of rag to cover it. It's time to leave. Tangjung looked up at the distant city wall in the night, heading back toward where he had come. Outside the heavily closed gate, 2 observation towers, illuminated by the light of eternal light, stood a guard, looking toward the depths of the cemetery in fear. What exactly happened in the cemetery? Why is there a light? Should we report it? Idiot! What does what happens in the cemetery have to do with us? It's nighttime now. A trembling voice rang out. But? No buts, idiot. Our mission is to prevent the undead from attacking the gate. Are there any undead charging through the gate now? What happens in the cemetery has nothing to do with us. It's not too late to report after daybreak. Let those adventurers go in and investigate. A chaotic, frightened cry echoed continuously from the 2 observation towers. Tangjung had already successfully scaled the wall and disappeared into the night. When they returned to the hotel, it was already around 2 o'clock in the morning. Using the alley as a foothold, Tangjung easily ascended to the 2nd floor and returned to his room through the window. Woo! The little evil dog immediately rose from the ground upon seeing Tangjung return, letting out an excited growl. Shoo! Tangjung raised a finger and placed it beside his mouth. Woo! The little devil dog lowered its voice, wagging its tail as it came forward to rub its head against Tangjung's trouser leg. Good boy, Xiao Hei. Tangjung chuckled, feeling that this little devil dog was indeed quite like a dog. Take a shower first. You smell like rot. Tangjung removed the black robe wrapped around him, and casually tossed the rag wrapped around Kajit's arm into a corner. He entered the small bathroom. The magic deodorizer could remove the odor, but Tangjung preferred a shower to make himself feel more comfortable. A moment later, a puff of white steam emerged. Tangjung emerged from the shower room and saw the little devil dog lying in the corner, unwrapping the wrapping around Kajit's arm and staring at it curiously. There's negative energy in it. If you eat it, you probably die faster, Tangjung said calmly. Woo! The little evil spirit dog didn't understand Tangjung's words, but it could sense something from his facial expression. It shrank its head and took a few steps back. He glanced at the pale, withered arm. Tangjung refocused his gaze. It wasn't some unhealthy habit of collecting corpses. But just as the Flame Archangel was about to dispose of the arm, Tangjung suddenly remembered. In the anime, after Kajit and Clementine were both killed by the Dark Adventurer team disguised as Bone King, their bodies suddenly disappeared from the storage area. Bone King didn't care about this situation, but Tangjung couldn't. There were only 2 possibilities for the body's disappearance. One was that it had been stolen, or that there were members of Caravan or their subordinates within E-Rantel. Another possibility. It could be that someone had resurrected it. Tangjung brought the arm back to confirm whether this was the second scenario. Once the deceased is resurrected, the remaining body parts will also disappear. As for the location of resurrection, it will be at the location of the caster. The leader of Caravan is very mysterious. Tangjung actually harbored a suspicion. Both Kajit and Clementine, who had defected from the Dark Festival, were members of the Celian Theocracy. So he wondered if the leader of Caravan was also a member of the Celian Theocracy. The Celian Theocracy has 6 color festival troops, ostensibly corresponding to the 6 great gods. However, in reality, the strongest of these troops, the Dark Festival, is composed of the strongest members selected from the other 5 troops. Rather than corresponding to one of the 6 great gods, it's more like a special unit combining the other 5 color troops. The 5 human players among the 6 great gods died the earliest, while only 1 alien-like death god player survived the longest. Yet, this longest living death god, a member of the Celian cult's death god faith, is shrouded in mystery. Or rather, it seems as if he doesn't exist at all. This is why Tangjung suspects that the leader of the Caravan Alliance is from the Celian cult. Because resurrection magic is the domain of faith-based magic. Magic casters cannot master resurrection magic, not even the Bone King. The Bone King is able to use resurrection magic because he has a large inventory of resurrection items and free-to-use Krypton gold items. He himself does not possess resurrection magic. Why do I feel like there are so many old scoundrels in this world? Tangjung rubbed his temples and walked towards the bed. Awooh! Suddenly, the little evil dog let out a low growl. Tangjung paused and turned his head to look behind him. He found that the little evil dog was looking at the broken arm with vigilance. Wow! Kajit's broken arm was emitting a blue light. In the blink of an eye, the whole arm disappeared like melting snow. Buzz! The skill Resurrection of the Dead modified is discovered. It requires a magic caster level, 29 to 35. The current conditions are met. Do you want to spend skill points to learn it? Skill points, 40 to 39 skill. Resurrection of the Dead modified. Level 5. Consumption. 25/50. Introduction. The original Faith Magic Resurrection of the Dead has been modified in a special way. It consumes double the magic power, and can be activated by magic casters. Note: this magic can be combined with special methods to reduce the damage required to the corpse. Looking at the information appearing on the panel, Tang Jing's expression became somewhat strange, and a smile curled his lips. What bad luck. Not only did I guess wrong, but this leader seems more troublesome than I thought. Despite saying so, his tone suggested that Tang Jing was in a good mood. An unknown land. The entire land was a dark brown, as if stained with blood. An invisible mist permeated the sky, making the moonlight shine through, highlighting the dark red. Caw! Caw! A sound similar to the cry of a crow echoed from above. It wasn't a crow's cry, but rather a similar sound made by some undead bird, affected by the throat. There shouldn't be any living creatures in this area. Resentment, anger, despair. A variety of negative emotions filled Kajit's heart, and the fear of death made his entire body tremble. Why is he still conscious? Shouldn't he be dead? The thought suddenly flashed through Kajit's mind, and then, as if reacting to some kind of reaction, he snapped his eyes open. Who? Kajit sat up, gasping for air, the fear and despair still lingering in his eyes. How interesting. As I recall, you're in E-Rantel. A small place like that shouldn't have anyone who could threaten you. A faint, grating sound, like two iron rods rubbing against each other, echoed from the front. Kajit looked up and saw a figure shrouded in darkness. It wasn't the effect of his clothes, but rather the magical energy emanating from him, which had affected reality, shrouding him in darkness. Alliance leader. Kajit shuddered, quickly scrambling to his feet and kneeling. Chapter 91. It's a scroll. The leader's harsh, grinding whisper echoed as he heard the death of his men. A scroll? How could that be? Kajit was incredulous. Resurrected from the dead, Kajit felt weak all over, but his mind felt clearer than ever before. At this moment, his most vivid memory was the moment he was killed by the middle-aged man. He had briefly suspected it was the scroll, but had then dismissed it. That was a third-tier angel. The scroll technology currently mastered by the major nations only boasted third-tier scrolls at best. Not only were there very few masters capable of crafting such scrolls, but even those who did were war-ready supplies for magic guilds and even various nations. What's more, the magic released through the scroll would be somewhat weakened. He had indeed heard that, among the major nations, only the slain theocracy was currently researching fourth-tier scrolls. Whether they were successful or not was beyond the purview of a once insignificant figure like him. Don't be fooled by appearances. Third-tier scrolls are indeed precious, but not as precious as you imagine. Gaw 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 gaw. The leader let out a strange laugh, the black magic emanating from his body trembling slightly. Come to think of it, the slain theocracy began researching fifth-tier scrolls a century ago. As for fourth-tier scrolls, those guys already figured it out. Hundreds of years ago. This information shook Kajit's heart. He felt the power of time. Back then, his great-grandfather wasn't even born yet. Even now, his memory of his mother has become a little hazy. Kajit shuddered inwardly. This was what he'd been after. You fool. Haven't you noticed yet that the man you're fighting has only used 2 types of magic the entire time? You don't even know his appearance or size. The leader's voice shone with a sneer. Since I've resurrected you, you be my slave for a while. Yes. Kajit spoke hurriedly, lowering his head and climbing to his feet. A cautious glance at the place that seemed shrouded in the aura of death. Where is this? Horror. The leader uttered these 2 words calmly, then stood up and headed deeper into this undead land. The next day. Duel's tailor shop. This small shop, about 2 blocks away from the Adventurers Guild, had a rather ordinary name, but its owner, Old Vil, was quite famous among the adventurers. While the clothing they make is a bit more expensive, its quality is second to none, especially since it's designed specifically for adventurers. Inside the store, Tang Jing stood before the mirror, a look of satisfaction on his face, surveying his current outfit. A black ensemble that looked fluffy, but was actually tight-fitting, layered over a pure white priest-style robe. The only slight difference was that the waist had been noticeably narrowed, making it look less wide, and the length had been shortened to avoid cloaking him in white. After spending over a month in the top forest, his short hair had grown considerably longer. Tang Jing simply trimmed it briefly, and didn't bother with it again. Combined with the image in the mirror, the outfit evoked a rather gentle feeling. Since he had the money, Tang Zheng naturally wouldn't treat himself too badly. So, a few days ago, he had the tailor's owner make clothes to his specifications. The priest-style robe he wore outside was a fitting tribute to his identity as a magic caster of the Faith School. As for the black lining, it served as a safeguard against accidents and allowed for quick movement without being hampered by loose clothing like a spellcaster. How do you like it, sir? Is there anything you need to alter? Ken Wire, a man with slightly graying hair and a leather apron, asked quietly from the side. Your craftsmanship is excellent, Tang Zheng praised. Hearing this compliment, Old Wire remained calm. After all, he wasn't the first person to praise his craftsmanship. After a brief hesitation, Old Wire whispered, Isn't the cuff a bit too loose, sir? Tang Zheng's outfit was otherwise fine, except for the sleeves of his white robe, which were a bit too wide. When his arms were lowered normally, the loose cuffs completely enclosed his arms. In Old Weir's opinion, it wasn't suitable for holding weapons, and it was also somewhat inconvenient in other ways. That's okay. Tang Zheng flicked his cuffs with a nonchalant smile. This was intentional. The loose cuffs would conceal him from the items in his item box, and they would also serve as a cover when he was using scrolls. Sir, please forgive me for taking the initiative. I've made a hidden button at the shoulder, so you can pull the cuffs directly over your shoulders and buckle them, exposing your arms more easily. Oldwell brushed his pale hair, speaking awkwardly. Huh? It was only then that Tang Zheng noticed that there was a barely noticeable white button, right where the slight wrinkles on either side of his shoulders lay. A very ingenious design. No, I'm very satisfied with this design. Are the other pieces ready? Tang Zheng waved his hand and smiled again. According to your instructions, I've made 3 sets in total, including the one you're wearing, for a total of 4. Each set costs 6 gold coins. Oldwell stared at Tang Zheng at this. This set of clothes wasn't cheap. The cost could actually be reduced significantly, but the customer in front of him was in a hurry, so they had to be rushed. 24 gold coins. Tang Zheng was slightly surprised by the price, then pulled out his purse, took out 24 gold coins, and handed them over. He still had about 600 gold coins, and with the shadow staff and bone necklace he had just acquired, selling them would bring in another sum. Let's go, Xiao Hei. Tang Zheng picked up the other 3 sets of clothes, called out to the little evil spirit dog, and turned to leave the shop. On the bustling street, people were bustling around, but the hawking wasn't frequent. In fact, compared to a few days ago, there was a subtle hint of tension in the atmosphere. Tang Zheng had naturally learned some information during this time, so he planned to leave E-Rantel as soon as possible and head for the Bahar's Empire. Now, he was heading to his grandmother Liji's shop, ready to sell some of the 2 baskets of herbs. Tang Zheng had a feeling that this trip to the Bahar's Empire wouldn't be smooth sailing, and he was likely going to spend a lot of money. Following the flow of people. As Tang Zheng passed a corner, his arm swung slightly, revealing the packages he held had been swapped. The original package, containing clothes, was now filled with herbs. He had only taken a portion from the 2 baskets. After all, there were so many, and if he gave them away all at once, it would be easy to speculate. Thinking back to the newly acquired 5th-tier magic, Resurrection of the Dead, modified, last night, Tang Zheng felt more and more that the humans in this world were not as simple as portrayed in anime. The practice of converting faith-based magic into mana-based magic, and casting it, was indeed mentioned in novels. For example, the magic Silence, a more powerful sound-blocking magic than Silence, was a faith-based magic. The Theocracy, however, had developed a mana-based method. But this was only low-level magic. Resurrection of the Dead belonged to the realm of 5th-tier magic. To transform a magic of this level, you could imagine the power of the Alliance leader Caravan. A serious look flashed across Tang Zheng's face. His experiences during this period had indeed changed his view of the puny humans of this world. Pharmaceutical technology, scroll crafting, and magic transformation. The humans of this world had achieved things that were simply impossible in the game. To be exact, over 600 years, humanity's exploration of various levels of magic and techniques had reached an astonishing level. If it weren't for racial restrictions, this gap would be unbridgeable. How could the understanding of magic accumulated over 600 years be inferior to that of players, who simply treated it as a game? This was the accumulation of time. Speaking of which, resurrection magic is the true means of killing. Tang Zheng thought to himself as he thought of the resurrection of the dead modified he had just mastered, his eyes gleaming with a gleam. Chapter 92. Liji's Workshop. This is a potion workshop run by the Barar family, specializing in the sale of various healing potions. However, Business hasn't been very good recently. Due to the unknown situation deep within the top forest, the Adventurers Guild has consistently failed to provide accurate information, resulting in a significant reduction in adventurers' outings. Additionally, the increasingly stringent entry checks outside the city gates have alerted the keen-sense adventurers. With no adventurers injured, the demand for healing potions has naturally decreased significantly. However, this isn't a big deal for Grandma Ligi. Selling healing potions for so many years, she's already amassed a considerable fortune. Grandma, is this the right combination? Nympharia asked quietly, picking up the prepared herbs. Yes. Grandma Ligi nodded expressionlessly. She was very satisfied with her grandson's craftsmanship. At least at Nympharia's age, she couldn't match it. Ding dong. The door opened, and the bell above it rang softly. A guest has arrived. Nympharia quickly and carefully set down the herbs in his hand, stood up, and looked toward the door. A figure wearing a priest-like robe entered the workshop. The modified robe didn't appear bulky at all. Instead, the waist was narrowed, giving the figure a more upright look. The moment he saw this figure, Nympharia had a feeling they were a gentle person. For most people, clothing is the easiest way to judge a person. But when Nympharia saw that black hair, he was visibly startled and couldn't help but scrutinize it. Doing so in front of a guest was extremely rude. Nympharia couldn't help himself, because Tang Zheng's appearance now was completely different from when he first met him. If it weren't for that signature black hair, he might not have recognized him immediately. If Tang Zheng had once struck Nympharia as a somewhat mysterious, austere adventurer, now he was an elegant, gentle nobleman. It wasn't just his clothing that had changed, his entire demeanor was noticeably different, leaving Nympharia at a loss for words. Long time no see, Nympharia. Seeing Nympharia frozen in place, his gaze gazing at him, Tang Zheng waved his hand and spoke familiarly. You've made a fortune, Tang. Nympharia paused for a moment before the words escaped his lips. Indeed, you've made a small fortune, Tang Zheng said with a smile, his heart aching. Nympharia's face lit up with joy as he walked quickly forward. It's been so long, I thought you'd left E-Rantel, Tang. Tap. Nympharia's footsteps abruptly stopped as he saw the little devil dog sticking its head out from behind Tang Zheng. At the same moment, a faint, aged voice rang out. Devil dog, it seems you've been to the top forest. Mrs. Barar, long time no see. Tang Zheng looked up at his grandmother, Lizzie, who was sitting behind the counter, her chin resting on one hand, the other holding something resembling a pipe, puffing out white smoke. Is it safe, Tang? Nympharia's expression suddenly grew tense, and she looked at Tang Zheng. This sounded like she was worried about him. But Tang Zheng, who had spent some time with Nympharia, knew that Nympharia wasn't worried about him, but was wondering if it would be dangerous for him to carry a demon dog. I found this by chance on the outskirts of the forest. It's quite close to me, Tang Zheng said softly, indirectly answering both of their questions. Grandmother Lizzie put down her pipe and turned her head to look at Nympharia. Nympharia, go back and count the healing potions that are starting to deteriorate. Hearing this, Nympharia scratched her short blonde hair, raised an apologetic eyebrow at Tang Zheng, and then quickly said, I understand, grandmother. With a hint of resignation, she walked away. As Nympharia's footsteps faded, is your problem solved? Grandmother Lizzie suddenly asked, taking another look at Tang Zheng. This somewhat unexpected remark caught Tang Zheng off guard, but he quickly realized that Grandma Lizzie must have been making some assumptions based on his own transformation. Not really, but I've come up with some ideas, Tang Zheng said. That's good. Grandma Lizzie nodded, pulled a familiar potion from under the counter, and placed it on top. You made this alchemical potion, right? No wonder you discussed herbs and alchemy with Nympharia back then. I didn't expect you to possess such alchemical skills. Isn't this the same alchemical potion he gave to Master Belwari? Seeing Tang Zheng stunned, Grandmother Ligi acted unsurprised. E-Rantel doesn't have any secrets. If there are, it's simply because no one wants to investigate. Huh? Chironon's Kajiat has been hiding here for so long, yet he remains undiscovered. If it weren't for the Bone King's intervention, E-Rantel would most likely have been decimated by the two bone dragons. Even Nympharia was captured, having sought help from the Bone King, even risking his entire fortune. Tang Zheng couldn't help but grumble inwardly at Grandmother Liji's somewhat arrogant words, but his expression remained unchanged. With such skills, you're not here to buy potions? I want to sell some herbs. Yes, I buy them for the highest price, but not before. Grandmother Ligi paused, raised her hand, and pushed the bottle of alchemical potion forward. Her eyes blazed at Tang Zheng. I like to pay for the technology to create the alchemical solution. 2,000 gold coins? If you think that's not enough, you can name your price. Grandmother Liji leaned forward, her wrinkled face etched with excitement. This alchemy technique, so different from anything she'd known, had been tormenting her for some time, leaving her baffled as to how it was created. So that's how it was. No wonder he noticed something strange about the way Grandmother Liji looked at him the moment he entered. The price? 2,000 gold coins. Tang Xingzhen was quite tempted, but he knew full well that this technique was simply beyond Grandmother Liji's reach. It relied on the passive ability of the magic swordsman class and the 10th level alchemist. Seeing Tang Xing remain silent, Grandma Lizzie thought the offer was too low and was about to raise it. Do you have the materials? Tang Xing asked bluntly. Grandma Lizzie showed a look of surprise and nodded quickly, turning and leaving toward the back of the hall. A short while later, Grandma Lizzie emerged carrying several intact hanged spider carcasses, followed by Imperial, a bewildered man clutching a pile of delicate instruments. Imperial looked at Tang Xing, and though he didn't speak, he was clearly wondering what was going on. Put your things down and get back to your business. Grandma Lizzie patted Imperial's head. Oh! Imperial could only respond, looking back every few steps as he left. Anything else? Just ask. Grandma Lizzie said excitedly. No, these are enough. Tang Xing waved his hand, his eyes flickering as he looked at the hanged spiders. As a former opponent, he knew just how formidable these hangman spiders were, surprisingly able to preserve their bodies so well. A hangman spider venom sac. Tang Xing had just begun to speak. Grandmother Liji had already deftly removed one, unconcerned about attacking Tang Xing. Under Grandmother Liji's attentive gaze, Tang Xing took the venom sac and dropped it into a pool of ordinary water. Then, he casually activated his alchemy. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the venom sac had completely dissolved into the water, and then, the numerous impurities in the solution vanished at an incredible speed. With a flash of blue light, a clear, translucent blue alchemical potion appeared. Alright. Tang Xing casually tossed it over. Grandmother Liji caught it in a panic, her eyes filled with bewilderment, but she subconsciously cast the item identification spell. Silence. Ahem, can you make another? Grandmother Liji looked up at Tang Xing, her voice much quieter. Tang Xing casually prepared another bottle. This time, Grandmother Liji fell completely silent. She saw clearly that Tang Xing wasn't using any special techniques or unimaginable technology. It was simply the process of making an ordinary, low-quality alchemical solution. She didn't understand. But at least one thing was certain. This young man, Tang, had reached a very high level of understanding of alchemy. Grandmother Liji had always considered her grandson a genius, but now, comparing him to the other one, she realized that this one was the true genius. There was a long silence. Grandmother Liji raised her head again, a stiff smile forced across her wrinkled face. Let's talk about the herbs. Chapter 93. When Tang Xing left the workshop, he had 100 more gold coins, bringing his total back to 700. The herbs he had picked from the depths of the top Great Forest were worth even more than he had anticipated. This fueled Tang Xing's desire to take control of the top Great Forest. Just because the people of this world couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. He just needed to solve the problem of the 3 rulers of the forest. Elsewhere, Grandmother Lizzie was stunned by the 2 bottles of alchemical potions on the counter. She knew that there were geniuses in this world beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, such as the kingdom's most renowned figure, Lejos Alberta Leandora, the daughter of a top noble. At the age of 10, she had already mastered second-tier magic. It was said that at the age of 12, she had formed the adventurer team Blue Rose and began traveling. The president of the Magicians Guild in the royal capital had personally stated that she possessed the qualifications to enter the realm of heroes before the age of 20. This was unimaginable to ordinary people. For most people, being able to use third-tier magic was already considered genius. Now, Grandma Lizzie suddenly understood the feelings of the Magicians Guild president at the time. She had witnessed with her own eyes an incomprehensible genius, even if only in the field of alchemy. Grandma, is Tang gone? Faria's somewhat lost voice echoed, bringing Grandma Lizzie back to her senses. Forget what I told you before. Grandma Lizzie's expression turned serious again, and she addressed Faria. What? Faria looked bewildered. Huh? Grandma Lizzie took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly brightening. With your talent, perhaps you could understand such tactics. Do you want to become my disciple? Forget it. You should first learn what this old woman has to offer. Faria was a little stunned, looking at his grandmother, who kept muttering to herself, in confusion. Adventurers Guild. Hello, are you the only one registering for the adventurer team? The counter clerk asked Tang Xing with a smile. And there's Xiao He. Tang Xing raised his hand, and pointed at the small evil spirit dog at his feet. The counter clerk's expression froze. There shouldn't be a rule in adventurer teams that monsters can't be teammates, right? Tang Jing smiled. Well, there's certainly no such rule, but... the counter clerk said. Then please fill it out for me. Tang Jing took out a gold coin and handed it over. He had suddenly decided to register as an adventurer because he had heard some information and had confirmed it with Grandma Lizzie. He had subconsciously overlooked one thing. The kingdom of Riestais and the Baja's Empire were in a constant state of war. Every year during the autumn harvest season, the Baja's Empire would launch a war against the kingdom of Riestais. The Blood Emperor's motives were, firstly, to gradually weaken the kingdom of Riestais and, secondly, to weaken the power of the nobility within the empire, concentrating power more deeply in his own hands. A considerable gap had already formed between the two sides' national strength. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the kingdom of Riestais was in decline. This time, for unknown reasons, the war had suddenly begun earlier than planned. The Baja's Empire had already begun mobilizing. This was also the reason for the sudden rise in tension in E-Rantel. As for the sudden advance, Tang Jing suspected that it was because of the Imperial trial, where Gazef, a commoner, had been given a special position, and thus the Blood Emperor had sensed a change. Okay. Seeing the gold coins, the counter clerk's face lit up with delight, and he immediately became complimentary. During the Adventurers Guild registration process, many adventurers are illiterate, so the counter clerk offers a ghostwriting service, for a fee. This fee doesn't need to be turned over to the guild. It's their own extra income. Excuse me, what is the name of your adventurer team? Let's call it Free Will. The counter clerk paused writing, and couldn't help but exclaim, what an elegant name. Most adventurers have little education, and their names are a mess. The appearance of this name was a welcome revelation. Free Will Tang, right? Wait a moment. After the counter clerk finished writing, he confirmed with Tang Jing, then put the form away and quickly left. Not long after, the counter clerk handed him a bronze nameplate. This is your adventurer badge. Your current rank is the lowest, bronze. This badge confirms your identity in any country, as long as you're in the Adventurers Guild. The counter clerk spoke softly, briefly explaining some basic adventurer knowledge. Tang Jing took the nameplate. It was this nameplate, or rather, the adventurer's identity, that he had been waiting for. The two countries were currently at war, and he had no identity. If he rashly entered the Baja's Empire, he might encounter numerous problems. Therefore, entering as an adventurer would reduce unnecessary trouble. Of course, while enjoying the benefits, there were also certain constraints and influences. For example, the attitudes of various countries towards adventurers were not friendly. I've wasted a lot of time. It's time to set off. Tang Jing hung the nameplate around his waist, thinking silently. What a pity. So far, 8 Fingers hadn't made any move, leaving Tang Jing somewhat puzzled. He didn't think a force like 8 Fingers would remain unmoved by the loss of 2 important personnel. For years before the new calendar. July 18th, Upper Fire Month. Tang Jing left E-Rantel again. Baja's Empire. Located in the central western region of the human realm, it borders the sea to the north, and is surrounded by mountains on the other 3 sides. Its terrain and resources are inferior to those of the Kingdom of Riestais. Although it was founded around the same time as the Kingdom of Riestais, since the rise of the Blood Emperor Giljakov, he has carried out a ruthless purge of the corrupt nobles. Not only did this bloody transformation not lead to chaos and decline, but under the steady control of the Blood Emperor Giljakov and the watchful eye of the Empire's patron saint, Fluta, the entire country has experienced a prosperity unparalleled in history. Imperial capital Oental. Compared to the narrow and dated streets of the royal capital Riestais, the streets of the imperial capital are not only exceptionally clean, but also permeated with a sense of prosperity. Since 2 weeks ago, a cheap alchemical potion has suddenly become popular in the imperial capital. The most common healing potion, made from herbs and containing various impurities, costs around 1 silver coin, a price that's affordable for the general public. However, a recently introduced alchemical potion boasts even stronger healing effects, priced as low as 8 copper coins. It quickly caused a huge sensation throughout the imperial capital. Chapter 94. In the outermost 2-entry courtyard of the central residential area. This residence is a Byzantine-style residence with hints of European influence. While not particularly large, it boasts a rather spacious courtyard. It exudes a sense of refinement, both inside and out. However, the lush weeds within the courtyard, and the moss growing beneath the surrounding walls indicate it has been abandoned for some time. In the imperial capital, This style of house was once unattainable for ordinary people to purchase and live in, as it was reserved for the nobility. Even the smallest noble, of course, was a noble before the Blood Emperor ascended to power. In the spacious courtyard, roar! A sharp roar suddenly erupted, though the voice was noticeably weak. This was a troll. It stood about 2.5 meters tall, making it relatively short for an adult troll. The man was currently strapped to a sturdy stone bench, his head twisting constantly, but his massive body remained motionless, only twitching occasionally like a reflex. This peculiar condition indicated that the ogre had suffered some kind of severe trauma, leaving only his head incapable of movement. "It's fallen again! It's bad for anyone nearby to hear you yelling like that." Tang Jing sighed softly and emerged from behind the ogre, clutching 2 fist-sized, blood-soaked bones. From their shape, they were clearly cervical vertebrae, which he had just removed from the ogre's neck. The severe damage to the cervical vertebrae wouldn't kill the ogre, despite its powerful recovery abilities. However, it would cause the body to lose control, becoming paralyzed, with only the head remaining active. Snap! Tang Jing casually tossed the 2 cervical vertebrae in his hand to the waiting little demon dog. Woo! The little demon dog excitedly raised its head and chomped down on both bones. Eat slowly, the next bite won't be until 5 days later. Tang Jing casually reminded the little demon dog, then stepped forward and stuffed the fallen rag back into the ogre's mouth. The roaring stopped abruptly. The ogre's ability to recover meant that Tang Jing had to remove a new vertebra every 5 days to prevent it from breaking free. He glanced at the little demon dog, which had grown noticeably larger, happily grinding its teeth on the ogre's vertebrae. With sufficient food, monsters grow much faster than Tang Jing had expected. When they left E-Rantel a month ago, the little demon dog's head only reached his calf. Now, when it lifted its head, it was above his knee. Its body length exceeded 80 centimeters, and it exuded the menacing aura of a demon. That's right. Tang Jing had left E-Rantel on July 18th, and it had been over a month since entering the Bahar's empire. It was now the 20th of August, the middle fire month. The operation was not going smoothly. The Rokabul's family, to which Renas belonged, had long ago expelled the cursed and disfigured Renas. This incident had some repercussions within the empire, and Tang Jing had originally planned to use the Adventurers Guild's intelligence network to locate Renas. But even the Adventurers Guild didn't know Renas's whereabouts. After being expelled from the family, she had vanished, seemingly vanishing from the face of the earth. Tang Jing could only rely on the few clues he had and searched for them, but still found nothing. He hadn't even seen a trace of the enemy, and had wasted half a month in vain. His purpose for coming to the Bahar's empire was, first, to obtain the Cursed Knight, and second, the Sage class. Linus's whereabouts were unknown. Fluta's whereabouts were clear, but the question was, what was Fluta's identity? What was his current status? The disparity in their status made it impossible to even meet the other, let alone acquire the other's class. The only person in the entire empire who could easily see Fluta was the Blood Emperor, Giljakov, and even he couldn't meet him just because he wanted to. This situation made Tang Jing realize that he had to change his strategy. So, for the second half of the month, Tang Jing began to produce inexpensive alchemical potions and sell them to quickly build his reputation. He also deliberately spread the rumor that he could create alchemical potions that could heal any injury. But for now, his fishing plan hadn't yet caught any real fish. Tang Jing left the struggling ogre and sat down at a nearby stone table, a look of annoyance on his face. I've already wasted a month. I wonder if this plan will work. If the fish still didn't bite, Tang Jing naturally couldn't stay here and wait any longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure clad in a black robe swung over the wall and entered the courtyard. After determining Tang Jing's location, the figure strode towards him. As he walked, a black robe opened slightly, revealing brown boots beneath. A slender figure, dressed in light leather armor, resembled a guerrilla soldier. The man's head was veiled by a black cloak, obscuring his features. What a treat, living alone in such a large courtyard. A cold, icy voice emanated from the slender figure. Ah! The small evil hound crawling at Tang Jing's feet released the bone from its jaws, and immediately stood up, glaring fiercely at the slender figure. I paid 50 gold coins a month for this. This kind of aristocratic residence is quiet, well located, and patrolled by soldiers. Tang Jing glanced at the approaching figure, and said with a calm smile, by the way, can you enter through the main gate? Ever since the Blood Emperor Giljakov ascended the throne, he began purging a large number of ineffective nobles. Not only minor nobles, but even some of the top nobles were purged, leaving many residences abandoned. Due to severe income cuts, some minor nobles were unable to even cover basic daily expenses, yet they fell into debt to maintain their appearances. This meant that while some noble mansions were still officially under their names, they were actually in the hands of merchants. Don't you know that many people are watching you now? The slender figure retorted bluntly. Then, beneath her cloak, a pair of eyes, seemingly gentle but with a hint of ferocity due to their narrow eye sockets, glared at the little evil dog. What's wrong with your little black dog? This isn't the first time I've been here. Tang Zheng shrugged and smiled. Perhaps it hates being called by its name, or perhaps it simply hates you. Humph. The slender figure snorted, still retorting without hesitation. I hate it too. After that, she glared at the little evil dog again. The little evil dog bared its teeth. Hearing this, Tang Zheng's mouth twitched. This kind of personality, which would even challenge a little demonic dog, would have earned him the label contradictory personality in his previous life. As the slender figure approached, the black robe wrapped around her was torn off. A woman with long purple hair tied in twin ponytails, and a stern face, appeared before Tang Zheng. The most striking thing about her was her pair of pointed ears, indicating that she was not human, but a half-elf. Imina. Chapter 95. Imina, wearing brown boots, strode on her long, slender legs as she approached Tang Zheng. Without a trace of politeness, she sat down. Bang! The bulging purse was placed on the stone table, causing it to shake. Here are 61 silver coins, and 7 copper coins. I've sold all 100 healing potions you gave me. This is the entire proceeds. Imina's throat moved slightly, as she mentioned the amount of coins, but her expression remained grim. So fast. It's only been one night. Tang Zheng glanced at the purse in surprise. Imina blinked, her amber eyes etched with a strange look. You've been staying here all this time, so you have no idea how popular the healing potion you're making is in the North Market. Except for the strange smell, a fishy odor. Having said this, Imina tilted her head to glance at the weakened, much depleted ogre tied to the stone chair. This was definitely the most lucrative business she ever seen. All they had to do was draw the ogre's blood, and then create a ton of healing potions. Okay. Thinking this way was a bit offensive to the alchemist in front of him, but ogre blood is regenerative. Compared to those herbs that need to be collected and blended, it's practically free. Tang Zheng noticed Imina's gaze, and smiled softly. He could guess what she was thinking. Speaking of which, this ogre was an unexpected acquisition thanks to Imina acting as a middleman, having been introduced to him. Tang Zheng had originally planned to use the 2 remaining baskets of herbs in the item box, but after encountering the ogre, it suddenly occurred to him that since the hanged spider's venom sac could be used to make alchemical potions, he wondered if the ogre's blood, naturally endowed with powerful healing abilities, could also be used to make potions. He hadn't expected to actually figure it out. Correction, it's not a healing potion, it's an alchemical potion. The correct name is regeneration potion. Tang Zheng reminded him, reaching for the purse, grabbing the bottom, and pouring all the coins onto the stone table. Ding! 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 A large number of silver coins, mixed with a few copper coins, shone with a flowing silver luster in the sunlight. Imina subconsciously stared at the silver coins rolling on the table. As agreed, 11 silver coins are your reward. These 7 copper coins are just your errand fee. Tang Zheng took a portion of the silver coins and pushed them in front of Imina, then put the rest into the purse. From the beginning, Tang Zheng truly had no intention of making money. His true goal was simply to quickly gain fame and attract Renas, who had been desperately seeking a cure for her cursed cheek rot. Given her situation, she'd definitely try if there was hope. Renas's future as one of the Empire's 4 knights was essentially a quest to cure her curse. She even publicly stated that if she could find a cure, she wouldn't hesitate to attack the Blood Emperor. Imina looked at the silver coins she had received, a hint of a smile evident on her cold face. How many potions do you have left? I can take them all. Imina's amber eyes gleamed. Are you short of money? Tang Zheng didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Of course I am. Imina leaned back, her slender upper body, and spoke calmly. As a half-elf born from the intermarriage between forest elves and humans, she wasn't well received by either elves or humans. At least money wouldn't betray you. You're probably being targeted by someone now, Tang Zheng smiled. So what? Imina raised her chin nonchalantly. I'm just the middleman. The real problem lies with you. Your 50 gold coins weren't wasted. This is the aristocratic residential area, just across the central square from the Imperial capital. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble for you, they wouldn't dare to do anything here. So let's make a bigger fuss. Tang Zheng smiled. What do you mean? Imina was stunned. What you need to worry about right now isn't whether or not there's potion, but whether the trolls can provide enough blood. Tang Zheng pointed to the side, at the frail troll tied to the stone chair, and warned, "You don't really think a troll's recovery ability is infinite, do you?" "I find a way." Imina gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. This was a rare opportunity to make a fortune, and she didn't want to give it up. "Did I trouble you, Miss Imina?" Tang Zheng said. As a local, the half-elf Imina before him had far more ease than an outsider like him. Speaking of which, this half-elf's future was quite grim. According to the timeline, in 2 years, he should join a team called the Four Strategists, whose mission was to earn more money. The so-called worker team can be understood as adventurers who haven't joined the Adventurers Guild. They're unconstrained and can freely accept any commission based on their preferences and financial resources. The result, they became a group of insignificant casualties between the Bahar's Empire and the Bone King's Great Tomb. Imina and the team leader were filled with insect eggs by the hungry fox Insect King, one of the 5 great evils of the 6th tier, to serve as nesting material for the insect swarm. Another priestess was subjected to a memory manipulation experiment by the Bone King, wiping out her memories and becoming completely disabled. The worst-case scenario was the young woman named Alsh, one of the 4 counselors. Her entire body was put to good use. Her vocal cords were given to Anmat, a maiden, the insect's sister, her head to the hi-hat demon, her arms were divided equally between the struggling dead, and her skin was taken by Demiurge. What a fair distribution! A cold glint flashed in Tang Ding's eyes. This was no longer a question of misery. Rather, the irreconcilable conflict between the living and the great tomb of Nazarick, represented by the dead, has existed from the very beginning. "Hey, what's that look in your eyes?" Imina suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in the air. She actually sensed a dangerous aura from the alchemist before her. This made Imina's eyes betray a hint of doubt, realizing that her previous assessment of Tang Zheng might have been wrong. "Nothing. Just one more thing I need to trouble you with. Find out which adventurers or workers in the team have suffered severe injuries or disabilities. Just say I've created a more potent alchemical potion and can try to treat them free of charge." Tang Zheng's expression returned to a gentle tone, and he spoke softly. No problem." Imina carefully examined Tang Zheng. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like a powerful person. But the feeling she had just had was not wrong. Imina didn't linger any longer. She put on her black robe again, swiftly scaled the wall, and disappeared. The Imperial Colosseum. In an incredibly luxurious room, displayed with a variety of exquisite weaponry. Osco, the Empire's largest merchant, gazed at the bottle of potion on his desk, somewhat silent. After a long pause, Osco finally spoke. "Is the identification information for this potion accurate?" Pharmacists from major workshops throughout the Imperial capital have examined it, and the conclusion is the same. It's an alchemical potion made with Overblood as the primary ingredient. The specific craftsmanship is unknown, but the pharmacies of various workshops have suffered considerable losses due to the emergence of this potion, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler reported quietly. Osco, the merchant, seemed unconcerned about the losses at the apothecary workshops. Instead, he hesitated and said, "Does the King of Wu know?" "I do." The middle-aged butler's voice trembled. Chapter 96. After Imina left, Tang Zheng sat on a stone bench and pulled out a bottle of deep blue alchemical potion from his bosom. This potion was different from the ones he sold. The potions Imina sold were light blue and even had a hint of blood, which was due to the dilution. As for the taste, it wasn't a problem for ordinary people and low-level adventurers. The low-level healing potions sold in the potion workshop, mixed with various herbal flavors, had even worse taste. Since the effect was similar, and even cheap enough, it was hard for his alchemical potion to be unpopular. Item: Magic Alchemical Solution, Regeneration Potion, Level, Low. Description: Restores 20 HP, has excellent effects on wound healing, and can remove the negative status of limb loss. The potion's effect lasts for 30 days. This is the effect of this undiluted, true regeneration potion. The diluted potion only restores 3 to 4 points. Don't underestimate this low number. According to the in-game values, most ordinary people in this world only have around 10 HP. The undigested regeneration potion's healing effect is comparable to some high-level potions sold in the apothecary workshop. Of course, it's still far inferior to the true blood of the gods. The red potion, low-level healing potion, in Bone King's hand restores 50 HP. What really interests Tang Zheng about this alchemical potion made from troll blood is the special ability it contains. Healing limb loss. This is a negative condition in Yggdrasil, and in reality, it's the condition of limb loss. Cases like Team Rock Captain Dosare's cap being crushed by an ogre would likely have resulted in a complete leg injury, ending his adventurer career if not treated promptly. It's also not uncommon for adventurers to have their arms or limbs destroyed in battle, or even eaten by monsters. Such situations are beyond the reach of healing potions. The diluted regeneration potion sold by Emina is aimed at ordinary people, quickly increasing their fame. Next, Tang Zheng will release the true regeneration potion, targeting the upper echelons of society, further increasing his fame. A diluted potion is fine, but I wonder if a potion of this level will attract the attention of the Blood Emperor and Flutter. Tang Zheng murmured softly, fiddling with the blue potion bottle in his hand. The value of this potion is far greater than that of the analyzed one. In fact, there's another way to remove the special negative status of limb damage. After death, use the 5th tier magic resurrection of the dead. After resurrection, all abnormal conditions will be removed. This is a fairly common way to remove abnormal conditions in the game. However, the lowest level resurrection magic, Resurrection of the Dead, causes the resurrected to drop 4 levels, and in other worlds, this results in a significant loss of vitality. If vitality is insufficient, resurrection is impossible, and ordinary people wouldn't even qualify for resurrection. I need to be more careful about subhumans or monsters with special abilities. Tang Zheng stood up and walked towards the ogre. This time, using the ogre's blood to create an alchemical potion opened up new ideas for him. Woo! Woo! The ogre, holding a rag in his mouth, gazed at Tang Zheng approaching, a look of terror in his eyes. For a subhuman like the ogre, a volatile and reckless species, to display such an expression, it was clear what kind of torture the ogre had endured. Next, I have to trouble you again. Tang Zheng spoke gently, removing the rag blocking the ogre's mouth. Before the ogre could roar and curse, human. A goblin corpse appeared, and Tang Zheng stuffed it into the ogre's mouth. The ogre, already extremely hungry, lost all fear and rationality in his mind, swallowing ravenously. After consuming more than 10 goblin corpses, the ogre's eating slowed down. The next moment, Tang Zheng raised his palm, transforming it into a knife-like hand, and struck the ogre's head hard. With a muffled bang, the ogre's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Next, Tang Zheng took out a paralyzing potion made from the venom sacs of a hangman spider, and poured it all into the ogre's mouth. The magic infusion experiment begins. After doing all this, Tang Zheng extended his palm, which was shimmering with a pale blue magical glow, raised a finger, and touched the ogre's rough skin. This was an experiment he had recently begun. After spending 2 weeks in the Imperial capital, besides refining potions and occasionally crafting a 3rd-level scroll, Tang Zheng suddenly found himself with a lot of free time. He decided to use this time to review the power he possessed, and also began to experiment with an idea he had previously entertained. Under the passive effect of the magic swordsman, Tang Zheng's magic power was forcibly infused into the ogre's body. The stomach, already somewhat emaciated from the constant draining of blood, suddenly began to recover at a visible speed. No! To be more precise, it was like a balloon suddenly inflating. Then, as if reaching a certain limit, the swelling ceased, and the swelling spread throughout the ogre's limbs and body, a mass of flesh of varying sizes. This caused the ogre's body to become distorted, like some indescribable creature. Seeing this, Tang Zheng paused in his injection of magic power. He observed the ogre carefully for a moment. The injected magic power still can't coexist, but the upper limit seems to have increased slightly compared to the beginning. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. It's a pity we don't have another reference point. I don't know if it's because the ogre lacks magical talent, or if it's simply too weak, its body not strong enough to withstand the infusion of magic power. The experiment was halted again. Thanks to its own healing abilities, the ogre's bloated, twisted body gradually returned to its original form. Only with such powerful resilience could it withstand Tang Zheng's brutally infused magical power experiments. A human would be unable to withstand them. Just as an ordinary iron sword cannot be enchanted, only superior materials can withstand this power. I wonder if Emina can get another ogre. 10 years ago, in pursuit of immense power, the ogre Go Jin joined the Imperial arena, defeated the 7th Martial King, and became the arena's new Martial King, causing a sensation throughout the Empire. The merchants of the Empire began to take an interest in the ogre race. Many merchants also hoped to follow the example of OSK, the operator of the Imperial arena, and find a powerful ogre to make a name for themselves and a fortune. Alas, King Wu was no ordinary ogre. Like Gu, one of the rulers of the top forest, he belonged to the battle ogre subspecies. Furthermore, King Wu's white hair and beard indicated his troll bloodline. This had led to many weaker ogres being abandoned by merchants. The ogre Tang Zheng had purchased was one such ogre. "You've worked so hard." Tang Zheng felt a pang of distress as he looked at the still unconscious ogre, having been tormented by him for so long. He picked up the rag and stuffed it into its mouth. "You should feel better once you have a companion." Evening. A sudden knock sounded at the door. Tang Zheng, who was training his little evil dog in the courtyard, paused in surprise. "So polite. It seems it wasn't Imina." Tang Zheng's face flickered with amusement as he stood up and walked towards the courtyard gate. Chapter 97. Click. A heavy, dark brown door, carved with a floral pattern Tang Zheng didn't recognize, slid open. This conspicuous floral emblem was likely the family crest of the minor noble family that once occupied this courtyard. The intricate carving hinted at the gate's considerable value. However, the creaking sound of the leather and iron buckles rubbing against the wall as the door swung open proved that the expensive doors hadn't been maintained in a long time. A middle-aged man in a black suit, with a well-maintained, rosy complexion, glanced at Tang Zheng as he appeared, his impatience instantly vanishing. "Good evening, Mr. Tang." Before Tang Zheng could speak, the middle-aged man took a step forward, bowed slightly, and spoke with a confident smile. His professional smirk, coupled with his preemptive approach, appeared flattering, yet in reality carried an air of dominance. "You even know my name. It seems you put in a lot of effort." Tang Zheng remained calm, unsurprised. Imina didn't know his name, Tang. As a middleman, she didn't need to know the employer's identity. Knowing where he lived wasn't difficult. After all the potions flowed through Imina. With a little time, the address could be found. So, it was through a signed lease. Tang Zheng chuckled. He had signed the contract as an adventurer. The middle-aged man's fake smile faltered slightly. The alchemist before him, Tang, was much younger than he had expected. The pure white priest robes and gentle expression gave him the impression of being easy to handle at first glance. But with just a few words, the middle-aged man realized that this young alchemist was not only troublesome, but also not easily intimidated by a few words. "My name is Bert, and I'm a pharmacist affiliated with the Herb Guild. Tonight, our guild is hosting a reception and has invited pharmacists from various major herb workshops. Although the alchemical potions you create aren't herb-based, they are still a type of healing potion." The middle-aged man's professional smile returned, and he continued, "Our president has specially invited you, Mr. Tang, to attend." After saying this, the middle-aged man leaned over and pointed to a four-wheeled carriage behind him. "Not interested," Tang Zheng said calmly, turning around and preparing to leave. He had no interest in participating in such intrigue. It was not only a waste of his time, but also like sitting down and playing along with this group of people when he could have flipped the table. It was both boring and uninteresting. "Sir Tang, are you sure you want to refuse? This presents an opportunity for both of us." The middle-aged man's expression grew colder, his voice rising noticeably. If this had happened before the Blood Emperor ascended to power, they wouldn't have dared to so brazenly sell potions at such a low price, let alone invite this foreign alchemist. They wouldn't have let this young man see the next day. Of course. That was if they had seized the alchemy formula from him. However, since the Blood Emperor Giljakov ascended to power, a large number of new regulations have been issued, allowing for an endless influx of new things from across the country. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor Giljakov actively encouraged the emergence of all kinds of new things. This necessitated a change in many previous methods. No one wanted to cause any disturbance and be targeted by the current Blood Emperor. Anyone who dared to do so would have already been killed. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, softening his voice again. "I see that the alchemical potions you create have a very short shelf life. Without the preservation magic that allows for longer storage, they would be useless. We can provide you with that magic, and even some other alchemical techniques. With your talent, mastering this kind of magic and alchemical techniques will definitely elevate your alchemy to a new level." At this point, the middle-aged man's face was already smiling again. "And we only need a little guidance on the alchemical potions you create." Tang Zheng paused, turned his head again, and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. The middle-aged man was delighted, thinking Tang Zheng agreed. Not interested. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, a sudden sound of air piercing could be heard. The black chain transformed into a serpent, wrapping around the middle-aged man's neck before he could react. His face flushed instantly, and he looked suffocated. "Ah!" The little evil dog lurched, and the bone chain swung suddenly, throwing the middle-aged man forward, slamming him into a nearby four-wheeled carriage, causing him to scream. Hiss, hiss! The horses, suddenly startled, neighed and rushed away, pulling the damaged carriage. Soon, Exclamations echoed through the street. You're becoming increasingly proficient in controlling the bone chain. Tang Zheng gave a satisfied compliment to the little evil spirit dog beside him, then turned and entered the courtyard, closing the heavy brown door again. As for the subsequent troubles this incident would cause, Tang Zheng didn't care at all. This world has always been a world where the strong reign supreme. Simply displaying the third-level angel summoning was enough to shock a large crowd. The next day, thanks to Emina's deliberate promotion, word began to spread that the mysterious alchemist, Tang Zheng, had developed a new potion to cure disability. This was particularly noticeable in places like the Adventurers Guild and the Singing Apple Pavilion, where numerous teams of workers gathered. The recent popularity of these alchemy potions, both inexpensive and effective, was highly sought after by those who already roamed in dangerous areas. If it weren't for the short shelf life of these potions, they would have wanted to stockpile a batch. As a creator, Tang Zheng naturally knew that once a good thing appeared, it would be hoarded by those who first encountered it. Tang Zheng's diluted regeneration potion not only weakened its healing effect, but also shortened its shelf life to about 5 or 6 days. This would greatly discourage those who wanted to hoard large quantities. Using the magic of preserve could indeed extend the potion's shelf life. But the problem was, a bottle of alchemical potion was only worth 8 copper coins. Wasting mana on preserving a potion of this quality was completely disproportionate. As the news spread elsewhere, Tang Zheng, accompanied by his little evil dog, made a rare departure from the noble courtyard. On the busy street, pedestrians on both sides, smiling and playful, strolled along the sidewalk, which was elevated a step above the smooth central road. A large number of horse-drawn carriages plied the center. This somewhat modern design had already made Tang Zheng stunned when he first saw it 2 weeks ago. The more he observed, the more he could sense the gap between the kingdom of Riestais and the Bahar's empire. Tang Zheng took advantage of the bustling crowd and headed towards the central square. The 3 most famous places in the entire empire are the Imperial Magic Province, the Imperial Magic Academy, and the Imperial Arena. Of these 3, the Imperial Magic Province is the most mysterious. Established by the 5th Emperor, it is a dedicated area in the Imperial capital where almost all magical equipment in the Empire is produced. The security force alone is comparable to that of the Imperial Court, and this area is directly under the responsibility of Flutter. The Imperial Magic Academy was established during the reign of the 6th Emperor, and that is where Tang Zheng was heading. Outside the Imperial Magic Academy, inside a small, exquisite restaurant, the translucent black tea on the table exuded a refreshing fragrance. Tang Zheng took a sip from his cup, quietly waiting for his target to appear. The wait didn't last long. A girl, looking only 12 or 13, with short blonde hair and a thin build, dressed in a loose, slightly wrinkled French gown, walked cautiously from outside the restaurant, carrying an iron staff taller than herself. She first cautiously surveyed the restaurant before quickly spotting Tang Zheng, seated by the window. He was waving at her. "Hello, sir," the girl with short blonde hair approached, her voice weak. "Indeed, please take a seat," Tang Zheng said gently, motioning for her to take a seat. Alsh. This girl's name was also the most tragic member of the 4 counselors of the future workers team. Tang Zheng sought him out because Alki possessed a natural ability called Eyes of Perception, the same as Flutter's. He needed to use this ability to confirm something. Chapter 98. Arsh clenched her iron staff and sat down awkwardly. "What would you like to drink?" Tang Zheng smiled calmly. "Anything is fine," Arsh said quickly, straightening her back. "Then have a cup of black tea, too," Tang Zheng said to the attendant beside him, noticing his nervousness. The girl with shoulder-length blonde hair was easy to find, not only because she was a student at the Imperial Magic Academy, but also because Arsh was quite famous. At her age, she had mastered 3rd-tier magic. Such talent would have been considered a genius in the other world. Tang Zheng glanced at her, and another similar girl popped into his mind. Among the adventurer group called Dark Sword in E-Rantel, there was a girl named Mia, disguised as a man, who looked very similar to Arsh. In the eyes of those in the other world, both were considered geniuses. The only difference was that Alki's talent had already reached its limit. She had actually redeemed all of it in advance. And the other girl, according to the novel, possessed a talent that transcended the heroic realm, reaching the 5th level of abnormal among human mages. While Tang was in E-Rantel, he had specifically researched this adventurer group, but found no relevant information, indicating they hadn't yet been established. A short while later, a steaming cup of black tea was placed before Alki. "Sir, may I ask what you may be seeking?" Alki trailed off. The reward. This is a 10 gold advance payment." I came to you hoping to use your innate abilities to test the effects of the magic item I just purchased. Tang Zheng took out a purse filled with gold coins and handed it directly to Alcy, speaking generously. Looking at the gold coins in the purse, Alcy's blue eyes widened slightly, and her nervousness subsided a lot. There was no other way. She was truly in dire need of money. Ever since her father's title was stripped, the family had no source of income, yet her father and mother continued to live their aristocratic lifestyle. This had nearly depleted the family's wealth, and Alcy had long been considering whether to earn money. These 10 gold coins in front of her completely solved her immediate problem. And it's just a down payment. Sir, my innate ability may be a bit off from the information you've heard. My ability can only detect the highest level magic cast by magic casters, and it doesn't have the ability to detect magic items. Arch didn't immediately reach for the gold coin, but instead explained seriously, furthermore, it can only detect magical power-based magic. The young man before him, with striking black hair and a seemingly gentle disposition, was clearly a magic caster of the faith-based system, judging by his attire. The magic item I purchased has the effect of hindering the detection of magic, but its true effectiveness remains to be verified. Tang Zheng smiled softly and explained, that's why I wanted to use your innate ability to confirm it. Of course, I can also use magical power-based magic. After hearing this, Arch finally felt relieved, yet also a bit surprised. A magical item that hinders detection? I never heard of it, but such a magic item would surely be extremely expensive. He's both wealthy and a very powerful person. Arch sighed inwardly, then quickly asked, is it right here? If it's a problem, we can move to another location, Tang Zheng said nonchalantly. No problem. Arch's expression hardened as she looked up at Tang Zheng, a faint magical glow emanating from her blue eyes. Under her magic eyes, the higher the level of magic mastered, the brighter the aura of magical power surrounding them. But now, in her eyes, Tang Zheng had no magical aura at all. He looked like someone unskilled in magical magic. If she had encountered such a situation before, she might have thought so. A look of surprise crossed Alf's face. I had no idea the magic item you purchased was so effective. Thank you for your help. Tang Zheng smiled, his eyes darkening. He had no magic items on him. Back in the capital, he noticed a simple characteristic behind his innate ability, player. Innate ability, player, unobservable, untouchable. At the time, having just traveled through time, he hadn't paid much attention to this aspect. Now, after spending half a month in the capital, he was reviewing his own abilities, and suddenly remembered this characteristic. Battle competition isn't just about pure strength, it also involves certain characteristics and strategies. For example, the undying spirit Tang Zheng obtained from Kajiat was a mental countermeasure to charm magic. Additionally, there were detection countermeasures, and the time countermeasures necessary after reaching level 70. The unobservable ability made Tang Zheng realize whether his innate player ability inherently possessed a certain degree of anti-detection resistance. Now it's been verified. Here's another reward. Tang Zheng took out another 10 gold coins and handed them over. Arch smacked her lips. To spend 20 gold coins just for a verification, truly a wealthy person. By the way, Miss Arch, do you have any classmates who master detection magic? I'd like to verify it again, Tang Zheng said again with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Arch's mind conjured a figure, but she didn't speak. If you can invite him over, I can pay the same fee as before. Of course, your classmate's fee will be paid separately. Tang Zheng noticed the hesitation on Alsh's face, and spoke directly while the iron was hot. Okay. Alsh's grip on his wand tightened, and he looked up, his clear blue eyes fixed on Tang Zheng. Just try not to mention money in front of him. Also, if he's offended in any way, I hope you won't mind. Of course. Tang Zheng nodded, feeling delighted. His visit to the Imperial Magic Academy had been a good one. If it weren't for the restrictions on outsiders, Tang Zheng would have loved to take a look around. He might have learned some useful magic, or even basic professions. Arch picked up his staff and hurried away. Tang Zheng instructed the restaurant staff to remove the 2 cups of hot tea from the table and ordered some food. About half an hour later, Arch appeared outside the restaurant with a blonde girl of about the same age. Unlike Arch's somewhat awkward attire, the other girl wore a dark blue mage robe. Although she didn't hold a staff, she bore a sacred seal of the same aquamarine color on her chest. This seal not only symbolized faith in the deity, but also served as a precious magical tool. The blonde girl pushed open the restaurant door and walked in. She immediately locked onto Tang Zheng's location and strode over. Are you Arch's friend? The blonde girl raised her head and looked Tang Zheng up and down without hesitation, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. I'm older than Arsh, but that shouldn't be a problem. Frying! Arsh quickly tugged at the blonde sleeve, his face flushing slightly. Tangjun glanced at Alsh, then stood up and smiled. Yes. Let me introduce myself. Frion Valialon Guzamond, Frion said, then sat down. Guzamond? While Tangjun was researching information about Renas, he also gathered information about some of the famous nobles in the Baja's empire. The girl before him was the daughter of a duke. However, she didn't play a significant role in the anime, so she was clearly a minor character. Tangjun tried to appear surprised. Give me an ice macartina, Frion said expertly to the waiter beside him, then turned to Tangjun. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Currently, I only have 2 types of detection magic, life detection and object location. I'm not very proficient with the second though, so I can't locate objects too far away. Can you use both? Tangjun's eyes flickered, and he smiled. No problem. Life detection. Frion pointed both hands at Tangjun and chanted softly. This is a relatively common detection magic, capable of detecting the presence of life nearby, but ineffective against undead. It can sense your presence normally. Your magic item is truly unique. It can conceal all innate abilities, yet it's ineffective against ordinary detection magic. Frion opened his eyes, and spoke with curiosity. Hearing this, Tangjun paused for a moment. Unobservable. Logically, since even the seeing eyes couldn't detect him, then ordinary detection magic like life detection shouldn't be able to detect him either. The result was quite the opposite. Does this mean that his player ability blocks peeping detection magic? For example, magic like clairvoyance, crystal screen, and astrology. But perceptual magic like life detection, magic detection, and even chi sense, similar to the monk class's chi sense, cannot be blocked. Chapter 99. To confirm further, Tangjun had Frion use the object locating spell again. The result? Frion looked bewildered, seeing no results at all. He even wondered if his lack of proficiency in the spell had caused the spell to fail. Tangjun, from the prompt on the attribute panel, understood that the spell had not failed, but rather that the object locating spell had failed to work on him. Do you want me to try again? Frion said, a little embarrassed. I've already troubled you. No need. Tangjun waved his hand, smiling. He was now certain that spells, like remote peeping, would not work on him. From now on, the only spells he would need to strategically target would be those involving perception. I just ordered some food. If you two don't mind, please enjoy it. I have some things to attend to, so I take my leave now. Tangjun said, an embarrassed look on his face, and stood up. This restaurant may be small, but the prices aren't cheap. Frion raised a golden eyebrow, then playfully nudged Alsh, who looked restless, with her arm. I take you there. Alsh abruptly stood up, her cheeks flushing slightly. Frion watched Tangjun and the awkward Alsh leave the restaurant, raised her coffee-like drink, and let out a strange chuckle. I didn't expect Alsh to know such a handsome guy, with black hair. It doesn't look like he's dyed at the roots. Outside the restaurant, Alsh's blue eyes stared at the 10 gold coins in her hand, a slight daze. Because she suddenly realized something. It seemed as if she still didn't know Tangjun's name, and he hadn't even introduced himself. On the bustling long street, carriages zipped along the central road, and armored soldiers could be seen patrolling the streets from time to time. This area was close to the Imperial Magic Academy, and security was significantly higher than in other areas. On the streets on either side, besides the mostly ordinary dressed civilians, there were quite a few adventurers, weapons slung from their waists and backs. The closer they got to the central square, the more bizarrely dressed people appeared. Tangjun's loose priest robes wrapped around his drooping arms, swaying slightly as he walked, the little evil dog following closely behind. We need to speed up, Tangjun thought silently. Especially after seeing Alsh's bleak future, this desire intensified. Save him? Tangjun believed he had never adopted such a condescending attitude before. Because even he himself wasn't sure of his future safety. If the girl before him needed saving, then the 100,000 soldiers of the kingdom of Riestais who were sacrificed in one fell swoop, and the future Holy Kingdom, treated like two-legged sheep by Demiurge, were even more in need of saving. Using IQ-lowering magic and treating the people of the Holy Kingdom like animals, weren't they treated even more in need of saving? He wasn't a savior, nor did he want to be one. Tangjun didn't mind saving a few people along the way, but he wouldn't do it specifically for the sake of it. As a player, someone who could grow stronger through killing. Tangjun believed that by not killing innocent people, he had shown the highest respect for life. Tangjun paused, turned his head, and looked across the street, only to find no one of note. Is this an illusion? As Tang Zheng left, a figure wrapped in a tattered gray robe slowly raised its head from an inconspicuous corner across the street. It stared at the retreating Tang Zheng with a veiled gaze, its thoughts etched in its mind. The slender figure faintly visible beneath the gray robe revealed a woman. Over the next 2 days, as Imina continued to spread the news, more and more people learned that a mysterious alchemist living in the aristocratic district could heal the severe injuries left by the disabled. This instantly caused a sensation among both adventurers and workers, especially because the treatment was free. If it were simply free, it would be completely unbelievable to these people, who lived on the edge of life, because they never believed in free lunches. But the rumor about free actually meant that the alchemy potion developed for the alchemist's laboratory was potentially fatal. This rumor, in turn, allayed most people's vigilance. But even so, no one dared to be the first to try it. As a result, while the rumor spread, even to the point of being discussed in most taverns, no one dared to actually venture into the noble district. Until the 3rd day, 2 men in poor clothing knocked on the gate of Tang Zheng's courtyard. They were a father and son. One was a middle-aged man, only about 30 years old, with dark skin and a head full of white hair. The other was his son, a teenager with both legs amputated, carried in a wooden basket. As soon as this happened, the major adventurer and worker teams that had been keeping an eye on the situation immediately sprang into action. In addition, the major workshops, herb guilds, and even the Adventurers Guild dispatched personnel. In the past, a mere bronze-rank adventurer would have been unworthy of attention, but now Tang Zheng was not only an adventurer, but also a highly skilled alchemist. Through investigations by various forces, the identities of the father and son were quickly uncovered. They were farmers living in a small village outside the Imperial capital. The son's legs were missing because a minor noble had whipped them several years ago. Due to delayed treatment, the legs had become necrotic and had to be amputated. Time passed slowly. Under the patient attention of all parties, it was not until dusk that the father and son finally emerged from the heavy brown gate. Yes, they emerged. The farmer's son had actually grown back his legs. Outcry. The invisible shock spread rapidly, and the eyes of countless adventurers and workers lit up. This alchemical potion was like a second life. Compared to death, many people feared becoming crippled and useless. Equally shocked were the Herb Guild and the major pharmaceutical workshops. To them, this was truly incredible. In the minds of all pharmacists, alchemy was always merely a supplementary skill. Solutions created solely through alchemy were of little value. Even the diluted regeneration potion that Tang Zheng had previously sold with the help of Imina was nothing to the various parties involved in the Herb Guild. What they truly cared about was how Tang Zheng had used ogre blood to create a healing technique. And now, the appearance of this miraculous alchemical potion capable of regenerating the body shattered all pharmacists' understanding. This demonstrated that alchemy was no longer simply a tool used to assist pharmacists in creating healing potions, but a system in its own right. As soon as the father and son left the noble district, before most people could react, a carriage suddenly appeared and whisked them away. It wasn't until the next day that the father and son reappeared in public, having left the Imperial capital. Apparently, someone had gone to verify the alchemical potion's healing properties. The next morning, at daybreak, someone knocked again on the heavy brown door. When Tang Zheng opened the door, he was startled. A large crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Some were dressed in ornate attire, some in plain clothes, and many appeared to be sturdy and robust adventurers. But the common denominator among them was that they all had some form of disability. Places like the noble quarter are usually off-limits to adventurers and workers. It's not that they are forbidden entry, but the environment simply doesn't suit this group. Tang Zheng glanced at the group, looking towards the back and to the left and right. 10 soldiers in fine armor were scattered around. They were guards assigned to patrol the noble quarter. However, unlike usual, these guards didn't expel the large crowd gathered there. It seemed they were simply preventing chaos and remaining indifferent. Seeing this, Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, and he looked away from the guards, returning to the group staring at him eagerly. One person. Tang Zheng said these 3 words expressionlessly. Everyone present was stunned, immediately understanding the meaning of Tang Zheng's words. The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense. But at this moment, trampling, Gulyulu, the rapid sound of horse hooves, and the rolling of wheels echoed. A lavishly decorated 2-horse carriage galloped into view, interrupting the tense atmosphere. The crowd gathered at the gate, seeing the carriage show no sign of slowing down, wore grimace, but nonetheless voluntarily made way for the middle path. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the luxurious carriage stopped at the courtyard entrance. Click! The wooden door of the carriage opened, and a figure dressed as a butler stepped out first, respectfully removing a stool and placing it on the ground. Next, a blond young man, seemingly about 20 years old, holding a ruby scepter, stepped out. Chapter 100. Who's that? The insignia on this carriage. Is that of Count Belambra? Count! A low exclamation echoed from the crowd. Although the Blood Emperor has massacred a large number of nobles since ascending to the throne, the remaining nobles almost all represent the real power. Furthermore, the value of a noble title is far greater than in the kingdom of Riestage. The young man held a ruby cane, but his legs were intact. It appeared to be merely an ornament. But someone soon noticed that the palm of the young man's other arm had been hidden within his sleeve. After disembarking from the carriage, the blond youth immediately looked at Tang Zheng. Noticing Tang Zheng's age and dark hair, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Good morning, Master Alchemist Tang. The blond youth's friendly smile remained unchanged, and he bowed gracefully. My name is Joshua Saint Ira Adebayo Balambala. May the fragrance of the hydrangeas bring you good luck today. Here. The blond youth, Joshua, turned slightly to the others gathered in the area, his face still radiating a friendly smile. Everyone, I wonder if you could give me the first opportunity. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. No one spoke, and naturally no one refused. Then come in. Tang Zheng observed the scene calmly, then turned and headed back into the courtyard. The blond youth, Joshua, followed him in with a broad smile. The butler, who had accompanied him, stood expressionlessly at the door and did not enter. As the heavy door closed again, the atmosphere outside grew tense once again. Since the first one wasn't getting a turn, the second one had to scramble for it. After all, no one could be sure when this mysterious alchemist would stop offering free treatment. In the courtyard, after both parties sat down, before the treatment, I need to remind you that my regeneration potion can only heal acquired injuries. It can't treat congenital defects. Tang Zheng calmly reminded the blond Joshua sitting across from him. Faced to this seemingly rude behavior for a noble, the blond Joshua didn't care. Truly capable people always have something special. Can't heal congenital disabilities? The blond Joshua's pupils fluttered, and he raised his right arm, hidden in his sleeve, expression unchanged. And behold! It was an arm without a palm, with an oval scar on the front, indicating it wasn't congenital. Next, I reopen your wound. It will be painful, but I hope you can bear it. Tang Zheng glanced at the ruby scepter the man had been clutching tightly, and warned him. This was a magical item, but Tang Zheng couldn't tell its exact effects. The loss of feeling in my palm is nothing compared to a little pain, the blond Joshua said with a radiant smile. The next moment, Tang Zheng picked up the mithril dagger and sliced open the man's arm. The blond Joshua screamed in agony, his face turning pale and distorted. He then underwent about an hour of treatment. While Tang was administering the regeneration potion, he needed to constantly modify and cut the newly grown hand. By the time the blond Joshua boarded his carriage and departed, his clothes were soaking wet, his entire body shivering, and his face pale. Indeed, he was an ordinary person, Tang Zheng observed as he left. His slightly furrowed brows relaxed, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He then addressed the group at the door. Next. Elsewhere. After approaching the aristocratic district, the blond Joshua's carriage suddenly made a sharp turn, bypassing it and heading directly onto the central avenue. Then, its speed suddenly increased, heading straight for the Imperial Palace, separated from the aristocratic district by a central square. Deep within the Byzantine-style palace. The spacious, luxurious miniature palace, its floor covered in crimson silk carpets. Even during the day, the surrounding golden lampposts still radiated a perpetual glow, illuminating the entire room without a single shadow. Her short, golden hair was adorned with a garland-like headpiece, for thumb-sized, oval-shaped ornaments. She wore comfortable black and gold casual attire. She sat at her desk, flipping through the documents. Her narrow, deep purple eyes gleamed with a deep brilliance, and she exuded the innate aura of a ruler. This person was none other than the Blood Emperor, Gurjikov. Your Majesty, he's here. A chief secretary approached quietly, bowed, and whispered a reminder. Let him in. The Blood Emperor, Gurjikov, paused in his shuffling, raised his head, and smiled. A soft, thin click. The blond Joshua, who had just left Tang Zheng's place, approached with a respectful expression. He knelt on one knee, raised his hand to his chest, and bowed his head. Your Majesty. How's it going? Blood Emperor Giljakov smiled. I've got it, blond Joshua said quickly. As he spoke, he picked up the red scepter he'd been holding tightly, and thrust the tip of it into his newly healed hand. Poof! The palm was pierced, and blood spurted out. However, the blood didn't spill onto the ground. Instead, it was absorbed by the ruby scepter. The healed hand began to dry up rapidly, like a mummy drained of moisture. The ruby on the scepter glowed a brilliant red, and drops of a clear, deep blue liquid gathered at its center. In a few breaths, the hand that blind Joshua had healed was reduced to ash and dissipated, and the regeneration potion had been fully extracted. Your Majesty. Blonde Joshua respectfully raised the ruby scepter in his hand. Send it to the Ministry of Magic for research. Thank you for your hard work, Joshua. Blood Emperor Giljikfu waved his hand. Someone immediately stepped out and took the ruby scepter. This is my duty, Your Majesty. Blonde-haired Joshua hurriedly and respectfully spoke, following the person who took the ruby scepter out of the small palace. What information did you find? Blood Emperor Giljikfu lowered his head again, perusing the documents on his desk, and spoke quietly. A secretary standing nearby immediately bent down to report. The information we have currently is very limited. All we can confirm is that the other party is an adventurer, registered in the Kingdom of Riestais. Blood Emperor Giljikfu pressed his thumb against a document and twisted it slightly. What is his adventurer level? The lowest level, bronze, the secretary said quickly. Oh! Blood Emperor Giljikfu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. An ancient organization like the Adventurers Guild still uses that ridiculous advancement method. Use the people hidden in E-Rantel and investigate thoroughly. Blood Emperor Giljikfu's eyes flashed. Yes, the secretary said. Nighttime, in the courtyard of the noble quarter. The little devil dog lay on the grass, its sharp teeth gnawing at the ogre's spine, looking relaxed and happy. Your progress doesn't seem to be going well. Tang Jing looked at Imina, whose arms were crossed and her expression was grim. It's not that things aren't going well. We're being targeted. Imina's face lit up with displeasure, and she spoke fiercely. No one's selling trolls anymore. In fact, all avenues for selling trolls have been shut down. It's indeed quite a problem. Tang Jing chuckled softly at the other person's complaints. Really? You should have come up with that magical alchemical potion sooner, Mr. Genius Alchemist. Imina glanced at Tang Jing with a hint of resentment. To be honest, she hadn't expected him to actually pull it off. Ouch! The little devil dog, grinding its teeth, suddenly raised its head, stood up, and bared its teeth, staring towards the east wall. Whoosh! 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 3 figures easily scaled the wall and entered, meeting Tang Jing and Imina's gaze in the courtyard. Oh, you're in trouble, Mr. Genius Alchemist. Imina tossed her purple ponytail, a bright smile playing on her lips, her hands already resting on the 2 daggers at her waist. Do you need any help? I can give you a discount. The air suddenly grew quiet at that moment. Tang Jing didn't look at the 3 people who had suddenly intruded. Instead, he turned his head and looked in the opposite direction. At some point, a figure draped in a gray robe had already stood at the closed door. Imina noticed this person, her expression changed, and she stepped back, blocking Tang Jing's way. Hey, do you want to retreat first? Imina asked, a little troubled.